Chapter 81 Ancient King Zombie. Ying Zhang noticed the two Jinyangzi who were about to ascend to the top of the mountain. If it were normal, he wouldn't even look at these two, let alone get his attention. But this time, these two carried his scent. The two of them, true Yanzi, who were ascending to the top of the mountain, were in a flurry of emotions at this time. Is it really appropriate for us to strut around like this? The closer it got, the more nervous Zhou Beg's heart became. What are you afraid of? It's all been said that the ancient mirror's ability has been proven, so why need to cower and hide like last time? Jin Yangzi looked at Zhou Bei with contempt. With this kind of mentality, how can this bastard share the world with him in the future? If it wasn't for the fact that there was still a use for keeping him, Jin Yangzi would have kicked Zhou Bei out of the way long ago. Last time, in the Imperial Tomb's underground palace, Ying Zhang's mere appearance at Mount Li scared the two of them into running and hiding. This time he, Jin Yangzi, was just going to go head on and tough it out. It's about strutting up to Ying Zhang. Zhou Bei opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but at that moment, Jin Yangzi had taken the lead to the top of Kunlun Mountain with a speed boost. Seeing this scene, Zhou Bei clenched his teeth and dashed to follow. The corpses followed closely behind, and the pitch-black corpse Qi surrounded the top of the mountain, enveloping 100 miles around. With his hands behind his back, Ying Zhang calmly gazed at the two men who had ascended to the top of the mountain. The moment he saw Jin Yangzi, he vaguely remembered. And the two Zhou Begs likewise looked at Ying Zhang. The two of them had met Ying Zhang several times and had a close look at the emperor's true face, but it was the first time that I had ever faced the first emperor so straightly and directly. After the two of them actually saw this first emperor, after just one glance, they felt chills all over their bodies, and their hands and feet seemed as if they could not move, standing rigidly in place, both knees unconsciously bent, wanting to pay homage to this great Qin Shi Huang. Can't kneel. Jin Yangzi gritted his teeth, his body's true qi working frantically as he forcefully suppressed the idea of kneeling. Zhou Beg was sweating profusely, and he now regretted it. It's nifty a little too scary. Only when you really face Ying Zhang directly can you feel the terror of this first emperor. It's not a feeling that can be felt from a distance. It was a kind of heavenly destiny in general that one couldn't help but feel like kneeling down when standing in front of this one. Just like the rules of heaven and earth, when you see Ying Zhang, you must kneel. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That ing mirror, does it work or not? Grass. You have to wait for us to die before you ing pull it out, right? Zhou Beg turned his head towards Jin Yangzi and roared angrily. Is this grizzled Taoist priest out of his mind? The Qin King's bone shining mirror was the only thing they had to fall back on. You've got to pull it out. What's the matter? You're gonna have to do some talking before you go on, aren't you? Quiet. Jin Yangzi chided, and with a spell in his hand, the ancient bronze mirror appeared in his hand. First Emperor, do you still recognize this object? With the Qin King's bone mirror in his hand, Jin Yangzi had a little more confidence, and finally dared to raise his head to look directly at Ying Zhang and speak up. True Yanzi, who was holding an ancient mirror, looked at Ying Zhang proudly. It was as if the mirror in his hand gave him great courage to face this great Qin Shi Huang. Bone shining mirror. Ying Zhang looked at the small round mirror in Jin Yangzi's hand, a trace of reminiscence flashing through his eyes. This ancient mirror was a magic weapon that he had assembled all of Great Qin's magicians to build back then. At that time, all cultivators were still called qi refiners. Confucianism cultivates vast qi and Taoism cultivates true qi. No wonder he felt two auras that belonged to him. One came from that zombie under Jin Yangzi, Yuan Tian Gang. The other one is this Qin King's bone shining mirror. There is a drop of his blood in this mirror. Listening to Ying Zhang's words, Jin Yangzi's face showed a smile. Poverty true Yangzi. I have been practicing the great Tao diligently for decades, but heaven and earth are crippled, and no matter how hard we cultivators try, we can no longer reach the realm of celestial beings. The poor Taoist is not convinced. Borrowing the method of chasing corpses, melting my Tao, and specially creating a method that can control the world's zombies. This bone shining mirror, in the past, was also the property of the first emperor, so I'm sure you're well aware of its abilities. The poor Taoist admits that even the heavens and earth cannot be shaken by the might of his majesty. But alas, you are a zombie after all, deathly restrained by this bone shining mirror. If you want to blame it on the fact that you gathered all the qi practitioners of Great Qin back then to create such a mirror, and his majesty is considered to have died by his own hand. Seeing that Ying Zhang hadn't made a move, Jin Yangzi only thought that Ying Zhang was stunned by this bone shining mirror, and a hint of self-satisfaction couldn't help but flash across his face. This Qin King's bone shining mirror had suppressed the zombie of an ancient king back in the day, which was enough to illustrate the greatness of its ability. Combined with his gongfu, Zhou Bei's talent was enough to suppress the beginning emperor. Ying Zhang looked at Jin Yangzi, who was full of self-complacency, and couldn't help but smile. Since I came out of the coffin, I have invited the heavenly officials to bestow blessings. The true immortals of the earth, and a sword to cut down all the gods, so I originally thought that your eyesight might have been slightly enhanced. And yet, it's still like a frog at the bottom of a well looking at the moon. I don't understand. What is a grain of floating dust to see the blue sky? The words fell. The huge might descended from the dome of the sky. The king's might pressed the corpses to lie on the ground directly trembling, unable to move. Zhou Beg was even pressed into the earth. And he couldn't even do it even if he wanted to open his mouth to scold Jin Yangzi for being a stupid asshole and stop pussyfooting around soon. At this moment, Ying Zhang stood in front of the two men, as if he had transformed into heaven and earth in the line of sight of the two Jin Yangzi men, making it impossible for anyone to raise a single thought of resistance. These people, even though they had seen him strike several times, still did not understand the gap between them, not strong enough to even see your opponent. And Jin Yangzi, who had also been pressed into the ground, hardened himself against the pressure and looked up at Ying Zhang. Even now, he had great confidence in the Qin King's bone-shining mirror in his hand. I, Jin Yangzi, with my heavenly talent and the help of a divine object, the great Tao can be realized. Please, beginning Emperor, help me to ascend to heaven. Jin Yangzi tried his best to shine the ancient mirror in his hand at Ying Zhang. His eyes were filled with hope, as if the next moment he would be able to control Ying Zhang and become the master of the earth. Zhou Beg's heart also began to pray. A figure flashed by. Jin Yangzi only felt as if he was flying. The line of sight instantly drew up, while a headless body seemed to be seen, lying at the bottom of the ground. It's just that the headless body, how it looks more and more familiar. Looks like his body? Knock. The sound of an object falling to the ground came, and Makayoko's eyes returned to the floor. In this moment, he seemed to understand. That headless body is his body. He was decapitated, and the one who did it was the zombie he had refined. Yuan Tiangang. 4. Why? Jin Yangzi's mouth murmured, filled with disbelief. I don't know if it was a deliberate act by Ying Zhang, but Jin Yangzi, who had his head cut off, didn't die immediately. Do you really think that, with your strength, you can control a flying stiff? Ying Zhang's voice entered Jin Yangzi's ears. That day, it was you. Zenyoko's eyes widened. He finally realized that the day he was able to refine Yuan Tiangang so quickly and smoothly was not how powerful the gongfu he created was. Instead, Ying Zhang helped him. He never really had control over Yuan Tiangang. No wonder that day Yuan Tiangang would take the initiative to uncover the corpse-suppressing talisman on the heavenly masters, causing 100 heavenly masters to turn into corpses. The corner of Jin Yangzi's mouth pulled up a trace of bitterness. His eyes filled with despair. He seems to be the clown all the time. Instead, Ying Zhang ignored him and gently waved his hand, and the Qin King's bone mirror flew into his hand. This thing, it reminded him of a place, and a person. If he hadn't been brought here by Jin Yangzi, he would have forgotten about it. This mirror, in the beginning, was built to suppress a zombie of the ancient king, and that zombie of the ancient king came from the sea, seemingly from the returning ruins. I've almost forgotten about that guy. This mirror is here. He should be coming out as well. Ying Zhang's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked towards a large mountain in the north. Chapter 82 The God Seal. The Whip of the Gods. The 100-Spirit Streamer. The Qin King's bone-shining mirror was not a secret, and most of the sects in the cultivation world had recorded it. This is a magic weapon that was built by Ying Zhang when he was searching for immortality in Jishur and salvaged a corpse that was about to turn into a corpse from the sea. And in order to suppress this corpse, he listened to the words of many magicians. Back then, Ying Zhang sent people to dig out the mountain, buried the body into it, cast a bronze beast pressed on the zombies to Town Mountain. The Qin King mirror, set in the beast head above. Now that this mirror has come out, the corpse, I'm afraid, has gotten out of the trap. This mirror, where did you get it? Ying Zhang looked towards Jin Yangzi's immortalized head and spoke. Got it by chance from a mountain village man. Jin Yangzi didn't want to answer, but under the gaze of Ying Zhang's unquestioning gaze, he unconsciously answered honestly. Where? Jinshan village, is the fishing village around Jishur harbor. Jin Yangzi seemed to be resigned to his fate, and there was no longer any resistance in his heart. On that day, I originally wanted to take Yuan Tiangang, sail out of Jishur, and sneak overseas, but after arriving at the Put fishing village, this object was found by chance, and a fisherman set it in the bow of his boat. I asked, and he picked up this mirror about a month ago. Jin Yangzi closed his eyes and waited for death after saying that. Now he has seen the gap between himself and Ying Zhang, and understands why this great Qin emperor is called the only one on earth. Jia sure. Ying Zhang played with the mirror in his hand, not bothering with Jin Yangzi on the ground anymore. A breeze blew by, and Jin Yangzi's head quickly lost its vitality and dried up. Zhou Beg, who was still buried in the ground on the side, was filled with remorse within his heart at this time. If I had known, I wouldn't have come. With the corpses, they could not go anywhere in style. Why did they have to come and provoke this horrible existence of the first emperor? It's all because of that bullnose, Jin Yangzi, brainwashing him all day long and blowing awesome. What a few handfuls of Qin Wang shines the bone mirror, shine a little use on people. Ying Zhang, however, was in no mood to pay attention to Zhou Bei. He was able to speak to Jin Yangzi purely because of this Qin King's bone shining mirror and the fact that Jin Yangzi was the one who kicked off the chaotic world. Are you a zombie, or are you a god's leftover molt? Ying Zhang put away the mirror and looked at Jieshur Harbor. Ying Zhang was actually not sure whether the corpse of the ancient king that appeared from the sea in that year was a zombie or not. Back then, he was just a mortal. There's no eye to see that body heal. Everything was on the side of those warlocks who were under his command in the first place. After so many years, he had also forgotten about that ancient corpse. Today, I saw this Qin Wang shining bone mirror again, and only then did I think of it. Ying Zhang glanced at the progress bar of the systems signing in and planned to take a trip to Jieshur Harbor when he succeeded in signing in. Back then, that ancient corpse was buried in a large mountain near Jieshur. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Rewarded, seal the gods list. Whip the god. 100 spirit streamer. A familiar voice rang out, and Ying Zhang was about to raise his feet to leave the Kunlun Mountains, but then suddenly stopped. Seal the list? A light flashed in Ying Zhang's eyes, and then his mind immediately sank into the system to check out the rewards. The seal of the gods. The rules of the divine Tao of heaven and earth were transformed. The gods may be divided. After the construction of a god-fixing platform, the god-fixing ceremony can be held. After death, the souls of those who cultivate can be recruited to the god-sealing platform under the guidance of the 100 spirit streamer, and they will be sealed as the 8 gods, who will be in charge of each division, and will be responsible for investigating the good and evil on earth, and checking the merits and deeds of the 3 realms, the 8 main gods, totaling 365, the upper 4 parts of thunder, fire, pestilence, and fighting, the next 4 groups of stars and lodges, the 3 mountains, the 5 mountains, the rain and clouds, and the gods of good and evil. The Kunlun Mountains are worthy of being the legendary home of the gods. The corner of Ying Zhang's mouth hooked into a smile. The reward this time was really a bit out of his expectation. It was actually this legendary item. Collecting himself, Ying Zhang continued to look down. 100 spirit streamer, it can collect the dead souls of practitioners in the world. Whip of God. The shape of the whip is wooden. This whip is 3 feet 6 inches and 5 minutes long and has 21 sections. Each section has 4 rune seals, totaling 84 rune seals. This whip specializes in hitting those who are named on the list of sealed gods. No harm shall be done to any of the rest, but for those who are on the list of sealed gods, a whip down the soul of the gods are scattered. The god sealing list, the 100 spirit flag, and the god striking whip, all in one set. Just that there are a number of gods in heaven and earth. Can I still seal the gods with this? Ying Zhang looked up at the sky. But now that all the gods of heaven and earth have returned to their rightful place, will he still be able to become a god? Or do we fight and kill the gods before we can divide them? If that was all it was, then those 3 things were a bit chicken to him. Where was he going to kill an orthodox god before he could divide one up? Those 365 positive gods, all of whom stayed in the heavenly realm. Besides, if he had killed the god of righteousness, why would he need the god sealer to seal the gods? After calming down, Ying Zhang's heart was not as hot as before. This thing, with its big name, doesn't seem to be all that useful to him. The whip of the beating god is a whip down. The positive gods are all going to be goddess soul, but it can only hit those on the list. Without the seal, this thing is no different than a wooden whip. Wait! Ying Zhang's eyes lit up as if he had thought of something. The god sealer, which is made by the rules of heaven and earth. It was directly used by the system to reward him. It can divide heaven and earth into 365 positive gods. And now, the 365 righteous gods of the 8 divisions of the heavenly court have all returned to their positions. Does that mean that these gods, all of them, are on the list? Thinking of this, Ying Zhang immediately summoned the god sealer. The ancient scroll slowly unfolded, only to see that it was indeed filled with names. No more, no less, exactly 365. Seeing this scene, a smile appeared on Ying Zhang's face. 365 positive gods are on the list, and he, Ying Zhang, is holding the god-beating whip in his hand. What does that mean? It represented that these 365 positive gods who had not yet appeared had been abolished. Even if he, Ying Zhang, had no more Hong and Qi Tian and the 3 worlds had no more barriers, these 365 righteous gods struck out together, and he directly lashed them all to death with a single whip. With this one reward, it directly nullified all the high-end battle power of the heaven and earth camp. Nowadays, the only ones who can pose a threat to Ying Zhang are the few ancient gods and the Jade Emperor God. Under life and death, will the gods also fall back? Zhang gripped the plain and unimpressive god-striking whip and muttered under his breath. He was now somewhat looking forward to heaven and earth dispatching the righteous god. It was also good to see if these righteous gods, under the threat of death, would abandon heaven and earth and turn to him. Great Qin, how can heaven and earth fight with my great Qin? Looking at the dome of the sky, with the god-striking whip in his hand, the heavens and earth had been mostly ruined. Masamune comes as death. Zhang didn't need to speculate on how strong the best of those proper gods were now. It's a whiplash for how strong the list is. Chapter 83, Turn Struggle. Under the Kunlun Mountains, countless helicopter gunships circled and landed. 2 vertical lift fighters landed quickly. Yan Hui hurried over with several regiments from the Dragon Kingdom. As soon as he received Jiang Shan's report, he immediately rushed over, not daring to stay at all. Although Yan Hui believed that Zhang wouldn't be subdued by a broken mirror, he didn't dare to bet on it. The entire Kunlun Mountain neighborhood is now surrounded and blockaded by the Dragon Kingdom's armed forces. It should be fine. Qin Wang Shining Bone Mirror. How to listen to all His Majesty's things. It will not be suppressed by its own things, right? Yan Hui mumbled. His feet did not stop. Stepping on the fire lotus, speeding to the top of the mountain. Now he only hated that he didn't have dual cultivation in Confucianism and Taoism. The Confucians how Ranchi didn't have as much as the Taoists' techniques and aptitudes. And his only means of catching up was to step on the literary fortune fire lotus. There are no heaven and earth visions, and His Majesty's aura is still there. As he got closer to the top of the mountain, Yan Hui's heart finally settled down. A few moments later, Yan Hui ascended to the top of Kunlun Mountain, taking the whole situation at the top of the mountain. It's okay, it's just that I was overly concerned. Yan Hui took a long breath. Above the top of the mountain, a group of zombies kneeling on the ground, Jin Yangzi's body and head, Zhoubei buried deep in the ground. One glance down and Yan Hui knew that what he had feared had not happened. Your Majesty. Yan Hui took a few steps forward and arrived beside Zhang. What brings you here? Something happened in the Dragon Kingdom? Zhang glanced at Yan Hui and asked. He sensed it when Yan Hui came up the mountain. It was just a little strange that he had left the earthly development of Great Qin to Yan Hui now. Looking at the earth, he does not make a move. Xuanzang and his own people. There should be nothing that can be difficult to Yan Hui. For the sake of your Majesty, that mirror, Yan Hui said with a bitter smile. The Qin King's bone-shining mirror? Zhang shook his head with a lost smile at the words. How it was thought that he would be subdued by his own mirror. Even if this Qin King's bone-shining mirror was really useful, it wouldn't be able to suppress him. From the moment Tarzan ascended to godhood, he was no longer a pure zombie. Did that mirror really once suppress the zombie of the ancient king? Yan Hui asked with some curiosity. He doesn't know if it's true or not. He died too young back then. From among the records of the cultivation world, it is written in a way. Ancient kings. I'm afraid that such an existence, transformed into a zombie, wouldn't be much worse than Zhang. If this is true, doesn't it mean that besides Zhang, there is another horrible zombie in this world that has gotten out of the trap? Not sure. Zhang glanced at Yan Hui and shook his head. What that ancient corpse was back then, he himself didn't know. Unclear? Yan Hui became even more puzzled. This mirror is indeed built to suppress zombies as rumored. The ancient corpse that I met when I was looking for immortality at Jieshir back then was not necessarily a zombie. Zhang casually explained a few words. Yan Hui nodded at his words, understanding what Zhang meant. Back then, the first emperor was just a mortal. Then this mirror has strayed. That ancient corpse, I, for one, was just about to go and see what the hell that thing was. Zhang flipped his hand and took out that Qin King bone-shining mirror. If you couldn't understand it back then, you can just go and take a look at it again now. Even though the ancient corpse was most likely gone, as long as he went to the place, he would be able to know the answer with just a hint of his scent. Zi Yuan would like to go with him, Yan Hui said with a glint in his eye. He was interested in that ancient corpse. Zhang simply nodded, then took a step and the Xian bird appeared. The two of them went away on the Xian bird. Before leaving, Yan Hui didn't forget to clean up the mess at the top of the mountain. With a wave of his hand, a volatile qi fell, suppressing those zombies, along with Zhoubei, who was embedded in the earth. In place, the people below the mountain, seeing that the Xian bird flew away from Kunlun, also understood. Several teams of soldiers quickly went up the mountain to take over the follow-up things. Lixil, Jiang Shan received a reply from Kunlun and was relieved. It's really nothing. I told you. How can a copper mirror suppress the first emperor? Jiang Shan murmured, then immediately plunged into his work. In the past few days, the Dragon Kingdom has received notifications of subjugation from too many countries. Under Eagle's nuclear deterrent, most countries, without even thinking about it, directly chose to be obedient. Under the strength gap, one but the upper country does not talk to you martial arts, reasoning, Directly without cause of force suppression they simply cannot carry. Today the only countries on the globe that are still holding out are Woolly Bear, John, and Gaul, one of the three P5s. Eagle Jam. Inside the Security Bureau, Willows is meeting with representatives of the three countries. To be precise, an ultimatum. 3 of you. We're not kidding about Eagle Sauce. 3 days are almost up. By 12 o'clock tonight, if we have not received a briefing on your return to Qin, 5,312 Trident intercontinental ballistic missiles will carry out indiscriminate bombing. Willows looked at the representatives of the three countries and had no desire to talk further. The words he put here. If these three countries don't know what's good for them, they'll all die together. He now had to act like he was tough, crazy, and dared to die with them. Otherwise, there's no telling how long that would take to pull. They can't afford to stall for time with 3,000 nukes still hanging in the sky dome of their country. Do you think you only have nuclear weapons? The Woolly Bear representative slapped the table. You think they don't have nukes like they did in the old days? Then come to the same place. 12 o'clock. I won't get the briefing before 12. Let's die together. With that said, Willows simply hung up the video conference. On the Dragon Kingdom side, has there been any news in the past 2 days? Willows asked as she looked to Brenda beside her. Not a word. Not a single prod. Brenda shook her head. Willows bowed her head in deep thought. He would have preferred the Dragon Kingdom to rush things and give them a more accurate time. Otherwise it's too torturous as it is. In that case, you go and contact the Dragon Kingdom and say that we will be sending the previous president, Toon, to the Dragon Kingdom to be placed at the disposal of His Majesty the First Emperor. Use this as an excuse to poke around and find out how much time we have left. Willows spoke up. Understood. Brenda nodded, then immediately went down to contact the Dragon Kingdom. At this point, in a private cell in the underground of the Security Bureau, Turn curled up against the corner. Damn it, why? Why did it have to be just me as the scapegoat? Turn muttered under his breath. In the past few days he had learned from the guards who had been watching that Eagle Jam had now been added to the Great Qin. I'm afraid that the day when Great Qin receives it will also be the day of his death. I can't die. I can't die. There are gods on the island. So I have one in Eagle Jam, right? Turn's brain raced. It doesn't make sense that the island myths are true and their eagle sauce is fake. Hawk sauce must have it too. God won't always save me. But, if there is a God, then there must be a devil. Turn reached out his finger and bit on it, blood running down his finger. Immediately afterward, Turn began to draw strange patterns on the ground. Chapter 84, The Demon Duke, 2-in-1. Inside the darkened cell, with his own blood, Turn drew patterns all over the top of the floor. The patterns were haphazard, but they all revolved around that hexagonal star formation at the center. Turn knelt in the middle of the hexagram and mouthed the words, Arita, Meta, Mellow, Meta, Amrita, Arita, Meta, Mellow, Meta. You are the greatest figure in the world. Before God created the world, you alone were the true ruler, the Lord of Darkness, Emperor of epidemics and war, the eternal leader of the dead and departed. Please be able to come here by hearing my call. Arita, Meta, Mellow, Mamrita, Arita, Meta, Mellow, Meta. In the surveillance room. What's he doing? Who knows? Summoning demons? Strange rituals? More than likely. 2 prison guards, one fat and one thin, sipped their coffee and watched Turn's every move through the camera. Nothing's going to happen, is it? The skinny one, the prison guard, put his coffee down, a little worried. Ha ha ha, soon. What are you afraid of? Can he really summon a demon? The fat prison guard looked as if he had heard some kind of joke, slapping his thighs and laughing with tears in his eyes. Hey man, I wasn't making a joke. The skinny prison guard, Son, said with a serious face, better go over there and take a look. Haven't you heard that gods have appeared in both the island and the Dragon Kingdom? These legends are true. It would be troublesome if we really let him communicate some strange points. With that said, Son opened the door to the surveillance room and headed towards Turn's cell. At this time, in the cell, the incantation under Turn's breath grew faster and faster. This mantra is extremely widespread in Eagle Jam. Even if Turn didn't believe in any cult, he knew. Turn knelt in the center of the hexagram and knocked his head hard on the ground. Blood flowed out from above his forehead and stained the entire hexagram formation red. The air became heavy with humid odors, and the atmosphere around them was consequently gloomy. An unpleasant odor appeared in the cell, like an open dug-up coffin. Very foul. And Turn, who smelled the odor, became excited. Sure enough, he guessed right. There really is. There really are demons. It's just that Turn, who isn't from a cult, doesn't know which being he's communicating with? Exactly. But that's okay. The big deal was to read all the demonic names he knew. With that in mind, Turn's mouth immediately recited Bali, Aguilin, Tidar, Goras, Scrape I give u, Stimonton, Hey Roas Ray, Redgo Kilmanton, Guli Oron, I Rio, Hey Stio, Hey Guistihi, Hey Reuna, Orina, Hey Rahi, Moy, Matchmaker Fias, Sotairu, Hey Obed Olu, Kilbay O De, Ari Man, Amen, please help me. With a call from Turn, an oddly shaped silhouette appeared in the middle of the cell. Looking at the shadow, a shock flashed in Turn's eyes. Duke Breaker, your devout follower. Turn calls you here. Turn fell to his knees and raised his voice. The only thing that could be seen in that shadow was a three-headed dragon with a dog's head, a human's head and a griffin's head. Breaking in, the 26th of King Solomon's 72 pillars of demonic gods. He prefers burial places and often gathers with his subordinates in graveyards. He can make one rich, make one wise and eloquent, and give one true knowledge. Solomon's 72 demonic gods are extremely widespread in eagle sauce. In particular, the image of the breaker was extremely recognizable, which made it instantly recognizable to Turn. I didn't realize that mortals could call on hell again. Earth, I'm back. The figure within the break became more and more solid, and his voice was filled with excitement. He hadn't even known how many years it had been since he had received another call from a mortal. I didn't realize that today that barrier between hell and earth had disappeared. He can follow that call and come to earth. Thank you very much for listening to my call, Lord of Darkness, Duke of Solomon, for I am in some trouble and have taken the liberty of asking you to show yourself. I'm willing to offer my soul to you, and in addition to offering it, I'm willing to go to hell and be your servant. So please, let me get what I want. Turn knelt on the floor and spoke carefully. He doesn't care if he goes to hell or not. He's going to die anyway. Might as well get the Dragon Kingdom, and that first Emperor of the East, dead too before I die. Mortal, speak your wish. Seeing as you summoned me, I can have your soul for nothing, and do one thing for you for free. Breaker looked to Turn, his voice compelling. This is the first person in centuries to be able to communicate to hell again. Of course you can't just get killed. Well, at least until the next candidate emerges. He'd had enough of that hole down there. I'm going to die alone, and I'm going to be president of Eagle Jam again. Turn snapped his head up in surprise. This demon doesn't seem to be as hard to talk to as the legends say. That's good. Kill a man? Become president? That simple? All three heads within the break broke into smiles. That's a small matter for him. That's not a matter of minutes. Kill who? Breaker asked bluntly. When this mortal wish is accomplished, he is going to enjoy the earth. It's been a while since I've tasted a fresh soul. At the thought of it, Breaking inside couldn't help but drool a little. God knows how many years it has been since he has descended to earth in his true form. First Emperor Ing Zhang, Toon said with resentment in his eyes. Yes, inside the monitoring room. That fat prison guard couldn't laugh anymore at this point. Through the surveillance he saw everything plainly. God, this is true? The fat prison guard's face was filled with an unbelievable look, then reacted by contacting the security services on the ground in a hurry. Inside the conference room, Willows received the message and his face changed instantly. What do you mean? Turn summoned a demon? Or is it one of the legendary 72 demons of Solomon? The Duke of Hell? Breaker? Willows was full of incredulity. How is this possible? With all the sects in Eagle Jam, I haven't heard of anyone actually summoning a demon after all these years. That widely rumored summoning ritual, if it were true, Eagle Jam would have been messed up a long time ago. Has this world changed? Or is there something different about Toon? Willow's face was extremely ugly. Turn summoned the demon. He didn't even have to think about what this pussy would do. Nothing more than getting back at them and getting back into the presidency. Mr. President, let's just get out of here. Brenda was about to head out the door as she pulled Willows along. No matter how successful Turn was, this security bureau is not staying. They have to move as soon as possible. Forget about that for now and call for help from the Dragon Kingdom immediately. Tell them about our situation, Willow said as she sent a message to the Dragon Kingdom. The two men then brought the nuke launch button with them again in preparation for their departure. It's just that it's too late. The moment the door to the conference room opened, a three-headed dragon walked in, followed by a blood-covered Turn in its wake. Can't believe it. Willows. A cruel smile appeared on Turn's face. You're going to get the whole eagle sauce killed. Willows gulped and took 2 steps back while hiding the case with the nuke launch button behind him. No. I will lead the entire Eagle Jam to the top like never before. I will bring back all the Hell Lords. All of them. What Dragon Kingdom? What Great Qin? All will be stepping stones to my Turn's rise, Turn said and laughed out loud. On the way here he struck a new deal with Breaker. Open the gates of hell and release all the demons to come to earth. And all he can get is to be the master of the world's humanity. Are you crazy? Can't you see what happened to the island gods? Willows returned with forced composure. The island gods? Breaker, who hadn't said anything, frowned. Are there already nasty deities in the human world? It's just that the island gods, a divine system he's never heard of in hell. It's just a bunch of false gods, nowhere near as powerful as you. Toon spoke in a hurry. He had seen those gods of the island, and none of them could compare to the breaker beside him, and the breakers couldn't even be ranked among the hells, and in Solomon's lineage, they could only be ranked in the 20s. What does that mean? It means that Shi Huang's slaughter of the island gods with a single sword was nothing more than that. He believed that those monarchs in hell were no worse than Zhang. That's where Turn's confidence comes from. Otherwise how dare one fantasize about any footsteps on Great Qin to become the master of the world? Breaker lost interest when he heard this, and then his eyes went to Willows and the others. I don't have time to bull **** you guys too much. From now on, Hawk Sauce is up to Turn. He no longer wanted to waste too much time on Turn's wishes. Willows was about to open her mouth to talk more when a wave of purple light emanated from Breaker. Throughout the entire security bureau, everyone's eyes bloomed with a burst of purple light before they fell to their knees. Your wish is granted. The Breaker turned ahead to look at Turn. All the top brass within the security bureau today are controlled by the demonic forces within the breaking. It would be a breeze for Turn to return to the presidency. Great Duke of Breaking Within, thank you for your help. With a humble smile on his face, Turn bowed his head and licked the demonic dupe from hell. Okay, and where is that Zhang? I'm going to dine after I've settled your wish, Breaker said, unable to stop his mouth from watering again. That one's in the east. It's just, said Turn, hesitating. He could be sure that the legendary hell lords like Lucifer should be no worse than Zhang, the first emperor. But within the breaking, he wasn't really sure. What if you rush to the door like this? In case you haven't done it, what are you hesitating about? It's just that first emperor isn't immortal either. The group of false gods from the island nation before were all killed by him with a single sword. Toon replied honestly. So what? Are you humiliating me? Where on earth is there an existence that can compare to ours? The three heads within the break roared together. The dome of the sky changed color, and endless souls wailed. Turn was paralyzed with fear straight away. Are you looking down on him? He was at least the 26th ranked demon Duke of Solomon. Heaven and earth were restricted, and it was impossible for a human being stronger than him to appear on earth. Those who break through the limits will also soar away. He had seen the strongest of those humans once, but that was it. Couldn't match one of his toes, and that's all they can do in the human realm. No matter how strong humans are, they are just ants. And he, breaking inside, the great Duke of Demons, came from hell. This Turn actually compared him to a mole. He even felt that he was inferior to that mole called Zhang. If it wasn't for the fact that Toon was more special and could communicate with hell, he would have swallowed Toon's soul in one gulp long ago. Duke, calm down. I'll take you to him now. Toon slumped to the ground, directly pissed off by the aura within the breaking. At this moment, the image of breaking inside in his mind was infinitely enlarged. What a first emperor. So what if it's stronger? It's still just human. And the breaking inside in front of him, that's a real demon from the legend. Where is the comparison to Zhang? Next time, I won't mind tasting your soul first. Breaker gave Turn a contemptuous look. How could a mere mortal understand the gap between him and a human? After all, it's not enough eyes. Understood. Turn nodded his head in a hurry. Now take me to the human. I don't know where Zhang is, but I have a picture of him. I believe that this is not difficult to defeat the great lord breaking inside. Tun said as he rummaged through this database and pulled out Zhang's picture. Poof. Breaker exhaled a plume of smoke through his nostrils and casually glanced at the picture in Turn's hand. The demonic power was then unleashed, instantly taking Tun and disappearing into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already in the Dragon Kingdom, Jishur Harbor. His scent is here. Is he really human? Though, Breakneck glanced to Turn beside him. He sensed Zhang's breath, but the aura wasn't human. Instead, it's more like the smell of their hell. It was the scent of the dead. There was also a flavor of the gods mixed in. That's right. He's human. Turn nodded affirmatively. He had read about Zhang before, knowing that Zhang was only a person from 2,000 years ago, only to be resurrected from the dead through a special method of the Dragon Kingdom. That's still essentially human. Tun wasn't aware of the difference. In his eyes, Zhang was nothing more than a person who had come back from the dead and was a little bit stronger. Breaker's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared dead at Turn for a long moment before averting his eyes. Well, this human wasn't lying to him. Then there's nothing to worry about. Since it was a human, there was absolutely no way it could be stronger than him. The Duke of Breaking Inside. This is the rule of heaven and earth. Those who are better than him must not remain on earth. With that in mind, Breaker led Tun toward a small hill not far away. The human. It's in there. Inside the mountain of the dead. Zhang suddenly stopped in his tracks. "What's wrong, your majesty?" Yan Hui, who was following behind him, asked somewhat strangely. This mountain of the dead was the same small mountain that, back then, buried the body of the ancient king. Interesting, heaven and earth can't help it anymore? This aura is not something that can be found on earth. Ing Zhang's mouth murmured. He also felt the breath within the breaking. It was an aura that didn't belong to the earthly realm. It was someone who had come in from the outside. And it's still approaching fast. It was obviously coming for him. 2 in 1. Chapter 85. The word is the word. As the breaking approached, Yan Hui also felt that unique aura of a hellish demon. Only then did he realize the reason for Ing Zhang's pause. Your majesty, I'll fix it. Yan Hui looked at Ing Zhang and said, since joining Great Qin, he hadn't made a single move yet. Now Xuanzang into the Qin just came in and began to go to the planning of the Taoist Qigong. He also transformed the Buddha on the terminal mountain and blocked 36 rounds of trident. As the first one to enter Qin, Yan Hui, who was directly appointed as a minister by Ing Zhang, could not fail to show his achievements in battle. He is the one who wants to revere only the Confucians and dismiss the 100 schools. How can the Buddhist Xuanzang overpower him? Granted. With a slight nod, Ing Zhang stopped paying attention to the upcoming breaking inside and lifted his feet towards the location where the ancient corpse was buried back then. Confucian scholars, who have spread their fame to the world with their writing in ink, the world is going to forget that I, a Confucian scholar, can also lift my pen to kill. The corners of Yan Hui's mouth hooked up into a smile, and with a single movement of his body, he left the interior of the Mountain of the Dead. Lixil, Command Center. Satellites instantly monitored Jetstone's unusualness. Nowadays, the satellites of the Dragon Kingdom are in full service of Ing Zhang. Wherever Ing Zhang goes, the satellite locks onto that area. Commander, the demon that Eagle Jam sent the message to has appeared in Jetstone. It seems to be heading straight for the beginning emperor. The assistant walked up to Zhang Shan and reported. Immediately mobilize all the armed forces near Jieshur to go there, as well as the East Sea Fleet to sail to Jieshur Harbor immediately. East Wind Express is in the launch preparation stage. Zhang Shan gave several orders in a row. He had already received the news from Eagle Sauce's side, and the Dragon Kingdom was currently in a state of full preparation for nuclear defense. I just didn't expect that the demon in Willow's mouth would come straight to the Dragon Kingdom and head straight for Ing Zhang. Also, contact Venerable Xuanzang. Although His Majesty is strong, he should be careful. Zhang Shan somewhat uneasily instructed his assistant. He has faith in Ing Zhang, but what the Dragon Kingdom and Ing Zhang are trying to do now is to change the world. Every step is like walking a tightrope, and the slightest mistake can lead to a fall into an abyss of 10,000 feet. Understood. The assistant nodded and turned to leave. When we're done with this damn thing, it's time to reclaim the globe. Zhang Shan muttered under his breath. Today on Earth, only those few great powers are still holding on for dear life. Previously, the Dragon Kingdom had been silent, merely Eagle Sauce playing the role of the bad guy, coercing the globe into submitting to Great Qin. Now it's time for Rikoku to finish the job. Global unification is now. With that in mind, Zhang Shan pulled up Jieshur's satellite image. Dong Jun, Lin Chang and the others, at some point, also came to the conference room to stand behind Zhang Shan and watch together. It was only to see that breaking inside had led turn to the Mountain of the Dead. Yan Hui, dressed in a Confucian robe, stopped the two in their tracks. Only Yan Shang made a move? Zhang Shan was slightly stunned at this scene. He thought that Ing Zhang would have to do it himself anyway. After all, the information sent over by Willow showed that this demon called Breaker was stronger than the previous island gods combined. With regards to Yan Hui's strength, Zhang Shan and the others didn't know anything about it. So far, Yan Hui has never once made a move. They did not have a clear perception of this Confucian sage. It just vaguely felt that it might be stronger than a true immortal like Zhang Jiao. Yan Shangxing? I've heard that this one called what's her name breaking inside seems to be some kind of proper Duke of Hell. Lin Chang was also a bit worried. After all, he is one of the three religions of the Dragon Kingdom. Confucian saints, this is if the Western demon in the hands of a loss. How much face is not good? If you're good, you're on. Since the first emperor didn't do anything, it means that this Confucian sage of ours will take down that three-headed dog-like thing with ease. Dong Jun glanced at Lin Chang and said, as the crowd talks. Yan Hui also finally came up against breaking inside. Griffin, get out of the way. Breaking in Ei looked at Yan Hui who was blocking the entrance to the Mountain of the Dead and said angrily with a frown. This person had an aura that it extremely hated. I don't even want to eat Yan Hui's soul inside the hate roadbreaker. This man, he's that Ing Zhang's henchman, Tun said as he leaned into Breakneck's ear. He had seen Yan Hui. He saw him standing beside Ing Zhang during the battle of the island gods that day. You're the one who should get lost, aren't you? Everything on earth belongs to Great Qin. If you enter my Qin soil, you should follow my Qin laws. Yan Hui wore a calm, waveless smile on his face. but it upset breaking inside even more. Then go to hell. A bunch of mole crickets, also attempting to confront the gods and devils. It's simply a joke. The three heads within the break let out a roar, followed by black hellfire sweeping towards Yan Hui. Yan Hui did not panic at all when he saw this, and with a wave of his hand, a simple volume of the ancient Analects of Confucius Yunya appeared in his hand and turned over the first page. Then only Yan Hui was heard to say in a loud voice, "There is righteousness in heaven and earth, miscellaneously endowed with flowing forms, the sun and stars above, and the rivers and mountains below." Yan Hui's body's vast and righteous chi soared, and remained immovable no matter how much the hellfire washed over him. Vast in righteousness, heaven and earth will live forever. Establish the heart for heaven and earth. Establish the lives of the people. Heaven and earth's good winds will fill the Qiankuan. Yan Hui waved his hand. The Haoranzhang Qi transformed into a Qin sword and chopped out blatantly, instantly extinguishing that hellfire. The sword energy shot towards the breaking humans. A flash of panic flashed in the breaker's eyes, followed by a roar of rage and cover. The Haoran Qi was as obnoxious to it as the holy water of the gods. Fine, fine, let you, a mole, see the gap between us. As the words fell from within the breaker, his body soared, revealing his true form as a demon. A huge three-headed earth dragon appeared between heaven and earth. The enormity of its body could be clearly seen even from a distance of 10,000 miles. The devil is nothing more than that, and he also tells the world to see. What is the meaning of words and laws? Yan Hui looked at the huge body within the break, his eyes full of disdain. Pen! Yan Hui's face stared as he shouted under his breath. The boundless Haoran Qi transformed into a Haoran pen held in Yan Hui's hand. M.O. The Confucian Qi and Great Qin's national fortune from Yan Hui's body penetrated his body and wrapped around him. Paper! The Analects of Confucius Yunya separated from the center and transformed into a piece of rice paper. Inkstone! The ground jutted out and a stone pillar slowly rose up, forming an inkstone beside Yan Hui. The Qi of Confucianism and Great Qin also poured into the inkstone from Yan Hui's body. As a demon, you crossed the border without authorization, entered my Qin land, and attempted to kill my king. Now Yan Hui, the Prime Minister of Qin, sentences you to death according to the Qin law. Yan Hui waved his hand and wrote down the word death on the rice paper. A trace of black gas gushed out of the breaker's body and covered the entire body of the breaker. The strong flesh within the breach even began to crumble at this point, and black gases swam around the demon's body, taking away vitality. This is the words of the Confucian sages, and it was backed by the enormous Qi of Great Qin and Confucianism. Breaker only felt that his body was slowly disintegrating, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop the intrusion of the Haoran Qi. All struggle is futile, revealing his true demonic form. He didn't even have a chance to strike. Chapter 86, The human race is united and the Great Qin will prosper forever. How? How is this possible? The voice within the break trembled and looked at Yan Hui with fear. This kind of power is infinitely close to the rules. How could it be mastered by mortals? Has he come to the wrong place? This is not the earthly realm. How randomly popping up and recognizing him could easily subdue him. He broke within the goodness of the Duke of Hell, one of Solomon's 72 pillars of demonic gods. On earth, there is absolutely no enemy. You can't be human. It can't be. Breaker yelled hysterically. That huge body had split apart in pieces. Under the word, it could do nothing but wait silently for its own death. The Duke of Breach. Turn stood on the ground a bit overwhelmed. Dude, didn't you get it wrong before? What is the absolute invincible on earth? This has gone without even seeing the face of Ing Zhen? If you violate my Qin law, you shall be executed. Yan Hui's cold voice resounded again. The broken interior, which was already in pieces, instantly crumbled. That huge body turned into bits of starlight and disappeared between heaven and earth. Turn instantly sat paralyzed on the floor, his eyes dull. It was as if he had guessed his end. It's over. It's all over. Turn muttered under his breath. He had experienced the ups and downs of life in that short hour. Back to the presidency from a dying prisoner. Even saw so much as a glimmer of hope of becoming the lord of the earth. Now, however, it's an instant drop to the bottom. Yan looked to Tun, the Fae. If he wasn't wrong, the breaking within just now should have been caused by this foreigner in front of him. Don't kill me. I'm useful. I'm very useful. I'm President Eagle Jam. I can help you unite the globe. I could have been a dog for Qin. Trust me, I'm very useful. Originally dumbfounded, Tun now came back to his senses. His strong desire for survival exploded, and he rolled and crawled to Yan Hui's feet. President Eagle Sauce? A flash of color flashed in Yan Hui's eyes. Is Eagle Sauce so bold? Didn't His Majesty just send 3,000 nukes over, and now he dares to jump? Yes, I'm President Eagle Jam, and I'm very useful. I can also summon demons. That's right. I'm special and can communicate with hell, so I can definitely help Great Qin. Don't kill me. Turn fell to his knees and begged bitterly. Yen Hui, however, did not want to say anything more, and with a movement of his mind, the soil on the ground seemed to have a life, gradually climbing up along Tun's legs, until it turns entire being into a clay statue. Whether you live or not depends on whether His Majesty is in a good mood or not. With that, Yen Hui gestured towards the sky and then turned to leave. He didn't kill Turn. It's not so much that he's President Eagle Sauce, but that he can communicate with hell. Before Ing Zhang gave the word, Yen Hui naturally would not take matters into his own hands. At Mount Li, inside the conference room, Jiang Shan watched Yen Hui's gesture and immediately understood, immediately sending someone over to bring Tun back. I am afraid that Yen Shang is not weaker than Venerable Xuanzang. After all, it is a Confucian saint, but Venerable Xuanzang has heard that there is the entire Buddhist qi added to the body, and now that he has entered the Great Qin, he can also mobilize the qi of the Great Qin, and Yen Shang should still be a little short of the mark. The crowd in the conference room discussed it. Nowadays, if Ing Zhang, the first emperor, doesn't take any action, he will be able to kill gods and devils at will with just these people under his command. Do your thing, and stop chewing the cud. Jiang Shan glanced at the crowd. Great Qin immediately unified. Later, like Yen Hui and Xuanzang, these that are not free to discuss the name of the person, contact Eagle Jam's side immediately and see if those people have recovered. Also, send ultimatums to the countries of Manhwa, Gaul. Make your choice by 12 o'clock tonight. Join Great Qin, or Jiang Shan's latter words were not spoken, but everyone present understood what they meant. Understood. Jiang Shan's assistant nodded and immediately contacted Eagle Sauce, while sending a notification to the Furry Bear and other countries. Eagle Jam. Inside the Security Bureau conference room, the purple glow in Willow's eyes receded, and he surveyed his surroundings in bewilderment. I don't know how long it took to come back to my senses. No. All right. Willows looked aside to Brenda. I suppose? Brenda responded uncertainly. Mr. President, the latest briefing from the Dragon Kingdom asks if business as usual is resuming on our side. In addition, Breaking Inside has been wiped out in the Dragon Kingdom and told us not to worry. And the Dragon Kingdom sent a notification to the Manhwa and other countries, with a deadline to make a choice within today. Listening to the intelligence officer's report, Willows took a long time to catch her breath. That was fast. Is that really not God reincarnated? Willows looked in the direction of the Dragon Kingdom and murmured under his breath. It was only at this moment that he was able to clearly perceive how terrifying Ing Zhang was. A demon that could easily destroy their Eagle Sauce within a single break. But when you run into that beginning emperor, there will only be one downfall. At the same time, Willows was relieved that the first emperor didn't seem to be unreasonable. At least there was no anger directed at them Hawk Sauce. Because of Turn. At this point Willows no longer wanted any ARC program. He was satisfied that Hawk Jam was able to join Great Qin without any problems. Nowadays, on Earth, he really couldn't think of anyone else who could block Great Qin's unification. Even if hell were to descend, I am afraid that the gods of the island would be destroyed by Ing Zhang's sword, just as they were that day. Immediately notify down. Make up a bulletin. We Eagle Sauce resolutely support the decision of the Dragon Kingdom. Before 12 o'clock today, we will launch all nuclear weapons against all countries that have not joined Great Qin, to carry out a total destruction bombing. Willows had no time to rest, and at once arranged for the back of the house. Also, notify those countries that have already joined Great Qin to participate at that time. After today, Great Qin will be the only empire on Earth. Nods from all in the room as Willow's words fall. Understood. With Dragon Nation and Eagle Jam coming on strong, Woolly Bear and Gaul, the three John countries are in a complete panic. The three countries held an impromptu meeting on the line. I told you to vote a long time ago. You have to drag it out. Well now, we're a target. Global targeting nowadays. Who the hell can top that? I'm not playing with you guys anymore. In 10 minutes, John will send out a notification of entry into Qin. With that said, John's representative hung up, leaving the representatives of the two countries, Woolly Bear and Gaul, staring at each other in disbelief. Brother, I'm down too. Without waiting for Manhwa to say something, Gao Lu also exited the video conference, apparently having made a decision as well. Only the representative of the Woolly Bear Nation was left in the video conference with a helpless face. No, he hasn't said anything yet. He didn't say he was going to continue to just go on. They furry bears are not cuties either. In this way, the three countries voted together almost coincidentally 10 minutes after the briefing from Dragon and Eagle Jam came out. The whole Earth, more than 200 countries, are all included in Great Qin. The human race is united. Chapter 87, The Real War. Countries around the globe. Almost at the same time, formalized the announcement to their populations. At the same time, the propaganda ministries of various countries began to guide public opinion. Fearing that these uninformed people would not understand the horror of Ing Zhang and do something to anger Great Qin, all riot control forces are patrolling the streets, and whenever anyone dares to march against them, they will immediately suppress them by force. In just one day, the entire planet was turned upside down. Today, the world is the world of Great Qin. The flag of Qin was raised all over the globe. Countless people were dumbfounded down at this moment. In particular, the people of the Dragon Kingdom shouted on the internet every day that if the old ancestors were still alive, the world would have been united long ago. I didn't think it would turn out to be true. Unified. To us, this kind of unattainable thing, Great Qin only used less than 3 days. Jiang Shan looked at the global map that had been updated and lamented. To be precise, Great Qin didn't do anything, just put out a word. Dong Jun stood behind Jiang Shan, a hint of longing hidden in the depths of his eyes. It wasn't power he craved, but strength. As a martial artist, what Dong Jun envied and longed for was the power of Ing Zhang's fists to shake the world. He did not seek to reach such heights himself, what he sought was simply a path. It belongs to the Tao of Wufu. It is a pity that the 3 great roads on earth are occupied by the 3 religions of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism, and there is no way ahead for the martial artist. It's time for us to get ready. Jiang Shan collected himself and turned his head to look at Dong Jun and the others in a serious manner. Us? Prepare for what? Dong Jun and the others looked puzzled. Now that the world has returned to Qin, the only thing they can do is to build up momentum for Qin and spread the faith for Ing Zhang. Other than that, how can they help with anything else? That's divine and demonic. Listen to that. How awful. That guy, with a mouthful of mortals. Although they were not happy in their hearts, they also understood that against such an existence, people could destroy them in a group with the move of a finger. The world is united. And next, it's time to change the heavens and the earth. There are gods in the sky, and immortals, and Buddhas. Regardless of how these gods and Buddhas were before, they are destined to be enemies in the future. The real war has just begun. Jiang Shan swept his eyes over the crowd and spoke. From the moment he joined Great Qin, he knew, they are, in the future, going to war with the gods. It is to ask with the heavenly immortals. The crowd looked at each other. Not a single person spoke up. They never bothered to think seriously about this. Or rather, never thought that this day would come so soon. Starting tomorrow, my human sages will preach at Mount Li, so all of you listen and learn well. Otherwise, when the sky collapses in the future, even if we have the first emperor in front of us, we won't feel too good. There was a hint of a knock in Jiang Shan's eyes. If these people hide behind Ing Zhang every time something happens to them, the status of the Dragon Kingdom in Great Qin will plummet in the long run. He had talked with Lu Dongbin before, and these individual sages who had joined Great Qin would take turns coming to Mount Li to preach. Strive to raise the level of the Dragon Kingdom's cultivation community a notch higher. Otherwise, when the sky falls, these people, won't even be counted as cannon fodder. Also, in the future, you guys also take some time out to go over to the Research Institute and familiarize yourselves with the latest achievements of the Research Institute. Jiang Shan seemed to have thought of something and reminded the crowd. Now globally, weapons of mass destruction are being developed. In addition, all countries have begun full-scale construction of nuclear weapons production lines, with plans to produce 1 million nuclear bombs in January. After all, it's the only weapon we have left that can do a modicum of damage to an immortal god. Nuclear weapons technology has been shared across the board, and some small nuclear weapons can be artificially carried for use. Well, it's just for you guys. Dong Jun and the others nodded. No one wanted to be a waste. Also, with the unification of Great Qin, there is always a declaration event. At that time I will go and communicate with His Majesty. In addition, Yanshang once revealed that His Majesty holds an avenue in his hands, which seems to be related to martial artists. Estimated. Great Qin officially out of the world to unify the world day, when His Majesty will set up this road. These days you search for some martial arts good seedlings, sent to Mount Li in advance to train a little. These words Jiang Shan said at Dong Jun. After all, among those present, only Dong Jun was a martial artist by birth, and no one knew more about martial arts than him. Really? Really? A hint of delight flashed in Dong Jun's eyes. They, Wolf, have a road ahead of them. Really? But what you have to do now is to go to the Kunlun Mountains to hand over and bring back that batch of zombies to suppress them in the Imperial Tomb's underground palace. Jiang Shan nodded. Bring it back and resuppress it? Don't you just find a Pacific island and throw a few nuclear bombs to euthanize it? Dong Jun and the others heard this and looked at Jiang Shan with doubt. What's the point of keeping those things? Well, though it is their old ancestor. But the old ancestor who had no spiritual intelligence and only knew how to kill and suck blood. It was better to continue lying on the board. How nice to be sent directly to some small island in the Pacific Ocean and thrown a few nukes to blow it to smithereens. Forgot what the first emperor said that day? Jiang Shan glanced at a few people and said, it was only after this reminder that the crowd reacted, and no one objected to anything anymore. But Ing Zhang had said that he would suppress these people for 1,000 years to vent his anger. Inside the Mountain of the Dead, on top of a huge bronze beast head, Ing Zhang stood with his hands folded, looking down at the empty bronze coffin below. Back then, the body of that ancient king was buried in that bronze coffin. Only now it's empty. Look at the traces. It's been out of the trap for I don't know how many years. Has it been moved? Or has it awakened? Ing Zhang's eyes narrowed slightly as he murmured, there are man-made robber holes inside this Mountain of the Dead. The odds are that a grave robber has been here. But throughout the interior of the Mountain of the Dead, there were no signs of any fights, and no one had died. Your Majesty. Yan Hui appeared behind Ing Zhang and followed his line of sight to the bronze coffin. It's awakened? Yan Hui asked with some uncertainty. Unclear. Ing Zhang shook his head. Throughout the entire interior of the Mountain of the Dead, he didn't feel a single trace of the bloodshed aura. Then is it a zombie? Yan Hui asked. He didn't feel anything himself. And extrapolating from the dusty cobwebs in the copper coffin, this one had been open for at least 100 years. If that ancient corpse had really awakened and turned into a corpse, the earth shouldn't have been so peaceful and quiet in these 100 years. Yes. Ing Zhang stared at the bronze coffin and gently nodded. He could feel the copper coffin, the subtle remnants of a trace of corpse chi. Then, if this one is necrotic, compared with you, Your Majesty, Yan Hui asked somewhat presumptuously. The corpse of that ancient king appeared an unknown number of years ago, though it was only a king, no more than the position of the first emperor of Ing Zhang. But it can't be helped that they're ancient. Such an existence was likewise suppressed for 2,000 years. Why does this sound so familiar? But that's just it. Perhaps even as you. Ing Zhang let out a light laugh and shook his head. He was able to be as strong as he was today, but not just by relying on the bit to raise corpses. Yan Hui, what do you mean it's not as good as him? Is he weak? He, Yan Hui, a Confucian saint and the Prime Minister of Great Qin. Is it weak? Chapter 88, Xiangyu, King of Western Chu. Yan Hui fell into deep self-doubt. No, he is at least a Confucian saint. Instead, Ing Zhang ignored the silent Yan Hui and turned around to leave Dead Mountain. He came here simply to clear up the confusion. There was doubt about that ancient corpse back then. Now that I've seen it, I don't care much about an ancient corpse, even if it's stiff. The heavenly orthodox god. He could even beat and kill them at will. Not to mention a tiny zombie transformed by an earthly king. The legendary zombie king, the drought demon shogun, wasn't even worthy of standing in front of him anymore. Looking at Ing Zhang's unconcerned back, Yan Hui helplessly shook his head. Alright, compared to this one, he, a Confucian saint, is indeed nothing. Even now, he was not sure what heights Ing Zhang would reach if he went all out. Tarzan, the foundation of Great Qin is located. Since the countries entered the Qin, the entire world's qi luck has been pouring into Taishan. An arcane bird formed from the arcane-colored national fortune of Great Qin hovered above the Jade Emperor's peak. Countless amounts of qi flowed into it, and the Xin bird's body became more and more solid. Wait until Ing Zhang snatches this world from the hands of heaven and earth. When the Xin bird comes out to cry, the battle with heaven and earth will officially begin. The 100,000 generals' gazes blazed at the Xin bird hovering over the Jade Emperor's top. They've been holding back for too long. These days, Ing Zhang was able to hang around outside, and every now and then some ungrateful ones came out to provoke one or two. They stayed here in Tarzan. It was boring as hell. Just as the 100,000 generals were sharpening the fury in their hearts. Not far from Mount Tai, within the city of Taiyan, a domineering and overwhelming aura rose up to the sky. The sky and the earth bloomed with haze, as if they were celebrating. Above the dome of the sky, the golden lotus blossomed and then fell into the city of Taiyan. Countless people were shaken in place by the scene in front of them for a long time before coming back to their senses. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what's this? What's this? The old ancestor of the beginning emperor is here? The haze fills the sky and the golden lotus blooms. I'm afraid only the old ancestor has this treatment. Right? Get the out of the way. Don't block me from going to Taishan to see my old ancestor. The people of the city went wild. They live in Taiyan, so they naturally know whose territory Taishan is. It is also known that Great Qin is located on top of Mount Tai. They can only think of something to do with Ing Zhang. For a while the people of Taiyan City frantically flocked towards Mount Tai, just to meet the real face of that lovely and charming old ancestor. Lick Sil. In the conference room, the assistant calmly walked behind Kong San. What happened again? This time, without waiting for the assistant to speak, Jiang Shan was the first to ask. Something's happened to Taiyan. Jiang Shan frowned at his words and put down what he was holding. About Tarzan? Kong San asked speculatively. In the land of Taiyan, only the movement of Taishan could attract their attention. Not sure yet. 10 minutes ago there was a vision of heaven and earth in Taiyan City. The sky was filled with haze and golden lotuses blossomed. It is uncertain if it is related to Taishan Di Qin, the assistant said as he brought out a video and handed it to Kong San. The haze fills the sky and the golden lotus blooms? Jiang Shan's frown tightened. This vision, no matter how you look at it, has nothing to do with Great Qin. If you want to say something about dense thunder clouds and raging thunder, it's mostly that Great Qin can't run away. But who in this haze is going to celebrate their enemies? Well, let Lu Zhu go over and check it out carefully. In this case, it's either the reincarnation of a deity or the revival of a sage. Jiang Shan put down the video in his hand. He's all figured out the routine of heaven and earth. By the way, has Taiyan produced any sages or buried anyone? Jiang Shan asked. Whether it is the revival of a sage or the reincarnation of a deity, the realm in which they appear is generally tied to their identity. Like Zhang Jiao, he crawled out of his own grave. An investigation has been done. Well, celebrities related to Great Qin, Taiyan does have one. The assistant nodded and said, Who? King of Western Shu. Xiang Yu. The assistant replied. HM? Jiang Shan was slightly puzzled. Wasn't this person from Jiangdong? The tomb of Xiang Yu, the Western Shu hegemony king, is in Taiyan, not far from Mount Tai. The assistant opened his mouth and explained. Immediately send someone to the tomb of King Chuba to take a look. Also, evacuate all the people of Taiyan. Jiang Shan quickly said. Also, the Archon's legion near Taishan was transferred there. Once this king of Chu was found to have anti-Qin thoughts, fire indiscriminately and shoot to kill. Wait until the people of Taiyan have been evacuated, and then you can use nuclear bombing if necessary. Kong San hadn't thought about making peace and pulling the strings or anything. The main thing is that this one, in life, was an enemy of Great Qin, the leader who set off the extermination of Qin. Although not the first to unveil, but Xiang Yu is the real death of Qin. Even afterward this king of Chu tried to dig up the tomb of the first emperor. Now it is to be true that he was revived by heaven and earth to come, that there is no possibility of peace talks at all. This one was born with the destiny of overthrowing Qin. The same is true of its doings. Even if he was willing to make peace, Jiang Shan guessed that Great Qin would not agree. Who, after all, would be on good terms with their own overthrower. Though the Great Han stole the throne of the Great Qin, but the one who really overthrew the Qin dynasty and tried to dig in Zheng's grave was Xiang Yu. As an order went down, the whole of Taiyan was surrounded by the topmost armed forces of the Dragon Kingdom. At the same time 10 or so rounds of DFL expresses go into a semi-start state and can subsequently be mission critical. At this point, the tomb of the Overlord, the Daoxian Huangqi wrapped the entire tomb chamber. This king of Western Shu is the king chosen by heaven and earth to revive and used to compete with Ying Zhang for the support of all beings on earth. It didn't choose any of the emperors, but only Xiang Yu, who didn't claim to be the emperor. After all, in the face of the first emperor, no matter how much merit you have, you are always inferior to Ying Zhang, the first emperor. Again, you are using the title of emperor set by Ying Zhang. Xiang Yu, the king of Western Shu, however, is in the eyes of heaven and earth, but he is in the right place. Bearing the overthrowing Qin's destiny, he was born to overthrow Great Qin. In terms of other things, this one may not be good, but in terms of war bravery, Xiang Yu also claims to be one of the best in the ages. It is most suitable to be the pawn of the heaven and earth rush. The boundless Xian Huangqi poured into Xiang Yu's withered bones. The meridians and flesh and blood were reborn, and in a few moments, this Western Shu hegemony king, who had passed away for 2,000 years, once again reappeared on earth. Boy, that really made Ginger guess right. Outside the Overlord's tomb, Lu Dongbin smacked his lips as he immediately rushed over as soon as he received Jiang Shan's order. It was a scene he was familiar with. The breath of that heaven and earth. He had felt it too. The king of the West Shu. Old road, I have done it. I should have known to pull Xuanzang that big monk together. Lu Dongbin gripped the long sword in his hand tightly. His heart was a little frightened. If it was Xiang Yu in his normal state, he, Lu Zhu, would not be weaker than him. But the key is that heaven and earth recovered Xiang Yu. There are Shen Huang's gas recast flesh heaven and earth Qiluk plus body. That's a lot to say. Chapter 89, The Head of the Heavenly Sword Immortals. Lu Dongbin took a deep breath and gripped the pure young sword in his hand. His Majesty should be back soon? After all, Taishan is the root of Great Qin. It should be soon, right? Lu Dongbin murmured under his breath. Ying Zhang should have sensed such a phenomenon in heaven and earth. He doesn't need to suppress Xiang Yu. As long as he waits for the return of the first emperor, all the difficulties will be solved. The king of Western Shu, after all, is just a brave and reckless man. What can be done if heaven and earth revive him? In Lu Dongbin's mind, he was still far away from Yingzhang, the first emperor, and Xiang Yu, the king of Western Chu. Sheathing his long sword in his hand, Lu Dongbin walked into the overlord's tomb with a serious expression on his face. Inside the overlord's tomb, that bronze coffin exploded. An 8-foot-long man with a magnificent figure and a strong face, dressed in ebony black armor, stepped out of the smoke. The former king of Chuba is back on earth. Xiang Yu slowly opened his eyes, and heaven and earth were eclipsed. Those eyes, unlike normal people, were born with heavy pupils. This is the eye of the emperor. It is recorded in history that Shun's eyes are covered with heavy pupils, and it is also known that Xiang Yu also has heavy pupils. Born with heavy pupils, courage and martial arts are unrivaled. Lu Dongbin also came within the chamber at this time, his pure yang grip tightening in his hand, his face tense. There is no mediocrity among those who emphasize pupils, throughout the ages. What's more, now Xiang Yu's double pupils are so bright that they make heaven and earth lose color. The endless Xian Huang Qi was returned to it. I am back. Again. Xiang Yu lowered his head and raised his hand, and there was a trace of confusion among his heavy pupils. He wasn't even sure why he had come back from the dead. At this moment, a gilt-colored pillar of qi light fell from the dome of the sky, enveloping Xiang Yu's entire body. Within moments, the pillar of light dispersed. When he saw Xiang Yu again, the confusion in his eyes dissipated and only a touch of fervor remained. Heaven and earth after 2,000 years. Ha 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 ha. I, Xiang Yu, am back. Xiang Yu looked up to the sky and laughed freely. This moment seemed to give vent to the unwillingness of 2,000 years ago. Cutting his own throat on the Wujiang River was the greatest unwillingness in his life. Unexpectedly, 2,000 years later, he was able to start over. It can also compete with Great Qin. Once again, I, Xiang Yu, am not weak to you. Yingzheng. Xiang Yu's eyes are full of confidence. That's what he said back then. And he thinks the same thing today. The destiny of the dead Qin that he carries on his back is not something that can be compared to Jingku, Zhang Jiao, or any of these. He once personally buried the last Qin king of Great Qin, Ziying. It even overturned the entire end of Qin. But you're worthy of being compared to the first emperor? Lu Dongbin snorted out a laugh. The king of West Chu is very top-notch, but he can't reach the level of Yingzheng yet. How can't I compare? Xiang Yu turned his head to look at Lu Dongbin, the uninvited guest, and did not get angry. I have said, Chu will replace Qin. Can you eat your words? In the past, Emperor Shi Huang had traveled to Huiji and crossed the Zhujiang River in a big boat, and Xiang Yu had seen Yingzheng from afar once, and said the words, he is replaceable. If the first emperor did not die, how did you replace Great Qin in the past? Lu Dongbin shook his head, treating him like a turd? You Xiang Yu so much, but not until the death of Yingzheng, you dared to jump up. Eloquence, book and sword to rule the country. Which point of the overlord can be compared to the first emperor? Lu Dongbin provocatively glanced at Xiang Yu. Books, swords, chess and paintings, I am not as good as them, and I don't care to learn them. Xiang Yu looked at Lu Dongbin frankly. When he was young, he was unable to learn to read and write. He could only memorize one person's name, and he could only learn to fight against one person with his sword, because those aren't the ones he wants to learn. You have to learn to be the enemy of all. You are the first to witness the return of the lone to the world. Lone cannot kill you. Kneel down and kowtow and join my Chu. Xiang Yu looked at Lu Dongbin proudly. He knew that he had come back from the dead this time, and that he was still burdened with the anti-Qin heavenly order. Back then, he raised his arm to fight against the Qin against the top, and tens of thousands of people followed him. Thousands of years later, he once again rebelled against the Qin dynasty, and 10,000 people could follow him. What Xiang Yu could not have imagined is that the times have changed and the people outside are not as opposed to Qin as they were back then. Who do you take me? Lu Dongbin. 4. LV Dongbin lost his smile at his words. He can submit to the Great Qin because Yingzheng has the power to do so. You, Xiang Yu, are pretending in front of Lu Zhu? Yes, you are blessed by heaven and earth, and you are blessed with good fortune. He, Lu Dongbin, might not be an opponent, but he wouldn't be crushed either. He, Lu Dongbin, Pure Yan Lu Zhu, Fu Yu Di Jun, Pure Yang Fu Zi, Lord Grace, Immortal Lord, enjoys countless honorable titles on earth. You're only a few titles for a king of Western Chu. You don't have to die. Xiang Yu looked at Lu Dongbin with regret. If you don't enter Chu, then you are the enemy. Then you have to die. Hearing this, a wide smile appeared on Lu Dongbin's face. You want to kill me? Lu Dongbin stood with his sword crossed. He couldn't die if he couldn't do it. Xiang Yu is not yet at that level where he can forcefully suppress him. At best, it is Xuanzang Qi full open, plus Yan Hui to help this kind of strength. Well, it's fine to beat him up, but if he wants to run, Xiang Yu can't stop him. Xiang Yu shook his head. It's not that Lone wants to kill you, it's that you deserve to die. As the words fell, a terrifyingly overbearing aura instantly pressed towards Lu Dongbin. Under that double pupil gaze, it became very difficult for Lu Dongbin to even lift his sword. The world says that I fly a sword to take a man's head, and I am very kind. There are indeed 3 swords, one to break the ignorant worry, the second to break the ignorant anger, and the third to break the ignorant greed. LV Dongbin gritted his teeth and muttered under his breath. His sword, instead of supreme killing, cuts down his own body. The 3 thoughts of greed, anger and dementia. Huge sword intent came out through his body. Countless sword chi surrounded his body, and finally chopped at Lu Dongbin himself. A trace of color flashed in Xiang Yu's eyes. That sword chi pierced through his body, and Lu Dongbin's entire body underwent a drastic change. The original Taoist child like Lu Dongbin began to grow up quickly and his hair became gray. Born in the shape of golden wood, the Taoist bone immortal-style crane top and turtle back, tiger body, dragon cheeks, phoenix eyes toward the sky, eyebrows into the temples, neck repair zygomatic dew, forehead broad body round. Huang Liang shrugged straight face color white yellow left eyebrow corner of a black child feet tattoo up like a turtle. Body length 8 feet 2 inches happy top Huayan scarf. This is what LV Dongbin really looks like. In this state, he would dare to use his sword. Not to mention the fact that Xiang Yu is standing in front of him, even if he is the first emperor of China. At the moment, he was the head of the world's sword immortals. Pure Yang sword immortal, Lu Dongbin. Over the overlord's tomb, the 2 figures watched the chamber. These 2 were none other than Ying Zhang and Yin Hui, who were still at Jieshur earlier. The moment the heaven and earth vision appeared, the 2 rushed back. After all, Taishan was the foundation of Great Qin, and it could not be stolen from its home by heaven and earth. This ancestor Lu, he has a few tricks up his sleeve. 3 swords to cut out all distractions. Among the sword immortal realm, if he can cultivate into the 6th realm in the future, and then cut the 3 thoughts, I'm afraid that I won't even be able to carry one of his swords. Yen Hui muttered to himself. A sense of crisis inexplicably appeared in his heart. All of them, they are the sages of the revival of heaven and earth. There are strong and weak, but without exception, they are all amazingly talented. All it takes is a little bit of opportunity, or a little bit of promotion, and the sky is the limit. Just like the current LV Dongbin, if he had the realm of Xuanzong, no one on the entire earth, except for Ying Zhang, would be able to block that pure yang in his hand. Chapter 90, The Chess Player and the Chess Pieces. Only, that would require Lu Dongbin to reach the immortal realm to have that strength. Nowadays, Lu Dongbin, after chopping off the 3 thoughts, would at most touch base with the immortals. If you touch Xiang Yu, you are not yet an opponent. Your Majesty, do you want me to make a move? Yen Hui looked at Ying Zhang and asked. Ying Zhang just shook his head, then looked towards the sky. The heavens and I are the ones who play the game. Yen Hui sniffed a little confused. Heaven and earth play chess with Xiang Yu, so I will play chess with Lu Dongbin. Ying Zhang retracted his gaze and looked at the overlord's tomb once again. This is not the old days. It's not like you can just pick out anyone from heaven and earth and put them on par with him. Ying Zhang and heaven and earth are both chess players. Going to fight with Xiang Yu, isn't that degrading yourself? You, heaven and earth, can strengthen Xiang Yu? Can't we help Lu Dongbin? Yen Hui nodded as if he understood what Ying Zhang wanted to do, then retreated behind Ying Zhang and looked into the tomb. At this point inside the crypt, Lu Dongbin stood with his sword in his hand. The sword intent that was so great and so young broke through the tomb room and formed a giant sword with red flames between heaven and earth. Sword cutting 3 thoughts. If you really let you become a sword immortal, you are worthy of the name of the head of the world's sword immortals. It's just a pity that you're going to die today. Never be able to become the sword immortal realm. Xiang Yu raised his foot and took a step forward. The whole world seemed to tremble. The great pressure, in an instant, once again pressed down on Lu Dongbin. Only this time, he could still swing his sword. I have a sword that has entered the sea to cut down dragons, slayed augurs in the sky, and moved mountains and overturned seas. Today, please ask King Chuba to receive this sword. Lu Dongbin's eyes were rounded, and all of his essence was poured into the pure yang in his hand. A sword was handed out as if a great sun was in the sky, with an endless burning sensation, causing everything in the entire chamber to instantly burn into ashes. Above that heavenly dome, it was as if a second sun had appeared. The double sun scorches the earth. Countless people looked up at the sky dumbfounded, somewhat unsure. Did I read that right? 2 suns? What's the situation? The sun that Hoi shot dead back then has come back to life? All air conditioning bills have to be doubled this month. This can't have anything to do with old ancestor Taishan, can it? 2 suns over the sky. This has to be something that only happens in myths and legends. The whole world saw the second sun above the sky. Unlike the public's enthusiastic discussion, the heads of the countries are now extremely nervous. The moment they announced that they were joining Great Qin, Zhongshan sent them a document about the Heaven and Earth War. It was clear to all that they were going to have to do battle with Heaven and Earth in the future. Now with the vision of the twin suns in the sky, they thought it was some kind of signal to go to war. Is it coming that fast? Brenda, how much nuclear stockpile do we have now? Willows asked as she looked to Brenda, who was off to the side. Inside the Eagle Jam Security Bureau, 7,000 or so. Brenda replied. I'll go into launch mode and wait for instructions from the dragon side. Yes. Brenda nodded and immediately went down to convey Willow's orders. Not only Eagle Jam, but the rest of the nuclear-armed states, almost coincidentally, gave the same order. Lixil. In the conference room, Zhongshan wasn't paying attention to the situation in the Overlord's tomb anymore. Why? Because he saw Ing Zhang's figure on the satellite surveillance. The first emperor was there. And the end of that what's-his-name king of Western Shu was sealed. There are no surprises. Commander, all countries have entered a state of emergency readiness due to the vision of the twin suns over the sky. Eagle Sauce, Furry Bears, et al. All nukes are in pre-launch. Zhongshan sniffed calmly. Nowadays, countries are performing and seem to be doing just fine. Well, tell them that this is just an appetizer on the eve of a big war. Don't need to be so nervous and cancel the nuclear pre-launch status. Zhongshan waved his hand. Then he walked over to the satellite surveillance screen and looked at the Overlord's tomb. At this moment, the 100 miles around the Overlord's tomb was turned into a field of fire. Under LV Dongbin's pure Yang sword intent, everything was set ablaze. At this time, Lu Dongbin's sword intent also came to its peak state. Xiang Yu just silently watched Lu Dongbin and did not make a move to interrupt Lu Dongbin from gathering his sword intent. He is the king of Western Shu, the enemy of millions of people, pushing the world's swords horizontally, and his bravery is unrivaled. He just wanted to blast his enemy with a raw punch at his strongest state. Shatter everything from the front. The gap between you and Lone is like a mole cricket and Heaven and Earth. Lone let you gather your sword intent. You only have a chance with this sword. Only one sword. Xiang Yu looked at Lu Dongbin proudly as he gave his opponent a chance to strike. And then suppressed with absolute power. Enjoy that feeling of constant strength. LV Dongbin's eyes showed a hint of flame. And he didn't say a word. The pure yang in his hand transformed into a great sun and chopped at Xiang Yu. This sword burns the sky and boils the sea. Even Yan Hui dares not swipe its front. However, Xiang Yu is not dodging or flashing, and the heavy pupils in his eyes blossomed into a burst of light. The Xian Huang Qi is added to the body, and all laws are inviolable. A punch was then thrown out without any fancy visions or moves, just a simple straight punch. But it was this simple punch that crushed the great sun. That dazzling blazing sun was instantly dimmed. This punch was a solid blast on the pure yang sword. In an instant, swords shattered and people flew. LV Dongbin flew out backwards and hit the ground hard. This all-out sword that he was so proud of could not even compare to Xiang Yu's ordinary straight punch. In the instant of collision, the sword shattered in an instant. Cough. Lu Dongbin coughed out 2 mouthfuls of blood. This thing, it's so inhuman. What Heaven and Earth have clocked. You can really do whatever you want. He can't even break the Xian Huang Qi on Xiang Yu's body, which is still a baron. To die. Beginning Emperor A, old Ancestor A, your old home is about to be stolen. How come you haven't come back yet? Lu Dongbin's heart was bitter. That's a hell of a thing for him to hold up. One more punch and he'd be dead this instant. Pure Yang, pure Yang. I'll come back to collect your corpse directly later. Looking at the fragments of the pure Yang sword all over the ground, Lu Dongbin was already preparing to bolt in his mind. If this doesn't slip by, I'm really going to die here. Xiang Yu, whom Heaven and Earth have clocked, is at this moment the spokesman of Heaven and Earth on Earth? Good lord. That Xian Huang Qi. It's too strong to be true. Lone will give you one more chance. Kneel down and kowtow. You will be spared from death. Xiang Yu's voice rang out. If it was someone else, he might have just punched and killed them. But with a talent like Lu Dongbin, Xiang Yu slightly moved to cherish his talent. If there was no Heaven and Earth to add to the sword, he might not have been able to receive this sword from Lu Dongbin. Without speaking, LV Dongbin raised his right hand slightly, put up his middle finger, and made an international gesture. Well, he just learned. Xiang Yu? Looking at Lu Dongbin's strange gesture, Xiang Yu was slightly puzzled. What do you mean? Lu Dongbin took advantage of Xiang Yu's daze and was about to bolt. But in the next moment he stood still with a hint of surprise on his face. Chapter 91, Seeking the World. Xiang Yu's original state of calmness and self-containedness also disappeared. His eyes were grave. A touch of scorn blossomed in his heavy pupils, and he tilted his head to look at the sky. A long sword hangs in the sky, releasing the aura of the world being submissive and the only one to be honored. Tai-Ah sword. Xiang Yu murmured from his mouth. Of course he'd seen the thaumaturgical sword. This sword of Wei Dao originally belonged to their state of Chu, and only returned to Great Qin after Qin swept the 6 kingdoms. It was not the sword that made Xiangyu stare, but the owner of the sword. Taiya's sword is here. Ying Zhang must have come too. Phew, I guess I don't have to sneak out. Lu Dongbin breathed a sigh of relief, his entire body completely relaxing. The beginning made his entrance. There's nothing for him here. Glancing at Xiangyu who froze opposite him, Lu Dongbin straightened his back. You have heaven and earth as your backing. And he, Lu Dongbin, also has the first emperor Ying Zhang. Come on, let's see who's tough backstage. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second. Xiangyu stood still as if he was facing an enemy. However, between heaven and earth, there was still only that Taiya sword hanging in the air. But Ying Zhang never showed up. No way. Your Majesty, don't play with me. Lu Dongbin looked up at the Taiya sword and his heart thumped. Where are the people? No, it's time to come out, sire. He really can't hold out. Just as LV Dongbin was rambling, the Taiya sword that hung in the sky suddenly erupted with a terrifying pressure. Immediately above Mount Tai, the great Qin state Luxian bird rose up into the air and disappeared into the Taiya sword. On top of the ancient long sword, the pattern of a basilisk bird appeared. Looking down on Lone, Xiangyu frowned. What does this mean? Just throw out a sword and the rightful owner doesn't show up. The words King of Westshu are not as good as Shi Huangdi. With the fate of heaven upon him, Xiangyu is no worse than Ying Zhang. Thinking about this, a trace of anger appeared on Xiangyu's face, and at that moment, the Taiya sword above the sky dome fell down in a stream of light. It flew straight towards Lu Dongbin. In Lu Dongbin's dumbfounded eyes, the Taiya sword was directly held in his hands. Under the boundless might, the aura on Lu Dongbin's body began to climb. The Xian bird transformed by the Great Qin's national fortune was transferred into Lu Dongbin's body from the top of which Taiya soared. Thank you, Your Majesty, for lending me your sword. Lu Dongbin looked in the direction of Mount Tai and arched his hand in greeting. He understood what Ying Zhang meant. Xiangyu like this is not qualified enough to go directly to touch His Majesty. Ying Zhang borrowed the sword Taiya and drew the Great Qin's national fortune into his body again. Now he was representing Great Qin. It is no worse than Xiangyu, who is empowered by heaven and earth. With the Taiya sword in his hand, Lu Dongbin had a bright smile on his face as he lifted his feet towards Xiangyu. Come on, for S sake. He wanted to see if this Chuba Wang Xin Huangqi could hold back the king's Dao Taiya in his hand. Ying Zhang. Xiangyu's face turned ugly as he gritted his teeth and shouted out Ying Zhang's name. What does this mean? You don't think he's worthy to be compared to Xiangyu? Xiangyu is just a pawn level? Borrowing the sword of LV Dongbin. Is this treating him Xiangyu as a minion like LV Dongbin? I'll show you what it means to have a heavenly destiny added to your body. So what if it's the first emperor? I can replace him. As Xiangyu's words fell, countless Xin Huangqi surged out from the heavy pupils in his eyes, protecting his entire body. The Xin Huangqi protects the body from all laws and nothing can break it. He was already invincible before the battle. With an empty grip of his right hand, heaven and earth's chi luck gathered and formed a halberd with 9 dragons engraved on it. Entwining heaven and earth's chi luck. Heaven and earth are not for you, Ying Zhang. To resist, Xiangyu held his halberd in one hand and shouted angrily. Then a halberd chopped out. Boundless chi transformed into 9 dragons to follow. The golden lotus of heaven and earth bloomed, and the haze rose in all directions to support the overlord. He's going to blast LV Dongbin with one blow. Don't you compare yourself to the heavens and the earth, and think of Xiangyu as a pawn? He just had to make Ying Zhang himself come down to confront him. You, Ying Zhang, are not above it all. Xiangyu blared angrily, and with a full force halberd, he saw that he was about to chop LV Dongbin into 2 halves. A cry resounded through the heavens and earth as the Xian bird transformed into a solid body to protect Lu Dongbin. That halberd chopped on top of the Xian bird, and no matter how hard Xiangyu tried, he could not advance an inch. Impossible. A trace of incredulity flashed across Xiangyu's face. This halberd of his contained his own overlord's power, and was even aided by heaven and earth. This halberd. It is impossible for anyone in the world to resist it. How could a mere Great Qin's fortune be blocked by a blow added to heaven and earth? Great Qin, how can it be compared to heaven and earth? Xiangyu roared, his whole body's strength gathered in his hands, desperately trying to chop that Xian bird through. Yet it was all for naught. There was no way he could inch forward one more inch even if he put his life on the line. Xiangyu staggered back 2 steps, a hint of dishevelment appearing on his face. He, Xiangyu, has the help of heaven and earth, and is blessed with boundless luck. Can't even break Lu Dongbin's defense? How can the fortunes of a nation be compared to those of heaven and earth? If Qin's fortunes were so strong, how would it have died in the 2nd century? Xiangyu's heart is filled with doubts and unbelief at this moment. A country is nothing more than an ant in heaven and earth. When did Qin become so strong? How can it be? Xiangyu gripped his halberd tightly, his eyes staring deathly at the national fortune Xian bird in front of Lu Dongbin. Ing Zhang is only returning from raising a corpse. How can he be compared to me? How can he be so powerful? Xiang Yu roared out, venting his depression. You are nothing but a zombie. Heaven and earth abhor you. He, Xiang Yu, returned from his ordination, and heaven and earth were clocked. No matter how you look at it, he is stronger than Ing Zhang. You're so hung up. Why did you die so easily back then? TSK, 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 is this the incompetent rage those juniors talk about? Lu Dongbin had an arrogant look on his face. Wasn't he a great pretender just now, kneeling down and kowtowing at every turn, backed by heaven and earth? I'll knock you down a couple of pegs. Now it's his turn to LV Dongbin. Be a man. Recognize your place. You are nothing more than an ant to His Majesty. In this case, if you kowtow to the Taoist master, the Taoist master will spare your life. You, Xiang Yu's face was furious. Kneel down and kowtow. You will be spared a death. Lu Dongbin flung the Taiya sword in his hand and arrogantly looked at Xiang Yu. Who doesn't know how to play the fool? With the Taiya sword in his hand, Qin's fortune is added to his body. It's his time for LV Dongbin. Little Xiang Yu. Ridiculous, ridiculous. Even if I am not as good as Ing Zhang, I am not something you can humiliate. Xiang Yu pointed his halberd at Lu Dongbin with one hand. If he couldn't break the great Qin's fortune, Lu Dongbin wouldn't be able to break his Xin Huang Qi. The power of the Taiya sword. The Overlord hasn't seen it yet. Has he? Today, so that I can show you the gap between you and His Majesty. Lu Dongbin sneered and lifted the Taiya in his hand. Immediately after that, a sword was handed straight out. This time he didn't perform any sword techniques, just a flat stab of the sword, with the great Qin's fortune entwined around it. There was still a trace of the Emperor of Beginnings might on top of that Taiya sword. Before this sword fell, the Xin Huang Qi around Xiang Yu began to collapse. How? Xiang Yu's teeth clenched. A hint of Ing Zhang's aura and he couldn't carry it already? This heaven and earth revived him back. ISNT at a fight with Ing Zhang. It's ING cannon fodder. Above the sky dome, Ing Zhang and Yan Hui calmly watched everything. With the world unified, it's time to take over the earth. Ing Zhang withdrew his eyes and did not continue to pay attention. Xiang Yu's outcome was already predetermined. Great Qin's national fortune had already coalesced, and with all things on earth subservient, he had been able to snatch the right of belonging from the hands of heaven and earth. Chapter 92, Devouring the World. What does your majesty want to do? Yan Hui also withdrew his gaze, no longer focusing on the situation inside the tomb. The end was in sight, and this Western Chu hegemony king elected by heaven and earth was even weaker than he had imagined. Not even qualified to walk in front of Ing Zhang. Lu Dongbin, who was blessed with the fortune of the great Qin kingdom, was already able to block this heaven and earth from walking on earth with his Taiya sword in his hand. I want the entire earth to belong to great Qin, Ing Zhang said softly. He is going to snatch the earth from heaven and earth in the true sense of the word. Today, the world is just being unified by great Qin, but the earth is still under the genus of heaven and earth. Has your majesty thought about it? Yan Hui froze in place at his words. The 365 positive gods of the heavenly court are not that easy to deal with. Those gods, unlike the island gods or the western demons. Yan Hui spoke with some concern. After Ing Zhang formally took over the earth from heaven and earth, those gods might be able to enter the earth. Nowadays, the earth is limited by the rules of heaven and earth themselves, and the 3 realms and 10 directions are not connected to each other. But once Ing Zhang snatches it, the earth does not belong to heaven and earth anymore, and becomes a world of its own. Then there are no more rules. Even if those existences of the ancient gods couldn't just come in, those 365 righteous gods could definitely break through the boundary. These positive gods, all of whom held a portion of the rules of heaven and earth, were not comparable to those whatsoever demons. Nowadays, among the great Qin, only Ing Zhang can touch it. In other words, after Ing Zhang had seized the earth, heaven and earth would be able to directly force open the boundary gates and send those 365 righteous gods over. Great Qin couldn't stand up to so many positive gods right now. No need to worry. Ing Zhang had a small smile on his face. The heaven and earth righteous god was indeed very strong, grasping a portion of the rules of heaven and earth. But so what? With the whip of the striking god in his hand, these 365 positive deities together, he would be able to settle them with a single whip. This is why Ing Zhang dares to seize control of the earth now. Mass immune? It's just a whip. Beings such as those of the ancient gods must never enter the earth in the first place. That would take time to slowly raise the power that the boundary gate could withstand. Listening to Ing Zhang's words, Yan Hui was somewhat speechless. Can he not be worried? Now that the entire earth is more than 200 foreign countries plus 100,000 generals of the great Qin, all of these people together cannot stand up to the impact of 365 positive gods. The righteous gods are also ants to me, so there's no need to worry. If the ancient god does not come out, I will be invincible in the 3 realms. Ing Zhang seemed to have seen Yan Hui's worry and spoke in a rare moment of comfort. Yan Hui looked at Ing Zhang with some shock. Did he hear right? When did His Majesty become so strong? Yes, he admitted that Ing Zhang was very strong. But he was not so strong as to treat those 365 righteous gods as ants. He had been paying attention to Ing Zhang in the past few days. There was nothing to increase his strength. If what Ing Zhang said was true, now was indeed the time for Great Qin to seize the earth. When the time comes for the earth to go out on its own, heaven and earth forcibly breaking the boundary can only send the positive gods over. And an existence like the ancient gods is not so good at crossing the boundary. Your Majesty has reached the ancient god level? Yan Hui asked carefully. Ancient god level. That kind of existence could be reached by non-human cultivation. I didn't see the Jade Emperor cultivate into an ancient god. That also went through more than 100,000 robberies. Ing Zhang glanced at Yan Hui and just smiled. Without saying anything more, he turned around and took a step out and went to Mount Tai. He's going to start preparing to devour the whole earth. To incorporate the earth into Great Qin in the true sense of the word. Yan Hui shook his head helplessly. The secret on Ing Zhang is even bigger than he imagined. At this time, in the Overlord's tomb, Xiang Yu collapsed to the ground, his armor shattered, and the heavy pupils in his eyes darkened. He hadn't resisted the might of the Taiyao sword after all. That protective Xin Huang Qi only lasted for less than half a moment before it collapsed. Taoist, I'm very reasonable. I will also give you one more chance. Kneel down and kowtow. You will be spared from death. Lu Dongbin held the Taiyao sword and walked slowly in front of Xiang Yu. Joke, there is no one in the world who can make me Xiang Yu kneel and kowtow. Xiang Yu spoke with disdain. He is the king of Western Shu. You can die, but you can't kneel. Lone can die, but only by his own hands. Xiang Yu said, with a movement of his right hand. The halberd shot out and pierced through his heart. He didn't escape cutting himself after all. In the past, he cut his own throat in the Wujiang River, but today he is pierced in the grave. Lu Dongbin froze in place holding the Taiyao sword, not expecting that this West Chu hegemony king was really as fierce as he was back then. Even when you live again and feel alive again, you still don't crave it. Say die. This sword. With just a sigh of exclamation, Lu Dongbin collected his mind and looked at the Taiyao sword in his hand. This sword is really fierce. Even Xiang Yu can't carry 2 swords. His Majesty didn't say to take it back now. So why don't we? Lu Dongbin's eyes lit up, thinking of Xuanzang. That day in Zhongnan Mountain. Was Xuanzang that a fat beating? He is in his heart. In this state, he can still beat up anyone he wants. Except for Ing Zhang. Looking at the Taiyao sword in his hand, Lu Dongbin shook his head and forced himself to wake up. No. Lu Dongbin shook his head a little sadly. Then he presented the sword with both hands, facing Mao Tai and said loudly, Lu Dongbin thanks your Majesty for lending him the sword. Xiang Yu has been eliminated, and he hereby returns the sword to your Majesty. After saying that, Lu Dongbin lowered his head and quietly waited for a response. However, several breaths passed and Tarzan didn't move at all. At this moment, Ing Zhang didn't care about any Taiyao sword or not. The domain enveloping Taishan was expanding wildly. He was now devouring the world with all his might, and completely incorporating the earth into Great Qin. Your Majesty? Lu Dongbin, who was slow to get a response, carefully called out again. A long time passed and still no response was received. If your Majesty does not respond, then, poor Taoist will temporarily keep Taiyao for your Majesty. Lu Dongbin's face wore a hint of snickering. It was not his fault. It was His Majesty's acquiescence. Yes, it's acquiescence. The light in Lu Dongbin's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Venerable Xuanzang, wait for me. Master Dao is coming for you. With a bright smile on his face, Lu Dongbin rushed towards the final mountain. The revenge of that day shall be avenged today. Carrying the Taiyao sword, Lu Dongbin joyfully went to Xuanzang. The heavens and earth were awfully silent at this time, but they seemed to be used to it, and no anomalies arose. Tarzan. Above the Jade Emperor's peak, Ing Zhang sits cross-legged and hangs in the void. A divine power is exerted to the fullest extent, encompassing the earth. The Great Qin domain spread extremely fast, and in just a few moments, it had already incorporated the Dragon Kingdom into the Great Qin domain. The domain spread faster and faster, and in a moment's time, it took over the entire earth. Today, the world is called the true Great Qin world. Heaven and earth can no longer control all things on earth. The right to belong to the whole earth has been completely taken into Ing Zhang's hands. Today's Ing Zhang is the heaven and earth on earth. Chapter 93, Humanity returns to one. Global shock. Tarzan. Ing Zhang raised an eyebrow and casually waved his palm. Buzz. In an instant, there were densely packed threads of karma appearing in front of him, all within his grasp. Now, the entire earth has been turned into his Great Qin domain, and he can control everything on earth with a wave of his hand. This earth has fallen into his hands and all things are fully vested. But, Ing Zhang narrowed his eyes and looked towards the sky, a deep color flashing in his eyes. Today, it's not enough. I want these 9 heavens, this heaven and earth, and these 3,000 worlds to be completely under my great Qin, even if it was an ancient god, the Jade Emperor, and the like. He wanted to suppress them with his backhand. Now, taking control of this earth is only the first step. The next step is the heavenly court, the spirit mountain, the western divine realm, and hell. In these 3,000 worlds, there were still countless existences waiting for him. Moreover, this time he himself took control of the entire earth with 100,000 things attributed to Great Qin, allowing the Great Qin domain to directly cover the entire earth, which would inevitably cause the heavenly realm's wrath. As if they were at the level of the righteous gods, I'm afraid they would all personally come down to make a move. But, now that he had the god striking whip in his hand, even if the righteous god came here, he would not be afraid in the slightest. After all, nowadays, with a single fall of his whip, he could directly overthrow 365 gods. As long as it was on top of the god sealer, then it would inevitably fall under his control. Immediately, Ing Zhang took out a token and spoke indifferently. Yan Hui, pass me the order. Call a global broadcast to announce the return of the earth. Highest level conference room. There seems to be something different about this heaven and earth. It feels like there are more rules of some sort. Does Mr. Yen have any ideas in his mind? At this moment, Zhang Shan and the others were discussing about the next step of development, and Yan Hui serves as the channel of communication between them and Ing Zhang nowadays. Long ago, he quietly left from Ing Zhang's side and attended this meeting. This earthly. Yan Hui stroked his beard. A deep color flashed in his eyes as he looked towards the distant sky. It's not the same anymore. The Great Qin domain has covered the entire earth. Now, this heaven and earth had been covered with visions, as if there was a black dragon's flag hovering in the sky. Sure, this kind of sight could not be seen by ordinary people, and some cultivators with weaker cultivation. Only existences close to Yan Hui's level were able to see a thing or two, especially during this period of time. He had been following Qin Shi Huang's sight to grow in his cultivation. What? Although it was said that he had expected it in his heart, the moment he heard the news, Zhang Shan still felt incredulous. He is a witness, so to speak, from the time Ing Zhang stepped out of the imperial tomb, to the step-by-step destruction of countless powerful people. Now to make the whole world bow down to him, to make the whole earth all in his hands, all this is incredible to him. Buzz! Right at this moment, Yan Hui was able to feel a blazing heat coming from his arms and immediately his eyes changed. From his bosom, he took out a token, which was constantly flickering and bubbling with a fiery red light. Immediately afterward, a booming sound came out from within the token, as if the heavens and earth were shaking. Pass me the order. Call a global broadcast to announce the return of the earth. At that moment, Yan Hui's breath boiled. On one side, Zhang Shan's face similarly shook. I'll make the arrangements. A global broadcast will be held immediately to announce the news. Soon, as the strongest nation on the entire earth today, the Dragon Kingdom held a direct global broadcast. Ahem. Zhang Shan, as the speaker and representative, cleared his throat with a hint of seriousness in his countenance. Gentlemen, an announcement is now being made to the world. Starting today, Great Qin's domain has covered the globe. All the kingdoms on earth are all vassal states under Great Qin, with no change in system, no change in territory, and everything as it was before, and at the same time will be under the leadership of Great Qin, and the Dragon Kingdom will be the center of Great Qin. If there is anyone who does not follow, Great Qin will be put to death, even though it is far away. Hearing these words, many countries all had a thump in their hearts. Although it was said that it had already been expected, it still felt very shocked when it heard the news. However, for them, this was already a very good result. After all, no matter what, Great Qin had not directly exterminated them, and they also retained the status of the original vassal states. The three beasts were definitely inferior to the Dragon Kingdom in status, but at least they wouldn't be very seriously threatened. Many people were clear that this Qin Shi Huang, they simply could not afford to mess with him. The example of the Demon Duke some time ago was still alive and well in front of everyone. After the announcement, the entire global network, especially the Longboy network, directly exploded. In particular, the Global Information Department directly sent out content prepared in advance in droves, utilizing a variety of video, as well as text and other forms of rapid dissemination, and the major platforms crazy to push the flow, and even issued some corresponding area. For a while, the entire globe had known the news. The earth is unified. I knew my charming old ancestor would be able to do it. It's all because of that god-killing Su Fu, who couldn't even find an immortality pill, causing us to unify the earth after so many years. It is proposed to unify the languages, and from now on all foreign languages will become dialects. My Zhang is just bull. Following the old ancestor, eating 9 meals a day. This world has finally become what I imagined it to be. The earth has finally been unified. Under the sky, there is no one who is not a king, and there is no one who is not a king in the rate of the land. There are many other global netizens that are speaking out. Many of them were all worshipful. Sure enough, the great Emperor Qin Shi Huang has finally incorporated our Hansa country. Oh my god. Bah! Oh my Qin Shi Huang. This earth is finally as you wish it to be. Starting today, I'm going to try to learn Chinese and goddamn English never again. Even though it had been planned for a long time, many of the people still blew up. Many people in the Dragon Kingdom were all very proud, especially since it was already very difficult to join the Dragon Kingdom. There is also the fact that many of the people who did not believe in it before are now believing in it. Many people from abroad have wanted to join the Dragon Kingdom and at the same time started to change their beliefs. After all, the entire earth is now under the control of Qin Shi Huang. No nation dared to disobey. After all, in the time leading up to this, Ying Zhang had already decimated the gods of the small days with a single direct sword, directly destroying the entire island nation. A very clear example that was still in front of everyone. For a while, the whole world was caught up in the discussion about the Great Qin, and there were speculations about the whole earth. Chapter 94, The Three Realms Shake. Seal the god list of the righteous gods. Rumble. Suddenly, in the sky 9 sky thunder landing. In an instant the whole dome of the sky and then shook. There is a flash of golden light, followed by slowly become dim, until completely annihilated. With that, above the entire firmament, countless figures slowly opened their eyes. Spirit Mountain. Golden light filled all around, and at the very front, there was a huge stone statue that looked like a Buddha, constantly releasing the aura of the Buddha way. Lord of the Spirit Mountain, Buddha Rudra. Buzz. Along with the dust from above slowly descending, the original sculpture had transformed into a real Rudra, with a flash of golden light shooting out from his eyes. With that, a sound like a flood of bells was emitted. Wake up! Rumble! At that moment, the entire Spirit Mountain under the mist, there are countless golden light emergence. One after another originally looked like a pink sculpture of the Buddha. All have been followed by the awakening. Among them, including Buddha Rudra, there were 4 ancient god-level aura fluctuations. In just a moment's time, the original dome of the sky had been transformed into a cloud of auspiciousness, with countless golden figures all emerging from it. Buddha Rulai nodded, and a serious look flashed in his eyes. Gentlemen, just now, there has been a major change on Earth that has gone out of our control. A 1,000-year-old emperor who was blessed by the heavenly officials and transformed from a human into a zombie has now stepped into the realm of a half-step ancient god. And since his great Qin domain has expanded to cover the entirety of the earth has been transformed into the domain of Great Qin. At once, in the middle of the area below, there were countless figures with flickering golden light, whispering. These Buddhist deities whose faces did not change color inside their normal days, now each and every one of their faces became extremely ugly. Breaking the control of the earth is a matter of great impact for the entire 3 realms. The moment, the goddess of mercy stood out, a light smile spreading across the corners of her mouth as she spoke. According to my disciples' observation, nowadays the incense on earth has been cut off from our spirit mountain, and once the incense is cut off, then the impact can be said to be a very great thing. At the same time, the golden cicada, also known as Xuanzang, who was dispatched some time ago, defected from our Buddhist sect precisely because of this one Ying Zhang. Disciple requests that the lion hunchback and a host of other demons be dispatched to deal with this earthly emperor. In his view, a group of demons in the lion's humpridge. However, Buddha Rulai shook his head and a deep color flashed in his eyes. He has already attained the half-step ancient god realm. Even the group of demons from the lion's camel ridge are no match for him now. And, as he said this, the corners of the Buddha's mouth lifted into a meaningful smile. On the side of the heavenly court, it will naturally step in. Hell. Rumble. A burst of shadowy thunder exploded, and with it caused the entire hell to shake. The matter concerning the loss of contact on Earth had already been made known to the entire hell, while existences such as the black and white irregulars, all of whom were already aware of the matter, had expressed their shock. It's broken. The earthly roster has been lost in the book of life and death, and has lost contact with the earth. More than that, the passageway to the earth has been blocked and there are no longer any dead entering at the moment. So it looks like we're going to be hit with a major change in hell for a while. Heavens, how could that earthly emperor dare to do such a thing? I'm afraid that the 3 realms will be shaken by this. Countless people will be shocked with it. Even the ancient god-level existences are shocked. The moment, in the deepest location of the hell, there was an extremely gloomy figure that, Ying Tianzi slowly opened his eyes, with a touch of coldness blooming as he muttered, "What a great tactic, a zombie in the district." Even 1,000 emperors have never had anyone do this since the beginning of time. Let this earth, for the time being, fall into your hands. Anyway, the heavenly court will definitely not sit idly by. Heaven. At this moment, on top of the 9 heavenly hall, there was a peaceful scene everywhere. Fabulous music keeps echoing. Sitting on his throne, the Jade Emperor's face looked very cozy. Ahead, a multitude of fairies danced and it looked like a great sight. Just then, suddenly, there was a figure that hurriedly stepped into the 9 heavenly hall. It was, indeed, the Violet Emperor. Oh, after the Jade Emperor saw this figure, his complexion became solemn and he waved his hand, and all the surrounding fairies dissipated with it. This one, however, was the head of the 4 royalty, possessing an extremely high status and strength. The Violet Emperor slightly arched his hand, his face solemn. Jade Emperor, just now the Shun Feng year and the 1,000 miles I obtained the latest news, that one of the Earth's 1,000 ancient emperors, Qin Shi Huang, has caused the Great Qin domain to cover the entire Earth, and now the entire Earth is out of control, and my heavenly court has cut off contact with it, and it is currently no longer possible to observe what's going on in it. Such a great matter concerns the 3 realms. Please ask the Jade Emperor to make a decision earlier. At that moment, the Jade Emperor slowly rose to his feet, a trace of coldness flashing across his face. This Zhang is so bold. Originally a dead body. I don't know why all of a sudden he was blessed by the heavenly officials to be able to survive, and instead of being grateful, he committed such an act. But to deal with him? It's a bit inappropriate whether it's me or the 4 Mikado making a move. The Violet Emperor pondered for a moment and opened his mouth to suggest, if that's the case, then why don't we send out 365 righteous gods to the earth to personally overthrow this great Qin, kill this demonic creature, and bring the earth back into control? May. The Jade Emperor nodded and spoke. Pass my order. The 4 Imperials themselves have taken action to open the gate between the 2 worlds. At the same time, send out the stars of the heavenly realm of the gods of the Do Department, with the stars of the Green Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Xuanwu themselves, and this Zhang must be eliminated. Yes, sir. The Violet Emperor nodded and immediately left to start making arrangements. The other side, the Heavenly Ministry of War, the Qingfu Zhengshan who received the news, the 3 realms chief of the 8 departments of the 365 Qingfu Zhengshan by Jin. Then his face changed. He was a positive god commander, as well as the Jade Emperor's military general, and was the highest-ranking figure on the god seal list. Immediately afterward, he directly summoned the 4 astrologers, his face very serious. Guys, this Zhang's strength should not be underestimated, but no matter what, we must kill him, and we absolutely cannot let the majesty of my heavenly court be wiped out. This battle must be won. Yes, sir. The 4 figures kneeling in front of them slowly stood up, all with a hint of seriousness in their eyes. It was, indeed, 4 righteous god existences, each of which exuded an extremely terrifying aura. Chapter 95, The Righteous God. The 4 starry nights strike. Earthly. Rumble. There was a violent sound of thunder, and suddenly, an explosion came from the sky above. At this moment, there was a green-colored divine dragon that descended from the sky, exuding an aura at the level of a positive god. The moment the breath rose and passed, the entire sky dome exploded with it. An old man wearing dragon armor and holding a spear in his hand, his entire body looking white-haired slowly revealed his figure. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes, and his gaze suddenly looked in the direction where Zhang was. Green Dragon Star. Deng Jiogong. Rumble. And this has just begun. Followed by a white tiger-like shadow, suddenly even emerged from the sky. A hissing sound was made towards this heaven and earth, and a violent killing aura erupted. A middle-aged man wearing silver-white armor and holding a large sword in his hand slowly revealed his figure. A heavenly killing aura erupted, blasting out in the direction where Zhang was. White Tiger Star. In Changxiu. Whoosh. With the vermilion bird-like flame, the other side of the sky suddenly emerged, and in an instant, the surrounding temperature rose with it, as if it had turned into a furnace. With that, a figure stepped out of it, holding a fiery red spear in his hand. Jupiter's Star. Horsefang. Buzz. The heavens and earth then shook, and a huge black Xuanwu shadow also appeared from the sky before landing in this one area immediately afterward. It was, of course, Shen Wuxing, Su Koan, a full 4 positive god-level existences. All of their names were on one of the 365 god seal lists, which was a full 4 stargazers striking out together. See this scene. Zhang, who was originally resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes, and a flash of light flashed through his eyes. Ha! The 4th Imperial personally took action and opened the gate between the 2 realms. What a good tactic, but it's a pity. I'm afraid that just sending out 4 righteous gods is still not enough. With his current strength, He had long since stepped into the half-step ancient god level. If it was the 4th imperial rank personally, then there might be a certain threat to him, but if it was just 4 astral beings, then there was no possibility of any threat at all. And, Ying slowly raised his head, a deep color flashing through his gaze as he looked towards the distant location. Spirit Mountain. Hell. Are you really not going to make a move? Hell. Bear. Along with the appearance of scarlet flames, there was a huge light screen that appeared in front of all the demons, and on it was playing the images of the earth today. Great! The 3-headed dog of hell licked the corner of his mouth, revealing a bright red color of blood, and spoke faintly. This Ying, who broke the connection between earth and the major worlds, will surely pay the price, for righteous gods have been deployed this time, which will also be enough to obliterate them. Many of the surrounding demons were also murmuring. Each of their gazes did not leave that one curtain of light in anticipation of the battle that was about to take place next. No! In the midst of the profound darkness, a figure slowly emerged with a face that looked white. The moment he spoke, all the surrounding demons all closed their mouths and listened in silence. The 4 Micas don't make a move. This earth is still great. Qin, Satan, the Lord of Hell, spoke slowly. This Ying, if you have the chance, you can bring him under my command. Rumble. At this moment, above the earthly sky, along with the slow opening of that boundary door, the 4 Star Lords all rushed out, releasing violent energies that destroyed the boundary door in an instant. Nowadays, this gate of the 2 worlds was only able to accommodate the entry of 4 astral lodges at the level of a star, and higher level existences would need to continue to open the gate of the realm. However, in the eyes of the 4 stargazers, it was enough for them to strike. The Emperor of the Earth, Ying, Deng Jiogong, the leader of the Green Dragon Star, gripped the lance in his hand and stroked his white beard. The Jade Emperor has decreed that, considering that you have been blessed by the heavenly officials and are considered a member of the living beings on earth, and that it is not easy for you to survive, if you submit obediently, you can serve in the heavenly court. Before coming to the time, Bo Jian has already spoken in person, and if it is possible to recruit this Ying, then it would be best to do so. After all, they can sense that the fate of the world is now tied to one person, the ancient Emperor Ying. If we say that if we kill Ying rashly, it will instead destroy the earth's qi, and thus we will fall flat on our face. However, after Chen Longxing finished saying these words, Ying seemed to have no reaction at all. His face remained indifferent. At that moment, Qin Longxing raised his eyebrows and flashed a hint of anger. I'm giving you one last chance, half an hour's time. If you are not willing to submit, then the 4 of us will be nonchalant. When the time comes, the consequences will not be a result that a devil like you can bear, and the whole earth will be destroyed by your hands. The 4 of them were not like the Jade Emperor and other ancient god-level existences who could see through the realm of this Ying at a glance. In their opinion, this Ying's realm was at most only that of a positive god. Moreover, it was still a pseudo-god that hadn't entered the god sealing list and couldn't be talked about as a true god. All 4 of them were gods affiliated with the seal of gods, blessed by heaven and earth, and were bound to be stronger than each other. For a while, the entire earth that heard these words were all thrown into a state of confusion. Zhang Shan's face also turned ugly, and he immediately called for an emergency meeting, while inviting Yan Hui to come in person. Everyone, how should we respond to this heavenly court god? Today, the situation is indeed very urgent and a decision must be made within half an hour. Yan Hui smiled blandly, a deep color flashing through his eyes. I thought you called me here for something important. You don't have to worry about this matter. On His Majesty's side, arrangements have long been made. Hearing these words, a look of dismay flashed through Zhang Shan's eyes. Arrangements? What arrangements can be made when it's already such an emergency? Although they naturally had no doubts about Ying's strength, but now this was a righteous god above the heavenly court, and this was also a righteous god listed on the god seal list. A god of this level was very terrifying, and was many times stronger than even that demon dupe from before. Could it be that Mr. is going to make a move? Zhang Shan asked with sudden curiosity. Yan Hui shook his head inside. These are the 4 righteous gods on the sealed god list, not ordinary gods. Even I don't have a chance of winning. But, now there is someone who is about to strike. Chapter 96, Borrowing a Sword. Chopping the 4 great astrological constellations. Buzz. At this moment, there was a figure holding a sword, slowly rising from the sky. The moment this figure rose, immediately, Zhang Shan's eyes changed, flashing a hint of surprise. Lu Zhu, Lu Dongbin? Is he up to it? Not long ago, during that battle of Xian Yu, Lu Dongbin was not even necessarily Xian Yu's opponent. The current Lu Dongbin, even though he had already chopped the 3 faces, was at best able to touch base with the immortal realm, and there was still a very long way to go before he was a true god. Not to mention that these 4 are the gods on the god sealing list, which are vastly different from ordinary gods, making them even more difficult to deal with. Take your time. Yanhui took a sip of tea and a deep color flashed in his eyes. Even if these gods on the god ceiling list are indeed very terrifying, His Majesty has long since departed from this level now. It's not as if he'll make a move if the heavenly court casually sends out a few righteous gods. This is the Emperor of the Ages, the ruler of the earth today. To go and make a move against the 4 ordinary star hosts would then basically mean that they were lowering themselves to something that was completely unnecessary. Jiang Shan nodded, suddenly realizing something and looking to the sky expectantly. At this moment, in the sky above, Buzz, Lu Dongbin was holding a sharp sword, a white blade slowly sheathed, with a touch of golden light in his eyes. The sword intent of the pure young sword erupted in this instant, suddenly burning in the sky. Nice! Vermilion Bird Star spoke slowly, a hint of appreciation in his tone. Lu Dongbin, you are indeed a talented person. In time, you might be able to step into the realm of a true god, but right now you're still too far off. Telling Zhang to roll out obediently. You're no match for the 4 of us. Boom! Before the words fell, Vermilion Bird Star took a step forward, and immediately the entire sky trembled with it, and the mountain-like pressure was instantly pressed on Lu Dongbin's body. However, Lu Dongbin, who was right in the center of the pressure, didn't seem to have the slightest reaction. At this moment, he slowly opened his mouth with a hint of teasing in his tone. In this heaven and earth, there are currently very few people who can make your Majesty's hand. Today, with my own strength, I naturally can't deal with a 4-dimensional god, but I can borrow a sword. Rumble. Before the words fell, in the mountains behind him, a lightsaber suddenly emerged. In that instant, a trace of gravity flashed through the eyes of all 4 gods as they looked at the long sword that had suddenly appeared in the sky. The Emperor's sword. The Taiya sword. This Taiya sword had long since ceased to be the Taiya sword of the past, and after being carefully cultivated by Ying Zhang, it had now reached a level close to that of an ancient god. A sword that can cut through heaven and earth. Phew! King Longsingtong Jogong took a deep breath, a hint of scorn flashing in his eyes. He could very clearly feel the sharp sword aura emanating from this sword, causing him to feel a hint of fear. It was a feeling that he hadn't felt in a long time. From the deepest part of the heart, the fear of the strong erupted once again. On one side, White Tiger Star gripped the greatsword in his hand tightly, and a hint of killing aura erupted from his eyes. Even though, so what if there is a so-called sword? The power of this sword is indeed very good, but you, a guy who has not even stepped into the immortal, how many points of strength can you bring out? Ha! Lu Dongbin stood with his arms folded, a hint of arrogance flashing in his eyes. 30%. But 30% is enough. 30%? Is he kidding me? At this moment, a trace of incredulity flashed through the eyes of all 4 stargazers. If just one of Ying Zhang's sword blades was brought into play, 30% of his strength would be able to defeat them. This then means that the gap between them and Ying Zhang can be said to be vastly different. Such a level of strength they had only ever felt in the body of an existence like the 4 royalty. Could it be that this Ying Zhang's strength was already able to rival that of the 4 royal levels? Just as the 4 of them were imagining things, that Taiya sword, which was located above the sky, suddenly erupted with a very terrifying pressure. Immediately after that, from above Mount Tai, there was a Xian bird representing the fortune of the great Qin dynasty rose up in the air, and then immediately disappeared into the Taiye sword, just like when he fought against Xiang Yu. The pattern of a heavenly fate Xian bird appeared on top of this ancient long sword. The heavenly fate Xian bird, combined with the Taiya sword, above the vault of heaven, through the door of the realm that hadn't completely shattered yet. The Ziwei Star Monarch, the head of the 4 Imperials, looked towards the ancient Taiye sword with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Can't it be that this Ying Zhang looks down on my 4 Star Lords of the Heavenly Court? Violet Stargazer flashed a hint of doubt, and inwardly had to be skeptical. What kind of thing is it to just throw out a sword when the main guy doesn't show up? To put it bluntly, this was looking down on their Heavenly Court, not putting them in their eyes at all. Buzz. The corners of Lu Dongbin's mouth curled up into a smile as he slowly stepped forward to hold the Taiya sword in his hands. Under the boundless energy boost, the aura on his body continued to climb in an instant, and the great Qin's national fortune transformed into a Xian bird, which was injected into his body, and in an instant, his figure became incomparably grandiose. Nowadays, he represented the might of great Qin within his body. It is equivalent to the incarnation of that 1,000-year-old emperor, Ying Zhang. At this moment, his aura was surprisingly, to a certain extent, not the least bit weaker than these 4 astral beings. That moment, a trace of shock flashed through the eyes of all 4 Starlords as they fiercely stepped forward, wanting to get a head start on him before he did. Rumble. However, it was too late. Lu Dongbin gripped the Taiya sword in his hand tightly and slowly swung it out towards the front. An instant with a boundless burning sensation, In the middle of the entire sky erupted a flame-like giant sword appeared in everyone's eyes, erupting towards the front. It fell with a bang. At that moment, countless people stared at the sky in dumbfounded disbelief somewhat. Gollum, even Jiang Shan, who was a bit doubtful at first, couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of saliva at this instant. The sword intent that erupted from that sword blade just now was already not the least bit weaker than the power of countless nuclear bombs. If this had fallen on Earth, I'm afraid it would have directly destroyed the Earth. Along with the sword energy slowly dispersing, the only thing left behind in the original spot was the 4 stargazers, who couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood from their mouths, all looking a little shriveled in breath. Obviously, under this sword, even these 4 Star-Lords on the Seal God list had already appeared to be seriously injured. Just now, if it wasn't for LV Dongbin's deliberate retention of his hand, I'm afraid, they have fallen on the spot. Guys, the corners of his mouth curled up in a slight smile. I wonder, how about this sword of mine? Chapter 97, The Might of a Sword. The 3 realms shake. Heaven. Immortal aura wafted around and there was a peaceful scene everywhere. The Jade Emperor was tasting the peaches. A deep color flashed in his eyes, and his fingers gently tapped the chair. A few moments later, there was a figure that came in a hurry. Jade Emperor, there's an emergency to report. Just now, the 4 great stargazers have been dispatched to the Earth. The Jade Emperor raised an eyebrow, the corner of his mouth quirking up into a smile. Failed, didn't it? That's normal. This demonic creature's methods are extremely terrifying, and with the strength of the 4 great astrologers, it's only normal that they're not his opponents at all. The words were not yet spoken. The Z-Wei astrologer shook his head, flashing a trace of bitterness, and couldn't help but open his mouth. Jade Emperor, the 4 great stargazers that our side sent out just now, that one Qin Shi Huang never showed up from the beginning to the end. Just by sending out Lu Dongbin, holding the Taiya sword, he had already defeated the 4 great star destroyers, and if he hadn't deliberately stayed behind, I'm afraid the 4 great star destroyers would have fallen by now. Hearing something like that, snap, the peaches in the Jade Emperor's hands couldn't help but fall to the ground. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't help but open his mouth. This Qin Shi Huang, although it's just a phrase of a demonic creature, I didn't expect it to actually have such a skill. With his means, he had naturally managed to spy that this demonic creature named Qin Shi Huang Yingjiang was afraid that its strength had already reached the level of a half-step ancient god. I'm afraid that if it wasn't the case that the 4 Imperials were out to fight, there was almost no one in the 365 divisions of the gods who could suppress him. The only people who could suppress him, I'm afraid, would be the 5 Yu Emperors or Qingfu Zhengshan Bojian, in the case of a personal strike. However, all with such a high level of combat power, the Jade Emperor naturally would not agree. But this demonic creature now occupies the Earth and cuts off the connection between heaven and the Earth. Regardless of the reasons and justifications, he had to send out the strongest members of the heavenly court. Otherwise it would be equivalent to provoking the dignity of their heavenly court, and all of them would be disgraced at that time. After all, according to the Jade Emperor's estimation, it was now expected that the 3 realms in 10 directions were already watching. That was why he had sent out the 4 great stargazers, and even if they were defeated in the end, they would still be able to salvage a little bit of face. However, the thing that made him unexpected was that he actually lost despite sending out the 4 great stargazers. And, just one sword. With this sword, it was actually possible to cut down a stargazer, and it was still a true god-level existence. This already indicated one thing. This Qin Shi Huang Yingjiang's strength had reached an unprecedented level, perhaps able to be compared to that of Bo Jian. Even, it was able to reach the level of the 4th royalty. After thinking of this, the Jade Emperor's eyes immediately changed in the middle of his eyes, and then he directly threw out a token. Pass on my immortal orders. Order the Qingfu Zhengshan, Bo Jian, to dispatch the lords of the 8 divisions to capture this demonic creature immediately. Prevent him from endangering the 3 realms. Yes, sir. At this moment, the Violet Weather Star Sovereign hastily nodded, and after receiving that one immortal order, he quickly went to make arrangements to prepare to send out the lords of the 8 divisions. At the same time he had realized that the Jade Emperor had taken this matter very seriously. After all, the previous time when the 4 great Starry Knights were sent out was merely verbal, whereas now it was a direct throw out of the immortal order. This meant that on Bo Jian's side, even if he didn't personally take action, he had to personally press on, and at the same time, he had to fulfill this order, or else he was afraid that he would face very serious consequences. Watching Ziwei Xingjuan's back as he left, the Jade Emperor slowly nodded his head, his gaze looking down to the lower realms of the range. Under his breath, a muttering sound came out. This earth, the change of chi to a new owner, whether it is good or bad. Olympus, the mountain of the gods. Ha! This earth, it seems that it really isn't simple. Just a few moments of age, and already such characters have appeared, that even the heavenly court can't manage it. The king of the gods, Zeus, who was in charge of the authority of thunder and lightning, had a smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. From the very beginning, he had known about the loss of earthly contact, but the Olympus didn't make out any moves. It was because they knew very well that their Olympus rank was not many times lower than the heavenly court. The strongest person in Olympus, that is, Zeus, was now only a mere half-step of the strength of an ancient god. As for the other 11 main gods, they were only at the level of gods, slightly higher than the 4 stargazers, but not much worse than the peak of a proper god like Bo Jian. Behind, there were 11 figures that slowly appeared, each with an aura that had reached the level of a positive god, with a hint of respect in their eyes. Hermes, Zeus spoke slowly, a hint of ice in his tone. What is it now already? Hermes fell to his knees, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. At the moment we are in a very bad situation. After losing contact with the earth, there is no longer any earthly faith produced. If that continues, I'm afraid our Olympus will be completely destroyed because of the loss of faith. Thus, this statement is not a lie. The situation in Olympus today can be said to be as bad as it gets. After all, compared to the heavenly court, they were arguably one of the first divine realms to cut off their ties with the earth. Under such circumstances, their power of faith could be said to have dropped drastically. Zeus' eyes flashed for a moment, then he spoke faintly. Old friend, you guys should be in pretty bad shape too. Why don't you come out and meet us and have a nice chat? His gaze looked into the depths of the mists, from which there were some figures slowly stepping out. Buzz, with the mist dispersing, an extremely terrifying divine power was emitted. The leader of them, like Zeus, the king of the gods, had all reached the half-step ancient god level. It was, of course, Odin, the king of the Norse gods. Behind him are Thor, Loki, Bragi and other Norse gods. Zeus, Odin spoke slowly, a hint of gravity in his tone. Things are not looking good today. We must hurry up and make countermeasures. Otherwise, if the earth continues to fall into his hands, it can be considered a very big crisis for us. At that time, no matter whether it is Olympus or our northern Europe, all of them will have a crisis due to the lack of faith power. Part of the reason they were in control of the gods was due to their power of faith, and now the great Qin domain had completely covered the entire earth. It was equivalent to cutting off all their connections, something that could be considered a devastating blow to them. The corner of Zeus' mouth curled into a smile as he spoke faintly. How about this? Assuming that heaven cannot resolve this crisis, then, you and me personally. Chapter 98, The 8 Gods and the 4 Heavenly Kings. Heaven. Yes, sir. After receiving the order from the Violet Star Sovereign, Bo Jian nodded his head on the ground, and a trace of icy coldness flashed across his eyes as well. Just now, even he himself hadn't anticipated this matter, but he had sent 4 stargazer-level righteous gods. In this case, according to the normal situation, the least that should be done is to fight a lose-lose situation, but that Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum, instead of making a move, merely sent out a Lu Dongbin, having nearly decapitated the 4 great astral hosts while holding the Taiyao sword. This level of battle power struck fear into his heart. At this instant he felt that even if he personally took action, he would not necessarily be a match for that Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum. It was likely that the opponent's strength had already reached close to the peak of a positive god, and with the addition of earthly fortune, it was likely that he would be able to reach a half-step of an ancient god. An opponent of this caliber could only be assured by the 4 Imperials themselves, but since the Jade Emperor had already given the order down, he had to do it. That's why he said that he directly took out a roster from his hand, and after looking at it for a moment, he then opened his mouth faintly. Upper 4 divisions: Thunder, Fire, Plague, and Fighting. The 4 lower divisions: the stars and lists of stars, the 3 mountains and 5 mountains, the steps of rain and rising clouds, the gods of good and evil karma. Lord of the 8 divisions, hear the order. Nowadays, due to the loss of the seal of gods, it is said that only the roster can be used instead, but this roster also has a certain role. As long as one was able to hold the roster, then it would be equivalent to grasping the 365 positive gods, and one could quickly call them over by casually shouting. Sure enough, the moment his words fell, 8 very terrifying figures had appeared in front of him, each of them reaching a level close to the peak of a positive god. With 8 gods of this level, even Paikan would need to get serious if they were to say under a joint effort. Ministry of Thunder. 9 Heavens Ing Yuan Thunder God Po Wa Tianzun. Wen Zhong. In. Southern 3 Air Fire Virtue Star Lord Zhang Shun. Luo Xian. In. Plague. Along with a command, all 8 figures present opened their mouths, each of them emitting a very terrifying aura, gripping the weapons in their hands tightly, clearly entering a state of battle readiness. This time, it was the Jade Emperor himself who ordered it. Pai Jian spoke faintly. a hint of seriousness in his eyes as he looked toward the 8 gods below. At the same time, I will personally conduct the press. This battle must be won. Yes, sir. An extremely terrifying aura emanated from behind all 8 gods before condensing 8 positive god-level idols, which were unknown how many times stronger than those 4 gods from before. After all, this was the Lord of the 8 ministries. Each of them had an extremely high divine position, and even in the case of a single fight, looking at the entire heavenly court, there were not necessarily many people who could defeat them. And now with all 8 gods joining hands, they were very confident that they would be able to defeat the demonic creature. In particular, these 8 gods had been prepared from the very beginning, and if those 4 gods failed, they would immediately come out. Get ready, I will personally open the realm gate again in a moment. Paikin spoke faintly. When the 8 of you go down, you must remember that even at the risk of falling, you must capture that demonic creature. You must win. As he said this he hesitated for a moment, then once again took out a roster, followed by a moment of thought, then spoke. 4. I wonder if you guys are interested. Strike together. The moment his words fell, a trace of gravity flashed through the eyes of all 8 gods, and then they all raised their heads to look into the sky. In the middle of the sky, there was an extremely dense mist. These mists appeared to be very deep, enough to block the gods' vision and even make it directly impossible to see what was going on in them. Yet in this moment, after hearing his words, from them slowly came, extremely grand, 4 voices. May. As the words fell, a crack exploded in the entire sky. The ripples that formed caused everyone to all change their faces. Even the Lord of the 8 divisions carried a hint of seriousness. After all, the strength of these 4 was not below them, especially since these 4 had been guarding the various regions for so many years. It was said that they all had extremely terrifying strength, and back in the day, they could be called deserving gods. Back in those days they were known as the 4 generals of the demon family, having conquered countless regions, and many people called them the well-deserved demon gods. Today, they have been named the 4 heavenly kings. Rumble, accompanied by a sound like a thunderous explosion. 4 figures were revealed from the midst of the mist. There was an extremely tall figure with a sharp sword in his hand, just like a giant. Growth of the King of Heaven. Devil's right green. There was a huge figure with an umbrella in his hand and an iron face with a touch of seriousness. The King of Many Wonders. The magic gift red. There was an entwined white snake, and the whole person looked furious, like a demon god. Wide-eyed heavenly king. The devil Rishu. There was another with a lute in his hand, slowly opening his mouth, and the whole thing looked full of majesty. Holding the King of Heaven. The Sea of Devils rights. The 4 generals of the devil family in the past, and now the 4 heavenly kings, revealed their figures at this moment. Looking at these 4 heavenly kings as well as the lords of the 8 divisions standing below, Bo Jian shook his head, a serious look flashing in his eyes. Guys, in this battle, I'll be troubling you guys now. Yes, sir. The 12 figures all nodded their heads. Each of the gods exuded a different aura, but each one was enough to shock the heavens and move the earth. Buzz. Bo Jian personally made a move and once again tore open a spatial rift. A fluctuation of space appeared in front of him, and with that, the door in the middle of the realm opened up, and a dark rift appeared. Gentlemen, please. With his voice falling, 12 figures struck out, all of them stepping into the spatial door in unison, with a hint of killing aura in their eyes. With that, they disappeared, transforming into 12 streams of light. Bo Jian smiled blandly and looked at the spatial rift that was gradually closing. To be able to make the Lord of the 8 ministries and the 4 heavenly kings take action, Qin Shi Huang, you two can truly be called the Emperor of the 1,000 years. And this is the face that the heavenly court has given you. Whether or not you can capitalize on this opportunity depends on your own luck. Rumble. In the next moment, his figure disappeared with him, disappearing into a stream of light, and he also didn't enter the spatial rift, and with it, he entered the earth. Chapter 99 Pinnacle of Positive God. Detector Explosion. Dragon State. Conference Room. At this moment, in the middle of this conference room, Zhang Shan and the others were sweating profusely. In the meantime they have opened up control and can use nuclear leveling at any time. But, it's too hard. It's just too hard. Although he said that he very much believed in Lu Dongbin's strength, it didn't mean that he thought that Lu Dongbin would be able to defeat the 4 righteous gods, especially since these 4 gods weren't even ordinary level existences. Every single one of them was listed in the god's ceiling list, which meant that they were unknown how many times stronger than ordinary gods. If this was lost, they would lose face then. Mr. As he thought of this, Zhang Shan turned his head to look at Yan Hui by the window. In front of Yan Hui, there was a chessboard on which the black and white discs moved on their own. It seemed to be using the idea, playing chess with itself. Gollum. Zhang Shan swallowed a mouthful of saliva and opened his mouth. Sir, I have a question. how's the fight in the sky going? He was just an ordinary person and didn't have that high of a cultivation level, so naturally he couldn't see the battlefield above the sky. However, during the time just now, his men had already made a report, and it was said that violent energy fluctuations had appeared, and the fluctuations above the sky seemed to be very terrifying, and if it really spread out, it would be enough to destroy the entire Earth, and it would be completely no less than some of the special weapons that they had in their stockpile. Yan Hui smiled bashfully, his fingers gently pushed forward, finally placing the first black stone at this moment. This chess game has been decided. No matter how much is said now, there isn't much point in saying anything more. Long before this time, His Majesty had become the true chess player. As for the state of the sky, lol, a mere 4 positive gods. What is that? Buzz. Hearing such words, Zhang Shan felt a buzzing in his head, as if he had heard some kind of special words, and finally nodded his head. Looks like a win. This also made him breathe a sigh of relief. At the original time I thought that Lu Dongbin would be in great danger, but now it seems that Lu Dongbin has already won this battle. Next, there should be no crisis. Buzz. Just at this time, suddenly there were henchmen quickly coming over with a hint of gravity in their faces. Commander-in-Chief. Just now, the terrifying energy fluctuations above the sky had disappeared, but immediately afterward possessing a full 12 energy fluctuations suddenly appeared. From the fluctuations it should be the 12 righteous gods, with the help of the many cultivators, coupled with Ying Zhang's deliberate mention. Nowadays, their energy detectors were already capable of detecting the existence of a positive god level, so it was said that they had already captured those 12 energies the moment they had just appeared. Hearing such words, a hint of surprise flashed through Zhang Shan's eyes and he couldn't help but open his mouth. Show me. Soon, the duo came to an area where all sorts of mechanical devices were laid out. The screen at the top was detecting rising energy fluctuations. A person in charge in the front, wearing a white coat, couldn't help but shake his head and open his mouth. Commander-in-Chief, you're finally here. We detected a very large amount of energy fluctuations when we were just there, and they are coming towards the Earth, and along with their entry, the energy fluctuations of the entire Earth have become even more intense. You see, this value keeps climbing. It's even close to reaching our detection limit. Listening to the words of the person in charge, Zhang Shan slowly raised his head and watched the numbers on the large screen climb. It was as if there was some kind of special existence that was entering their Earth through the gate, while the energy fluctuations became more and more terrifying. A deep color flashed in Zhang Shan's eyes and he couldn't help but sigh. With this current strength, there's nothing we can do to stop it. Everything can only depend on your Majesty's means. But this detection value, how suddenly, rumble, before the words fell, a buzzing sound suddenly appeared on that detection screen, followed by an explosion that suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Everyone in the middle of the room, however, was startled and felt their hearts skip a beat as they looked at the black smoke that appeared from the explosion. What's going on here? Why is there an explosion all of a sudden? Zhang Shan's eyes held a hint of disbelief in them. Before the person in charge could continue to speak, another footstep came slowly. Ta-da! Yan Hui slowly stepped into this area, while his entire image became completely different, and now his image had turned into an old man with white hair, but there was a hint of wisdom in the cloudy eyes. Your means are getting more and more skillful, actually being able to detect the existence of the crowd positive level. But it's obvious that your detection instruments will show signs of explosion once they detect an existence at the peak level of a positive god. It seems that more reinforcement is needed. Hearing such words, Zhang Shan reacted and felt a pang of panic. It turned out that the reason why this one energy detector had exploded just now was because the 12 energy fluctuations that had suddenly appeared had exceeded the level of a positive god, and had most likely reached the peak level of a positive god, which was why it had caused their detecting instrument to explode. However, this meant that there would be 12 peak orthodox god-level powerhouses coming out next, and this level of strength was not something they could handle. Who's coming? Zhang Shan couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, carrying a very strong doubt inside. He had already learned about the existence of the Heavenly Court long ago, and now he also knew that after they ruled the Earth, one of their biggest rivals would be this Heavenly Court. It couldn't be that. This time, the Heavenly Court directly sent out the legendary 4 Imperials, right? Yan Hui stroked his white beard, seemingly reading Zhang Shan's inner thoughts at a glance, shook his head, sighed, and spoke. Whether the visitor is an enemy or a guest, it doesn't make much difference to your Majesty. During the time just now, His Majesty has personally transmitted a message to me. For these 12 existences, I have learned. Hearing such words, Zhang Shan hurriedly opened his mouth and asked, Sir, who on earth is the one who came, and why is his strength so terrifying? A deep color flashed in Yan Hui's eyes as he spoke faintly. 12 peak positive deities, and still quite a fighting presence. In the case of the 4 Imperials and Kashiwagi not making a move, naturally, Of the 365 positive gods on the God Sealers list, the Lord of the Eight, and the Four Heavenly Kings, or the Four Generals of the Demon Family. Chapter 100, I am the Great Qin Heavenly Ordained One. Yan Hui. What? The moment he heard these names, a flash of surprise immediately flashed across Jiang Shan's eyes. Although he wasn't considered particularly knowledgeable about these matters, he had heard of the Lord of the Eight Divisions as well as the Four Heavenly Kings. The strength of each of these 12 existences was extremely terrifying. To a certain extent, it had already reached the peak level of true gods, although they weren't as good as a level like Park Jian as well as the Four Imperials, who had already reached the legendary ancient god realm. They were already considered extremely terrifying mainstays. In particular, among them, the Lord of the Eight Ministries commanded the Eight Ministries, and their power could be said to be extremely terrifying. As for the Four Heavenly Kings, it was even more needless to say that they had once left behind a great reputation as the Four Generals of the Demon Family, and now they were naturally so terrifying. At the same time, the most crucial point is that the incense they absorb inside their weekdays as gods with very prominent reputations can be said to be both very strong. Under this kind of enchantment, it is like the faith of the Western gods, which will be far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. An opponent of this level, looking at the entire earth, I'm afraid that no one would be able to fight against them. It can't be. It's going to be Ying Zheng himself, right? Thinking of this, a flash of brightness immediately flashed through Jiang Shan's eyes and he couldn't help but open his mouth. An enemy of this caliber. It wouldn't be by His Majesty Ying Zheng himself, would it? No. The corner of Yan Hui's mouth hooked up into a smile, and a radiant color flashed in his eyes. LV Dongbin has done that one, and now this one has been my turn. Next, it's my turn to play. Buzz. Immediately after, the moment the words had just fallen, Yan Hui's entire body had rushed out of the sky. The moment he transformed into a flash of golden light, black energy fluctuations erupted within his entire body, looking as if it was energy given by Great Qin's chi luck. Seeing this scene, Jiang Shan couldn't help but be dumbstruck. Little old me? What the hell? Why are you charging so hard? Suddenly, something occurred to him and he looked at the person in charge beside him who seemed to look surprised. Right. Have you installed all the live tools that I just asked you to install? Loaded. There was a glint in the eyes of the man in charge. The original time is still in the middle of testing, but now there is already a certain chance of verification. Should we release it now? That's a given. The corners of Jiang Shan's mouth curled into a smile as he tilted his head and looked at the sky. Even though he couldn't see it, he still opened his mouth. Now is a good opportunity to take advantage of this global broadcast to let everyone see the strength of our Great Qin. Above the vault of heaven. Buzz. Lu Dongbin slowly put away his sword blade. The corner of his mouth hooked into a smile as he spoke. It's come to this. Do we keep fighting? Just now, with the might of his sword, he had directly defeated the four astral hosts, and if it wasn't for his deliberate retention of his hand, I'm afraid that these four would have fallen here by now. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of White Tiger Star's mouth, and he was just about to open his mouth when his face suddenly changed. With that, the entire person's gaze looked above the dome of the sky. Rumble! There was a divine thunder from the nine heavens descending, erupting with unimaginable roaring sounds, as if it was like a sky full of thunder constantly flying in it. Here we go. At this moment, the corners of White Tiger Star's mouth curled into a smile. Guys, it's time to go, and leave the rest of this thing to them. The remaining three stargazers, with a hint of excitement in their eyes as well, then disappeared. At the same time, leave a message in place. For Starry Nights, welcome the Lord of the Eight Divisions, the Four Heavenly Kings. Hearing such a sentence, Lu Dongbin's face instantly changed, flashing a trace of disbelief. Grandma's drops. He had already known that an existence at the level of an ancient god would not be able to go down at all, so the strongest person that could be sent out was said to be only a mere half-step ancient god. However, I didn't expect that this time they would actually send out this level of existence. Between a realm like peak orthodox god and a half-step ancient god, the realm was actually very blurry. In a sense, these lords of the Eight Divisions and also the Four Heavenly Kings were likewise characters of this level. As for Bo Jian, that was the pinnacle amongst half-step ancient gods, equivalent to being infinitely close to an ancient god. It was only that existences such as theirs were basically related to the rules of heaven and earth, and could not be promoted again at all when there were no special circumstances. Therefore, many gods were basically maintaining their current realm. On the contrary, humans such as Lu Dongbin and Yan Hui instead have a glimmer of hope in such matters, although it is also said to be more difficult, but with the hope of promotion. Just as he was thinking about it, boom! Above the sky, 12 figures slowly stepped out, and the terrifying aura that was released in that instant caused even Lu Dongbin to have his face changed. Nice guy! It's actually really the Lord of the Eight Divisions and the Four Heavenly Kings. How can we fight like this? His strength today, even with the help of the Taya sword, was at most merely the peak of a positive god, and it was only the strength of a single sword, of which the energy had already been consumed just moments ago. If one wanted to use the Taya sword again, then it had to be injected by Ying Zheng himself into the Great Qin's chi. To put it bluntly, for Lu Dongbin, the sword was just disposable. If you need to use it later, you have to recharge it to use it. Ahem. Lu Dongbin couldn't help but cough as he looked toward the 12 terrifying existences that landed in front of him and opened his mouth. Guys, is it too late for me to surrender? Roar! The moment his words fell, the western wide-eyed heavenly king had already struck out swiftly, his entire face expressionless as the precious pearl in his hand lit up with a brilliant light. Suddenly, there was a dragon or snake with a snow-white body that rushed out at this moment, and then quickly began to grow huge, until it transformed into a white snake that covered heaven and earth, spitting out scarlet snake letters. Good man, how can you fight when you come up here and turn it on? When he saw this scene, he was startled and quickly opened his mouth. Your Majesty, come and help me. In reality, this level of attack was not a level that he, a tiny existence that had not even reached the immortal mirror, would be able to resist. The words were not yet spoken. Whoosh! There was a golden light that suddenly rushed out. From below, he rushed to the sky above the dome of the sky, slowly pulling out a scripture in his hand, radiating a brilliant golden light. Instantly, that one white snake became split into pieces and transformed into a small snake, returning to the hands of the wide-eyed heavenly king. Yan Hui held the scriptures in his hands, radiating the strength of a peak positive god, and spoke with a slight smile. Greetings to the Lord of the 8 divisions and the 4 heavenly kings. I am the Great Qin Heavenly Ordainer. Yan Hui. Chapter 101, The Heavenly Ordained One. The God of Great Qin. The Diviners? Lu Dongbin looked at Yan Hui, who was now erupting with a terrifying aura, and felt startled, while speaking with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Sir, what's going on with you? What Great Qin's heavenly fate? Are you secretly practicing behind our backs again? If he remembered correctly, originally, Yan Hui's strength shouldn't have reached the level of a true god, but now the level that had erupted had reached the peak of a positive god. No, old man, why are you still sneaking around behind our backs and internalizing the roles? All under His Majesty's command. I haven't even reached the immortal realm, yet you've directly become a divine spirit peak. Because, Yan Hui spoke faintly, a hint of a smile flashing across the corners of his mouth. I am now a heaven's destined one of Great Qin, a true god of Great Qin, and it is only natural that my realm is like this. Hearing something like that, a trace of doubt flashed in Lu Dongbin's eyes, indicating that he couldn't understand. It was a little hard to understand, but it sounded as if there was some great stuff going on, and so on. Lu Dongbin suddenly reacted and couldn't help but point at Yan Hui and opened his mouth. To put it bluntly, little old me, aren't you just being open-minded? Seeing is believing. Give me a set too. On the opposite side, after the lords of the 8 ministries saw the scene, there was a hint of doubt in their eyes. Although this Yan Hui was not considered a particularly important figure, they had all heard of him slightly. It was reasonable to say that at the time before this, the opponent's realm was far from reaching this level. Moreover, there are no laws on earth at all now, and in the absence of laws and authority, one wants to achieve godhood. That was basically an impossible thing to do, unless some special means were used. For example, at the time before this, they had used such means as the god sealing list in order to become gods, and if they had not relied on such aftermath means, they would not have been able to achieve the godhood they have today. After thinking of this, all of them suddenly all of their eyes lit up, immediately flashing a trace of dawning realization before looking at the 4 heavenly kings to the side. Demon Licheng, who was among the 4 heavenly kings, nodded his head, and a deep color flashed in his eyes. Your guesses are not wrong. The earth today has been covered by the domain of Great Qin, while the Qi as well as the faith that originally supplied the Eastern Divine Realm as well as the Western Divine Realm, all of them have shifted, resulting in the current situation, and today's Great Qin is like the heavenly court. Therefore, it must be that this Yan Hui has also used some sort of special means to achieve his current divine position. As he said this, Mo Licheng smiled bashfully and waved his palm toward the front. Rumble. In an instant, the sword in his hand instantly transformed into a rushing sword. Then it was like the size of a mountain, suddenly falling forward from above the sky. The power of this was not the least bit weaker than thousands of special weapons, and if it landed on Earth, I'm afraid that it would be able to destroy half of the Earth in an instant. Seeing this scene, Lu Dongbin was also startled. If the time just now was still a small fight, then in this situation now, the situation was already completely different from the time before. This was the 4 heavenly kings level gods personally striking out, and it was still an all-out strike, and under these circumstances, it was many times stronger than it originally was. Not to mention that today's Lu Dongbin no longer had the power of that sword. Even if he did, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be a match for this sword. After all, this was the full force of Demon Leeching's strike. Trying? Yan Hui smiled bashfully, and by his side, a golden scroll was floating. The way of a gentleman. Buzz. At that moment, the scroll floating beside him suddenly rushed out, just like a cannonball, releasing an extremely violent light. At the same time, the aura that was released at this moment was unknown how many times stronger than the previous time. The moment the two collided, a violent shockwave immediately erupted. Immediately after that, just in the next second, the sword in his hand directly emitted a fierce explosion sound and then turned into fragments in the sky, obviously shattered by this blow. The precious sword then shattered, then turned into a burst of light and returned to Mo Liqing's hand. Pust! Mo Liqing directly took a step backward, a trace of blood spilling out of his mouth, clearly having been seriously injured directly under this attack. So strong. His mouth muttered a sound of disbelief. Obviously both are at the peak of positive god, but you're a little more strengthened than me. Infinitely closer to the half-step ancient god level. How could this be? Exactly what special means is it? Yan Hui slowly withdrew the scripture, the corners of his mouth lifting into a smile. In your opinion, it's just a special means similar to the seal of the gods category. In reality, this is nothing more than a bit of random gadgetry that our majesty has come up with. Nothing more than the fact that now I have fused the great Qin's chi. Become beneath your majesty, the divine ordered one, and I, the head of the 72 sages of the Confucian sect, one of the 5 sages of Confucianism, one of the 10 philosophers of the Confucian sect, Yan Hui, also, the first god of my great Qin divine realm. Buzz. At that instant, everyone in the room wore a look of shock. Even Lu Dongbin was no exception. Above the sky, the one realm gate that hadn't completely closed yet. After hearing these words, Bo Jian muttered with a hint of disbelief in his tone. The god of great Qin? Ying Zhang, you're actually creating a god. In that case, it would be many times stronger than the previous time. If the original time is just a devil with Ying Zhang in the words, then they probably wouldn't care too much. After all, no matter what, the other party alone couldn't afford to make much of a fuss at all. But now that this kind of heavenly fate fusion of Qi fortune had appeared, it would be a completely different story. A great Qin divine realm. These 4 words already said a lot. The great Qin divine realm. Mo Liqing gulped those 4 words with a hint of coldness in his eyes. It's really arrogant. No wonder. You're able to reach such a realm now, but as long as you destroy your great Qin and eliminate your great Qin's chi, then you'll not be able to attack yourself. And, so what even if you've already reached this realm? Guys, do it. Rumble. A full 12 gods, all of them were ready, each of them emitting an extremely terrifying aura as they slowly stepped towards the front. They were not afraid of this Yan Hui at all. After all, even if they were not Yan Hui's opponents in a single fight, but now in this situation, with them joining forces, Yan Hui was not their opponent instead. Chapter 102 Global Live Broadcast, Old Ancestor Strikes. The moment. There were already specially crafted drones that had gone above the high altitude in this instant. The footage of one of the battles was transmitted to the conference room as it entered the high altitude above. For these drones, these more powerful gods didn't care after just a glance. After all, they wouldn't even care too much about this kind of trinket. After seeing this scene, Zhang Shan also breathed a sigh of relief, and the corners of his mouth lifted into a smile. In that case, then they're safe and sound to go live. He has, nowadays, ordered the technical department to specially develop special drones that are capable of broadcasting live in the middle of very high areas. It's also very good on the signaling field in addition to the high altitude, and as long as it's not damaged by a particularly strong force, then it basically won't shatter it. This time, he was the one who planned to turn on the global live broadcast and live stream the battle. Soon, this live stream opens. After seeing the images therein, many people's eyes all flashed with a hint of surprise, and their faces all wore a touch of shock. Gosh, what's going on here? Why does it look like both sides are so terrifyingly strong? Those 4 huge bodies over there, why do they look so familiar? It's the 4 generals of the demon family or the 4 heavenly kings. It's actually these 4 gods. Can it be that this time, after learning the news, the heavenly court specially sent out to deal with the gods on earth? See the pop-ups in the middle of the broadcast. Zhang Shan smiled bashfully, and then his voice echoed in the live broadcast, explaining the battle to everyone. Everyone, the global broadcast is on. Now above our celestial dome, an unprecedented battle is breaking out between the legendary lord of the 8 divisions. There were also the 4 generals of the demon family, and now the 4 heavenly kings. All of them have appeared in front of us, and right before this time, there were already 4 righteous gods who had made a move, only to be defeated by Lu Dongbin. Today, Mr. Yan Hui, Along with his commentary, many of the old men in the live broadcast room had all understood what was going on here, and all of them had expressed their surprise. Is there any mistake? Did it turn out that we are so strong on Earth? Even with the 4 great star hosts out there, they were actually no match for us, and they were actually dried up and crushed by Lu Dongbang. I'm so looking forward to your majesty taking on the 4 heavenly kings. I wonder what kind of situation your majesty will be in against the 4 heavenly kings. Good fellow. I'm even more eager to see who is more terrifying when those 365 righteous gods, with all of them in action, are compared to our majesty. Upstairs, no matter how terrifying his majesty is, he's not going to fight against 365 positive gods, right? That's right, that's the mainstay of the heavenly court. In a sense, it's already second only to the level of the 4 royal gods. Many netizens have opened their mouths to discuss. Many people expressed their anticipation, looking forward to whether or not Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum would be able to win this battle next if the 365 righteous gods were to personally take action. And now, in this battle, they weren't quite sure who was losing and who was winning. At this moment, just above the vault of heaven, boom, accompanied by the 4 heavenly kings slowly stepping forward, the 4 gigantic idols stepped out towards the front. The terrifying aura that erupted in that instant caused this heaven and earth to tremble with it. Even if they were separated by endless space, many of the old men in the live broadcast room, it was still possible to very clearly feel how terrifying the energy fluctuations in it really were. This is the strength of the 4 heavenly kings level. In a sense, they were also already infinitely close to the level of half of the ancient gods, only that it had always been due to the sealed god list. Therefore, there was no possibility for them to break through at all. Looking at the 4 heavenly kings that were about to arrive, as well as the lords of the 8 ministries in the rear, all of them erupted with a very terrifying aura. He was immediately startled, and instantly ran to Yan Hui's back, a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Hey, that's a scary battle. Old dog Yan, there are 12 gods in all of these. Can you do it? You're next. Hearing such words while looking at the 12 gods that were constantly approaching in front of him, the corner of Yan Hui's mouth curled up into a smile and opened his mouth. When did I tell you I was going to do it myself? I've come this time to play a very important role, to tell this heaven and earth that we, Great Qin, have become a divine realm with our own laws and rules. As for these 12 peak orthodox gods, if you pick out a few at random, it's fine to fight alone, and it's fine if you join forces, but I'm not sure about 12 of them. Gollum. Hearing such words, Lu Dongbin was immediately startled and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. So what should we do in this situation now? Should we just run? No need. Yan Hui waved his hand, a smile appearing on his face, looking as if he hadn't put the 12 gods that were about to arrive before. Even, he didn't use out any means of defense or any means of counterattack at all. Seeing this scene, Lu Dongbin was also startled and suddenly thought of a character. Shouldn't, that one being is going to strike out in person, isn't he? Sure enough, in the very next second, Yan Hui directly knelt towards the back. There was a trace of respect on his face, and his tone was tinged with excitement. Great Qin, Yan Hui, God of Confucianism, greets your majesty. The words were not yet spoken. Rumble. There was suddenly a terrifying thunder landing in the sky, erupting with an extremely terrifying aura. The energy fluctuations detected in this instant had actually directly exceeded the peak of a true godmind. Then, it reached the level of a half-step ancient god. At the same time, in this instant from Lu Dongbin's waist that one flew out on its own, transforming into a very bright stream of light. At this instant, the Taiya sword, as if it had met its true master, erupted with an aura that was many times stronger than before, reaching the energy level of a half-step ancient god in an instant. Rumble. Just one sword fell, and it was vastly different from the time before, and surprisingly, he forced the 12 gods back hard, causing their advances to be hindered, even taking a step backward at this moment. Then there was a figure that slowly emerged from the middle of heaven and earth, with a touch of majesty on his face. An ancient god statue erupted behind him, mobilizing the chi between heaven and earth in an instant. It was as if he was the true lord of this earth, the well-deserved master, the only being between heaven and earth. The moment he appeared, countless living beings knelt down with him, feeling fear from the bottom of their hearts. The ancient emperor, Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum, Chapter 103 8 Orthodox Gods. One strike and you're defeated. Heaven. As Bo Jian looked at the movement below, a trace of gravity immediately flashed within his face, and then his eyes changed. Finally, the first emperor of all time, Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum. It was only at the moment of his appearance that Bo Jian suddenly realized a problem. He had obviously missed the strength of this Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum when he was a long time ago. The other party's strength had clearly reached a level that he could not imagine, and in a sense, had already crossed over into the level of a half-step ancient god. A half-step ancient god was already equivalent to being on the same level as oneself. An existence at this level. Even if an existence at the level of the four heavenly kings were to make a move, they wouldn't be his opponent anymore. Although he said that he very much didn't want to admit this, he had to say that the strength emanating from this Qin Shi Huang was clearly so. After thinking of this, the Park Jian, who was above the heavenly courtside, then threw down a token. Pass my order. Immediately go and invite the four Imperials. Trouble them to open the realm gate immediately if they insist on being unwilling to do so in a while. Preferably one that can accommodate the 365 gods personally descending to the earth. The four major star constellations that have just returned to the heavenly court above. Upon hearing these words, their eyes all then changed. 365 righteous gods had personally taken action. The significance represented by this was extraordinary. After all, each of them represented the supreme rule. 365 high-end combatants. Each one is the mainstay of the heavenly court. Casually throwing out one can be called the king of the general level of bombing. Placed in the western divine realm are enough to become the main god. But now in the mouth of Pekin it is to be dispatched in its entirety. This meant that in the eyes of this one Pekin, the strength of this one Qin Shi Huang was already strong enough for the 365 righteous gods to personally take action. No one had ever been able to enjoy this level of treatment before this time. And once it's all mobilized, it will, in a sense, cause a big mess. Once the time comes for the Jade Emperor to be accountable. Obviously, Park Jian saw through their thoughts at a glance and opened his mouth. I understand you four, but I can clearly sense that the strength of this Qin Shi Huang is obviously not ordinary. Grab the time to make arrangements. I'll take care of any problems. Yes, sir. Hearing such words, the four great star fathers hurriedly went down to make arrangements. Looking at the backs of the four of them as they left, Pekin sighed, muttered, and opened his mouth. If I didn't have no choice, I wouldn't have sent out 365 righteous gods to do it myself. Nothing but. This Ing Zhang is obviously not ordinary. At the time before this ancient one Emperor Ing Zhang had never personally made a move, and was basically only able to sense the other party's aura from the fetal realm. And now at the moment when the other party personally exuded his aura, Bo Jian was able to clearly feel that the other party's strength was far below his own. Only, in today's situation, the four royal level existences had all stepped into the ancient gods. And this earthly one, with its corresponding rules, simply couldn't accommodate an ancient god-level existence to enter unless it suppressed its strength. But once you suppress your strength, it doesn't mean much. Moreover, practically speaking, if the 365 of their gods personally made a move, there would also be a certain risk of blowing up this world directly. Hope, Pekin sighed and spoke contemplatively. As one of the strongest combatants among us, the four heavenly kings are able to give me a little surprise. Above the vault of heaven, Ing Zhang. Fresh blood spilled out of Mo Li Qing's mouth, and with a touch of scorn in his eyes, he looked at the figure in front of him. He was able to sense a very obvious half-step ancient god-level aura from the other party's body, and it was clear that he had already reached the level of the peak of this earthly peak. It seems that the intelligence has been wrong on this one. With their strength, they weren't even a match for this guy. It was a possibility that they were going to lose. The heavenly court is really looking down on me in order to deal with sending out the Lord of the 8 divisions, as well as the 4 heavenly kings. Qin Shi Huang spoke faintly, his tone sounding very flat. But, your strength is still too poor. Rumble. The moment his words fell, 8 extremely terrifying energies suddenly erupted from his hands. The first one, emitting dazzling thunder, rushed out directly toward the front. In the Thunder Ministry, universalizing heavenly venerable Wen Zhong. After seeing this scene, his eyes directly changed. This thunder was surprisingly more terrifying than him. The second one suddenly made the temperature in the sky of the seed seat rise, as if it had turned into a furnace, and the dazzling fire light rushed forward, turning into a scorching inflammation that rushed to the sky and moved to the earth. The Fire Ministry, Fire Virtue Star Lord Luo Xian, felt startled at once. The flame was surprisingly more powerful than him, and that moment struck fear into his heart. The third way, accompanied by the continuous eruption of these 8 energies, rushing out towards the front, causing the heads of the 8 ministries, all of which had their faces changed at this instant, to charge forward with them. Even they themselves hadn't expected that the 8 attacks that this Qin Shi Huang had casually exploded out of their domains would be able to be even more terrifying than them. Buzz! At the moment of collision, the head of the 8 parts instantly faded towards the back. His eyes then flashed with a tremor, and blood spilled out of his mouth, obviously suffering from serious injuries. Obviously, even with their full strength, they were still not this one's opponent. Qin Shi Huang smiled lightly and spoke. 8. You have achieved the rules of heaven and earth and the God sealing list, but ultimately, you are also subject to the rules of heaven and earth and the God sealing list. This is your destiny, and it is my destiny not to be in the hands of heaven, and that is the law of the earth today. The faces of the 8 orthodox gods changed and became ironclad, but all of them did not open their mouths to retort. What the other side said was indeed the truth. For so many years, even though they had long since touched the level of a half-step ancient god, they had never stepped out. After all, from the very beginning, it had been limited by the rules of this heaven and earth. It is also limited by the ceiling list. Their realm was fixed from the very beginning. Next, Qin Shi Huang did not care about this one of the 8 existences, but instead looked towards the 4 heavenly kings in front of him with a hint of interest in his eyes. I'd like to see what kind of skills the legendary 4 heavenly kings, or rather the 4 generals of the former demon family, actually have. Come on, feel free to use whatever skills you have. I'd love to see it. Chapter 104 Half-Step Ancient God, Shi Huang Zhang. Rumble. When the 4 heavenly kings heard such words, their eyes changed. The scene of the head of the 8 ministries being defeated in a single blow appeared in front of them just now, and it was obvious that the strength of this Qin Shi Huang Zhang had exceeded their knowledge. Most likely, it had already reached that half-step ancient god realm, and was a great deal stronger than them. In that case, the leader of the 4 heavenly kings, demonic leeching, sighed and a deep color flashed in his eyes. It's about time that I, too, used some special means. Brothers, do it! Rumble. Immediately, a violent roaring sound had appeared in this heaven and earth, which then transformed into 4 gigantic god statues, erupting with an extremely heavenly might. These 4 gigantic idols were like a sheltering heaven and earth, generally looking extremely terrifying, directly covering the entire heaven and earth completely, while erupting with terrifying energy fluctuations, taking slow steps toward the front. The entire heaven and earth would vibrate with every step they took. At the same time, along with their steps forward, the aura on their bodies became even more terrifying, and their energy fluctuations became even more intense. It was as if in this instant, their energy had risen by a level, directly raising the general progress by leaps and bounds, making it unimaginable for all of them. At this moment, the 4 heavenly kings were, surprisingly, as if they had transformed into a divine statue. All 4 idols had been transformed into one, and the energy fluctuations emanating from them surpassed their original levels. At this moment, it was as if the 4 had fused, transforming into the same idol. Rumble. The energy that rose up to the sky made everyone shake. After seeing this scene, whether it was Yan Hui or Lu Dongbin, all of their faces changed. They could clearly feel that a special change had occurred in the other party's body. Mr. Yan. After seeing this scene, Lu Dongbin couldn't help but open his mouth in surprise and ask, "What's going on with them?" Yan Hui spoke slowly with a glint in his eyes. "Based on my speculation, this should be a special means of employing some sort of special formation, thus allowing the 4 to be able to break the restriction and turn from the original 4 god-level existences into half-step ancient gods. To be able to think of such a method, they really are quite talented." At the time before this, many of the gods on the god ceiling list had never broken this kind of heaven and earth rule, yet they were able to break the rule and reach this realm today. Whoever looks at it will secretly feel amazed, even on the heavenly court. After Park Jian saw this scene, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. However, the 4 heavenly kings were indeed very talented in this aspect of combat, and it was only logical that they could reach this realm nowadays. Now in the middle of the global broadcasting room, many old brothers all spoke up after seeing this scene. Although it is said that just now, Your Majesty has already defeated this hand of 8 steps with just one move. But now, this is under the 4 heavenly kings joining forces, and it hasn't reached this level just now. After reaching this level, is there any hope that Your Majesty will be able to win? Don't worry, this is the legendary Emperor of the Ages, Qin Shi Huang Zhang. We have to believe in His Majesty. Even the 4 heavenly kings shouldn't be a match for him. That's right, although it is said that these 4 heavenly kings have made a breakthrough, they are still far from our His Majesty Zhang. Many people chose to believe in the 1,000 ancient emperors. Zhang after all, from the very beginning the 1,000 ancient emperors, Zhang, had already become a belief in their hearts. Although the 4 heavenly kings were also very well known on earth, they still had full confidence in Zhang now that he was so terrifying. Even though, now that these 4 heavenly kings had undergone some sort of breakthrough, they still trusted Zhang immensely. I said, seeing this scene, Lu Dongbin was also a bit skeptical and couldn't help but look at Yan Hui who was beside him. Sir, do you think His Majesty can win? Yan Hui smiled bashfully and spoke. Suddenly I remembered something I forgot to tell you. The reason I was able to reach this realm is because of the heavenly faithful one, who is just a thread weaker than Your Majesty in terms of realm. So Your Majesty, I'm afraid that you've already entered the half-step ancient god level long ago, and there's a big difference from their kind of temporary entry into the half-step ancient god. This is a real half-step ancient god, so why don't you bet on just how many moves to defeat them? As soon as he heard these words, Lu Dongbin immediately became energized and couldn't help but open his mouth. I'll bet 3 moves, and if I lose, you lend me that scripture of yours to play with. Hearing these words, Yan Hui shook his head helplessly, flashing a helpless smile. Can't you be decent all day long? You bet when I say bet. In that case, I'll bet on a move. A move? LV Dongbin was immediately startled. Seriously, even if it's the head of the 365 gods, Pai Can, he doesn't have this kind of strength, does he? Boom! Before the words fell, the 4 heavenly kings in front of them had already come towards this one direction, each holding a weapon in their hands, while keeping their distance from each other and maintaining their formation, all the while maintaining this one formation. In the instant that the 4 people shot at the same time, the sky above immediately had 4 silhouettes erupted. Rushing out toward the front a shot is the general momentum of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. At the same time, it emitted a simple and ancient aura, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. When Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum saw the scene, he couldn't help but sigh and spoke with great regret. I am also very satisfied that you have been able to make it this far, but the very unfortunate thing is that you are still too far behind now. If you have the chance, why don't you defect to my banner? And perhaps one day you will be able to break through the true boundaries. Buzz. After saying these words, his fingers gently stretched forward. Just one, and there seemed to be black dragons wrapped around the top of his fingers, generally rushing out towards the front immediately afterward. Roar! The moment he rushed out, he immediately transformed into a black dragon that covered the entire heaven and earth. His mouth emitted a fierce roar, and his earth-shaking aura caused everyone's eyes to change. This was, truly, the might of a half-step ancient god. At that moment, all of the gods who were in the countless regions and had watched the battle, all of their eyes changed, flashing a hint of incredulity. Half-step ancient god. This already meant that without being able to enter the ancient god level on earth, this one ancient emperor Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum was already close to the point of invincibility. As long as he remains on earth, then, he is the true invincibility of the world. Chapter 105. This earth is called Great Qin, above the vault of heaven. At this moment, seeing the Qin Shi Huang whose aura was very terrifying, all the people around all had their eyes changed before this. The head of the 8 ministries as well as the 4 heavenly kings. I'm afraid that even if they thought about it, they wouldn't be able to imagine that this Qin Shi Huang had already stepped into the realm of a half-step ancient god. This realm could be many times stronger than them. These were considered the 4 heavenly kings, who had now reached the half-step ancient god, but that was only the realm of pseudo-gods. The 2 sides were many times worse in comparison, and could even be said to be worlds apart. After all, at their level, even one small realm would require an unknown number of years to cultivate. The eyes of the 4 heavenly kings changed, and even a hint of the idea of retreat surfaced. But, at the thought that they came from an order given by Kashawagi himself, and shook his head. No matter what, it was absolutely impossible to retreat at such a critical moment, even if this battle could be said to be a sure loss. Immediately, they took steps directly toward the front, and every step erupted with a heaven-shaking sound, as if they were able to collapse this heavenly dome, causing everyone's faces to change. Nice! Ing Zhang smiled blandly. Not afraid in the face of danger. You guys have some guts. Unfortunately, your opponent is me, so you'd better obediently return to the heavenly court. Boom! He directly blasted out a fist with his hand toward the front, and the moment this fist fell, it was like a black dragon descending, condensing the chi of this great Qin domain. Just one punch alone had already shocked countless people. The moment the two collided, the 4 heavenly kings directly shattered, and the original formation was no longer formed. Seeing this scene, quite a few old brothers in the live broadcast room, all of them had already opened their mouths. Oh my god, this strength, it's a bit too terrifying. It feels like one punch is capable of shattering the sky. As expected of the old ancestor, as expected of his majesty, this punch is truly just powerful. Even the 4 heavenly kings have already been defeated under this punch. No one in this heaven or earth can stop my old ancestor anymore. Many people all cheered for it. Since ancient times, the gods have been the image of the irresistible in their eyes. And now Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum has broken this view in their hearts. Let them understand that gods can be defeated and gods can be killed. Looking at the shattered 4 heavenly kings in front of him, Ing Zhang slowly retracted his own fist with a hint of disdain in his eyes, and a black imperial shadow erupted behind him. Pachinko! I know you're watching this battle. If you don't choose to recall the head of the 8 divisions and the 4 heavenly kings, then I'm afraid they'll stay here today, and the consequences you'll have to suffer then. I don't think you can afford it, can you? If all 12 of these gods had been lost here, it would be an unimaginable upheaval for the entire heavenly court. One must know that these were 12 supreme deities. Once they died here, then it would be something unimaginable for the entire heavenly court at that time. Above the heavens. After seeing this scene, Bo Jian's eyes also carried a touch of incredulity, even feeling incredulous. Although it was said that he expected that this Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum's strength should be terrifying, he did not expect that the other party's strength, since it had already reached this level. Even the 4 heavenly kings weren't a match for him with a single punch, and even if it was said to be Paikin himself, he shouldn't be a match for him either. But if it was said that the 12 gods were recalled under such circumstances, then it would be an unimaginable blow to heaven and their heavenly court's reputation. You have to know that right now it is not only the heavenly court that is watching, including the spirit mountain, including the earth, including a lot of the western world. All of them are watching this battle. If they say that they lose, then it will be a devastating blow for them, and death, for them, amounts to honor. So that means he's hesitating up. The 4 heavenly kings' eyes widened in anger, and at this moment, they tried their best to coalesce the originally shattered idol once again. In their view, this battle is like a battlefield. Death, for them, is also a very good home. The big deal is to reincarnate, live again. Just, even if they did die, it would be considered a supreme honor for them. Rumble, that Black Emperor's shadow, had already fallen towards the front, followed by the next second to drop his fist below. Once it hit the 4 heavenly kings in this instant, I'm afraid that it would bring about meteoric consequences at that time, and the 4 heavenly kings would not be able to resist this punch at all, and would only fall on the spot. Above the heavens, Paikin gritted his teeth after seeing this scene, not knowing what he should do. Just at the moment when he watched the 4 heavenly kings about to fall, a voice suddenly came from afterward, carrying a hint of majesty. Sifuku Masamune, Kashiwagani, by order of the Jade Emperor, seize the time to recall the 4 heavenly kings and the head of the 8 divisions to prevent them from falling to earth. This was the voice of the Violet Stargazer, with a hint of not being able to refuse. Bo Jian hurriedly nodded his head and waved his hand downwards, immediately having a burst of light emerge. Buzz! At the moment when that Black Emperor's shadow was about to strike with its fist, the 4 heavenly kings and the heads of the 8 divisions had all disappeared and teleported above the heavenly court. Seeing this scene, Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum also evoked a smile. He had been letting the cat out of the bag from the very beginning, just to see if that one heavenly court would recall their gods at such a critical moment. Look at the gods who left. Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum spoke faintly to the global broadcast. This earth is called Great Qin. His voice wasn't loud, but it was loud enough to carry across the earth. Yes, at this time, there was a sudden, appreciative voice with a light laugh. Buzz! Immediately after that, there was a young man wearing a purple robe with a kind smile on his face. In terms of realm, it was infinitely close to an ancient god, but it was unable to take that step out of the ancient god. Even the other party's realm, which had been constantly jumping and fluctuating, was clearly a suppressed realm. You are the first emperor of Qin, aren't you? I am the heavenly Ziwei Xingjuan, the legendary head of the 4 imperials. That purple-robed young man slowly opened his mouth, taking the lead in showing his goodwill. The moment I heard that name, Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum raised an eyebrow, not thinking that he had alarmed the ancient god this time. And it's also the Violet Star King among the ancient gods. It seemed that the other party had suppressed their realm this time to be able to go down to the realm. I wonder what kind of thing this Ziwei Xingjuan, who came here, is really about? Chapter 106, Jade Emperor's Invitation. News signing location. Little friend, at such a young age, you're so gifted. You're really a pillar of talent between this heaven and earth. I wonder if you're interested in joining our heavenly court. The Ziwei Saint Sovereign put on an old-fashioned look and deliberately opened his mouth towards Xingjiang and asked. Although it was said that many years had passed since Xingjiang, in reality, his age was already considered very young for the gods between this heaven and earth. Hearing something like that, Qin Shi Huang spoke faintly. If you want to amuse me with this matter, then you can get lost. A mere doppelganger. How dare you be so arrogant? Beware of me exterminating you. It's not like he could have agreed to the heavenly court's beckoning like that head of that monkey, and to put it bluntly, back in the day, that monkey had surrendered after. It didn't end well, and naturally he wasn't going to accept this. After all, it wasn't like he was a cutie anyway. Upon hearing such words, a deep color also flashed within the eyes of the Violet Star Monarch, who sighed before speaking. It's really a pity for my heavenly court to not have a talent like you. In that case, then there's one more thing the Jade Emperor wants to tell you. Half a day from now, there will be a Peach Fest held in Yaoqi. I wonder, could your majesty be interested? The Peach Festival is a first-class event, and can be said to be one of the most famous events in the entire heavenly court, and there will also be legendary peaches appearing in the heavenly court. Hearing something like that, Xingjiang smiled slightly and couldn't help but speak. That's hilarious. Do you think I'll travel to the heavenly court and personally put myself in the midst of a bunch of ancient gods? Do I look like a cutie to you? He was not a stupid person, and naturally knew very well that once he traveled to the heavenly court, when the time came, There were so many ancient gods in the heavenly court, and they would casually take out one to be able to suppress themselves, not to mention one peach, even if it's all of them. Aha! It's not that it can't be considered. Immortal Emperor Ziwei shook his head and spoke. No harm done. Your Majesty can be completely at ease. If it is said that you allow it, we can project a virtual shadow of the heavenly pool onto the earth above Mount Tai. With Mount Tai's chi luck, it should be able to accommodate the Yao Qi event. At that time, to put it bluntly, it will still be on the earth. Even if it is the Jade Emperor, he will need to suppress his realm. In that case, I wonder if your Majesty can be satisfied. Hearing something like that, Ying Zhang's pupils shrank, flashing a hint of incredulity. Are these gods crazy? What do you want to do when you have nothing better to do than make yourself such a good offer? It couldn't be that he really wanted to recruit himself and make himself a member of the heavenly court, could it? 1 day in heaven, 1 year on earth, half a day's time. That means half a year after the earthly one, which is the opening time of the Peach Festival. Seeing the expression on Ying Zhang's face, Ziwei Xingjuan understood that the other party had begun to be moved, and spoke with a hint of a smile in his eyes. Your Majesty may consider it as you wish. I'll take my leave. I hope to be able to meet up with your Majesty at the Yaoqi Fest in half a day's time. Farewell. After saying these words, his figure disappeared, transforming into a particle of energy. Look at the other's departing figure. Ying Zhang raised his eyebrows and flashed a look of doubt. What exactly is this Jade Emperor planning to do? He himself had made the other party cut off the connection between the human world, and now the resulting heavenly court should have no more chi above it. Plus now he had also lost several of the other party's great generals. Under these circumstances, instead of blaming himself, he intended to want to allow himself to participate in the Yao Qi event. Is this Jade Emperor's brain filled with mush? Ying Zhang shook his head, and then his figure similarly disappeared, returning to his palace. The palace. Ying Zhang looked at the light screen in front of him, and a bland color flashed in his eyes. Just now after finishing the fight, the reason why he hurried back to the palace was because just now the system had refreshed the latest signing locations again, and the ones that were refreshed were still 2. This time, the 2 check-in locations were somewhat unexpected to him. Ding! A mechanical beep sounded. Check-in location, Norse God King's seat. Check-in location, the throne of Olympus. After seeing this scene, there was also a hint of incredulity in Ying Zhang's eyes. What the hell is this system thinking? To actually let himself sign in at the divine seats of the 2 great god kings meant that he had to sit on the other's divine seat, which was basically the same as offending the 2 great divine realms. Even though the gap between these 2 divine realms compared to the heavenly court was very large, no matter what, they were both true divine realm level existences. To rashly mess with it would be the equivalent of setting up an opponent for no reason at all. But, now that this was the case, he could try it. The only problem was that it lay in the fact that he wasn't quite sure what level of existence these 2 great god realms god kings were equivalent to. Half-step ancient gods, or ancient gods. If it was a half-step ancient god, then he wouldn't mind messing with it, but if it was said to be a true ancient god, then he didn't have the strength to dare to mess with it. Although it was said that the current earth was simply unable to accommodate an existence at the level of an ancient god to enter. Sooner or later, there would be some stock gods who would adopt various methods to enter. Once that day came, one would make too many enemies and face very bad results instead. But after thinking about it for a moment, still with a casual wave of his hand, he directly beckoned LV Dongbin over and spoke seriously. Pass the word down. I will be in 3 days. Make a personal visit. Olympus and the Norse gods. The moment he finished, in the middle of the 2 distant god realms, the 2 god kings who had just finished watching this battle stopped their original conversation, as if they had sensed something. Across countless amounts of space and time, he locked eyes with that 1,000-year-old emperor. Zeus spoke slowly. I can feel that in this moment. I have created a karmic relationship with him, and it seems that in the future, he is about to come. Odin did the same, gently gripping the lance in his hand with a bemused look in his eyes. Come as you are. I would like to see what kind of elegance this earthly emperor has. Both of them had become, in terms of strength, the pinnacle of the 2 god realms, also the supreme god king. In a sense, their strength was equivalent to the pinnacle of the half-step ancient god level if they were said to be placed in the heavenly court, infinitely close to an ancient god, only limited by the rules of the divine realm, so it was said that there had been no breakthrough. Chapter 107 Woe! Fenrir the Demon Wolf. Conference room. Zhang Shan watched the footage of it and breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Ying Zhang win the battle. There were just too many twists and turns in this. From the beginning when the 4 astrological hosts appeared, to the later times when 12 gods appeared, and among them there were also existences of the level of the 4 heavenly kings. In the end, I didn't expect that even the 4 royal level existence, the legendary Ziwei Xingjuan, would personally make a move. It was a process that even he felt surprised by, and fortunately it was a win in the end. Okay, Now turn off the global broadcast. Jiang Shan spoke faintly. With the shutdown of the global broadcast, all the images all went dark. However, many still in the live broadcast of the old brother, but also in the intense discussion. At the same time now after the construction of the whole network, many things have become less important. This matter has become the focus of concern, directly dominated the entire list of people. From the first to the last one all dominated the finish. The old ancestor's strength is really too strong. Didn't you see that at the end of the day, the Ziwei Star Monarch had already treated the old ancestor with respect, and even personally invited him to the heavenly court to participate in the peach banquet? Truly worthy of being an old ancestor, the legendary emperor of the thousands of years, for whom the gods all bow down. Old ancestor is awesome. Lots of heated discussion going on. Looking at these pop-ups, a trace of satisfaction also flashed in Jiang Shan's eyes. Now that Great Qin has covered the entire earth, Great Qin already belongs to the orthodoxy of the earth. And in this case, constantly strengthening their perception of the strength of Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum is also a good thing for this earth, especially since many people didn't quite understand that the gods could be defeated when they seemed to be in the past. Today, one thing has become clear to many people. Gods aren't scary. Human. On a remote island. Roar. A fierce roar came from a beast with purplish-red sideburns, looking like a demon wolf, emitting a fierce hissing sound towards the front. The whole body was like being able to cover the sky and the earth, and just the moment the roar came out, it had already caused a huge storm. Demon wolf. Fenrir. Looking at this one demonic wolf, above the sky, a tiny boundary gate slowly closed. Out of his mouth came a mumble, taking advantage of the efforts of the heavenly court in this earthly war, released the devil wolf for the scourge of the earth, thus casting the twilight of the gods. I guess wait until Odin that old man reacted to. Long ago corpse Hatuma has been too late. Ding! A violent beep came. Jiang Shan raised his eyebrows as he watched the dramatic beeps coming from his wristwatch, and before he could react, the person in charge on one side rushed over. Looking at his face, it seemed to carry a hint of anxiety. Commander-in-Chief, I received an update a while ago. On a very remote island, there was suddenly a violent energy fluctuation. Detecting from the energy fluctuation, it seems to be a Western god. Meanwhile we compared the databases, and the one that most matches nowadays is the demon wolf Fenrir. What? Hearing such words, Jiang Shan immediately raised his eyebrows, a hint of surprise flashing through his eyes. Twilight of the gods? Legend has it that Fenrir, one of the three most powerful monsters of Norse mythology, known for his ferocity and rage, possesses extremely terrifying strength. Pass the word down. Order the armory. Seize the time to get ready, and prepare to release the trident immediately if things get bad. Jiang Shan spoke very seriously. They had already collected quite a bit of information over this period of time, and their databases for the major divine realms were already relatively complete, and they also had a certain amount of detailed knowledge about this demon wolf Fenrir. It was clear that the other party was a demon god from Asgard in northern Europe, and was also one of the three most powerful monsters in Norse mythology. This level of monster was very brutal, and if it was said to be put on Earth, then it would inevitably cause a very large impact in time. One bad move and it could destroy a major country outright. Countless people will die for it. Yes, sir. The people from the weapons arsenal grabbed the time to go forward and prepare. And now that they had consolidated the weapons arsenal of the entire Earth, the weapons arsenal had expanded to an unprecedented level. Weapons such as the trident can be very numerous. However, Jiang Shan was very clear that even a weapon like the trident, even if he prepared several hundred of them, would not be of much use to this level of monster, and could only serve as a safeguard in times of necessity. Thinking of this, Jiang Shan prepared to contact Yan Hui to see if he could make a move. After all, this crisis was in no way inferior to the heavenly court gods not long ago. Tarzan. Sealing ceremony. As Ingzhang looked at the area here, a flash of reminiscence flashed across his eyes and he couldn't help but murmur his words. The years are long. Everything that was once there is now gone, and I don't know what the future will become. Even now, even though he had become the master of this earthly realm and had achieved the domain of Great Qin, he was still very clear that he was still far from reaching the true peak. Ancient gods. Above the ancient gods, there was a higher realm. As for himself nowadays, he was only a half-step ancient god. Even if he was placed in the heavenly court, he was still just a small shrimp. Just as he was thinking about all this, suddenly there was a pale figure, quickly rushing up to Taishan. Without the slightest regard for image, with a hint of anxiety in his eyes, he couldn't help but open his mouth. Your Majesty, just now time received urgent news. In the northwest, suddenly came a large shocking energy. From the energy fluctuation, it seems to be the Nordic demon wolf Fenrir, in the energy level, at least reached the level of the positive god, now is wreaking havoc on the earth. Ingzhang nodded his head. His eyes were bland and did not show the slightest bit of surprise. Got it. His expression was very flat, as if he had already anticipated this matter from the very beginning. So he said that he did not have any reaction to this matter. From the very beginning, the moment he descended, I had already sensed it, and in order to stop him, I had already sent out Lu Dongbin, and it was also Lu Dongbin who had just become a heaven's fate, and I had also, already, sensed another aura. Who? Yan Hui raised his eyebrows, a hint of surprise flashing through his eyes. Listening to their majesties sighed. This demon wolf scourge shouldn't be such a simple thing. There must be a mastermind behind it. A deep color flashed through Ing Zhang's eyes as he slowly spoke. Norse Asgard, god of trickery. Loki, chapter 108, questioning. Nordic Asgard, Tarzan. Now, the moment he heard this news, Yan Hui felt a tremor. Even he didn't think that actually Loki that guy cast this thing, but if you think about it, it's kind of normal. After all, he was originally a god of trickery. Such shenanigans are then a piece of cake for him. So, what should we do next? Yan Hui opened his mouth in some confusion and asked. Although it was said that LV Dongbin had been sent out to take care of this demon wolf Fenrir that had suddenly descended, it was not a long-term plan. After all, the mastermind of the affair has not yet been caught. Since they dared to make a move against their great Qin, then they must pay the corresponding price. Ing Zhang nodded his head, and a deep policy flashed through his eyes as he looked in the direction of Nordic Asgard in the distance. There was a hint of bemusement in his tone. Come with me to Nordic Asgard. Inquisition, Northern Europe, Asgard. Father Sama. Loki transformed into a streak of light and landed in the middle center of this divine temple with an icy look in his eyes. I've already put the demon wolf Fenrir on the earth of Great Qin. I'm afraid it won't take long for the good news to come, but I have a little doubt. Although the current earth is said to be not exactly strong, with that 1,000-year-old emperor sitting there isn't much use in placing words, is there? After all, in Loki's opinion, putting in a magical beast of this level wasn't of much use. At most it was just a positive god. As Ing Zhang was a half-step ancient god, he was able to destroy the demon wolf with a single attack. Odin smiled blandly, holding the eternal lance in his hand, and spoke. That's why I want you to cooperate with me a bit to reopen a legendary twilight of the gods. Use myself as bait to lure out Ing Zhang to the door. Am I right? Zeus. In the mist, that pale figure slowly nodded. The two old foxes reached a mutual understanding in this instant. Rainbow Bridge. Buzz. Accompanied by the emergence of a black emperor's shadow, Ing Zhang gazed ahead, a deep color flashing through his eyes. The palm of his hand slowly lifted up and gently clenched at the front. Suddenly, just like a black storm, it swept out towards the front, transforming into a black dragon, erupting an extremely terrifying deterrent. Wherever it passed by, the space shook, and countless black thunderbolts then surfaced, rushing out towards the Rainbow Bridge. Yan Hui looked at the Rainbow Bridge and also gulped. It has been heard that a Rainbow Bridge exists in Asgard, Northern Europe, connecting Asgard to the Earth. Now even though the connection had been severed, this Rainbow Bridge was still unbroken, and in a sense, it was equivalent to a permanent boundary gate. Rumble. The half-step ancient god-level aura erupted. This Rainbow Bridge immediately appeared to tremble. The golden light wrapped around it shattered little by little, emitting an extremely ear-piercing sound. It was obvious that the energy above it had already become dull, and it was feared that it wouldn't take long for it to completely shatter. But, in this moment it held on hard, worthy of being a divine artifact. It has a few skills. I am very satisfied. Ing Zhang spoke faintly, a hint of appreciation in his tone. Although it was said that just now, the attack that he had erupted from was merely a casual strike from him, it had also contained his imperial energy, so it was feared that normal realm gates would have been broken long ago, but this one was not broken at all, and instead, only a few cracks had appeared. Although it was said that one only needed to release some more energy to be able to break it, being able to support it up to this point was enough to illustrate the extent of this divine artifact. Buzz. Right at this moment, a gray shadow suddenly floated over from above the distant sky, transforming into a body of energy. Just a moment before he was about to rush here, Yan Hui raised his palm slightly, and immediately, there were golden scrolls erupting towards the front. Jewels. A simple Confucian character directly covered the entire sky, suppressing that gray shadow. Hey! That one gray silhouette. Its face fluttered with a beatific smile. Your Majesty, get your men loose. I've come here specifically to make a plan. With you, but the plan to be able to bring the whole of Asgard to its knees. Yes? Ing Zhang opened his mouth indifferently and clasped his hand toward the front. Buzz. Immediately, it transformed into a monstrous black palm, directly grabbing the gray shadow in front of it into his hands, just like his own toy. Ing Zhang gazed at the gray shadow and slowly spoke. Dang Loki, god of trickery. What shenanigans are you planning this time? Loki smiled slightly, a wry smile appearing on his face. Your Majesty, you're wrong about me. I didn't come here this time to mess with the trajectory, but to receive you into Asgard. Your Majesty, to forge one. O Twilight of the Gods. Yen Hui's expression changed, and his expression immediately became cold as he opened his mouth. Demon Wolf Fenrir, it's obvious that you're the one who released the demons. Isn't this all a trick of yours? And now you want to unite with our sire to forge the Twilight of the Gods. You think we're cuties? Would it be so easy to fall for your trick? However, the thing that made Yen Hui unexpected was that Zhang slowly opened his mouth. Lead the way. Yes, sir. Loki smiled bashfully, to Yen Hui's dumbfounded eyes. Loki, the god of trickery, was actually released. And, by the looks of it, it seemed that their Majesty was actually planning to let him lead the way and build the Twilight of the Gods together. Your Majesty, you, are unaware. Loki smiled bashfully, pointed at the rainbow bridge in front of him, and spoke. This rainbow bridge, from the very beginning, has set up the rules of the divine realm. It's actually a very simple thing to get in, if anything, and that's to find the appropriate rules. Oh, Zhang spoke faintly, his tone carrying a hint of coldness. Then tell me instead, what exactly are the rules of this one rainbow bridge? Loki thought for a moment and spoke. What about this artifact, which in the old days when it connected to the human realm, could send the gods in it to any place on earth? And at the same time it contained a great amount of energy within it, and the guardian of such was Heimdall. In short, if there is any desire to open it, it is naturally for Heimdall, the patron saint of it, to do so. Chapter 109, The Second Heavenly Ordainer, Shocking the World. The Moment. Global News. Live on air. The host was holding the microphone in his hand with a horrified look on his face as he was broadcasting an urgent message. Update. The territory of the Han's country has been drastically damaged. A demonic wolf that can be described as covering the sky has erupted with very terrifying energy fluctuations, and a large number of cultivators have already traveled to the area. In the meantime, all countries are ready for nuclear pre-launch, so please don't panic for now. While saying this, the host's palms had become slightly trembling. She was narrating the latest piece of news as per the script given out from above. But, as she read on, her tone became more and more tremulous. Mainly, more than drastically destroying. A claw went down and directly destroyed half of the Hanseatic country. A large number of cultivators were sent out, and that one demonic wolf casually roared, directly killing and injuring countless. If we say that we continue to let this arrogant demonic wolf go on like this, I'm afraid that in less than a minute, this demonic wolf would be able to destroy the entire Hansa country. That's why she was so alarmed. Doh! The cell phone is ringing. At this point in time, the host suddenly indirectly came to an urgent order from above. Get ready for a live broadcast. A global broadcast will follow. The host raised an eyebrow before he could respond. Buzz! The image in front of him suddenly changed with it, becoming different from what it was just a moment ago. At this moment, there are still a large number of netizens who are discussing it in the live broadcast room. Damn it, what is the origin of this demon wolf, killing so many people and destroying so many regions? Believe it or not, I'll skin him. Don't mess with it. Brother, you are unaware of it. According to the news passed on by my friends in the Hans country then, the Hans country has already been destroyed for the most part, and I'm afraid that it won't be long before the entire Hans country is feared to be destroyed. That's right, I've heard that too, and it's rumored that even the trident doesn't have much use for him. What? So terrifying? What exactly is this demon wolf? Is it hard to believe that it's also a god, or a set of legendary demons? According to the witnesses, this demonic wolf is most likely the demonic wolf Fenrir, one of the 3 demonic creatures of the legendary Twilight of the Gods. But with a lot of inside information coming out, a lot of netizens have reacted. They mentioned the demon wolf just now, but all along, their minds were constrained in Great Qin, so they said that they subconsciously regarded this demon wolf as something in the mythology of the Dragon Kingdom. It was only now that he reacted to the fact that this demon wolf that had appeared in the territory of the Hans country was most likely the legendary Fenrir, the demon wolf of Asgard, only to have descended here now. Many netizens were surprised and couldn't help but open their mouths. Why has such a demonic creature suddenly descended to Earth? It doesn't matter. There might be an old ancestor around. I don't believe the old ancestor won't make a move. You guys, look at the picture in front of you. It seems to have changed again. Just at this time, the picture in front of them suddenly made a rustling sound, and then with a turn, the picture in front of them suddenly became a little blurred, and the picture on it made everyone shocked. In the picture, there was an incomparably terrifying demonic wolf, its black fur exuding an extremely creepy aura, slowly opening a huge mouth, and inside the mouth were sharp wolf teeth everywhere, releasing a scarlet aura. At this moment, Quite a few people had been shocked. Even through a layer of screen, even through such a blurry image, many people still felt extremely fearful, and that was a feeling of fear from the bottom of their hearts. There are even many people who have become incontinent on the spot under such circumstances. That was from an innate fear. It was the fearful aura released by this demonic wolf that made many people all feel tremors. If it wasn't for the fact that this layer of the screen was rather blurry, I'm afraid that feeling the fear in it, there would be quite a number of people who would directly experience a great deal of mental stress and directly burst into flames. However, it is in this context, in front of that one demonic wolf, yet there was an existence that was not afraid of death. Still moving forward, there was a young man in a Taoist robe, slowly walking forward with a hint of a smile on his face. At his waist, there was a wooden sword that was radiating an arcane aura in all directions. The majestic energy formed an aura that spread up quickly towards the surroundings. Buzz! The moment he appeared, the fluctuations of the surrounding heaven and earth stagnated for a moment with him, as if he was able to sense the heaven and earth and control the flow of energy in this one heaven and earth. Everyone's eyes changed slightly with the appearance of this young man. Who is this young man? It looks so familiar. Lu Dongbin. It's Lu Dongbin under the old ancestor's command. How did he appear here? Wouldn't there be no problem with him? The moment. Lu Dongbin smiled blandly and looked at the demon wolf in front of him that revealed a mouthful of bloody wolf teeth. With a hint of contempt in his eyes, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "You head. This is not a place for you to be wild. Grab your ass and get back. Otherwise, don't blame the Taoist master for being impolite and just take you in as a mount." Roar! The demonic wolf, at this moment, as if it had fallen into a state of madness, wanting to vent its energy in all directions, at this moment heard the words of the not-so-small human, slowly lowered its head downwards, and when it saw the human in front of it, who was like a mole cricket in size, it immediately dropped a trace of foul-smelling saliva. Humans, you're even more delicious on you than those mole crickets. In the eyes of this demonic wolf, Lu Dongbin was nothing more than a mole cricket that was slightly larger than those humans and had a much more alluring aura about him. That was the energy fluctuation from within his body. If it was said to be able to be devoured, it would definitely be a great tonic for the demonic wolf, able to make its energy level, once again, appear to increase. Ha! The corner of his mouth curled up and he couldn't help but shake his head. I didn't think that I was actually underestimated by a head today. If it was in the past when I was underestimated, even if it was in the past, but now the Taoist master is not what it used to be. You head. You'd better submit obediently. Boom! Before the words fell, an extremely terrifying aura once again erupted from his body, even more terrifying than when he was previously above the sky dome. Compared to that time, today's Lu Dongbin came from his own energy aura, not from the sword in his hand. Lu Dongbin slowly spoke, while placing his palm on the hilt of the sword at his waist. Great Qin, the heavenly ordainer, Lu Dongbin, come and subdue the demons. Chapter 110 Rainbow Bridge Guardian. Heimdall, actually, I've always had a very strange question. In the conference room, the assistant on one side, with a hint of doubt in his eyes, opened his mouth to ask Zhang Shan, why is it that Lu Dongbin and also Elder Yen Hui, they both enhanced their strength so quickly? Is it hard to believe that it is due to His Majesty? Hearing these words, Zhang Shan nodded and opened his mouth. Just a short while ago, Mr. Yen and I talked about the heavenly fate, and it is said that once one becomes a heavenly fate of Great Qin, then they will receive the Great Qin's Qi. So it is said to be equivalent to the fact that they are already carrying the Great Qin's Qi right now. It's mainly because of this reason that said strength has become so strong. Looking at Lu Dongbin in the middle of the picture, he slowly drew the sword blade in his hand. Zhang Shan opened his mouth. The current Lu Dongbin should have already reached the peak of a true righteous god, Hansa-atic state, territory of. Looking at the hellish scene of the collapsed city around him, and the many flames spreading, he spoke slowly. In the time leading up to this, I don't think they are the people of our dragon country, so that's why they are very much looked down upon. But since it now belongs to the banner of Great Qin, then I naturally let ahead bully them. There is no king's land under the sky, and there is no king's subject in the land of the ratepayers. This is our Majesty's territory and will not allow a head of aggression. Dang! At the moment the words fell, there was a metallic sound that suddenly rang out, and a Dao sword that was like a perimeter sword suddenly appeared above the sky, exuding a natural aura of the Taoist sect, the Tao of nature. Today, Lu Dongbin slowly opened his mouth while biting through his own finger and scratched a drop of divine blood on top of this Dao sword. I, Great Qin Lu Dongbin, am here to cut down the demons. Rumble. At that moment, the lightsaber above the sky slowly descended. Roar! The demon wolf Fenrir's eyes changed, letting out a violent roar, and what was originally a very arrogant pupil had now become a piece of fear, turning around and wanting to turn into a black light and leave. Trying to run? Lu Dongbin spoke indifferently, his fingers rapidly forming a seal and flipping forward in a flash. Immediately, in this heaven and earth, an immense and incomparable light seal appeared, plummeting towards the front, like a mountain directly pressing down on the body of Demon Wolf Fenrir. At that moment, the Demon Wolf Fenrir let out a miserable sound. Obviously, this attack could be said to have caused it pain. This is also a very normal thing. After all, the gap between the two sides is really too big. Now after becoming the Great Qin's heavenly fate, Lu Dongbin's strength has already exceeded before. Now he has reached the peak of the positive god. And this demonic wolf Fenrir, although it was said to be very terrifying as well, it was only a mere positive god, and it would be too difficult to continue to break through. Sure enough, still too much of a vegetable. Lu Dongbin smiled lightly and spoke. With that, he slowly walked over to the demon wolf Fenrir and raised the Dao sword in his hand. I'm giving you two choices today. The first one, now immediately be killed by me, and from now on fall in this heaven and earth. The second one, become my great Qin's mount and atone for your sins with everything you have in the future. At this moment, after being violently beaten up, the original confusion in his eyes had become gone, replaced by a hint of fear. After hearing Lu Dongbin's words, this demonic wolf Fenrir hesitated for a moment, and then in a somewhat whispered voice, he turned to Lu Dongbin, slowly opened his mouth, and then shouted, "Woof!" At that moment, the many viewers who were watching this global live broadcast immediately had a change of eyes, and many of the populace who were still feeling fearful now couldn't help but hoot with laughter. Ha ha ha, really laugh me to death. A good head of demonic wolf. Hard to let LV Dongbin, to become a dog that only barks. Good lord. Why do I feel like there was something stupid and silly about that one demonic wolf just now? Ha ha ha, that was so much fun. This time, these two reasons were among the reasons why Lu Dongbin wanted to subdue this demonic wolf. The first reason was because this demon wolf hadn't actually committed too many sins down here. Nothing more than destroying half of the Hansa country, but there weren't actually a lot of humans that died in it, and most of them had already been relocated. The second reason was due to Lu Dongbin's intention to boost the people's confidence. Otherwise, many people would still have fear in their hearts for the gods. That would be a big difference from the original. At this very moment, after some conversation, Loki spoke respectfully. Your Majesty, just a moment. I'll open the Rainbow Bridge of Asgard for you. Buzz. With that, Loki walked over to a rock and injected the energy in his hand into it. Rumble. At that moment, with this piece of rock as the center, suddenly the energy between heaven and earth began to surge up, as if there was some kind of heaven and earth mutation in general, constantly carrying out energy fluctuations. Immediately afterward, there was a huge rainbow bridge that appeared in everyone's face. At this moment, from which slowly walked down a strong man wearing armor, holding a huge sword. The whole person looked covered in gold. In his face, there was a hint of coldness. Loki, why did you have to choose the rainbow bridge when you could have taken them somewhere else? In fact, although this rainbow bridge is said to be the passageway to Asgard, there are other passages. After all, it has been such a long time that the Rainbow Bridge is not the only passageway anymore. The Rainbow Bridge, nowadays, has been used as a symbol that is only opened for special events. Ha! Heimdall, it's really been a long time. Loki smiled slightly, deliberately acting like he knew each other very well, and slowly walked up, gave the other a hug, and opened his mouth. Was talking to that stupid brother of mine, a while back, about you. So many years have passed. The Rainbow Bridge hasn't been open for quite some time. I wonder how you've been doing. Heimdall spoke icily. Opening the Rainbow Bridge would have been taboo in Asgard. Does that mean you're planning to restart a war of the Twilight of the Gods? Pust. At that moment, there was suddenly a blade that stabbed directly into his chest. Immediately after that, Loki's face wore a wry smile while speaking. What do you say? With that, in his hand, the blade then turned, and blood containing the power of the gods slowly dripped down. I want this Asgard. Henceforth, and upside down. Chapter 111, Asgard. The gods gather. Asgard, the highest place. Odin had a single eye, which slowly opened at this moment, revealing a touch of scarlet light, gazing at the mist in front of him, and an indifferent voice came out. Come as you are, Asgard. Welcome, your majesty. Buzz. At that moment, the mist in front of them then exploded, and at that moment, a terrifying energy fluctuation erupted from it, and three figures then emerged. The figure at the very front, a black emperor's shadow appeared behind him, and with every step he took the energy in the entire heaven and earth was mobilized with it. It was like a true lord of heaven and earth, a well-deserved emperor, Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum, and beside him stood Yen Hui and Loki, the god of trickery, respectively. Yen Hui raised an eyebrow and looked around the area for a moment, speaking faintly. Odin, is it just you? Hearing something like that, Odin smiled bashfully and spoke. This is the dearest majesty. Personally come naturally will not be just me to meet all come out. Let his majesty take a good look. My Asgardian underbelly. Rumble. Immediately, behind him, the mist slowly dispersed, revealing countless powerful figures. Among them, the many gods of Asgard emerged. The aura around each one was incomparably terrifying to feel. Hera is a positive god. Looking around, it was surprising that more than a dozen orthodox god-level existences appeared all at once. This is, in a nutshell, the underbelly of Asgard. At that moment, Yen Hui's heart was shocked with it, flashing a trace of scorn. Such a situation is indeed very unfavorable for them. After all, there were only two positive gods on their side even with the temporary defector Loki. As for His Majesty and Odin's words, they were both at the level of half-step ancient gods, and there wasn't much difference between the two sides. It's really a big hassle if you do it that way. However, Ing Zhang's face was still bland, not showing any surprise at the appearance of so many gods. Instead, he spoke slowly. Asgard, send out the demon wolf Fenrir to violate my Qin domain. I, Great Qin, have come to ask for punishment. From the very beginning, he had not forgotten his purpose, which was to come here to ask for a pardon. Upon hearing such words, Odin's one eye slowly narrowed and his body leaned forward. It seems that your majesty is really bold, coming to our god realm under the circumstance of being alone with only one attendant, wanting to subvert our god realm. Do you think it's possible? In this god realm, my energy is even more terrifying than yours, and as for the positive god level, then it's even more needless to say. The difference is too great. The questioning is a joke. How about I have a proposition here? Odin spoke slowly, a hint of ice in his tone. Return all the realms on earth that belong to me. Northern Europe, all of them. That area in the east can be left to you. Other than that, the other divine realms are each returned. What does your majesty think of this proposal of mine? At that moment, Yen Hui's eyes immediately changed. That's a lion's share of the money. Even the heavenly court hadn't asked for something back. And for this one Northern European god king to want to ask for their original domain back was simply delusional. What if I say no? Ing Zhang spoke faintly. His tone didn't change in the slightest, and he didn't appear to have any fear because of the other party's threat. Ha! Odin smiled bashfully and spoke. I know you have something to rely on, but it seems like you haven't gotten one thing straight. There's more to our people than that. Along with his words, countless figures once again appeared in the mists behind Ing Zhang and the others, similarly erupting with an extremely terrifying aura, causing many people's faces to change. The king of the gods, Zeus. At the same time, behind the god king Zeus, there were also the 12 main gods from Olympus, all of which emerged at this instant, erupting with extremely terrifying energy fluctuations. These figures, the moment they appeared, made the entire god realm tremble with them. Before this, they had been hidden in the mist behind them, plus they had the divine power of Zeus to hide them, so even Ing Zhang really didn't find them. It seems that His Excellency the two god kings are really well prepared. Ing Zhang spoke slowly, his face looking bland. Asgard and Olympus, who have always been at war, have actually put aside their strife with each other and joined forces to work together against me, which does give me a hint of surprise. But, and that's all there is to it. All along Asgard and Olympus as the two major god realms had been in constant strife, especially with each other always fighting over each other. Faith over the years can be said to have produced a lot of wars, but each other actually have such tacit cooperation, common joint hands to deal with themselves. There was one thing to say, which did produce a hint of surprise in Ing Zhang, but that was all. Yes? Odin slowly opened his mouth, the one demonic-like eye revealing a flash of blood, and in that instant, he clenched his hand towards the void. Instantly, a spear of eternity appeared in his hand, causing the entire space to tear apart with it. But there is one thing that might even surprise you more. The words were not yet spoken. Right at this moment, Loki, who had been silently following behind Ing Zhang, suddenly struck out, a black dagger erupting from his hand, directly piercing through Yen Hui's defense in an instant. Pust! The moment it pierced into Yen Hui's back, a black curse immediately erupted. Immediately afterward, Loki turned into a black light and returned to Odin's side. On his face, a devious smile appeared. Your Majesty, I'm really sorry. I've lied to you from the very beginning. It was clear from the very beginning that Loki was not betraying Odin, but was instead deceiving Ing Zhang and directly hurting Yen Hui in this moment. Odin spoke slowly in this moment. Your Majesty, that dagger just now has the curse of Kunganir. Your only attendant, and your most capable cadre, has been tainted with the curse. Once I leave this divine realm, then I will explode and die. Or I can make it die now. Kunganir's curse, once it locks onto an enemy, then there is absolutely no escape. Therefore, in today's Odin's view, Yen Hui has become a target in his hands. As long as he made a slight movement, he was able to cause Yen Hui to die immediately. Ying Zhang nodded lightly and spoke. So says, the Heimdall who died on the Rainbow Bridge just now was supposed to be a false shadow created by you guys, right? Chapter 112 Olympus. Overthrown. Exactly. Loki smiled wryly and spoke. The original time that a shadow was formed by my trickery rules, only in the meantime, Odin injected energy at the level of a god king, thereby casting the true shadow of Heimdall's reality. Tread. Before the words ended, among the gods in the back, Heimdall's figure slowly emerged. In his eyes, there was a hint of coldness. An aura at the level of a positive god erupted. Wonderful. Ying Zhang clapped his hands and spoke faintly. I have to say, all this that you have plotted is indeed very wonderful, so that I can't even help but admire it. Still, I want you to say again, what is it exactly that you want? Odin and Zeus looked at each other and spoke. Asgard and Olympus, the regions previously in control, give it all back. That moment, the corner of Ying Zhang's mouth, at some point, hooked into a mocking smile. Forget Asgard for a moment and simply talk about Olympus. Lord Zeus, your Olympus, does it really still exist? That moment, Zeus's frame shook as a bad feeling flashed in his eyes. Olympus, the god realm, which was originally peaceful, had now become desolate, and there were scenes of a sea of blood everywhere. Demons from hell are wreaking havoc here, bringing the fires of war here. The leader of them, who was clearly Satan, had hellish flames burning around him. With a single grip of his hand, countless gods were immediately destroyed with it. With Olympus now devoid of the 12 main gods and without Zeus, the king of the gods, in attendance, he led the gods of hell directly into it, and extinguished this one Olympus. Report. Lucifer followed, and with a hint of respect on his face, he spoke. Lord Satan, this Olympus has already been destroyed by us. According to your request, the most central location of Olympus is not destroyed at the moment. May I ask if we do it? Take it easy. Satan spoke faintly, a hint of coldness in his tone as he opened his mouth. It's been so long, it's time to make a move, isn't it? Having been watching from the sidelines like this, with Olympus all but completely decimated, might as well announce His Majesty's orders again? His Excellency Yen Hui. The words were not yet spoken. Buzz. A scripture emerged from the sky. Dazzling golden light then sprinkled across the entire sky, followed by a figure slowly landing in this region. On his face, there was a hint of playfulness. It was Yen Hui. Your hell's hands are really fast, taking advantage of the 12 main gods and Zeus' absence. You actually made such a cruel move. Now that Olympus is all destroyed up and down, how does it feel? That's right. Nowadays, Yen Hui not only did not die, but also looked as if he had plotted an extremely horrible thing in this instant, directly destroying the whole of Olympus. It's just cooperation. Satan spoke faintly, a hint of ice in his tone. It's nothing more than advancing our movements. And anyway, sooner or later there's going to be a war between us and Olympus anyway. Now, after destroying all of Olympus, we're going to war with the 12 lords and Zeus. He knew very well that even though the entire Olympus had been exterminated today, the 12 main gods of Olympus and that one god King Zeus were still alive today. So it was said that once they returned and saw such a scene, then they would inevitably head to hell, struggle to slaughter like crazy. After all, they hell cast such a scene. In fact, the fundamental source of this one came from a letter from Ying Zhang, not long ago, sent to the middle of hell by Yen Hui himself. While acting as the representative of Great Qin, a cooperation was made between the two parties based on this one, thus traveling to Mount Olympus. Now, exterminate all of Olympus. Just a dead duck. Yen Hui shook his head helplessly and opened his mouth. Anyway, I think there's one thing you need to be aware of. His Majesty had specifically instructed me to make sure I left that one throne of the God King behind when he was traveling to Asgard. If your men are accidentally destroyed, you'll have to answer to His Majesty yourself then. Hearing these words, a deep color flashed through Satan's eyes as he spoke icily. So what if I destroy it? While saying that, he clenched his claws with one hand and slowly erupted a terrifying energy towards that one God King's seat, as if he was going to hit it in the next instant. However, Yen Hui only opened his mouth faintly, with a bland tone in his voice. If that means you dare, then go ahead and do it right. And anyway, I won't be the one who has to answer for it when the time comes, but you yourself will have to answer for it with His Majesty. Buzz. At that moment, Satan hesitated, and the movement of his hands came to an abrupt halt. Immediately afterward, he spoke icily. Tell your Majesty that I owe him a favor, and if need be I can now lead the armies of hell to Asgard for a rescue. I don't think he'll be able to retreat in one piece while facing so many gods and with two god kings, even if he's a half-step ancient god. The same applies. After all, no matter what, there were two half-step ancient gods converging in Asgard today. as well as numerous positive god-level existences. Even if it was Satan facing such a scene, it would be impossible for him to retreat in one piece, no matter what, under the siege of so many gods, unless an ancient god made a move. Then I'm afraid it would be extremely difficult. Upon hearing such words, Yan Hui yawned, his face showing not a care in the world, showing no signs of leaving at all as he slowly opened his mouth. Never mind, our sire has his own methods, so I won't bother Lord Satan with them. There's one more thing, I think you'd better pay more attention to it. If you have some small actions, you'd better tighten them up now, or else Asgard and Olympus will be your downfall. When the time comes, our sire won't let you off lightly. At that moment, Satan's expression changed and he let out a cold snort. Withdraw. Along with this order from him, the many hellish armies around him all converged together, and then slowly retreated outwards. Looking at their departing figures, he didn't care in any way, but instead acted very plainly. Yan Hui sat down next to that one seat of the God King and looked at the sky from the steps, unable to help but murmur, "Your Majesty, if you do the math, it should be ending over there by now." Chapter 113, I, alone, face the gods, Asgard. After hearing the words spoken by Ying Zhang just now, a hint of surprise immediately flashed above Zeus' face, and then he couldn't help but open his mouth. What do you mean? What do you mean Olympus? Which doesn't necessarily exist anymore. What have you done to Olympus? Tell me. Rumble. The moment the words were about to fall, his hands had erupted with one lightning bolt after another. It was like a very terrifying thunder that began to rage in this heaven and earth. At this instant, this one god King Zeus had already displayed his full strength at this moment. After all, he had already heard about this matter of Olympus. Although his heart said that he was somewhat skeptical, he was very clear that nowadays, he had already taken away 12 Lord Gods, so that under such circumstances, if the other side had really sent out a portion of their troops to attack Olympus, then I'm afraid that Olympus would have been in dire straits by now. When Ying Zhang heard such words, he looked at the thunderbolts that were constantly raging in the sky, and a deep color flashed in his eyes. Have to say, the strength of the god King Zeus is indeed very terrifying. This some thunder and lightning, if said to land down, I am afraid that the general gods will all be destroyed with it. To be able to become the legendary god King Zeus, he must also possess the corresponding strength, but that was all. The strength of the other party, compared to their own, still has a certain gap, and is still the difference between heaven and earth in general. After all, Ying Zhang's body had obtained quite a few good things through the Thousand Omen, and although his realm was said to be at the same half-step ancient god realm, but there was a huge difference between a half-step ancient god and a half-step ancient god. There are some differences in them, and that's simply too much. At the very least, Yang was very clear about one thing. With his own strength to deal with these Tushan kings in front of him, there was no problem at all, regardless of whether it was Odin or Zeus. Even those who joined hands were not his own opponents, and this was his confidence from the ancestral dragon. Answer me. God King Zeus issued a furious voice, his hand to the void a grip. Immediately has a thunder god's whip into his hands, toward the sky a wave, lightning constantly raging up. The moment. Ying Zhang slowly hooked up a smile before speaking. You and Olympus should have some sort of means of communication with each other, so why don't you go see what's going on with Olympus now? Hearing something like that, God King Zeus forcibly held back his anger, and then applied a terrifying burst of energy in this instant, followed by what seemed to penetrate countless spaces. A sea of corpses and bones floated in front of him. Everywhere was filled with the scent of blood, and all of it was the terrifying energy left behind by hell. Even some of them could be seen, remnants of the hell warriors. Apart from the most central position of the God King, all the other positions were stained with blood, and were not left in any clean area. The only thing that no one dared to touch was the position of the God King. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the steps to the throne of God, there was a figure that caused the God King Zeus' eyes to flash with a hint of panic as it surfaced, while at the same time, while feeling this hint of a gaze under his gaze, the figure that terrorized him, that is, Yan Hui, seemed to be aware of something. Gently raising his hand, he snorted at the sight of the God King Zeus. At the same time, Yan Hui's mouth opened slightly and let out some words. Even though no sound could be transmitted across the space, it was still possible to hear a very simple word from the other party's lips. Olympus, destroy. Bang. That moment, Zeus can no longer suppress his inner rage. This instant even he condensed out of the light curtain has been dissipated. There is a horror of thunder and lightning continue to diffuse out. The thunder and lightning are started in the heaven and earth in the vibration, so that this one of the void appeared in the cracks one after another. Countless people see this scene. All of them are then for the surprise. Zeus. At this time, Athena, who was somewhat unable to hold back on one side, opened her mouth and asked, "What's happening? What the hell happened to Olympus?" Seeing this unprecedented maniacal appearance of Zeus, No matter it was the 12 main gods among the presence or Odin whose eyes narrowed, they all carried a hint of doubt. But many people have, vaguely, guessed something. It's hard not to. Mount Olympus, which has been destroyed. However, according to their information, all the energy in Zhang's hands has basically converged here. The rest, whether it is Lu Dongbin or Xuanzang, basically do not have the possibility of this shot, even if it is a shot, but also not necessarily be able to destroy Mount Olympus. Zeus slowly opened his mouth, his pair of eyes becoming incomparably red, carrying a furious and incomparable killing intent, destroyed the whole of Olympus. That moment, along with these words, they immediately set off a huge storm in the ears of everyone in the audience, and many people looked at Zhang, who was in the center of the room, with a hint of disbelief. At the same time, in the midst of the even more shocking words that followed, everyone became even more surprised. And that Yan Hui is still alive. All the people in the audience all set off an uproar. They clearly saw Yan Hui, and now he is here, and it looks like he is seriously injured. And just now the time is Loki personally out to sneak attack, thus living long. The other party very horrible injury. According to the normal situation then, the other party should now life is not guaranteed, right? Nope. Suddenly, many thought of a possibility they had overlooked. At this moment, Zhang felt the eyes of the people around him and immediately curled the corner of his mouth into a smile. It seems that everyone has already thought of this matter. Since this is the case, then I will no longer pretend. After all, there is no need. Snap. But as his words fell, Zhang lightly snapped his fingers. In the instant that the extremely crisp ringing finger sound echoed, that Yan Hui silhouette that was originally dying on the ground and appeared to have suffered serious injuries suddenly transformed into a bubble and disappeared. From the beginning, Zhang slowly opened his mouth, a hint of majesty in his tone, and an extremely terrifying voice spread all around. I've already laid this trap, with the very simple purpose of overthrowing Asgard and Olympus, and causing the destruction of all the divine realms along with it. In fact, from the moment I entered, I, since the beginning, have been alone, facing you gods. Chapter 114, Ancestral Dragon's Might. Destruction. Rumble. In the instant his words fell, this one had been played out in the sky. Countless thunderbolts were like lightning approaching, directly covering the entire space. At this point in time, no matter if it was the god King Zeus or the many gods behind him, they were no longer able to maintain their original calmness. After all, Mount Olympus was home to their families, as well as countless gods. Now that Mount Olympus was destroyed, then it meant that only their 13 gods were left on their mountain of gods. Only Odin and the others took a deep breath at this moment and remained calm. Zeus, hold your horses for a moment. This guy may have calculated that we're going to do it. There's one more thing I'm very curious about. Although you say there are countless cultivators in the Great Qin controversy, it can be said that there are only a handful of people who have truly achieved godhood. With the defense of the Onapis God Mountain, even if Zeus and the 12 main gods weren't around, it would be almost difficult to break through. How on earth did you manage to do that? These questions are, in fact, one of the questions that people are very curious about. After all, according to normal circumstances, it was obvious that Zhang did not have the slightest possibility. Zhang smiled lightly and spoke. It seems there is one thing that I have not told you. I am not the one who remembers Mount Olympus. Although it is said that there are my people involved in Mount Olympus, it was only Yan Hui who was sent as a messenger. That one divine mountain doesn't have any desire to destroy for me. What I want is just the throne of the divine king for the two of you. To put it bluntly, opponents like you don't deserve me to come out at all. The doubt in Odin's eyes became even more intense when he heard such words. And how did you do that? Zhang smiled blandly. I am merely reminding Satan. The moment they heard this name, the two god kings in the room all bared their teeth, feeling unimaginable anger coming from within. Satan could be said to be their constant enemy. Extremely horrific wars often erupt between the two and Satan, and the hatred between them can be very deep. Over the years there were many gods who had died in the battles between the two sides, and it hadn't occurred to me that it was actually Satan who had destroyed Mount Olympus. When he thought of this, Odin's heart immediately had a pang of fear if the place where they set up the killing game today was on Mount Olympus. I fear that Asgard will end up like Olympus today. In this moment, a hint of mockery flashed across Zhang's face as he watched the expressions of the two god kings. My layout is much more than that. And, Odin, you don't think that I didn't lay it out that Asgard wasn't destroyed, do you? Hearing something like that, a look of doubt immediately flashed through Odin's eyes. That's not true. Now Asgard had so many gods converging, and there was such a terrifying lineup, that under such a lineup, even the opponent's hierarchy would merely be able to escape with serious injuries. Trying to get anything going is just impossible. Good show. It's time to start for me. Zhang slowly opened his mouth, with a hint of coldness in his tone. and spoke to the rear. Loki. The moment he said that name, a hint of panic immediately flashed through Odin's eyes, and immediately afterward, he turned his head towards the back, wanting to seize the time to dodge. However, it was long overdue. The moment before Ing Zhang's words had even fallen, Loki's figure had already moved along with him, and a black dragon-shaped silhouette had suddenly appeared in his hands. Roar! In the next moment, this black dragon-shaped shadow suddenly rushed out toward the front, transforming into a black ancestral dragon that looked like a real one, breaking out an extremely mournful hissing sound. At this moment, seeing this scene, everyone present had their eyes change as they gazed at the black ancestral dragon. Due to the fact that it was released from Loki's hands, coupled with the distance between him and Odin, it could be said to be very close. And under such a close distance, an attack of such power suddenly erupted. Even an existence of Odin's caliber was caught off guard and struck. Pust! The moment this black ancestral dragon struck, Odin immediately spat out blood from his mouth with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Loki, how dare you deceive me? The moment Loki unleashed that black ancestral dragon, he had quickly fled to Ing Zhang's side, the corner of his mouth raised in a sneer. Excuse me, Odin. From the very beginning, I have wanted to unleash the twilight of the gods for Asgard. You, who have grown old, it is time for you to withdraw from your present position. Today's era is already His Majesty's era. Your time has passed. You, Odin was jealous, feeling his breath suddenly become unstable in the moment. What the hell did you guys do? Ing Zhang slowly spoke. It's only one of my attacks, which condenses the great Qin's fortune, even if it's at the level of a half-step ancient god. I'm afraid it's not too good after this next attack, right? Its name, the name of destruction. Snap. The next moment, he lightly snapped his fingers. Immediately, within Odin's body, the black dragon-shaped shadow rapidly made an impact, even with Odin's energy for protection, but it still caused the energy in his body to become violently unstable. Even in this instant, signs of a mystery beginning to ripple appeared, and the likelihood that a violent death would follow made everyone sweat. Damn it! Odin gritted his teeth, a hint of ice in his eyes. In his current situation, if he were to say that he was forcing his hand, then it would inevitably cause the energy in his body to become unstable, and it was even possible that he would be seriously injured by the waves of divine energy. That's why he felt a hint of scorn. It's about time. Ing Zhang glanced at the sky and slowly spoke. Guys, it's time to do it. I'd like to take a good look at how the gods of Asgard and also Olympus are different from the cultivators of my great Qin. There's no need to hold back. Let's go together. Along with a hint of arrogance in his tone, all the gods in the audience all looked cold, listening to Ing Zhang slowly say his next sentence. Ruler of the great Qin divine realm, Ing Zhang. Ing Zhang slowly opened his mouth, with a hint of teasing in his tone. His eyes looked around, and with a gentle grip in his hand, there was immediately a black ancestral dragon, exuding a destructive aura. Come and destroy. The Western Divine Realm. Chapter 115. Meet and Greet. Eternal Lance. What arrogance. At this moment, Zeus and Odin both spoke slowly with a hint of coldness in their tones. Even though Odin was now severely injured, he still wouldn't be afraid of his opponent. Especially in this situation, he would strike even at the risk of serious injury. Rumble. At this moment, Odin slowly rose up into the air and clasped his palm towards the void. Immediately there is an endless light followed by the outbreak of his hands. There is a long gun general shadow, slowly condensed out. The moment this silhouette coalesced, a violent aura immediately erupted with it. The gun of eternity. Kunganir. This is a divine spear from the legend. In Odin's hands, he could lock onto a target, and once he did, the target would be unable to escape. This was the power from the rules. No matter what kind of deity it was, even if it was a half-step ancient god-level existence, it was equally difficult to escape once it was locked. Even if the world was destroyed, even if it was chased to the ends of the earth, this divine gun would never leave. Lockdown. That's what it rules. The eternity gun? The moment Ing Zhang saw this lance, a smile immediately surfaced on his face with a hint of mockery. You can try and see if you can actually lock me down. Hearing something like that, immediately, an icy color flashed within Odin's face. It was important to know that this divine gun, which was a legendary divine gun, once it was locked, no matter who it was, they would not be able to escape the locking rules of it. And this Qin Shi Huang Ing Zhang is arrogant to such an extent. At this moment, Odin spoke slowly, that one slowly opening one eye flashing a bloody color. If you say so, then I'll fulfill you. The moment his phantom voice fell, the lance in his hand immediately erupted in a burst of blinding light. Then, as if there was a locking rule breaking out, it locked onto Ing Zhang's position at that instant, in a split second before anyone could react. This one lance had already come out of his hand. It came towards Ing Zhang's position, and a whistling sound erupted in midair. while the void shattered and cracked wherever it passed. Interesting. When Ing Zhang saw this scene, there was immediately a hint of interest in his eyes as he slowly raised his palm, and in this instant a black shadow immediately coalesced behind him. The moment this silhouette coalesced, all of them felt an extremely terrifying aura explode at that moment. That one shadow was as if it was the emperor in the legend. The shadow generally in the moment it appeared had made the whole heaven and earth tremble with it, as if this was the only master in the heaven and earth. Seeing this black shadow, even Odin flashed a trace of scorn. Still, he had inner self-confidence in his divine gun, Kunganir. He knew very well that once he was locked by Kunganir, then it would be deathless, no matter who it was. Even if the Kungunir was broken, this divine spear would coalesce with it. That is, the true power of this eternal lance. The eternal lance is indeed a good thing. Not only is it able to lock on, and it cannot be broken, it will be reborn even after being destroyed. Ing Zhang slowly opened his mouth, and in an instant, he had pierced through the essence of this eternal divine lance, but he didn't show any nervousness. Instead, there was a hint of relaxation in his countenance and a hint of a smile on top of his face. But meet me, this divine gun. I'm afraid it can't hurt the slightest bit, but instead, able to be of use to me. Buzz. The moment his words fell, the black shadow in his hand immediately coalesced to form a huge palm that slowly stretched forward. In the instant that the eternal godly lance struck, he had already gripped this eternal godly lance in his black palm as if he was holding a toy. It was cold in the hand for a moment as it was gripped, and then exploded with an endless impact with it. This eternal divine spear exerted all its strength, seemingly wanting to break free from Ing Zhang's restraints, and thus stabbed directly into Ing Zhang's chest at this instant. However, how could Ing Zhang let it be as he wished? The moment he gripped this black divine spear, Ing Zhang had already erupted with black energy, ready to renew the great Qin's chi like a tidal wave. The Emperor's chi is bound. Buzz. Seeing the situation, Kunganir immediately caused a spatial fluctuation, triggering a black crack in the surrounding space. Obviously want to use this situation to hold up Ing Zhang's restraints. However, the moment this black crack appeared, it was as if the surrounding space was imprisoned at that moment, and Kunganir appeared to stand still. Even if there was still a trace of trembling, it gradually turned into a still image under the chi energy that was like a black tide. This scene caused Odin's complexion to change, with a hint of anger in his eyes. He could feel that along with Kunganir trembling a little bit and eventually becoming still. His control over Kunganir became more and more scarce. And now, control, it's gone. Tread. In the next moment, that black emperor's silhouette slowly took a step forward. The moment he took that step, the space around him trembled with it, and then he arrived in front of that one divine spear. Stretching out his own native palm, he grasped that divine spear, and with it, a terrifying intent erupted. There was a storm that, at this moment, centered on Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum and spread rapidly around. It was, from this eternal lance, Kunganir's last stand. However, it has long since become irrelevant. The moment the black great Qin Shi luck solidified it, the situation had already reversed on that. Even in this moment, Odin tried his best to regain control, but it was too late. This gun of eternity, which had appeared with it from the beginning of his birth, slowly lost control at this moment, falling into a new owner's hands. At this moment, in Odin's eyes, it was as if his favorite toy had been snatched away. It always feels like there's already a green pasture above your head. Buzz. The corners of Ing Zhang's mouth curled up into a smile as he gripped that eternal lance. Since this eternal lance Kunganir could not be unlocked and could not be broken, it would be better to turn it into a weapon in your own hands. In which case you could break the rules of it. Seeing this scene, the hearts of all the people around them all set off shockwaves. In just less than 3 seconds, this eternal god lance, Kunganir, had changed hands. Ing Zhang slowly spoke. This one, Asgard's meet and greet. I am satisfied. Chapter 116, Welcoming the Battle. 2 great divine realms. Pust. Looking at that eternal lance, it completely fell into Ing Zhang's hands. At this moment Odin couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of old blood. No longer able to hold back his inner rage. I want, kill you. Zeus was likewise no exception, with eyes that could be described as incredibly red and filled with hatred. After all, it was because of Ing Zhang's layout that the entire Olympus had been destroyed. It was important to realize that Mount Olympus was home to a number of his heirs, and now only the 12 main gods and Zeus remained. This situation is just unimaginable for them. Since both of you have such hatred for me, why don't you seize the opportunity to strike? Ing Zhang slowly spoke. I can't wait. When he thought of the signing rewards he would have received by traveling to the 2 great god seats next, he felt very excited. After all, there are a lot of differences between this check-in and the previous ones. It's safe to say that these 2 check-ins will bring unprecedented rewards. Rumble. Before the words fell, Zeus had already taken the lead in this instant. his hands condensing two spears of lightning, cracking the entire void with them as his figure continued to weave forward. The energy that was like destroying the sky and destroying the earth was released recklessly at this moment. This was from Mount Olympus, above the 12 main gods, an extremely terrifying existence. The moment he struck out, the wind and clouds fluctuated with him. Countless gods, as long as they hadn't reached the level of a positive god, all retreated with them at this moment, with a hint of scorn in their eyes. There was no one under the righteous gods who could withstand this level of pressure. At the same time, even Odin's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He hadn't thought that Zeus' power had reached such a level that he felt a hint of pressure. When Zhang saw this scene, he smiled blandly, a hint of mockery flashing across his face. Is this all you've got? If you, as a god king, are only at this level, then I don't think the destruction of Mount Olympus isn't very unjust. The words were not yet spoken. Rumble. The black silhouette behind him suddenly became more real, as if it had turned into a real emperor at this moment. At the same time, a black long sword appeared in the hands of this emperor's silhouette, as if it had formed into a real one. A terrifying aura erupted and charged out towards the front. At this moment, everyone shook with it. None of them had expected that when Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum displayed his full strength, it would make them all feel incredibly shocked. The strength the other party showed at this moment was even more terrifying than Odin and Zeus combined. It was clear that they were all equally gods of the same level, but at this moment there was some sort of unprecedented difference. The difference is as if one is a real god and the other is a false god. Buzz! Qin Shi Huang slowly gripped the black longsword in his own hand, and that one Taya sword erupted with an extremely terrifying aura at this moment. As the space shook, his voice sounded extremely strong, carrying a hint of extremely unimaginable majesty. Guys, I am here to battle the two great divine realms. The so-called gods, the so-called being subject to the rules of heaven and earth, is inherently absurd. A true god is like me, to be in control, but not subject to the rules of heaven and earth. This is a true god. Rumble. The moment his words fell, the aura he had erupted had reached the extreme, far exceeding the previous information, as if he had been hiding it in the previous times, only to completely explode at this moment. Odin and Zeus all had a hint of shock in their eyes when they saw the scene. It was as if they had realized something at this moment, but it was long since too late. In their understanding, mastering the rules of hearing was forming a god. But the lesson the other side gave them was that controlling the rules of heaven and earth was just being subjected to the rules of heaven and earth. And true gods are not subject to the rules of heaven and earth, but are able to control the rules of heaven and earth while being separated from them. That's what it is. A real god. At this moment, they finally realized why the energy fluctuations they had erupted were far inferior to the energy fluctuations that Zhang had just erupted. Because they have not reached the level of true gods. Even though the realm already belonged to a half-step ancient god, it was ultimately restricted by the rules. Zhang slowly opened his mouth, with a hint of mockery in his tone, and said, I know that you have sustained yourself for so long because there is a portion of humanity that is not yet fully submissive and is still feeding you faith, but there is very bad news that I have to tell you. From the moment I entered, I have been through special means, turned on the global broadcast. That moment, Odin and Zeus, as well as the many gods behind them, all had their eyes changed. Bad. In their hearts, a hint of a bad premonition surfaced. The moment, the global broadcast, which has already begun. Zhang had dispatched Xianzang in advance and had already contacted Zhang Shan's side, the purpose of which was to be able to open this live broadcast. Let the people of the world take a look, and let the many humans in the West take a look at the so-called two great divine realms, in front of that one charming old ancestor. It was simply unbearable. At this moment, Zhang Shan looked at the clear picture in front of him and slowly spoke. Nice. It seems that the latest live broadcasting equipment developed by the Research and Development Department this time is indeed very good, able to still broadcast normally in the midst of the mists of this Asgard. I just don't know what public opinion, out there, has become. A lot of speculation has been made long before this time. That is that the foundations of Asgard as well as the world of Olympus have not crumbled after all this time. They believe that the main reason for this is due to the fact that there is a portion of Western humanity that has not yet been subjugated, and is naturally capable of channeling faith under these circumstances. In this case, they contacted Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum in advance. After both sides reached an agreement, Zhang was naturally very happy to be able to start this global broadcast, which would channel more qi for him and achieve an unprecedented purpose. That is, to completely cut off the faith connection between the two great divine realms and the human realm. This led to the collapse of the two great divine realms and their subsequent disappearance from the aspect of qi. After all, from the very beginning, Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum had been very clear about one thing, that the reason why these two great divine realms existed was due to the construction of the power of faith. Now, I am going to personally destroy the two great divine realms, overthrowing them. Chapter 117, Friction. Two Great God Kings. At the moment, on the global broadcast, there were also many ordinary people who saw the scene with a hint of incredulity in their eyes, feeling very hard to accept. Many Western publics in particular are now feeling incredulous. One must know that it was the existence of their legendary God King, who was now being rubbed on the ground just like that in front of them. Moreover, even the eternal lance, Kunganir, had been mastered. Rumble. In the middle of the picture, there was an explosion sound that resounded through the sky and earth, followed by a ball of naked eye light that suddenly erupted from the sky. It could be described as endless rays of thunder, and above the sky, it was as if a rain of thunder swords had already rained down in this instant, and an incomparably terrifying aura was mixed in with the rain of thunder and lightning. At that instant the live feed had all fallen into a black screen, then waited until the re-recording turned bright, only to see that above the sky, a huge thunder god shadow had appeared, like the most terrifying existence in the world slowly descending towards the bottom. Even across the endless space, across the screen images, many of the people felt that there was an incomparably terrifying impact. All in this instant followed, as if it was able to burst the entire heaven and earth with it, so that many people's eyes all with a trace of shock. Is this the power of the legendary God King? At this moment, the people who had originally lost their confidence had now all regained their original confidence once again. These humans are, essentially, beings who originally believed in Asgard as well as in Mount Olympus. They would have felt shocked at the news of the destruction of Olympus. Now it can be said that there is already some confidence. At least it will not be as original as all the thoughts. At this moment, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were constantly refreshing, with many old brothers who were worried. Seriously? No way? Heavens, with this level of might, is the old ancestor really able to catch it? This can be said to be at the level amongst god kings. Is this the legendary half-step ancient god? Old ancestor, can we win this one? This one Zeus looks very fierce. Seeing Zeus burst out of the terrifying energy of the moment present in the middle of many live broadcast netizens, all of them felt a bit unacceptable, realizing that they had never seen this level of power before. However, the truth was that they had never seen Ingjun go all out before this. Every time he saw an enemy, he basically did not reach the level of a half-step ancient god, and at most, he was only at the peak of the gods. There was still a lot of gap between a half-step ancient god and a half-step ancient god. Plus, many ordinary people's knowledge of cultivation is just too low. After all, they had lived in the middle of modern society for a long time, and most of them had only seen some legendary cultivators, and yet, they still couldn't feel what it meant to be at the true half-step ancient god level. So much so that subconsciously, he felt a hint of shock, a feeling that the old ancestor could not reach the level of a god with human power. However, the thing they were not clear about was that the old ancestor had long since transcended this level. At his current level, he was not under any words even if he faced two god kings striking out. Not to mention, nowadays it was facing a divine king under such circumstances. This one Zeus, the pencil controlled in his hands, although it is said to be very terrifying, but ultimately subject to the rules of heaven and earth, is still far from reaching a completely new level. Rumble. In the face of the thunder energy that was about to descend, Ingzheng directly clenched his hands and created a black emperor's shadow in midair. The energy fluctuations that erupted from him in this instant were infinitely close to that of a true ancient god. With this power alone, even if it was in existence at the level of the four heavenly kings, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to carry it at all. However, in the time before that, Ingzheng had never encountered a character that could make him go all out. Today, this one, Zeus, has barely qualified. Buzz, the black great Qin Shi Huang, in this instant, collided with the thunder, as if shattering the entire space with it, forming a shockwave that began to fluctuate towards the surroundings. In this moment, an equilibrium seems to have formed. Many of the old brothers in the live broadcast, all of them were shocked and felt very surprised. Good fellow, it's true that he deserves to be an old ancestor. He was able to fight the legendary god King Zeus to a draw, truly worthy of being our god, simply invincible. Gosh, look, that Odin seems to be about to strike again. If he says he's going to strike, I'm afraid the old ancestor won't necessarily be able to hold out. Old ancestor, be careful, that Odin doesn't speak of martial virtues. Tread. At this moment, Odin's body was already filled with radiant golden energy. At this moment a huge horse that looked like a giant beast suddenly erupted underneath him. Instead of a steed, it was more like a beast, and the aura that erupted from it made everyone around it feel very mysterious. At that moment, Odin rode straight ahead on his warhorse, charging forward. Ingzheng noticed this scene and the corner of his mouth curled up, flashing a smile. Can't hold your breath so soon already? Odin, it's a bit too hasty. In that case, then I won't hide it anymore. Rumble. At that moment, a long spear suddenly appeared in his hand. emitting an aura of rules. It was, indeed, the eternal lance, Kunganir. Everyone in the audience could not have predicted that this Yin Zhang would be able to fight Zeus with one hand. Under certain circumstances, it is also able to take out another hand to grasp the eternal star. This situation is really shocking to everyone. The action gods in the midst of the scene all wanted to strike, but all of them were mini actions. After all, they knew very well that with their strength, they could only open a cannon fodder level of existence in a battle of this level. If they made a move, instead of causing any benefits, it would bring about a lot of unfavorable effects. So it was said that in the end, they stopped their steps. However, there was a hint of worry in all the eyes. This battle could be said to be about the survival of their two great divine realms, and it had to be done no matter what. Otherwise, the two great divine realms would perish with them in time. Odin, while maintaining the great Qin black dragon in his hand, Yin Zhang slowly threw the eternal lance, with a hint of coldness in his tone. If you are able to take this shot, then I, for one, can admit defeat. If you can't, today the fate of this Asgard will be like that of Mount Olympus, with its total destruction. Chapter 118 God King Defeat. My charming old ancestor. Whoosh! At that moment, a black light coalesced out of Yin Zhang's wrist, and then at that moment, he turned this toward the front, throwing the eternal lance out. It instantly pierced through countless voids. It seemed even more powerful than the moment Odin had thrown it earlier, and in an instant it had left a black trajectory. This is something that no one could have predicted. According to normal circumstances, even if this kind of artifact had changed hands, but it should be unmanageable in a short period of time. No one expected that Yin Zhang would not only be able to control this eternal heart, but also be able to exert unprecedented power that seemed even more terrifying than Odin's power. There was a part of the reason, perhaps due to Yin Zhang's energy level, which far surpassed Odin's. Roar! At that moment, the one warhorse actually roared, and Odin's figure charged with it. The shadow of a divine spear coalesced in his hand, and although it was said to not be an eternal spear, it was equally quite powerful. Suddenly, they collided together, erupting in a shockwave. In the midst of the many smokes that erupted, that eternal lance directly broke through the mist. Then it erupted to lock down the rules and directly pierced through Odin's body at an extremely fast speed. Buzz! Immediately afterward, Odin directly knelt on the ground, blood slowly spilling from his mouth. On his chest, the silhouette of a divine gun had appeared, and the entire chest was all bleeding blood with the whole, basically all golden blood, obviously flowing with divine blood. Damn it! At that moment, the many gods behind them all had a change in their eyes. The faces of the people of Asgard, in particular, had turned bleak. Heimdall raised his huge sword in his hand and firmly tried to charge forward, yet could not advance the slightest bit at all. In that field ahead, the three great God-King level existences seemed to emanate endless energy fluctuations, making it impossible for everyone to enter. Only at the half-step ancient god level could one truly step into this battlefield. Seeing Odin's miserable appearance, Zeus's eyes changed with it and his pupils quaked. Odin, dying? As one of the three most powerful existences on this battlefield, coupled with the fact that he was the closest. That's why he was able to feel very clearly what kind of level Odin's energy fluctuations were approaching nowadays. It was likely close to a near-death situation with very low energy fluctuations. Next, Yin Zhang slowly opened his mouth, with a hint of coldness in his tone, and looked toward Zeus on that side. That's it. Your turn. Rumble. Similarly, in Yin Zhang's hands there was an incomparably terrifying thunderbolt that erupted at this moment. The thunderbolt in Zeus's hand was as if it had met a natural enemy. Just like a cat seeing a mouse. The thunderbolt in his hand unexpectedly began to retreat in this instant, continuously retreating towards the back. See this scene. Zeus' eyes changed with an unbelievable look. One must know that for him, the incomparably terrifying thunderbolt had been one of his most terrifying weapons from the beginning to the end, and the thunderbolt in his hands could be said to have reached a peak level. And now, the lightning released by this Yin Zhang had likewise reached a level that he had not reached. It was as if this was the true power of thunder and lightning. Yin Zhang smiled blandly and spoke with a hint of lethargy in his tone. Zeus, take a good look at what real lightning is. Destruction, at last, comes with it. Rumble. In the next moment, endless terrifying thunderbolts directly landed, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. A spear of lightning covered Zeus' body with it, as if it had been transformed into a sea of lightning. As the lightning disappeared into thin air, the body of Zeus in front of him had already been turned into a charcoal, and his original godly body had already disappeared. At the same time, Yin Zhang gazed at the thunderbolt he had retrieved with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Zeus' thunderbolt. Not bad. Being able to devour this level of thunder is considered progress. Just now, the thunderbolt emanating from his body had actually directly devoured Zeus's thunderbolt while undergoing some sort of life-level evolution. This was also a bit unexpected to Ying Zhang. Looking at that one charred body, and that one kneeling on the ground dying, all of the gods present carried shock in their eyes. Two great god kings, defeated? West, some unassuming underground church, this one with candles lit in it. At this moment, along with the extinguishing of one candle, everyone in the room carried a trace of disbelief. In front of them a global broadcast has just ended, bringing them bad news like never before. What? How is this possible? Why did the two great god kings lose? A voice with trembling brought panic to everyone in an instant. It was a battle they could say they fought inexplicably and lost inexplicably, but regardless they were crushed the entire time. These people of theirs, as the last believers of the two great divine realms, maintained the last of the power of faith and did their best to run the operation of these two great divine realms. Now, along with the faith of those candles, it meant that all of the humans in this world who originally still believed in the two great divine realms had given up their faith. At the end of the day, the candles, which had been as dense as an ocean, had become few and far between, and the power of faith would disappear with them. It's okay. There was a bishop with a trembling tone and a hint of disbelief in his eyes. There are still possibilities. There are still so many gods from the two great divine realms who are rallying to attack. We can always defeat this Ying Zhang. We will absolutely win. We will never lose. His hope now could only be somewhat vain of those gods. However, at that very moment, all the bishops amongst them looked at the image in front of them, immediately with a hint of unsightliness, because in the middle of the live feed in front of them, those gods of the two great divine realms that were still left originally slowly knelt down at this moment, submitting to the sole lord among the two great divine realms. Asgard, submit. Olympus, submit. Along with the many gods kneeling down, it was as if faith had collapsed in the hearts of those bishops, and there was a hint of disbelief in their eyes. How is this possible? This was arguably the most unbelievable thing in history, with all the gods of the two great divine realms kneeling down to one person. In the eyes of these bishops, it was tantamount to letting them all fail with it at this moment. At that moment, these bishops also slowly knelt. Immediately afterward, all the remaining candles went out with them, and the faith in their hearts collapsed. Chapter 119, Two Great Divine Realms. Submission. Buzz. Before these bishops could react, at this moment there was an even more terrifying aura that suddenly erupted, as if there were endless deities descending on this region of theirs. There was a spatial crack that suddenly opened up, releasing a terrifying aura like a tidal wave from it. However, in this moment, the silhouette, which resembled a black emperor, seemed to look at them across the endless void at this instant. Just a single glance made their hearts and souls tremble, making them feel like their entire being was about to collapse, directly making their souls and bodies all about to collapse at this moment. The bishop hissed in pain and covered his head, feeling like his entire being had fallen into madness. Asgard, too weak. Ying Zhang slowly retracted his sight, with a hint of indifference in his eyes, and did not show the slightest bit of surprise. He had originally thought that this group of assistants should be a group of relatively powerful existences, perhaps a group of cultivators, but did not think that it would just be a group of ordinary people. He himself had only looked at them, and this group of bishops had nearly destroyed them. If it wasn't for himself, if he had withdrawn his sight in time at that moment just now, I'm afraid that they would have physically turned into nothingness by now. After all, his current level was just too high. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to accept his pressure. In fact, when he was here before, Ying Zhang was a bit curious about the reason why these two great divine realms didn't collapse, and then he sensed that there seemed to be some human beings who still continued to channel their faith to them. This was what led to these two great divine realms being maintained. But now, due to the fact that he himself had shattered the hopes of the two great divine realms, it was said that those remaining bishops, as well as those original believers, had now given up their faith. After those beliefs are gone, they will naturally crumble with them. Ying Zhang sighed and didn't think much more about the matter, only casually bursting out a location to the live feed. Location: in John's country. From now on, the faith of the two great divine realms is thus broken and will collapse with it. With such words, the many netizens who were originally in the middle of the live broadcast room all felt shocked and incredulous. Heavens, it's really worthy of my charming old ancestor to have already ruptured the two great divine realms so quickly. Originally, these two great divine realms were in the eyes of many people that were unattainable existences, and it didn't occur to me that it had already been resolved in the time of just one live broadcast. That's for sure. This is the legendary ancestral dragon, the emperor of the ages, Ying Zhang. I'm afraid there's no one else who can do this besides him. Overthrowing Olympus, fighting the two great divine realms with the power of one man. I'm afraid that this world can be called an existence that can be recorded in the annals of history and reach the top of the first. I really didn't expect this group of Western people to be so unforgiving. Originally they were mocking so much, I didn't expect to be so snapped in the face now. Before this time, many Western humans all looked down on the East, believing that their beliefs were stronger. Little did they realize that it was now in front of a live global broadcast, shattering their last hope today in front of everyone. Conference room. Jiang Shan waved his hand, and immediately some of the action team went to John according to the location given by Ying Zhang, ready to arrest the bishops. As for the rest of these people, they were discussing the battle and analyzing some relevant data. Many people, all of them, felt helpless. Our group of professionals can be very clear about this battle, and they understand very well that these two great divine realms lost very unjustly. There is one thing to be said about these two great divine realms. Their strength is actually not bad, and the reason why they lost at the hands of Ying Zhang is honestly only due to the fact that Ying Zhang's strength is really too strong. To the Ying Zhang of today, existences below the ancient gods could not pose any threat to him at all, but an existence at the level of an ancient god wouldn't even come down personally. After all, ancient god-level characters could be said to be rare even when looking at the entire heaven and earth. Asgard. After resolving those troubles, Ying Zhang began to think inwardly. Although it was said that he had decided to overthrow the two great divine realms this time, now after defeating the two great divine realms, he had lost interest in destroying them. How about, it was possible to incorporate them into the great Qin divine realm, in which case, instead of being able to retain this group of gods, they would also be able to add some high-level combatants to their side. The level of aura is very thin today in terms of cultivation on Earth. If you want to cultivate the righteous path of immortality on Earth, it can be said to be very difficult. So it is said that there is now a lack of many high-level combatants, and although Ying Zhang's strength is very strong, he is still very lacking in high-level combatants. Nowadays, there are only Yan Hui, Lu Dongbin, Xuanzun, etc. Although these people were all great Qin's heavenly fates, the number of great Qin's heavenly fates could be said to be very rare. If the great Qin's fortune wants to create a heavenly fate, it can't create a particularly large number of them, and today's number can already be said to be the limit. Therefore, it would be possible to take this group of gods under one's wing. Thinking of this, Ying Zhang slowly spoke. You guys, would you like to join my great Qin divine realm? I can guarantee a great future in the future. With such words, Athena and the others, who were originally still a bit discouraged, all had their eyes light up with a hint of radiance. Although it was said that the two great divine realms had been defeated, if it was said that they could survive, then it would be a good thing. Moreover, in the view of many gods, if they were able to join Great Qin, they might really be able to have a future in the future, and they would gain a lot of benefits in the future, and to a certain extent it would not be weaker than the present in the slightest. Immediately, quite a few of the gods present all knelt down. Two great divine realms, subjugated. Seeing this scene, Ying Zhang also nodded his head with great satisfaction, flashing a color of joy. It would be a good thing for him to have these two great gods submit and would pay a lot of benefits for himself. Still, these are ultimately Western gods. His main target was still some cultivators, especially now that he had grasped the god sealing list and the god striking whip, which meant that if it was said that one day later in the event that he removed all 365 positive gods in the heavenly court, then the god sealing list would cast a new batch of gods. All of these places for the gods on the god sealing list had been reserved by Ying Zhang in advance, but now there were still quite a few vacant places. However, as Jiang Shan and others, all of them have been among them. In the future, one would inevitably step into the God Sealer list and become a god among the rules of the God Sealer list. Chapter 120 Signed. Seed of the World. Right. At this moment, Ying Zhang looked at Loki with a deep color, patted his shoulder, and slowly spoke. If there's nothing wrong, they're all yours. Loki, don't fail me, or else you know very well what will happen to you. While saying that, he immediately condensed a black energy in his hand, and then at this moment the black energy slowly rushed towards Loki. This black energy contained a master-servant contract. Once the agreement was signed between the two parties, then it meant that this one Loki had become his servant. Even though there were many rules and many ways to break the contract, he was able to control this Loki more or less with this contract in place. Otherwise, even an existence of Ying Zhang's level would feel like tearing the altar if he faced this one logic. After all, this god of trickery. But there were quite a few tricks in his hands, and if the other party was really able to do some easy tricks, then he would be afraid that he would feel a pang of fear, to know that the three trees in this war themselves played a very big role. But this Loki also dare not underestimate. If it is not due to their own backstabbing Odin words, perhaps one would encounter a certain amount of pressure. This one who was able to play at the level of the twilight of the gods was definitely not a simple character. Therefore, Ying Zhang had to bind this Loki and not let the other party have some petty thoughts. Yes, sir. Loki was trembling in this moment, and hastily attached himself to his knees and nodded his head, not showing any resistance. He knew himself very well that if he said he wanted a high position, then he had to accept the master-servant contract of the other party. Along with the slow signing of this master-servant contract, Ying Zhang also let out a sigh of relief. Have to say, this matter, at this point, has come to an end. One of the most crucial things now is the throne of the God King to know that this time after the signing location is refreshed. He then felt very excited about the fact that this God King's throne wasn't a normal refresh location, so it was inevitable that it would bring a lot of new rewards, and this one in particular could be very important. Therefore, he directly waved his hand and spoke faintly to Loki. Take me to the throne of the God King. Yes, sir. Loki raised an eyebrow, a look of doubt flashing in his eyes. He wasn't quite sure why this Ying Zhang wanted to travel to the Divine King's throne, realizing that the Divine King's throne had always been a symbol to them, and didn't have any actual function. Along with the two of them moving forward, the many gods in front of them immediately made way for a path. At the very front, there was a golden throne that emitted the power of the rules between heaven and earth. Although it was said that he had no practical use, this one seat was actually the position of the God King of Asgard, and only Odin had been able to sit in this position in the old days, symbolizing the supreme honor of Asgard. The moment. Once again, there is one more person that can take the seat. Tread. Accompanied by Ying Zhang's slow steps, he finally came to this one seat at this moment, and then directly sat on it. But the imagined picture did not appear. The system and the brain did not show any beeps, but instead behaved very calmly. What's going on? Ying Zhang secretly pondered in his mind with a hint of doubt. Is it hard to believe that it's only after all of the two great god seats have signed in, that I can be given my rewards? That's not true. If he said that he remembered correctly, the two signing tasks were separate, which meant that the two signing tasks did not have much of a connection with each other. Although it was said that they both belonged to the same God King, it should be two separate quests, so the rewards should be separate as well. But now, after signing up for this one throne of the God King, it didn't show any reaction. At this moment, Loki, who had been staring at this scene from the side, noticed Ying Zhang's face and was immediately startled. He felt that nowadays, Ying Zhang's face was simply gloomy and cold. It's hard not to. After thinking of this, Loki immediately waved his hand, and there were several gods handing a scepter up. Asgard. Authority. Ying Zhang received the scepter and felt that in this instant, he seemed to hold the authority of the entire Asgard, and that the entire Asgard was all under his control. No matter whether it was the gods in it or a blade of grass or a tree in it, all of them were in his grasp, and no living being dared to escape his control. At this moment, it was as if he was the supreme God King of Asgard, even more transcendent than that realm. Rumble. Along with the scepter he gripped in his hand, there was immediately a shockwave of energy that quickly swept towards all the surrounding areas with him at the center. Energy fluctuations continued to erupt, including at this moment, all of Asgard had been incorporated into Qin's domain. Immediately afterward, the many remaining gods in front of them slowly knelt down, all with a hint of respect in their eyes. Greetings, Your Majesty, the first Emperor of Qin. Ding. At that moment, as if the conditions for signing in had been met, the beep in his head immediately sounded. Successful signing. Reward, Seat of the World, half. Remaining check-in locations, Olympus. Seeing the sign-in information, Ying Zhang finally reacted at this moment. Seat of the World. It was, so to speak, an unimaginably good thing for him to do. It is important to realize that a large part of the reason why today's Earth is barren of aura is due to the fact that today's Earth is not considered to be a true divine realm, even though he had already covered the entire Earth with the Great Qin realm. Strictly speaking, today's Great Qin divine realm could not even be called a divine realm, only counts a rather unique world. And if there was this world seed, then it would be different. Then it would mean that he would be able to forge an unprecedented divine realm. And if it was possible to continuously bring in some good things during the cultivation process of the seed of the world, then I'm afraid that the world that would be forged by then would be beyond imagination. I didn't think that this system signing reward would actually be this kind of good stuff. This seed of the world could be said to be completely in line with what he had in mind, but now this seed of the world was only half a seed, and by his estimation there was still the remaining half that should be in Olympus's sign-in reward. Thinking of this, Ying Zhang slowly got up and spoke. Go to Olympus, the mountain of the gods. Chapter 121 World Seed. Sapling. Tarzan. At this moment, on top of this mountain peak, a figure suddenly appeared. Behind him stood a black emperor shadow, erupting with an extremely terrifying aura that caused all the surrounding gods to flash a hint of submission. After finishing what he had just done, Ying Zhang led a group of gods directly to the already overthrown Onapis, and then finished signing in amongst the Onapis. Having obtained the other half of the world seed, he now had the complete world seed in his hands. With that, he brought the many gods directly to Mount Tai. making this the area where these gods would be housed. After arriving at Mount Tai, Ying Zhang's eyes scanned the circle, then flashed with a hint of surprise. He didn't even realize that some sort of drastic change had taken place in Tarzan today. That is, the aura in it and the energy in it became even more dense, and it was not known how many times more powerful than it was earlier. Nowadays, if this kind of environment is said to have planted down the seed of the world, then it will definitely have a good growth trend. Therefore, Ying Zhang directly took out the seed of the world and gently placed it on the ground. Buzz! Immediately, a golden light suddenly erupted around this one seed, and then the golden light began to spread rapidly in all directions. In an instant, it was like a tidal wave that directly covered the entire Taishan Mountain, and the entire Taishan Mountain was completely within the realm of it. One could only say that it was truly worthy of being a seed of the world. Even if it was just a seed, it contained the rules of the world within it. The final land of rules was directly like an ocean that covered the entire Taishan Mountain, and then enveloped the entire Taishan Mountain in its scope. Ying Zhang could clearly feel that the level of aura and the level of energy in this Taishan Mountain had obviously become more dense than before. Obviously, the seed of the world had now begun to take effect, and it wasn't able to take effect once it was fully grown, but little by little, it began to expand towards the surroundings. By the time it fully expands to a certain world, then that world will become a true god realm. Although this seed of the world is only in the state of a seed, Ying Zhang knows very well that with the continuous growth of the seed in the future, the scope of its coverage will continue to expand. By that time, the scope of coverage should be far more than that. When he thought of this, Ying Zhang looked at the entire Mount Tai and realized that the entire Mount Tai should have already been incorporated into this divine realm. This region today was considered the true Great Qin divine realm. The question that remains, then, is about the placement of these gods. After thinking for a moment, he spoke to Loki at his side. From now on, this one area can be considered the core of our Great Qin. You Western gods, I will open a separate area for you. You can find free activities in this area, but some rules. After detailing some rules similar to not harming humans, Ying Zhang did not continue to say anything more. He knew very well that Loki governed the group and could not possibly let these people commit some unforgivable sin. Otherwise, both Ying Zhang and Loki would never let them go. Yes, sir. Loki nodded, a hint of respect in his eyes. The surrounding gods also nodded unanimously. They were very clear that now that they had been placed under offense, if they said that they didn't show their own value, then the other party would most likely give up on them, especially since they could clearly feel that after the other party threw down that one seed, the degree of aura in this one Tarzan seemed to have become even denser in this instant, even surpassing the degree of aura in Asgard and Olympus to a certain extent. In this way, they were very clear that they had to continue living in this Great Qin divine realm, especially those Olympus gods whose Olympus mountains had all been completely destroyed. There was no way to return. After explaining this matter, Ying Zhang turned around and walked into the cave to begin his seclusion. One of the most important points of his seclusion this time was that he had already gained some insights from his encounter with the two previous god kings, and on top of that, that was that he intended to digest the origin of the two god realms. The origin of these two great divine realms were now in his hands, and he decided to take control of this one of the two great divine realms and then absorb it before expanding it into the world seed along with it. In this way, not only would it be able to speed up the growth of this one seed, but it would also be able to put these two major origins to a better use. Buzz. Thinking of this, Ying Zhang slowly closed his eyes and placed the world seed in his heart in front of his eyes, just as if it was floating in mid-air. At the same time in his body there were two great divine realms of origin that emerged like balls of energy and light, and then quickly integrated the world seed into them. As soon as it sensed the aura of the divine realm origin, that one seed erupted with a very terrifying suction force, continuously absorbing the energy of the divine realm origin. In just a moment's time, this world seed had quickly taken root and sprouted, and then there was a small sapling that slowly grew out and kept growing. Finally, after completely absorbing the energies of the two great divine realms, the energies of the two great divine realms had become dried up. This one tiny seed, now, it has been transformed into a 3-inch sapling. Seeing this scene, Ying Zhang couldn't help but be dumbfounded. That's not really what I expected. I paid two great divine realm origin energy, actually only just let you take root. It seems that one day want you to wear Elder's real world tree. There is still a very long way to go. Although it was said that he hadn't seen the real world tree, he understood that the real world tree should be very strong and should not be in the general state of today's sapling. This one sapling today should be just the beginning, as well as the materialization of concentrated energy. If it was said that if it continued to devour energy one day, it might be able to keep growing, and at the end of the day grow into a true world tree. And this little sapling today could only be considered a sapling of the world tree. But, Ying Zhang suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but open his mouth in confusion. I don't know, now that it has enveloped my field, to To what extent? Rather, I'd like to see how my territory is doing. According to normal circumstances, this world tree should be able to encompass a very large area. Perhaps, there was a speculation in his mind that it was able to envelop the entire Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 122 Dragon Kingdom. Aura Recovery. Institute. The person in charge looked at the report in his hands with a hint of surprise in his eyes, then suddenly made a call and reported directly to Jiang Shan. Boss, we've suddenly received a very important piece of information on our side. Come over here and take a look at this situation that has the potential to upend our original perceptions. After hearing those words, Jiang Shan, who was dealing with official business, grabbed the time and quickly rushed to the scene. After walking into the institute, he was able to see many researchers grasping a stack of information in their hands, rapidly studying it, with a hint of disbelief in their eyes. It was as if they were seeing a sight they had never seen before, and in their eyes it was as if a miracle had happened. What happened? Jiang Shan walked directly to one of the people in charge, and with a hint of doubt in his face, he opened his mouth to ask. Before he could finish his question, that person in charge then waved his hand somewhat impatiently and spoke in a very icy tone. Can't you see that I'm working on a very important project right now? Did you know that this project will overturn all our previous perceptions? Hey, boss? After seeing Jiang Shan's face, the person in charge immediately changed to a smiling face and opened his mouth. I'm really sorry, we're too obsessed with research on our side. After all, this time the project is really a bit out of our expectation. That's why we're saying we're acting so obsessed. Jiang Shan waved his hand, not caring too much. He knew the character of this group of fellows very well, so he said that he didn't care too much about this matter. He was now even more curious about what kind of a thing that project the other party was talking about to subvert perceptions was that would make such a person in charge so obsessed, and showed such a complicated face that he even called him over. It is important to realize that at times before this, these people in charge never called themselves over to look at a particular project specifically. In the time before this it was only the time when Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum awakened that he called himself over. Can it be that nowadays possesses which very terrifying character has suddenly awakened? Or did something particularly horrible suddenly happen? Seeing the doubt in Jiang Shan's eyes, the person in charge pushed his glasses, then took out a very complicated report and placed it in front of Jiang Shan and opened his mouth. Boss, this one report you should be able to read it. You look at this one research is really too much already surprising. You see the energy fluctuations on this. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Shan directly opened his mouth and interrupted him. Excuse me, there's one thing I need to clarify with you. I don't really know much about the terms of your research, and I think I'd like you to explain them to me. Otherwise I really am somewhat unable to understand some of the implications. After all, what you guys are studying is just too deep, and I used to come from the combat sector. That's right. At the time before this, Jiang Shan said that he didn't know much about these research-type programs due to the fact that he came from such a department. So this researcher was not able to understand the content of these studies when they were put in front of him. Nowadays he was more concerned about what kind of significance this thing the other party was talking about had. That's why he came, just to see what kind of study the other side could give out. The somewhat contemptuous gaze of the person in charge was clearly felt by Jiang Shan. However, the person in charge then answered the question in detail, explaining it in a language that was as understandable as possible to Jiang Shan. Although there was still some complexity, by and large Jiang Shan had been able to understand. That is, due to some unknown event, so to speak, it has led to the energy within the Dragon Kingdom today. There was also a sudden and dramatic rise in the corresponding level of aura, something that was unprecedented at the time before, symbolizing an unprecedented aura revival. It is important to realize that at the time before this, though, there were a couple of contact revivals that took place, but based on the state of the research, it turns out that those contact resuscitations were strictly speaking. It only lasted for a short period of time and the aura that descended at that time was very small. And this aura recovery today is not only very large in scale, but will obviously last for a very long time. For them, this would be a development of a disruptive era, about to mean that the entire Dragon Kingdom would step into a new era of aura recovery. One more thing. The person in charge suddenly remembered something and opened his mouth, a hint of gravity in his eyes. If we look at it based on the results of the tests, it seems that there is no connection at all in the areas other than the scope of the Dragon Kingdom. Signs of recovery appeared. That is to say that today's connection does not live, just appeared in the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. It is very likely that this matter in the Dragon Kingdom's dragon vein or something like that is related to. What's even more important is that the most powerful fluctuations in energy that we detected were actually in the region of MT. Tai. So it's very likely that the area of Taishan Mountain is the source area of this aura recovery. And there, it's an important area under the control of Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum. Upon hearing this sentence, Jiang Shan instantly came to a realization. No wonder this researcher invited himself over all of a sudden and would give himself so many things to say. To put it bluntly, he suddenly noticed that the source of this aura recovery came from Taishan. This aura revival is a very important thing for the whole human race or for the whole earth, and it is very likely that this aura revival may really come from that Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum. After all, with the other party's current strength and means, it was very possible to do this. After thinking about this, Jiang Shan grabbed his cell phone and prepared to make a call. Suddenly, he saw his phone ring, and a grandiose voice came from the other side. Kong-san, I have an order to go and observe the situation of the aura on Earth nowadays. In recent times I have exerted some means. It is very likely that it will cause the recovery of the aura of the whole Earth, the scope of which should be in the scope of the Dragon Kingdom nowadays. Go and probe properly and give me a result. When he heard this, Jiang Shan's eyes were such immediately flashed a trace of disbelief, feeling very surprised. Although he said he had guessed, he still felt incredulous when he personally heard the other party confirm this result. Unexpectedly, this aura revival of such a large scale actually did come from the hands of that one charming old ancestor. Chapter 123, Invitation. Invitation from the Heavenly Court. Buzz. On Mount Tai, Ying Zhang gazed at the surrounding area, and could clearly feel the fluctuations of spiritual energy around him becoming denser. At the same time, along with a little bit of time, also gradually carry on rising, though it's not as bad as just now, when there was a sudden surge. But continuing like this, with the effort of dripping water over a stone, it was also able to make the degree of spiritual energy rise. To a certain extent, there was a revival of aura, allowing the entire Dragon Kingdom's aura to rise. The moment Yan Hui held his cell phone, and from inside it came Jiang Shan's voice with a hint of respect. Your Majesty, we've detected some relevant energy fluctuations over here at the Institute not too long ago. According to our tests, the energy fluctuations have risen dramatically. If you look at it from now on, it is indeed like the scene of an age revival, and it is not known how many times larger than the original aura revival. Hearing these words, Ying Zhang nodded his head with great satisfaction. In that case, it would mean a very good result. Although it is said that the aura is only revived now, but wait until later. Sooner or later, this world would become a true god realm, and the energy it would be able to possess would become even more terrifying. He suddenly thought of something and turned his head to his cell phone, opening his mouth to inquire. I have one more question. Where is the main range of aura recovery today? There was already a guess in his mind as he asked the question. After all, he was the one who had personally planted this seed, so that meant that he was naturally very clear about the area that this seed was capable of covering, even though he had grown into a sapling of the world tree now. In his estimation, it was estimated that the range that could be enveloped was just this one Dragon Kingdom. Sure enough, it was just as he had suspected. Jiang Shan gave a direct answer. The only area covered today is the Dragon Kingdom, where there has been a massive revival of aura. There is no sign of any other country, except the Dragon Kingdom, which now has a large number of humans from other countries, are rapidly approaching the Dragon Kingdom. Should we make some preparations? Long before that time, he had received the news. That is, the area enveloped by the aura revival is only their Dragon Kingdom, so that leads to one thing. This led to a lot of foreigners, who were constantly flocking towards their location, with the aim of being able to catch up with this wave of aura revival. However, for them, this is not a good thing, and will mean that there are a lot of people who, in this case, will not be able to get enough aura. At the same time, there is also the possibility that such a large number of foreigners entering the country may cause abnormal chaos. Thinking of this, Ying Zhang's heart also made a decision and spoke directly. Restrict their entry. Meanwhile, humans from other countries who have already entered the territory, limit their stay. Remember, if it's not my kind, its heart will be different. Although it was said that under the sky there was no place other than the king's land, and that there was no place other than the king's subjects at the rate of the soldiers, he knew very well that the human beings of other countries were still a little less submissive to himself in it. Therefore, he would not allow these humans to come into the middle of the range where he was. And when the time comes later on, if the scope of the world tree is said to keep expanding, then perhaps by then it might unfold the recovery of the aura of their other regions. In today's situation, that would mean that the aura recovery is only open to the range where the Dragon Kingdom is located. At the same time, even if the energy keeps increasing, it only increases within a certain range. Yes, sir. After Jiang Shan heard these words, there was excitement in his eyes, and at the same time, he was relieved. At the time before this, they had also speculated and worried that Ying Zhang would revive the aura and share it with the entire earth. If this happened, not only would it cause chaos for the Dragon Kingdom, but even to a certain extent, it would not be a good thing for the Dragon Kingdom. In this case today, the pitfalls can be avoided to a great extent. After hanging up, Ing Zhang looked towards the sapling of the world tree, and he had a certain guess about his current situation. According to his guess, since it was planted in Mount Tai, which was considered the center of the dragon vein in the entire dragon kingdom, that's why it was said that following the dragon vein of the dragon kingdom, he was able to envelop the entire dragon kingdom, thus launching a revival of aura in the entire territory. Rumble. Just at this time, the sky above suddenly had an extremely terrifying 9 heavenly thunders landing. It was as if the entire sky was shattered with it, and then a dark crack split open from above the sky, in which there seemed to be 2 figures that were slowly descending. Seeing this scene, Ing Zhang raised his eyebrows and stared at the 2 figures with a deep gaze. Great! I've been waiting for you guys for a long time. I didn't expect you to come so soon. Perhaps it is because of this aura revival that there is a hint of signs of becoming a divine realm, so that is why it is said to have triggered your arrival, isn't it? He muttered, and the moment the words fell, he swung his palm toward the front. Buzz! Immediately, above the sky, it was as if there was an invisible black hand, transforming into an emperor-like shadow that directly enveloped the entire sky. Then at that moment, that one palm directly grabbed at the 9 heavenly thunder. The very terrifying 9 heavenly thunder possessed the power of extermination, but in this one black palm, it was just like a toy, directly grasped by him in it, and then easily pinched directly. From there, in this moment, this 9 heavenly thunder then erupted, with an extremely terrifying power exploding in the palm of his hand, even containing a hint of the power of rules. However, that one monstrous black palm, as if it hadn't been affected in any way, was poised nicely in the sky, as if it hadn't been blown up at all. Those 2 figures among them felt a hint of shock as they looked at this black palm. They were able to sense that this one black palm was very obviously made of energy, but the thing they couldn't have expected was that this earthly body had such a terrifying existence. Surprisingly, it was able to overpower this 9 heavenly thunder so easily. One must know that the legendary 9 heavenly thunder was capable of destroying a true god to a certain extent. Many gods were unable to encounter this level of thunder even when they experienced a heavenly tribulation. For them, once they encountered this kind of thunder, then it meant 9 deaths. In particular, this thunder even contained a hint of rule power. Chapter 124, Gods, East Pole Qinghua Emperor, the Vault of Heaven. See this scene. The 2 gods that were in the sky above, both of their eyes changed with it, flashing a hint of shock. None of them had thought that someone in this earthly body would actually be able to make it this far. One must know that this was the 9 heavenly thunder that was released the moment they descended just now. It was important to know that inside this 9 heavenly thunder on weekdays, even if it was an ancient god crossing the threshold, it was generally very difficult for it to appear. One of those thunderbolts was already enough to overthrow a god, even if it was the case that the 2 of them gods were at full strength. It was also not necessarily possible to completely overpower this thunderbolt, which was why they felt so shocked. It appears that, Bai Jian slowly opened his mouth, a hint of gravity in his tone as he looked down at Taishan. The person who made a move just now should be that 1,000-year-old emperor, the legendary Ing Zhang, right? To be able to be reborn after death with a mortal body, to reach such a point, in the past and present, to look at the entire 3 worlds, this is already the same case of existence, right? The old man on one side, his image was changing rapidly. From the original pale image, it is now the image of a young man, wearing an ancient robe with a deep color in his eyes. He spoke with a slight smile. That's some skill. He was able to reach this point, in addition to conforming to heaven and earth, and in a way, it's also because his own strength is relatively terrifying. Otherwise he would have a certain amount of luck to be able to reach such a level. This emperor has really developed a hint of curiosity about this Ing Zhang. It seems like he doesn't want to make our outing get a little too much. In that case, let's follow his idea and land on Tarzan without alerting the humans here. Yes, sir. Looking at this old man beside him, even Bo Jian had a hint of respect in his eyes. Immediately after hearing what the other party said, he agreed. After all, the identity of this one old man could be said to be very unusual, in a way much older than even himself. In front of him, Bo Jian needed to call himself a junior. However, before the 2 of them could descend, suddenly behind them appeared an emperor's seat suspended in midair out of thin air, emitting a hint of rule power. It is, of course, the dragon throne of Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum. Boom! Accompanied by a roaring sound, the entire heaven and earth began to vibrate, and then a figure slowly appeared immediately afterward. The moment this figure appeared, a trace of scorn immediately flashed across Bo Jian's face. Ing Zhang, 2-bit. Ing Zhang slowly opened his mouth, a hint of coldness in his tone as he gazed at the figures of these 2, clearly expressing an unwelcoming tone. To come without a single greeting, and to release the 9 heavenly thunder above the sky to create a great commotion. I wonder what the 2 of you intend to do. Intend to challenge my majesty? Rumble. At that moment, there was a mountain-like pressure that descended directly out of thin air on the bodies of the two gods. A halo shockwave was formed, constantly spreading out to the surroundings. This void was directly transformed into a path of nothingness under this very terrifying pressure, while a ripple appeared along with it. The moment. Although Ying Zhang had made some guesses, it did not mean that these two gods were able to enter this earth at will without his consent. Even now on Earth, to a certain extent, there was simply no lack of accommodating the descent of ancient gods and above. But there was also a certain amount of risk for him, especially with the recovery of the aura constantly becoming thicker. Maybe when the time comes one day, there will be a large number of gods coming down. For him, it was also a hidden danger. That was why Ying Zhang had directly descended into the void this time, aiming to hinder the entry of the two gods. Park Jian slowly opened his mouth, with a hint of coldness in his tone of voice. Immediately the whole sky was like a rolling pressure ready to explode. The two of me came, originally with good intentions. Did not think that you, this head of so rude, even dare to say out such treacherous words. I'm afraid you're not trying to provoke the majesty of the heavenly court? Buzz. At this moment, the two figures were facing each other above the sky, both with a terrifying pressure like an ocean behind them, constantly colliding with each other, erupting cracks in the sky as they did so. Seeing this scene, that one green-robed young man, with a hint of interest, stroked his own chin as he gazed at the scene. The corner of his mouth raised into a smile. It's really very interesting. A battle between two half-step ancient gods. I don't know who actually loses or wins if they really fight. Maybe. His gaze looked in the direction where Ying Zhang was, and the corners of his mouth once again curled into a smile. It should be you. Just at the moment the two were about to fight. Tread. The green-robed young man took slow steps, and with each of his steps, a green-colored rhythm appeared around him. It was as if in this instant, the energies of heaven and earth had been mobilized with it, and the power of the rules had all been used for it, allowing him to use everything in the world. At the same time, underneath him, there was an untamed-looking nine-headed lion slowly appearing. Buzz. At that moment, as if there was a breeze blowing, directly in this heaven and earth, so that all the energy, all at this moment with the fluctuation. Immediately afterward, the energies of Ying Zhang and Bo Jian, who were originally preparing to fight, had both disappeared with them. It was as if, by some invisible rule, it was subsequently unified. In the young man's hands, there were a large and a small energy ball, which he was playing with at this moment. His eyes were like stars, radiating a hint of inexplicable laughter. The eyes gazed at Ying Zhang. In his white palm, a breeze suddenly blew, then blew an invitation into Ying Zhang's hand. Your Majesty, this is the invitation to the Peach Festival. Please accept it. Your Majesty, when the Peach Extravaganza opens, this invitation will naturally lead Your Majesty to the area where the Peach Extravaganza is located. And at that time, please, Your Majesty, be sure to come and join us for the Peach Extravaganza. Bo Jian, it's almost time. This lower realm has the natural rules of this lower realm. If we stay here for too long, we'll destroy the rules of it instead. We should leave. Yes, sir. Bo Jian glanced at Ying Zhang, and after a cold snort, he followed behind the young man. Immediately afterward, the two of them transformed into a gust of fresh wind and disappeared with it. Buzz. With the energy restored, Ying Zhang's eyes changed and flashed with scorn. Just now. That's the East Pole Qinghua Emperor. Chapter 125, Divine Might. Taiyi saving bitterness. Heavenly Father. On Tarzan. Ha! Ying Zhang slowly landed and sat on top of his dragon chair, his eyes flooded with thoughts. Judging from the characteristics of the other party just now, coupled with the terrifying strength of the other party should be the legendary East Extreme Qinghua Emperor, or rather, a new name. Taiyi saving suffering Heavenly Father. This being's position in the heavenly court once belonged to one of the 6 royal exalted gods, only to become a 4 royal exalted god at a later time. Therefore, the East Pole, Changhua Dadi, had his status reduced. But in the old days, his position was able to level with the Jade Emperor, second only to the status of the 3 pristine ones, while in charge of the East, and the command of the underworld. Even in his previous life, he was the very terrifying Hao Tian god, and his mount, the 9-headed lion, was also a very terrifying existence. At that instant just now, Ying Zhang was able to clearly feel that his opponent's mount was not in the least bit inferior to his own in terms of strength. To a certain extent, it had already reached the level of a half-step ancient god. After all, this is the legendary 9 spirit saints, casually shouting up to the 3 worlds and down to withdraw from the underworld. As a result, even Ying Zhang felt a hint of scorn. As for the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor, there was even less to say about this ancient god-level figure. For Ying Zhang, it is tantamount to a threat. But The reason that Ing Zhang felt a hint of doubt just now was because he could sense that the realm of the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor seemed to be somewhat less stable. Although it seemed to be a half-step ancient god in terms of hierarchy, it was actually at the ancient god level. The realm of the other party was truly, infinitely close to the existence of a peak half-step ancient god. Ing Zhang already had a little guess in his mind about the relevant reasons. In any case, with the opponent's strength, it could be said that it would be easy to deal with him, and for Ing Zhang, this might be a very troublesome enemy. In particular, he was already very clear about the terrifying strength of the heavenly court. Even the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor, an existence that could easily suppress his energy, was merely a high level in the heavenly court. The real pinnacle figures were probably still the three Qing and that one Jade Emperor. Buzz. Ing Zhang slowly opened the invitation, and immediately a golden light rushed out, forming a force of rules in the surrounding area. It was, indeed, an invitation to the Peach Festival. There was a line of words at the bottom of it, written by the Jade Emperor himself, which caused Ing Zhang to be startled. But that's normal. The Peach Festival, which is held once every 500 years in the Heavenly Court, is an event. It was estimated that very few people would be able to receive this invitation, and only the kind of truly great people, like half of the ancient gods, as well as gods at the level of ancient gods, would be able to receive it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent Bo Jian and the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor to personally deliver the invitations. This Peach Fest, Ing Zhang muttered, looked to Yan Hui on the side, and opened his mouth. Am I going or not? Yan Hui was deducing the chessboard with a hint of seriousness in his eyes. This chessboard is a dead game he just played with Ing Zhang. Now, he had already lost this chessboard, but had been conducting a replay, wanting to obtain a breakthrough from it to break the current predicament. Hearing these words from Ing Zhang, Yan Hui slowly raised his head, a smile spreading across his face. Your Majesty, in my opinion, that group of heaven's court gods shouldn't have dropped the ball so much as to take on you personally. But one thing that needs to be noted is that personally, I think the reason they were able to send out the East Pole Qinghua Emperor this time around. There's also the Sifuku Masamian Kashiwagi, which also has a warning in it, plus the fact that we defeated so many gods not too long ago. I'm afraid, this Peach Festival is not coming from a good place. Ing Zhang slowly nodded his head, and there was a hint of thought in his eyes. He naturally knew very well that countless gods would be gathered in this Peach Festival, in which even the ancient gods would appear in abundance, and the half-step ancient gods that was even more so. Under such circumstances, it was very likely that he would encounter some unprecedented accidents if he were to go there. Therefore, Ing Zhang knew very well whether or not to go to this Peach Festival first and had to make preparations. You know, in the previous time, in that Peach Festival, that one monkey directly stirred up the wind and clouds of heaven and earth, and even attracted the legendary Buddha Rulai. And if he himself went forward this time, perhaps, he would be suppressed along with that one monkey. Yan Hui opened his mouth indifferently, staring at the chessboard in front of him. Your Majesty, everything has a destiny. If we don't go, I'm afraid the whole earth will look down on us, and as for the heavenly court, then even more mockery will follow. But to go would then inevitably put us in endless danger. However, the common cloud, putting death to death. Buzz. The moment he heard these words, Ing Zhang's mind was shaken, and he immediately reacted to them. To put an end to death. That's right. If it is said that one doesn't go this time, how can one talk about unifying the three realms in the future, becoming the supreme of the heavenly realm, and controlling the boundless worlds? In that case, Ing Zhang opened his mouth indifferently, a deep light, emerging from his pupils, then looked towards the night color in the sky, with a hint of indifference in his tone. Then, let me have a good meeting with this so-called Peach Fest. Yan Cheng, would you like to accompany me on this journey? Ahem. The moment he heard these words, Yan Hui, who was still in a serious state, immediately couldn't hold it together, and his voice carried a hint of trembling in it. Your Majesty, you'd better spare me. Last time when I went forward to Olympus God Mountain I was almost all killed by Satan, and you're asking me to accompany you to the heavenly court this time. I can't afford to carry such a heavy burden as a small orthodox god. The corner of Ing Zhang's mouth raised a smile as he spoke faintly. If Yanqing doesn't go, then I'll have to call Xuanzong, or Rocky. After all, the amount of this peach that can be divided into our hands is not much. Buzz. Upon hearing these words, Yan Hui's palm, which was just about to drop the chess piece, trembled at this moment, stopping in midair and hesitating to drop it. Finally, with a sigh, he spoke with a bitter smile. Your Majesty, if you say so, then I can only accompany you to the heavenly court. The temptation of the peaches, it had to be said, was just too great. At that moment, Ing Zhang smiled blandly and stood with his arms folded looking toward the sky. Then, let's see what kind of storm clouds the so-called Peach Festival will have. Chapter 126, Signing Location, 5 Zhuangguan, Supreme Council Chamber. Jiang Shan was discussing this matter today, with the many members of the group. According to the news transmitted by Mr. Yen, the old ancestor will be heading to the Heavenly Court region shortly to participate in the legendary Peach Festival, the one that opens once every 500 years. We really can't make any support for this matter. However, according to recent observations, the gates of the realms connecting the great divine realms and the earth have all coincidentally appeared to be fluctuating. It's very obvious that all of the major divine realms are likely to make a move to cause trouble in the middle of the old ancestor's journey to the Heavenly Court, to attend the Peach Festival. This was also a very normal thing. After all, even though the two major god realms had now been exterminated, there were still quite a few god realms left. Although the Western Divine Realm was said to be inferior to the strength of the Heavenly Court in terms of power, it was very large in terms of numbers. In addition to Satan in hell, there are a multitude of pyramid gods, as well as all the major divine realms in the mix. It was just that these god realms, all along, had been hiding very well and had not come out to taunt them. Otherwise, before that, when Ing Zhang was picking the targets of the two great divine realms, he might have chosen them, the divine realms. After all, these divine realms of theirs were, likewise, a very good choice. Only the signing requirement at that time simply required two major divine realms. Upon hearing these words, many of the surrounding group members all nodded their heads, a thoughtful look flashing in their eyes. The leader of the external investigation team, which had just recently been formed, raised his hand and spoke slowly. In recent times after our investigations we found that a group of faiths still existed in the major god realms, except that the faiths of Asgard and Olympus had disappeared with them, but the same faith exists in these remaining divine realms. It was for this reason that the other god realms were said to have remained in existence, otherwise they would have collapsed long ago. After all, for many god realms, the power of faith was their source of energy, an important key for them to be able to maintain their realms all the time. Jiang Shan nodded, and there was a hint of thought in his eyes. With that, he suddenly thought of something and slowly opened his mouth. By the way, in recent times, we have detected that the energy fluctuations in all the major regions have changed, and there is a high possibility that it will occur again, with the revival of the gods everywhere. For example, the Institute's team, in the recent past, detected what appears to be a Wuxuangguan appearing. This Taoist temple. I don't think I need to explain much. Everyone should be very clear about it. Hearing these words, the many investigations around them, the members of the team all nodded their heads. They knew very well that, if they were to say that they were not mistaken, the owner of this Wuxuangguan, it should be the legendary head of the Earth Immortals, that one Jin Yuan de Xian. After thinking about this, they all had a deep color in their eyes as they quickly consulted the information. With a member of the group slowly raising his hand, he opened his mouth to ask, "Shall we report this news to His Majesty? If we're talking about the real Jin Yuan de Xian, I'm afraid old Ancestor will have a very difficult time dealing with it." Among the information they investigated and some of the myths associated with it, this one Jin Yuan de Xian could be said to be the head of the Earth Immortals, and for many people, it was an existence that was hard to match. Based on the energy observation of the Research Institute, it was very likely that the other party's strength had already reached the level of ancient gods, although there was a certain amount of speculation involved. After all, the ancient gods were also existences that were very difficult to appear, but the possibility does exist, and it has a lot of people a little worried. Jiang Shan slowly spoke after thinking for a moment. Actually, I was just about to say something to you all about this Jin Yuan Xian. At the time before this, His Majesty has personally commanded that he must find a chance to find out about this Jin Yuan de Xian. Apparently, he has piqued His Majesty's interest. On Tarzan, Ing Zhang looked at the signing light screen in front of him, and with a hint of depth in his eyes, he couldn't help but murmur, "Jin Yuan de Xian. This is not a simple figure. The legendary head of the Earth Immortals." He was naturally very clear about this Jin Yuan de Xian. The other party's status in the immortal realm was very high, being the ancestor of the Earth Immortals. He was also a friend of the 3 Qing and 4 emperors, and the 9 observations and the 3 stars of fortune and longevity were his juniors. If one were to say that one remembered correctly, the other party should be practicing at Shou Mountain in Xining Hezhou. He lived in the mountains Wuxuangguan, while having countless scattered immortals and 48 attained Xuanjin disciples under his door. An existence of this level on the other side was also an unimaginable figure for Ing Zhang. According to his speculation, this fellow should have also reached the legendary ancient god level. After all, in the Heavenly Court, unlike the Western Divine Realm which had numerous ancient gods, as for this one, Jin Yuan de Xian, then there is no need to say more. The fact that the other party was able to directly subdue that one monkey with a single move of the sleeve, this already indicated the level of strength of the other party. But what the other party was more famous for would be the ginseng fruit plant in the middle of his yard. The ginseng fruit is a spiritual root born at the beginning of the chaos, the beginning of the judgment of Hongmeng, and the time when the heaven and earth were not opened. 3,000 years to blossom, 3,000 years to bear fruit, and then 3,000 years to ripen, the first 10,000 years to eat. Moreover, according to the estimation, only 30 fruits are produced in 10,000 years. This ginseng fruit tree is able to live 360 years after a single sniff, and 47,000 years after eating one. However, even though the ginseng fruit was very famous, no demon dared to eat it. To put it bluntly, looking at those demons, even if the bull demon king goes there, he has to plow the ground and turn into an avocado to hang on the tree, and he doesn't dare to make a move at all. Rockbird fell into his hands, that all have to turn into poultry called twice. Generally speaking, without any special circumstances, no one would dare to mess with this one existence at all. But now, Yingzheng really has to mess with this generation of existence. After all, just a moment ago, a newest quest had been refreshed inside his sign-in system. Sign-in tasks have been updated. Sign-in task, eat the longest growing ginseng fruit tree in Wuzhuangguan. Reward, unknown. Seeing this one sign-in task, Yingzheng also couldn't help but sigh. If one were to allow oneself to unify the two great divine realms at the time before this, then it would still be merely a small fight. But now go directly to pick down Jinyuan de Xian Taoist temple inside. The longest years of that ginseng fruit. To put it bluntly, wasn't this clearly offending that one Jinyuan de Xian? Especially, now that the Peach Festival was approaching. It was simply a case of getting oneself into trouble. Chapter 127, Ancestor of the Earth Immortals. Taoist Temple. Buzz. On the altar, burning with clear incense, there was a shadow slowly condensing out. The Taoist in orange robes had a hint of a smile on his face. It was, indeed, the legendary ancestor of the Earth Immortals, Jinyuan de Xian. Apprentice, the two of you intensify your cultivation, and if you ever log into the ancient gods, you will be able to step into the land of the heavenly court. This earth, it is no longer peaceful. The two disciples in front of them, Qingfeng and Mingyue, both flashed a bitter smile after glancing at each other. Qingfeng slowly spoke, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Master, it's not that Mingyue and I don't want to go to the heavenly court, but the flurry of this earthly, it can't be over yet. This ginseng fruit needs to absorb earthly aura. This immortal aura above the heavenly court isn't of any use. That's right, Master. Akatsuki smiled slightly and spoke. The two of us, Qingfeng and I, are not exactly alone, guarding this Wushuangguan. And now, after the long years of, having already seen all the dynasties, it's been more than 1,000 years since that monk took the scriptures. Nowadays, this era is already the era of Great Qin. Hear this. Jin Yuanzi, who originally had a bland face, flashed a look of doubt as his fingers gently pinched. I just counted with my fingers. This emperor of the Great Qin era, Yingzheng, has a few destinies with me? 5 Zhuangguan. Although I can't penetrate his destiny, I am able to see a corner of it. This person, perhaps, will head to my 5 vast expanse not long from now. Hearing this, Qingfeng and Mingyue's faces then changed as they looked at each other and opened their mouths. Master, in that case, how should we treat him if he comes to our door? Jin Yuanzi pondered slightly, looked toward a star in the distance, and spoke faintly. Although I can't penetrate his destiny, it's clear that his long river of destiny should be incredibly complicated. In that case, then just give him 3 ginseng fruits and make a good karma. Hearing these words, Qingfeng and Mingyue's faces changed as they opened their mouths. Master, ginseng fruit that is, no harm done. Jin Yuanzi interrupted the two and spoke faintly. I naturally understand the value of the ginseng fruit, but it's also clear to my master that it's a good thing to be able to make a good connection with such a 1,000-year-old emperor. He is the master of this ginseng tree. He is naturally clear that this ginseng tree short first 10,000 years before you can eat, and this 10,000 years only bear 30 fruits. Master, Qingfeng sighed, and eventually held his forehead and spoke. You may not quite understand. Along with the long history, the aura of this earth has become thinner and thinner. The ginseng fruit tree grows more and more slowly. Originally, it took 10,000 years to produce 30 fruits, and nowadays, according to Mayan Mingyue's speculation, it will probably take 30,000 years to produce 10 fruits. So, in terms of numbers, it's just too rare. 3 fruits is a bit much. Hearing this, the originally calm-faced Jin Yuanzi was a bit taut and couldn't help but open his mouth, hoping that the aura on this earth has been thinned to this extent. In that case, it's too. No. A trace of flesh pain flashed within his countenance, and he finally stretched out a finger and spoke. 1 fruit then, even if it was a ginseng fruit, he felt incomparably painful. After all, the current ginseng fruit was really too low in production. Plus he had so many close friends inside his weekdays. Even characters of the level of the three purities sometimes came to eat one once in a while. And there's only one ginseng tree in the whole world, and it bears fruit very infrequently, coupled with the fact that the aura on Earth was getting thinner and thinner. In a sense, it was even more rare than the Queen Mother's peach. That's why giving away this ginseng fruit made him feel such a headache. If it wasn't for the sake of a good karma, Jin Yuan de Xian wouldn't have sent this one Ying Zhang at all. After all, with his strength, even the existence of the level of the 5 elders of the 5 directions is not his opponent. Only an existence at the level of the 3 Qings and 4 emperors would be able to engage him. Qingfeng and Mingyue nodded in relief before speaking. By the way, Master, there's something else I need to tell you. Some time ago, that monkey seemed to be infesting the neighborhood. Only that it hadn't yet broken the prohibition that you had left behind before. So it was said that it couldn't discover this Taoist temple in the midst of hiding. But, if he breaks it with all his might, I'm afraid the existence of this Taoist temple won't be able to be hidden anymore. And it is because of this monkey that it is said that the existence of our Taoist temple seems to have been discovered by some observers on Earth. Hearing these words, Jin Yuanzi nodded his head and flashed a smile. Back then, when he was on his way to fetch the scriptures, he used to worship me, and it was a bond of sorts. However, in the underworld, he and this ginseng fruit tree collide, and the two are incompatible with each other. Except that this monkey head has been thinking about the ginseng fruit. Luckily, this monkey is good at breaking with force, so I'm afraid it would be very difficult, if at all, to break my prohibition without him using force. After all, it's not something that this one monkey, who merely excels in brute strength, can break. A flash of reminiscence flashed through his eyes, recalling the time when that one monkey had passed by their 5 zhuangguan on the way to fetch the scriptures and then pushed down the ginseng fruit tree. Later on, Jin Yuanzi also knew that the other party's master, but the legendary Bodhi old ancestor, and therefore will be worshipped with it to form a bond. Sure enough, later on in time this one monkey head, on the way to fetch the scriptures, made numerous merits, thus reaching the present day level of this kind of Du Sai Kung Buddha. But no matter what, with Xin Yuanzi's character there was no way he would let the other party enter the 5 zhuangguan and violate his own dojo once again. Qingfeng and Mingyue hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. What if say that one monkey breaks in? It's hard not to. Jin Yuanzi smiled bashfully and spoke. Don't worry, even if that monkey head wants to enter this side of the world, it should only do so with suppressed strength, so that you with the strength of the two of you will be able to cope with it for the time being. And if it is said that in the event of an emergency, then you can summon me, and I will naturally come to your aid. But, as I have just counted on my fingers, that monkey should not have entered by means of this force of arms. He also won't break the prohibition. According to my estimation then, the red thread of his destiny, it seems to be connected with that 1000 ancient emperor. Perhaps, that one monkey head will pass through Yingzhang and enter this Taoist temple. Chapter 128, Duo Buddha. Greetings to your majesty. The 5 shovels. Counting the hours. It's about time already. Jin Yuanzi smiled indifferently. His eyes flashed with a touch of depth as he spoke to the 2 disciples. After all, I am only a shadow, and I must not linger too long on this earth. The 2 of you cultivate well, and one day, you will definitely step into the heavenly court. I honor the teachings of the master. Qingfeng and Mingyue knelt on the ground, respectfully sending Jin Yuanzi away. Buzz, along with Jin Yuanzi's departure, that one silhouette transformed into a sliver of energy that slowly rose into the air, reaching the sky above and about to leave the midst of this realm. The corners of Jin Yuanzi's mouth curled into a smile, not knowing if it was intentional or not. Buzz, toward the 5 truths below, a trace of ancient god-level energy fluctuation was cast out. In an instant, the entire 5 Vowers Guan shook with it, exposed to countless gazes. Institute. The researchers who were painstakingly studying the energy fluctuations were burnt out by this. Suddenly, it was at this time that many people noticed a sudden change in the energy fluctuations on the big screen. Great! The head of the Institute's eyes lit up and flashed with a hint of excitement. Then with that, he took out his phone and started calling Jiang Shan. After a phone conversation, the head of the Institute then immediately opened his mouth and reported with his hands in the air. Boss, the Institute has found the location of the Wuxuanguan on Wanxiaoshan Mountain. There is a hint of energy fluctuation in it. We have control of the precise coordinates. I'll send you the location of it. Upon hearing these words, shock surfaced in Jiang Shan with it, and he tightly gripped his cell phone. Coordinates. The coordinates for Wuxuanguan in Wanxiaoshan. For some time now, His Majesty's side has been making urges, telling them to hurry up and find the coordinates of this Wushu Mountain Wuxuanguan. But, even the time before, they detected fluctuations in energy, and a specific range had been locked down, but there had been no luck in locating this Wuxuanguan, and now the location had finally been found. Tarzan. Ying Zhang was spitting out the essence of the heavens and earth, his entire face solemn, and the Emperor's shadow behind him was constantly emitting energy fluctuations, causing the entire heavens and earth to vibrate with it. Nowadays, he was only the slightest bit away from the realm of an ancient god, but it had been limited by the rules of heaven and earth, plus the fact that it had never found that threshold, so it was said that it had never taken that step. Now, at last, there is some relief in the realm. Buzz. At this moment, Ing Zheng seemed to feel something and slowly opened his eyes to look in the direction of Wushuangwen on Wanshashan Mountain. The corner of his mouth quirked up into a smile as he spoke faintly. It seems that the legendary Five Truths has finally come out. Yan Hui, I am here. With a command, Yan Hui then emerged and stood respectfully to the side. Your Majesty, what is the reason for calling me this time? Ing Zheng smiled lightly and spoke. Did you feel a hint of energy fluctuation appear just now? That is, Jin Yuanzi did it deliberately. I don't know exactly what the purpose of this ancestor of the Earth Immortals is, but since it has caused such fluctuations on Earth, it must have some plans. Over at the Institute, I guess they've already researched the appropriate locations. Let's go. Follow me on a trip to see what is so mysterious about this 5 Zhuangguan. Yes, sir. Manjusan. Thickly wooded. With Yan Hui in tow, Ing Zheng took a step toward the front, his eyes scanning the surrounding movements. This one area. It's not ordinary. He spoke slowly, a hint of exclamation in his tone. After Jiang Shan obtained the relevant location coordinates, he immediately sent them to Yan Hui, who then directly teleported here with Ing Zhang based on the corresponding coordinates. However, it was only after arriving here that they realized that this mountain of 10,000 longevity was actually a secret realm. From the outside, the Manshwa mountain was hidden in a small, unnamed mountain, and once one truly stepped into this secret realm, one would see incomparably huge mountains. This secret realm had been hidden in this long history of ages. In Ing Zheng's estimation, no one has ever entered this secret realm except Shenzang and others in the Tang dynasty who passed through. Your Majesty, this secret realm is not ordinary. With a bitter smile, Yan Hui couldn't help but open his mouth as he looked at the novel surroundings. Just now, even though he had teleported here, he still hadn't discovered the location of the entrance to the secret realm. It was as if the coordinates were false. It was simply a wrong coordinate. However, Ing Zheng simply released a single energy and easily broke through the secret realm's prohibition. Indeed, Ing Zheng nodded his head and looked at the surrounding prohibitions, also flashing a hint of admiration. This secret realm's prohibitions are so skillful that one must be at least half-step ancient god strength, plus be proficient in formations, to be able to open this secret realm. If it was an ordinary person who came, or a half-step ancient god who only specializes in brute force, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to enter the secret realm at all. At this point, he had to admit that ancestor of the Earth Immortals, Jin Yuanzi, did have a few skills. The two traveled along with the duo's advancement. It was only a matter of moments before a cave appeared in front of the duo. From the surface, it should be a Taoist temple. Buzz. This Taoist temple emanated light throughout its body. Obviously it was already close to evening, but it emanated a light as if it was daytime. The surrounding area was even filled with a very dense spiritual qi, just like a feng shui treasure. It was as if this Taoist temple, separated from this earth, did not belong to this earth. The two of them stepped out, and the sight of this Taoist temple in front of them suddenly appeared before them. At the same time, the moment they looked up, there was a pair of couplets that followed. The house of the immortal god of longevity, the house of the Taoist who lives with heaven. Ing Zheng slowly read the couplet and couldn't help but open his mouth to sigh, a flash of brilliance flashing through his eyes. It's true that it's worthy of being the Taoist temple of the ancestor of the Earth Immortals. It's just not the same in terms of grandeur. It is said that this Xin Yuanzi, instead of even offering up the 3 Qings and 4 emperors, only offers up the words heaven and earth. I'm right. That monkey that followed us all the way? Ahem. Before the words fell, there was a small bee in the mid-air, slowly transforming into the appearance of a monkey, with a hint of embarrassment on his face, glancing at Ing Zheng, and speaking with a light smile. I didn't realize that your Majesty really does have a good eye. Originally I thought that I hadn't been able to catch your attention. I, Sun Wukong of the Fighting Buddha, pay my respects to His Majesty, the first Emperor of Qin. Ing Zheng. Chapter 129, The Child of the 5 Heavenly Kings. What? At this moment, a trace of surprise immediately flashed across Yan Hui's eyes. With a hint of incredulity on his face, he looked towards this one monkey in front of him. This one monkey looked very ordinary, wearing tattered clothes, just like a humanoid. At this moment, he even carried a hint of doubt, incredulous that he had seen some legendary great man. You have to know that this one character, that is the legendary fighting Buddha Sun Wukong. At the time before this, he had never seen this one character before, and had only heard there was a reputation about the other party. Make a big fuss in the sky. Fetch scriptures from the west. and enthrone the fighting Buddha. These experiences are nothing short of shocking, and now this one legendary character was not only alive and well in front of him, but also had a hint of a smile on his face as he just looked at the two. However, there was not a single trace of his body that seemed to bear the characteristics of the Buddha's way, and it was not even possible to sense any Buddhist aura from it. Instead, he carried an unimaginable wildness. Instead of a Buddha, it was a demon saint. The demon saint, the great sage of Qi Tian. No harm done. I am also very happy to be able to meet a legendary figure like you. I just don't know, why is His Excellency, the fighting Buddha, following us? Ing Zhang smiled blandly and did not show any surprise. From the moment he had entered this secret realm, he had already sensed that there seemed to be a certain special existence behind them that had been following behind them. However, at the time before this, he had never pondered over what purpose the existence behind this one actually had, so he said that he just kept letting the other party follow him. It wasn't until, just before he was about to enter this one Wushuangguan, that he pointed out the existence of the other party, the idea of which, naturally, was to be able to see what the other party was following them for. Hearing these words, the Monkey King scratched his head with a hint of laughter in his eyes. This, old son me, that is also nothing to be done. This Xin Yuanzi is simply a fool, had to set up such a forbidden system, and also had to be in existence of the level of the ancient gods to be able to break this forbidden system. Otherwise it would require a half-step ancient god-level deity, as well as an existence adept at formations to make a move, or else it would be impossible to break through this formation. As soon as he talked about this Xin Yuanzi, it was as if the Monkey King had opened his box and kept spouting off about this Xin Yuanzi. As he said this, he couldn't help but stomp his foot and open his mouth. My old grandson, I also waited here for so many days before I suddenly realized your arrival. Otherwise, wanting to break open this formation would simply be too difficult for me, but no matter what, now is really thanks to you. If not you words, I'm afraid I want to break open this one array, is simply as difficult as heaven. For this matter do not know how to thank you. Soul, steal a ginseng fruit for you later. Ing Zhang shook his head with a hint of bashfulness in his eyes. Many thanks to the great sage for his kindness, but I don't have any interest in this ginseng fruit. I'm more interested in that kind of thing. I'm afraid, the great sage can't get it either. His words were not false. After all, for him, the ginseng fruit was no longer of much use. With his current realm, the ginseng fruit could only play a very ordinary role. At his current realm, he no longer needed the ginseng fruit to perform much enchantment. The thing he needed most today, that was the oldest ginseng fruit on the ginseng fruit tree, which was the origin of this one ginseng fruit. However, great sage, there is still a hint of doubt in my mind. There was indeed a hint of doubt in Ing Zhang's mind, so he asked directly, I don't know what the great sage's purpose is in following us this time and traveling to Wushuangguan. Is it hard to believe that you want to push over the ginseng fruit tree once again? Ahem. Hearing these words, the original son Wukong, who had somewhat just become arrogant, immediately became somewhat embarrassed. He hadn't even thought that he had made so many embarrassments in front of this one sire of his, and the other party brought up himself again. The matter of pushing down the ginseng fruit tree back then it felt even more humiliating. After thinking for a moment, he spoke. Your Majesty has really misunderstood me. I really didn't come to push down this ginseng fruit tree this time, although it is said that this ginseng fruit tree and I are naturally incompatible with water and fire. The fates of each other are incompatible. But to push down this ginseng tree is not the purpose of my coming this time. The original purpose of my coming this time, it's only to beg for a ginseng fruit. But unfortunately, this fellow, Xin Yuanzi, has no intention of giving me a ginseng fruit, or else he would have already broken this formation open. Buzz. As he said this, the Monkey King pulled out a needle-sized stick from within his ear, and then with it, it began to expand and turn into a weapon. With a hint of anger in his eyes, he said that he was about to charge a stick straight ahead and smash this armament. My old grandson is going to smash this 5 zhuangguan today, so that he understands what the consequences of not giving my old grandson fruit and not opening this formation are. Before he could do anything, his movements were halted with it. Tread. In this 5 zhuangguan, there were 2 children who slowly walked out, with a hint of coldness in their eyes, staring at the monkey and flashing a sneer. Monkey, it didn't occur to me that you were really let in, actually following His Majesty's footsteps into the secret realm, but even if you came in, so what? Wanting to eat the fruit without my master's consent, you're simply delusional. Listening to you just now trying to push over this ginseng fruit tree, since you want to then have the ability to give it a try. Let's see who's going to bail you out when the time comes. There is nothing wrong with what these 2 of them are saying. After all, they knew very well that nowadays, the Monkey King was already the identity of the Buddha of the fighting spirit, and in terms of the other party's identity, then, If you want to break open this ginseng fruit tree, then it will certainly cause some corresponding disasters, and then the major gods and Buddhas in heaven and earth will certainly take action. After all, the reason why no one dared to sanction this monkey back in those days was, frankly speaking, due to this Qi Tian Di Shang. It is because at that time with the task of fetching the scriptures in the body, coupled with his master Bodhi old ancestor cover him, at the same time with some of the various forces in which the triumph. Otherwise, with Jin Yuanzi's character, he would have flayed this one monkey long ago. Chapter 130, Sun Wukong. Defeat. To put it bluntly, it was all about human feelings on the way to the scriptures back then. Ha! Hearing this, the monkey, who had originally been somewhat galvanized, now felt incomparably angry, directly gripping the stick in his hand with a hint of a cold smile. If that's the case, then I, old son, am partial to trying. Let's see what kind of a fate it would be to smash this Wuxiangwen of yours. Let's see what kind of skill that Jin Yuan de Xian really has. Before he could make his move, the two children in front of him instantly moved with it, their faces carrying a hint of ice coldness. Buzz! Immediately after, from their bodies all burst out, incomparably terrifying breath. At this moment with the energy fluctuation up, with a red and a blue two energy then appeared. Both of them were holding a long spear in their hands, looking incredibly imposing. Rumble! Behind them in that one of the five truths, the energy of the ginseng fruit tree, as if at this moment, also began to mobilize with it, and with it, it gushed out. Immediately afterward, it began to work on the two children, and the two children instantly became incredibly tall, while their bodies began to grow rapidly. In a few moments it turned into the image of two young men, and then there was a path of armor attached around their bodies, and with that it kept changing up. In just a few moments, it was going to look like two heavenly generals, both with a hint of coldness in their eyes. Monkey, today I, Qingfeng and Mingyue, will come to have a good fight with you. Although it was said that they were just two children inside Jin Yuan de Xian's Taoist temple on weekdays, and didn't seem to have any special features, but nowadays, they were already very different, and exploded with extremely terrifying strength. Inside, they were children, while in the outside world, they had long been known as Old Man Qingfeng and Old Man Mingyue. Only, in the midst of this one Jin Yuan Guan, they were still true children. Seeing this scene, Yan Hui's eyes all carried a hint of surprise. He hadn't even thought that they had merely come to visit this Five Truths temple, wanting to gain some benefits from it. I didn't expect to come across a battle of this level in the present day. So scary. Yan Hui looked at the three of them with a hint of incredulity in his eyes, and he couldn't help but mutter under his breath. The strength of these three people, it feels like they've all exceeded the positive gods. Even half-step ancient gods can't describe their strength. It's almost like they're infinitely close to the ancient gods. Ing Zhang nodded his head, a hint of indifference flashing through his eyes, not showing the slightest bit of surprise. He was very clear about the strength of these three. All of them were already at the same realm as him, not just half-step ancient gods, but infinitely close to the ancient god level. Seeing Yan Hui's surprise, he opened his mouth to explain. These two children, even though they say they only look like children, both of them have actually been cultivating for I don't know how many years. Following Jin Yuan Daxian, the ancestor of the earth immortals, their strength is naturally not to be underestimated. Otherwise they would not have been sent to guard this five Zhuangguan. Otherwise the demons from all sides would have already stolen this one ginseng fruit, and I'm afraid that their realm is already infinitely close to the level of the ancient gods. Only that when they are inside on weekdays, they have been hiding their strength. As for the words of the great saint, he seems to be transformed by just a single hair, not his real body. If it is his real body that descends, I'm afraid that with his real strength, this heaven and earth can no longer contain it. After all, that is already capable of transcending the rules and reaching the level of an ancient god. So it's not surprising to say that a single hair of its head is capable of having energy infinitely close to the level of an ancient god. At the same time, Ing Zhang's heart began to think, and he realized that it was for this reason that the monkey did not look like the Buddha. Although it is said that Do Shang Buddha, once upon a time, was incomparably naughty, but nowadays I am afraid that he has already converted to the Buddhist way and is relatively more mature and steady. The monkey in front of him, on the other hand, appeared to have retained the original Qi Tian de Shang's character, like a mischievous and clumsy monkey that was reckless with everything in heaven and earth. According to Ing Zhang's estimation, this should be a hair left behind by the Buddha before he became a Buddha, just to be able to retain the remnants of his own years. Now with such words, Yan Hui nodded with seeming understanding, and with a hint of surprise in his eyes, he couldn't help but open his mouth. Then your majesty, which side do you think can win between the two of them? Bang! At this moment, in the sky above the three figures have been fighting together, erupted a terrifying energy fluctuations. Their energy in this moment has been completely different from the original. at any time may be expelled from the heaven and earth, has an extremely terrifying destructive, the sky are followed by the emergence of a crack. The strength of those two children were all not bad. Qin Feng emitted a thunderous light, and with a wave of his hand there were countless thunder erupting along with it, forming a terrifying thunder beast. A terrifying hiss erupted, and at that moment the thunder beast followed toward the Sun Wukong, rushing out in a flash, grabbing it with one claw, wanting to crush it along with it. Shock! Sun Wukong smiled bashfully and directly swung the weapon in his hand, and as soon as the rod went down, the thunder beast shattered with it, transforming into countless thunderbolts in the sky. It's not over. Bear! Mingyue raised her hand and waved it. Immediately there was a true fire that erupted with it. The endless flames formed a flame phoenix, leaving scorching traces in mid-air, followed by a scorched black. Monkey, watch me tell you to burn your fur off. Seeing this scene, the Monkey King directly grabbed his rod and struck down at that one flame phoenix. At that moment, there was a terrifying might that erupted, like a mountain crashing down. Ha! Ying Zheng captured these two scenes and a playful smile immediately flashed across the corner of his mouth as he spoke to Yan Hui. Although it's true that these two children, one controlling the way of lightning and the other controlling the way of flame, are indeed very terrifying, but compared to the strength of this Sun Wukong, even if he's just a hair away, they're still far too far off. But, when he said this, Ying Zheng paused slightly, a hint of teasing flashing in his eyes, gazing at that one monkey in the sky, which was trying its best to fight against it. He opened his mouth and said, "In my opinion, I'm afraid that Sun Wukong will lose this battle." The words were not yet spoken. Crackle! Suddenly from the void behind Sun Wukong, a lightning blade coalesced and directly penetrated his chest, turning it into a scorched black, from which there was even some blood of the gods left behind. Heck! Golden blood! Sun Wukong defeated. Chapter 131 Killing, the Way of Thunder and Fire. You guys! Sun Wukong's eyes carried a deep color in them, and he couldn't help but spit out blood from his mouth as he looked at the two children in front of him and opened his mouth. How can the cultivation level now has reached this level? Half-step ancient god. The realm of these two children had both reached this half-step ancient god realm today, and they cooperated well with each other, coupled with mastering the way of thunder and fire. I'm afraid that even if it was some of the old demons that had been around for many years, they would only be able to fail in the face of this combination of theirs. In addition to always, those monsters are afraid of Jin Yuan de Xian's name. There is another important reason, is that they understand that these two children are by no means generalized generation. After so many long years of cultivation, they have long become a party of the big man in the heaven and earth. Their realm was in no way inferior to the Qi Tian de Shang that a single millimeter of hair had transformed into. Tread! The two children slowly stepped forward. The lightning and flame in their hands then condensed into two blades, flashing with lightning and flame light, waving them forward at this moment, causing the entire space to vibrate with them, appearing as a deep crack. A casual wave of their hands was already able to cause the earth and sky to shatter with them. Seeing this scene, a deep color also flashed through Sun Wukong's eyes. You guys, want to do something to my old grandson? What for? The two children glanced at each other and let out a cold smile, both seeing the murderous aura in each other's eyes. You this monkey head, for many days has been spying on my 5 Zhuangguan secret realm, and back in the day when the time also personally destroyed our ginseng fruit tree, although it said that later has been repaired, but also cannot change your sins, but also lead to my two people get the master's chastisement. Today, the two of us, we will behead you before the 5 Zhuangguan. Anyway, the current you is nothing more than a millimeter of hair from that one fighting Buddha. Killing you is nothing more than touching the other party's origin. With that, the two children gripped the thunder fire blades in their hands and charged towards the monkey head. The two of them naturally very clear point. That is, they are now even if they kill this monkey, even if it caused the fury of the Buddha's fury, but even if so, there is Jin Yuan Daxi and this one teacher to block for them. To put it bluntly, the reason why they dared to kill this monkey today, that is because the other party is only a hair. If the real body was here, with the strength of that one fighting Buddha, these two children would not be able to defeat the other party, and it would be even more impossible to kill him. Whoosh! The thunder beast and the flame phoenix coalesced, and in the blink of an eye, they left a black crack in mid-air, and in mere moments, they had arrived in front of that monkey head. Sun Wukong stood up with great difficulty, and the palms of his hands, which were gripping the weapon, had become a little shaky. With that, he slowly raised the weapon in his hand to meet the blades of the two. Dang! Immediately at that moment, the weapon made a breaking sound, accompanied by the sound of metal pounding, and then with that, it began to break, transforming into two sections of wooden rods. From the very beginning, this one weapon was a drawing of a tree branch. It was not a real weapon. If it was a real weapon here, With the strength of these two blades it would not be able to cut through the defense of the weapon. After all, it was a real metal of the heavens and earth that was created. And then, in the next second, the Monkey King, who had already lost the weapons in his hands, was as if he had lost his own claws and teeth. Facing the blades in the hands of the two children, he had no defense at all. Seeing this scene, Yan Hui couldn't help but flash a color of surprise as he opened his mouth. Your Majesty, they shouldn't really want to kill the Monkey King, even if this is just a hare. I'm afraid that if they say they're going to kill it, they're going to cause the wrath of that one fighting Buddha, right? That one fighting Buddha is not a character to be messed with. Ying Zhang, who had been watching the show with his hands clasped on one side, had a light smile on his lips. His focus was not on the Monkey King, but on a fly next to him. Out of his mouth came a muttered voice that he himself could only hear. Come here in your true form. So true, great sage. From the very beginning, he had already noticed one thing, and that was that the Qi Tian de Sheng over there was not really itself at all. Rather, a front used to confuse the two children. As for the real Qi Tian de Sheng, I'm afraid, he glanced at the fly, and with his terrifying insight, he was able to see that the fly seemed to show a hint of humanity in this instant. After noticing Ying Zhang's gaze, the fly immediately flew away with it. The moment passed. At the moment when Sun Wukong was about to strike again, the figures of the two children unexpectedly flashed out as flames and thunderbolts in this instant before coming to Sun Wukong's rear. Immediately after that, the blade that was burning with flames, at this moment, together with the lightning blade, directly pierced into Sun Wukong's back, leaving behind a large amount of blood, directly killing him with a single blow. Buzz! That imaginary shadow drawn by the hairs of the Monkey King then slowly dissipated, then turned into a shadow of light and disappeared into this heaven and earth. Obviously, it was a hair that was made of hair. Those two children fought for a breath. Both had sweat slowly running down their foreheads. Looking at the already dead monkey head finally flashed a smile. Back then, when they were in the 5 Zhuangguan, they had already been bullied by this one monkey, and had even been scolded by their own master because the other party had pushed down the ginseng fruit tree, thus being scolded by their own master. Now, although it was said that he had only killed a single hair of the other party, it was still considered a great revenge. The two children's bodies, which looked like heavenly generals, slowly dissipated at this moment, transforming into two children wearing Taoist robes at this moment, which didn't seem to have any special features. Only Yan Hui, who was extremely surprised, looked at the two children with a flash of scorn in his eyes. He was able to clearly feel that if it was said that he was facing these two children with full force, he was afraid that in mere moments, he would die with them. Right. After the two children recovered their original bodies, they looked at Ying Zhang as well as Yan Hui, who had been waiting on the side for a long time, and the corners of their mouths lifted up into a bright smile. At the same time, with a hint of respect in his eyes, he took the initiative to lead the way for the two of them. It looked completely devoid of the arrogant demeanor just now, more like two children in general. The two of you are still this way. The master had specifically explained this when he was leaving. Once His Majesty comes, then he must be well entertained and never be neglected. Chapter 132, Otherworldly Space. Demon Saint Level Guard. The 5 Shovels. Ying Zhang and Yan Hui slowly nodded their heads and followed the two children as they stepped into the Taoist temple. And just the moment they entered, the scene in front of them had changed completely. The Taoist temple in front of him appeared to be nothing more than a small range from the outside. But the moment he entered, the scene before him was suddenly different. It was just like a very vast heaven and earth, which had countless decorations, looked quite magnificent, and even exuded a hint of immortal atmosphere, so that the moment one entered that moment again, it was just like entering a fairyland. This Taoist temple, it's not ordinary. Seeing the appearance of the Taoist temple in it, Yan Hui, who had been in a state of shock, couldn't help but open his mouth once again, a trace of shock flashing through his eyes as he began to marvel. The house of the immortal god of longevity, the house of the Taoist who lives with heaven, truly worthy of being a legendary Taoist temple. The scenery in this is very admirable. Hearing Yan Hui's appreciation, the two children's eyes also flashed with a touch of pride and couldn't help but open their mouths to introduce themselves. The 3 Qings and 4 Emperors are all friends of my family's master, while the 9 Obsidian Star Monarchs are my family's juniors. So even the aspect of making offerings is just the word offering to heaven and earth. After all, my master is the ancestor of the earth immortals. Even Yuan Shi Tianzun, his old man, often invites my master to discuss the Taoist scriptures. So naturally, he's a great man in this heaven and earth. Ying Zhang couldn't help but nod his head. Although it was said that these two children had some bragging in them, Jin Yuanzi, as the ancestor of the earth immortals, did have such capital. Moreover, such a character, who did not want to get involved in the affairs of the heavenly court at all, would have been unrestrained. such a figure would have been at the level of a Taoist ancestor. As the four of them moved forward, it was only a matter of moments before they had arrived in a courtyard. In the very center of this courtyard, there was a ginseng fruit tree. However, at the moment the four entered, a mist had appeared around the ginseng fruit tree, and then the ginseng fruit tree was all shrouded, and there was not the slightest sight revealed as such. Yan Hui, who had originally just gotten a good look at the ginseng fruit tree, had a flash of disappointment in his eyes. Ying Zhang's eyes narrowed, flashing with a flash of depth. It was very obvious that this one, the ginseng fruit tree, had been shrouded by a special formation, so it was said that it was impossible to see through the scene within it at all. The buzz, along with the four people stepped in. There seems to be an invisible formation, so the wave up directly locked the four people, which seems to be at this moment there is a horrible breath. With that, it locked onto the same location where the duo was, while the energy began to fluctuate, as if it might land at any moment. The two children opened their mouths with a hint of bashfulness in their eyes. This is just a town that my master has casually set up to be able to guard this ginseng fruit tree from being destroyed by some malicious miscreants. The only people who can break this one formation, unless it is broken by brute force. Otherwise the only people who can open it are just master and the two of us. Ying Zhang's eyes narrowed, flashing a deep color. This one formation, just Jin Yuanzi casually landed down a formation, but the strength of the ancient god level, even if it is just a sailor set down the formation, is absolutely extraordinary. I am afraid that even if half-step ancient god level of strength stepped into it should also be very difficult to deal with. Sure enough, the next moment, he listened to the two children begin to introduce themselves. Your Majesty, you may not be aware that this formation set up by my master has utilized the Xianliang of circumstance, and at the same time it has raised an unknown number of Dao demon saints in it, and once one enters the strange space within it, I'm afraid that even the two of us may not be able to survive in it, so it can be said that trying to break this formation is extremely difficult. A hint of surprise also flashed in Yan Hui's eyes. Even he hadn't thought that this one formation was actually raising a demon saint level powerhouse, and it seemed that there was more than one by the meaning of these two children. A true demon saint level, which started off as a half-step ancient god, could not be defeated at all. To be able to put such a strong person, as this one ginseng fruit tree guards, can already be seen. This one Jin Yuan de Xian in the end is a what kind of level of characters? That is bound to be able to pass through the heavens and the earth characters. Good. Ying Zhang's eyes were still calm, and he did not show the slightest surprise that there was a demon saint level figure as the first place among them. His attention wasn't even on the ginseng tree, but behind himself, the one fly that had followed him in silently. Seemingly noticing Ying Zhang's line of sight, the two children smiled blandly and opened their mouths in a joking manner. Don't worry, Your Majesty. This one of our formations is so solid that it will quickly close the moment we enter, in which not even a fly can enter. Come, Your Majesty, this way. Although the two children were said to be in a realm similar to that of Ying Zhang's, they seemed to place Ying Zhang in a higher position than themselves, their faces carrying respect from the bottom of their hearts. After all, these two children knew very well that a character who could make their master personally order that they must make a good karma was definitely not a small person, and weekdays inside the ginseng fruit is very precious. Can let him take out a have been very flesh. Basically our very high-level big shot will enjoy the ginseng fruit. Stepping, along with the two children extending their palms and seemingly forming a complicated seal, this formation slowly opened up, and with it, a dark crack appeared, leading to the inner confines. Seeing this scene, a flash of surprise flashed across Yan Hui's eyes. He was more adept at the way of space, and was able to sense from it that this rift seemed to lead to a certain alien space, and was not in the middle of this seat plane. It was as if this one ginseng fruit tree seemed to be in some special realm, separated from this realm from each other, located in an unobservable alien space. Along with the four of them entering, the one fly that was in the relapse disappeared with it, instead turning into a piece of dust that landed on Yan Hui's body. Ying Zhang sensed this scene, but didn't say anything about it, instead flashing a touch of indifference. The four of them slowly stepped forward, while two of the children began, cautiously, to speak. Ever since a ginseng fruit tree was pushed down back then, Master has left such a terrifying formation here. The two of you must follow us closely. In this one formation, once you take a wrong step, you will fall into an unprecedented organ. When the time comes, one's life will be in danger, and even the two of us will not have the ability to step in and help. Obviously, the strength of a half-step ancient god was of no use in this one formation. Chapter 133, I, Lao Sun, have come. Stepping. The formation was accompanied by two children stepping forward, and the moment each of their steps fell, the surrounding formation appeared to fluctuate violently. The energy in it, just at this moment, set off a ripple. With a hint of indifference in his eyes, Ying Zhang watched the steps of the two children and flashed a radiant color. taking in all their steps. In the depths of his eyes, there was a black dragon surging along with it as endless energy erupted. Every step and every direction of the two children was engraved in his mind without any mistakes, and at the same time, he was rapidly making projections, projecting the circumstantial mysteries of this formation, taking everything in. This moment was already completely different from the previous time. The subtleties of this formation were already like a brand, very clearly engraved in his mind, and he could be said to have a complete understanding of this formation, rather than an ability. It was his instinctive gift. Along with their advancement, after a few moments' time, the scene before them had become different from the original to a great extent. Rumble. The moment they took the last step, the scene in front of them was already very different from the original time, and the scene shown at this moment was more like an unprecedented area. This is an alien space. It was possible to see that in the deepest part of this alien space, there was a heavenly tree, on which there were very few fruits hanging. From the surface, these fruits are like some babies, hanging on the tree full of spirituality. Tread. The two children slowly stepped forward and nodded to each other after looking at each other. At that moment, a large amount of energy immediately began to fluctuate around it, and this ginseng fruit tree began to mobilize with it, bearing countless fruits from it, which was very different from the original scene. There are actually so many ginseng fruits? Yan Hui couldn't help but open his mouth, flashing a hint of surprise. In his anticipation, the ginseng fruit was a very precious thing. It was logical that the quantity should be very scarce, plus the reason that the aura was relatively thin, so that the fruit rate should be very low. Hearing these words, the two children smiled bashfully and did not show any reply. Instead, hooks were taken out of each other's hands, obviously specialized tools. The two of you wait a moment. Qingfeng and Mingyue spoke faintly, the corners of their mouths curling up into a smile. I will pluck down the ginseng fruit for the two honored guests and offer it to His Majesty to taste. Whoosh! This skyscraping tree was so tall that it seemed as if it was able to hang straight from the dome of the clouds, accompanied by the two children getting up. Underneath them there were thunder beasts and flame phoenixes condensing out, directly emitting sonic booms. In a moment's time, they had already risen up in the air and reached mid-air directly like lightning, and then after each of them saw a target, they used the hooks in their hands and directly hooked down the fruits therein. Then with a swift and extremely fast speed, he quickly caught the falling fruit, and immediately after that, his figure had landed on the ground. On the tray in their hands were two fruits that looked brightly colored, like two lifelike babies, and were generally placed in front of the duo just like that. Yan Hui took a whiff of the aroma and instantly felt that the aura fluctuation of the entire person had become more intense, as if some sort of change had occurred at this moment. This one fruit was actually able to change his spiritual energy fluctuations. Great stuff! Yan Hui couldn't help but open his mouth, a hint of excitement in his eyes. Even with his cultivation, he felt equally shocked when confronted with this fruit. After all, this one fruit could be said to be the fruit of legends, and countless people had already heard of the great name of the ginseng fruit. Even if he had only perceived the effects of these ginseng fruits from some books and scriptures, he had never thought that the effects were actually so obvious. A trace of pride flashed through the eyes of both children, and then they directly placed the tray in front of the two of them, with two ginseng fruits on it. Both of you, taste this fruit while it has just fallen from the tree, or else I'm afraid it will melt into the air in a moment's time. Always remember, don't drop it on the ground, or it will melt if it hits the ground. Yan Hui nodded and looked at Ying Zhang, and after receiving his approval, he directly took down a ginseng fruit and gulped it down. It wasn't that he didn't want to chew and swallow slowly, but the mouth of this one fruit instantly melted, and with that, it had transformed into an agar jelly-like liquid that directly entered his stomach. It's really worthy of being a ginseng fruit. Just after eating it, I feel my energy fluctuating with it. Yan Hui felt the energy fluctuation within his body, and immediately the corner of his mouth curled up into a smile as he opened his mouth. Your Majesty, why don't you taste it? The two children also nodded and handed the remaining piece of fruit to Ying Zhang. Your Majesty, the two of us have specially plucked down two fruits, one of which is 10,000 years old, while this one is ripe for 100,000 years, and in terms of effect, it is different to a great extent from the previous one, and we have specially offered it to Your Majesty, so please taste it quickly. Accompanied by the duo bowing down, they handed that one fruit to Ying Zhang. Ying Zhang looked at this fruit, which was as lifelike as a baby, while emitting an enchanting fragrance, dotted with green leaves, and was indeed very different from the previous one. The main point is that this one ginseng fruit has already had a big boost in energy. After all, although it was said that in 10,000 years this fruit would ripen, but if the years experienced were even longer, then it can absorb more heaven and earth aura, and the effect it can produce is more horrible. 100,000 years of ginseng fruit in 10,000 000 years of ginseng fruit has a heaven and earth general difference. As for those higher grade ginseng fruits, it's usually only very high level characters who eat that kind of ginseng fruit or, generally, keep it. For example, this time Ing Zhang's goal. Ing Zhang scrutinized the fruit and had no desire to eat it, and even after just a glance he had moved his eyes away, gazing at the ginseng fruit tree in front of him, a deep color flashing in his eyes, and an inexplicable smile flashing at the corner of his mouth before he opened his mouth and said, "Great sage, it's been following you for so long, why don't you show yourself?" Buzz. At once, the speck of dust behind him then began to fluctuate, and with it a monkey's head emerged. I, Lao Sun, am coming. Chapter 134, Defeated. Clear wind and bright moon. Buzz. The moment that monkey head appeared, the surrounding heaven and earth immediately fluctuated with it, as if this space had begun to become shaky with it. It was as if this one heaven and earth, this one space simply couldn't withstand its energy fluctuations, so it was a possible sign of destruction. After all, this was the power of the legendary Qi Tian de Shang, and at the same time, it was also the power that he was able to possess before he became the fighting holy Buddha. Although it was said to be just a hair, it was already infinitely close to the ancient god level. Both of the children had a hint of panic in their eyes as they gazed at the single monkey head. Weren't you already killed? How can you still be alive? Does it mean that you consumed 2 hairs before descending to earth? Ha! Sun Wukong casually pulled out a weapon, mainly from amongst his own ears. With a hint of arrogance in his eyes, he looked at the 2 children and blandly opened his mouth. That's right. Your guesses are indeed not wrong. I am only a hair of my body, but this hair of mine has now been specially tempered, and is already considered to be a former Qi Tian de Shang, so that what you have just killed is merely nothing more than the hairs of this one of my doppelgangers. Buzz. At that moment, a trace of shock flashed through the eyes of both children as they gazed closely at Sun Wukong. Both of them became somewhat incoherent at this moment, pointing at the Monkey King and unable to speak. Sun Wukong smiled blandly, waving the weapon in his hand as he looked at Ing Zhang. Thank you, Your Majesty. If it weren't for Your Majesty hiding me, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to enter this foreign space. After all, in this one foreign space let the Jin Yuan old man set up so many formations. With my strength want to enter this one formation, can be said to be as difficult as heaven. When Ing Zhang heard these words, he nodded his head very bashfully and did not show any emotional fluctuations. From the very beginning, he had already noticed that the one Monkey King who had just died was not a real main body millimeter at all, but the millimeter of a doppelganger. However, his heart couldn't help but sigh. A single split hair was already able to reach this level, fighting 2 children to a standstill, able to look out of his original body. Just how powerful should that one fighting Buddha be? It must be a talent through and through the heavens. Sinner. With a hint of coldness in their eyes, the 2 children gazed at that one very arrogant monkey, while simultaneously clasping their palms toward the void. Immediately, weapons of thunder and flame appeared in both of their hands respectively. Whoosh! The thunder beast and flame phoenix had appeared underneath them in the blink of an eye, then instantly rushed out in the direction where Sun Wukong was, directly tearing through the surrounding space. In an instant, a trace of gravity also flashed through Sun Wukong's eyes. Buzz! He directly waved his hand casually, and that one weapon, in a moment's time, had rushed out toward the front, and the surrounding space tore apart with it, like 1,000 pounds of force instantly descending. The weapon transformed into a giant pillar in the sky, directly colliding with the Thunder Beast and the Flame Phoenix at this moment, colliding with each other to create a shockwave, forming a crack and spreading towards the surroundings. Seeing this scene, a trace of interest flashed through Ing Zhang's eyes as he watched the battle between the 3. Much different from the time before. The battle between these 3 people nowadays had appeared vastly different from the time before. The general difference in the energy fluctuations released made the void have been shattered with it, especially in the case of Sun Wukong's full force, and before there has been a big difference. With just a single stroke of the rod, the surrounding space had torn apart with it. Rumble! Sun Wukong waved his rod and wandered amongst the thunder and flames, an arrogant smile on his entire face, without the slightest bit of fear. With just a single stroke of the rod, that one flaming phoenix extinguished its flames with it. A trace of blood was spat out of Akatsuki's mouth, and it was clear that this one flaming phoenix was connected together with his main body. So the moment this flame phoenix was damaged, his entire person was also damaged to some extent, only relatively speaking it was a bit lighter. Whoosh! Sun Wukong waved his weapon, directly towards the bright moon, at this moment doing his best to be about to fall, seeing that this one weapon had fallen on him in a moment. At that moment, behind Sun Wukong's back, a thunder beast-like shadow suddenly appeared, instantly transforming into a ghostly blue blade that was held in Qingfeng's hand before it was about to stab into Sun Wukong's chest. Whoosh! At the same time, A hint of cunning flashed through Mingyue's eyes, and with that, her figure disappeared. Obviously, this one bright moon's weakness was just a front that was obviously put on. However, just at the moment when that one ghostly blue blade was about to pierce in, suddenly Sun Wukong's figure, the same in this instant, disappeared into a pile of monkey hair, so suspended in mid-air around. Xing Feng, who was holding a ghostly blue blade in one hand, and Mingyue, who was holding a flaming blade in the other hand, both had a hint of panic flash through their eyes coincidentally. Rumble! In the next second, from their backs, there was suddenly a weapon made of Xian iron that fell with them, erupting with the force of 10,000 pounds, directly smashing them down. Pust! Qing Feng and Mingyue both fell to the ground. The set both spat out blood. Their faces became incomparably pale, looking very different from earlier times. Sun Wukong retracted the stick in his hand, did not rush to the end. With a hint of arrogance in his eyes, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "The two of you, for the time being, I'll leave you all alive. But this fruit, I, old Sun, am eating it up." Whoosh! In an instant, a seven-colored auspicious cloud appeared on his body, and in just a split second of turning a somersault, he had appeared right above that one ginseng fruit tree. Ying Zhang looked at the complexion of the two of them, Qing Feng and Mingyue. The duo didn't show any panic, but instead, with a hint of bemusement, they gazed at the monkey that was about to pick off the ginseng fruit. Buzz! Sun Wukong plucked a fruit off and landed it firmly on the ground, just ready to start eating. Suddenly, in this moment, Ying Zhang slowly opened his mouth, with a hint of unprecedented seriousness in his tone, and spoke to Sun Wukong, the great sage. "This one fruit, in my opinion, must never be eaten. Otherwise." At that moment, Qing Feng and Mingyue's complexions both became incomparably terrified. Chapter 135 5 Zhuang 1. Traitor! What? The Monkey King, who was just about to swallow this ginseng fruit, was immediately startled and looked at Qing Feng Mingyue's eyes for a moment, then flashed a hint of shock. Even he hadn't thought that this one ginseng fruit was actually inedible, but he wasn't sure what kind of consequences would come from eating this ginseng fruit. Couldn't it be that His Majesty is worried about the consequences once he is known by Jinyuan de Xian? Thinking of this, Sun Wukong's eyes gurgled and the corners of his mouth lifted into a smile. "Your Majesty should be overly concerned. I'm only eating one of his ginseng fruits. Besides, with my current status, even if I were to topple this ginseng fruit tree of his, what could he do to me?" After saying that, the Monkey King was about to swallow that one ginseng fruit right after it. Seeing this scene, Ying Zhang sighed and couldn't help but speak. "This is the end of my reminder. If the great sage has to eat a fruit, then I won't bother to say anything more when the time comes, except to say that you must consider the consequences." Yes, the ginseng fruit, which had just been put to his mouth, was put down immediately afterward. A deep color flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes as he gazed at Qing Feng Mingyue's icy face, and suddenly an idea flashed through his mind. "Wait, it can't be, because there's something wrong with the two of them, can it? You don't say, you really don't say. From the beginning of the time just now, these two children let me eat this one ginseng fruit, and didn't do anything to stop it. It's not like the style of the two of you." Hearing these words, while feeling the suspicious eyes of the Monkey King, the two children sighed. Qing Feng was the first to speak, slowly stood up. It did not look like there was an injury, but instead, some of them were alive and well, just standing in front of the crowd. Jabla! Accompanied by a grip of his palm toward the void. In this instant, lightning began to gush out in the void, like rainwater converging to create incomparably terrifying thunder beasts. In just a moment of raising his hand, a huge and incomparable-looking thunder beast had appeared behind him, releasing terrifying thunder. The surrounding emptiness all shattered with it at this moment, and a crack appeared. This one thunder beast, which was clearly even more terrifying than the time before, constantly shone with purple-black thunder light. Seeing this scene, a deep color flashed through Sun Wukong's turbid pupils as he gazed at that one thunder beast. "Meh, my old grandson. Finally I understand. No wonder the thunder as well as the flaming phoenix released by the two of you had been feeling so familiar since the beginning just now. So, you've already subdued those two demon saints. All of them." Suddenly, Sun Wukong and Qing Feng collided together and began to tangle with each other. This time, it was clear that the two fought evenly. Even to a certain extent, the Monkey King was in an inferior position. They kept colliding with each other, creating a shockwave. See this scene. Yan Hui's pupils shrank, and likewise seemed to realize something at this moment before he began to mutter. "This world, there were once two demon saint-level powerhouses. The one controlling thunder was named Xian Lei Yuan Shang, and the one controlling the Tao of Yen was named Xian Venerable." The words were not yet spoken. Whoosh! Suddenly, the figure of child Mingyue appeared like a flash of flame. suddenly emerging from the void behind Ing Zhang, flickering with flaming light, followed by a furious slash. It was about to hit Ing Zhang's vital points and cause fatal damage. In this moment of crisis, rumble. Suddenly, a terrifying black dragon shadow emerged from behind Ing Zhang's back, and with a clawed hand, light golden scales slowly emerged from it. The flaming blades aimed at the attacking one then collided together, immediately cutting through the void between each other. With just one move, Mingyu's body was directly sent flying. Pust! Mingyue spat out blood from her mouth with a hint of ruthlessness in her eyes and not the slightest bit of respect. Your Majesty, I didn't expect you to be so strong. You do have a few skills. I have been taught. However, you are able to defend against my means, but you cannot defend against his means. Before the words fell, his palm lifted and there was a secret pattern emerging from his hand. Whoosh! Suddenly, it was as if there was a golden brand in Yen Hui's pupils, which suddenly flickered in general, and then as his entire eyes became lost in thought, he casually waved his hand, and immediately had the scriptures explode with it. It all happened in a flash of lightning. Moreover, the area where Yen Hui was located could be said to be very close to the area where Ing Zhang was located, and this attack could be said to be undefendable. Boom! The golden scrolls, at this moment, turned into blades and stabbed into Ing Zhang's body. Gotcha! The corner of Mingyue's mouth curled up, flashing in icy color. However, the imagined blood did not flow out, but rather the other party's silhouette turned into a bubble and disappeared into the void, looking as if it had never existed. Just like that, Ing Zhang turned into a bubble and disappeared from everyone's sight. Then in a position not far away, he slowly surfaced with a bland look in his eyes. Ha! Mingyue coughed violently, while a cold smile flashed across the corner of her mouth as she gazed at the scene, a blandness flashing across her eyes as she couldn't help but speak slowly. I knew you had already seen through all of this from the very beginning. It's really worthy of your legendary 1,000 ancient emperors to be able to reach this point. You're really worthy of being able to be valued by your master. Yes, just as you suspected. It's all true. Ing Zhang quietly listened to the other party's words and didn't show the slightest surprise. From the very beginning, he had noticed a problem. It was only that at that time he was only holding a certain amount of certainty, not complete certainty, whereas today's time was accompanied by the touch of the bright moon and the clear wind, coupled with the fact that the other party was able to manipulate Yen Hui's body. He was already able to tell that this time his guess was completely correct. Seeing this scene, Sun Wukong gripped his weapon tightly and swung it out violently, sending Qingfeng flying before landing next to Ing Zhang in a flash. Oh oi! What the hell is going on with the two of them? And that entourage you had with you? How did they get manipulated all of a sudden? Ing Zhang glanced at the ginseng fruit in the other party's hand and shook his head, a touch of indifference flashing through his eyes. From the very beginning, I have had a guess. This clear wind and bright moon, obviously a traitor to this 5 truths. Chapter 136 Demon Saint, King Bull Demon. What? Immediately after hearing these words, Sun Wukong's pupils shrank as he looked across at the three who were already standing together with a trace of unimaginable surprise. In the opposite position, Yen Hui seemed to be manipulated as if he had been manipulated, with a golden glow in his eyes, and with that, he stood behind the two children. At the same time, the two children had a piece of ice coldness in their eyes, each holding their own weapon in their hands, and at a glance, they had a very ruthless expression. The two of them are actually traitors of the 5 Zhuangguan? Sun Wukong couldn't help but speak. Ing Zhang nodded lightly and spoke. I think instead of asking me, why don't you ask the two children properly what's going on? Ha! Feeling Ing Zhang's and Sun Wukong's gazes, the two children both had a hint of indifference in their eyes, and then slowly opened their mouths. You're right. The two of us are indeed traitors, but you're wrong about one thing. The two of us aren't traitors to the 5 trumps. The 5 trumps. It's only right that it belongs to us. Hearing these words, Sun Wukong's pupils shrank. Immediately, Qingfeng was the first to speak, and there was an unimaginable coldness in his tone. Your Majesty, you should have guessed. Since our master has only descended to the earth once every 10,000 years for many years, and even sometimes only once after 100,000 years, that's why the two of us have already developed some crooked thoughts about this ginseng fruit tree, and in our opinion, that one irresponsible master doesn't deserve to be the master of this Taoist temple at all. The ones who have been guarding this Taoist temple for so many long years are us. Therefore, this Taoist temple should also belong to us. Ing Zhang nodded his head, his suspicions confirmed in his mind, and then opened his mouth to ask. That one ginseng tree which is also the one in front of you should be fake, right? From the very beginning, he had noticed that the ginseng fruit tree that had appeared after they had entered this alien space seemed to have certain problems, but at the time before this, he didn't realize exactly what kind of problems there were, so that's why he didn't point them out. Now it seems clear that this one ginseng tree is the ginseng tree that these two children forged. Akatsuki nodded and opened her mouth to explain. You have indeed guessed correctly that this one ginseng tree is the ginseng tree that the two of us have forged. And that, to put it bluntly, he is nothing more than the energy of the two of us. If anything, once he eats the ginseng fruit, then I'm afraid that he will then be under the control of the two of us, just as this attendant of yours is. As for the real ginseng fruit tree, it's in another alien space. From the very beginning, the route that the two of us took you on was the wrong route. Zhang stroked his chin, a deep color flashing within his gaze. Aha! It seems that there is not much difference from what I had guessed. So, have you basically eaten all the ginseng fruits over the years? Ha! The two children nodded and opened their mouths. Your Majesty is indeed incredibly smart. You're not wrong. For so many years now, the fruits that have come down from the ginseng fruit tree have basically been eaten up by the two of us. Only a portion of the more precious fruits were left purposely to fool the master. And at the same time, due to the increasing weakening of the energy of heaven and earth, Master, his old man, is no longer able to descend to the earth, and with masters means he is no longer able to notice the state of this ginseng fruit tree. So it is. Sun Wukong came to a realization and flashed a hint of surprise. No wonder that from the very beginning, these two children had not shown any stopping of the ginseng fruit that they were about to eat, because they knew that what they had eaten was nothing but a fake ginseng fruit. The real ginseng fruit, due to the reason that their master could not come down to earth, so that has long been hidden. It was due to the fact that they often ate ginseng fruits, so that was why the energy fluctuations of these two children had changed so quickly, and in such a short period of time. They had already pushed right up against the ancient gods. It was even just one step away from the realm of the ancient gods. Just as Sun Wukong was thinking about this, the two children looked at each other and slowly spoke. Your Majesty, with the strength of the two of us, I'm afraid that if you want to deal with it, it won't be that easy, and you might even lose at our hands. Moreover, this formation was originally controlled by the two of us. If we say that you killed the two of us, I'm afraid that you would be trapped in this set of alien spaces and would not be able to escape at all. If we say that you are willing to join forces with us to deal with the Sun Wukong, then we are willing to offer a genuine ginseng fruit as a favor for your Majesty's help. That's good. That sounds like a very heartwarming benefit. Zhang nodded his head, raised two fingers, and slowly spoke. You guys have a good offer. But, ginseng fruit, I'll take two. The two children nodded at each other and opened their mouths. As long as your Majesty can assist us in defeating the Monkey King, then two ginseng fruits can be offered. By the way, a flash of depth flashed within Xingfeng's eyes as he opened his mouth. Your Majesty needn't worry. From the moment this one monkey had entered the one space, he had already severed his connection with our honors. Even if this one monkey dies here, there's no way to know who actually killed him, and what we have here won't even be revealed. Good idea. Zhang nodded and was about to step towards them. A flash of disappointment flashed through Sun Wukong's pupils, and he was just about to open his mouth at this moment. Unexpected. Zhang suddenly stopped in his tracks, and with a touch of teasing color in his eyes, he gazed at the two children. Since the reinforcements are already here, why continue to hide? Pull out and let me get a good look at the men you've accumulated over time. The pupils of the two children shrank, flashing a flash of surprise. Your Majesty is really anticipating things. You're not wrong. The only reason I have the free time to talk to you guys so much is to drag you guys out here and have to come in for backup while I'm at it. Now they have arrived. Buzz. The moment the words fell, the alien space behind them slowly opened, revealing a dark crack from within. Several exceptionally terrifying figures slowly stepped out from among them, their pupils carrying a hint of killing aura as they watched Zhang and Sun Wukong. At that moment, a terrifying aura, like an ocean, instantly descended on this region. Chapter 137, Demon Saint Siege. Desperate situation. Boom! Along with those, like a tidal wave of breath burst the moment. Immediately has the space cracks then rupture. Many horrible breath all then converge. Seeing this scene, Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed slightly, flashing a hint of surprise. Even he hadn't expected that there would actually be so many Demon Saint level figures converging. In just a moment's time, more than a dozen Demon Saint level existences had already converged in this one area, all with a hint of killing aura in their eyes. Buzz! At that last moment, along with the opening of the last spatial crack, an incomparably large figure slowly stepped out from it, directly obscuring half of heaven and earth. That figure was pitch black and incomparable, just like a giant black bull. At this moment in time, he waved his twin hammers in his hands, hissing towards the front, his entire body wrapped in black mist. Roar! At the moment the roar erupted. The sound that was like deafening resounded directly in everyone's ears, and Sun Wukong couldn't help but cover his ears at this moment. As Zhang watched this scene, his eyes narrowed slightly, flashing a hint of realization. So it is. No wonder. Along with this muttering sound, the Monkey King seemed to have sensed something as well. and a flash of golden light flashed through his eyes, which was clearly his own fiery eyes. At this moment, his eyes transformed into fiery eyes of golden crystals, as if they were able to see through all illusions. Sun Wukong gazed at the incomparably black giant bull in front of him, then suddenly flashed a trace of surprise and couldn't help but open his mouth. Bullwinkle? You wows! How did you get here? At this moment, Sun Wukong recognized that a black and incomparable giant bull is his former sworn brother, that an incomparable horror of the demon saint, the legendary bull demon king. However, if one remembers correctly, this bull demon king should have been taken away by Guanyin at that time, and according to normal circumstances, it should not appear here. Keep looking. Ying Zhang spoke indifferently, looking towards the two figures that appeared behind the king bull demon. Sun Wukong immediately turned his fiery eyes and aimed them at the two figures, and after seeing them clearly, he was immediately startled and flashed a hint of surprise. Golden horn, silver horn. Before Ying Zhang could continue to remind him, Sun Wukong continued to use his fiery eyes to look at those figures around him. Accompanied by his fiery eyes, all those demon saint level figures around him revealed their figures. Each of the demon saints was a bit unexpected to him, but each of them felt very familiar to him. Basically, they were all those opponents that he had once encountered on his way to fetch the scriptures. Among them, they included demon saints of the level of lion spirit, white elephant spirit and rock bird. There is also the very difficult nine-headed worm, which likewise appears in it. The great sage. Ying Zhang slowly opened his mouth with a hint of indifference in his tone, looking towards Sun Wukong, who was already filled with shock. It's come to this. You should have seen it already, right? These demon saints that are here nowadays are basically those demonic beasts that you once encountered on your journey to the west. Not only have they appeared here nowadays, but all of them have reached the level of half-step ancient gods in terms of realm. That is, the legendary demon saint level realm. Phew! Sun Wukong took a deep breath, and his originally unperturbed face carried a trace of disbelief, all the time using his fiery eyes to gaze at the surrounding demon saints. What this Ying Zhang said is indeed not wrong. These demon saints that have appeared here today, basically, they were all those demon saints that he had once encountered on his journey to the west. None of them were killed at that time, but were taken in by various gods and goddesses, and now at this time they appear here as their enemies. Boom! Sun Wukong gripped his weapon tightly, and in this instant, he exploded with his full strength, immediately having a golden light erupting along with it, and a golden light stormed out in his eyes, his tone carrying an icy coldness. Xingfeng, Mingyue, you'd better give me an explanation as to why all those demons on the westward journey back then have now appeared here? Although it was said that from the very beginning, the Monkey King had heard that this Xingfeng and Mingyue were in the middle of the formation. There were a number of demon saint level existences stored in quite a few alien spaces, but at that time, the Sun Wukong didn't even associate these demon saints to actually be these existences before him. Ha! With a cold smile on his face, Xingfeng gazed at Ying Zhang's figure and spoke. It's you who spoiled us again. Even though we said we knew you guys were going to know about this, it still feels a bit unbelievable that you were able to see through it. Ying Zhang had a bland look on his face and didn't open his mouth to say anything. From the very beginning, his eyes had seen through the falsehood. Among these demon saint level existences, quite a few familiar figures were seen, especially as a traveler. He could be said to be incomparably familiar with the big black bull that appeared at the end, which was exactly the image of the legendary bull demon king. Now it seems to be the case. The two children slowly opened their mouths to explain, a hint of coldness in their tone. Anyway, it's already come to this point. It's hard for you guys to escape. This space has been blocked by us. Plus there are so many demon saint level existences besieging us. You guys can't run away at all. So, today, the two of us will let you die. These demon saints, after the end of their journey to the west, were no longer able to hold too many immortals as the immortal energy of the heavenly court became thinner and thinner. Hence, at the time of 500 years ago, they were all relegated to the earth and became outcasts of the heavenly court. Or, there are quite a few demonic beasts that have been thrown into the void to fight the gods and demons in the void, and the group that survived today is already in front of you. Ying Zhang nodded. There really wasn't much difference from what he had expected. Along with the passage of years, the incense in the heavenly court has become thinner and thinner, so it is natural to say that the immortal aura is also the same. Only, at the time before this, he hadn't associated it with what would happen to these demonic beasts. I have one more doubt. Ying Zhang smiled indifferently and spoke slowly. Even if this group of demonic beasts didn't reach the level of demon saint at that time, with their strength it shouldn't be something that you two children can control, right? Can it be that, from the very beginning, you guys used some kind of special means? Xingfeng smiled bashfully and spoke with a nod. True to form, Your Majesty, you were able to guess. Indeed, so much more than this monkey ever did. What you said is not wrong. We just used some kind of special means. That's why we were able to control this group of demon saints. Chapter 138 Merging. Clear Moon Demon Sovereign. Ha! As he said this, Xingfeng Mingyue both flashed a cold smile, then looked at Ying Zhang and opened his mouth. Why don't you take a guess, sire? As to what the special means we use are special, but you should have guessed it already. Now why don't you say it so this monkey can hear it too? Hearing these words, the Monkey King, who was originally frozen in place, immediately flashed a trace of doubt in his eyes and looked at Ying Zhang and asked, what special means did they use to be able to control all of this group of demon saints? As the Monkey King who had once fought them on the road to the west, it was naturally very clear that each of these demonic beasts had their own special means, regardless of whether it was the infinitely powerful Bull Demon King or those other goblins. Each one of them was not in existence to be dealt with. To be able to subordinate all of these demonic beasts and successfully control them, these two children must have used some sort of special means. Ying Zhang shook his head and flashed a light color as he looked towards Sun Wukong's ginseng fruit. Immediately afterward, the gaze went back to the distant, double-eyed Yan Hui. Great sage, didn't you see it already? Need I explain more? Upon hearing these words, the Sun Wukong's mind was shaken and immediately flashed a flash of sudden realization, looking towards the group of demon saints as well as towards Yan Hui. Ginseng fruit? That's right. Ying Zhang nodded and spoke. They were able to control this group of demonic beasts. One of the very important means is the ginseng fruit. Just as you just did, they tricked this group of demonic beasts into coming in. Once they have eaten the ginseng fruit, Qingfeng and Mingyue will be able to control them easily. It's due to this reason that said group of demonic beasts became their henchmen. In fact, Ying Zhang knew very well that the real reason for all this was still greed. If it wasn't for the fact that this group of demonic beasts had greed in their hearts, then they would never have come to this one ginseng fruit tree to eat that one ginseng fruit. After eating the ginseng fruit, thus falling into the puppet of the other party, becoming a tool of control in the hands of the other party, thus being completely controlled. However, to put it bluntly, back then, these demon saints had long since fallen into a steep path to nowhere. After all, they've lost their original territory and have been reduced to the role of villains in general on the road to the west. At the same time, after being adopted by the major gods originally thought to be able to serve in the heavenly court, it didn't occur to me that in the heavenly court due to the continuous decline of the immortal energy, so it was said that they were relegated to the earth or became cannon fodder on the front line. Presumably, this was something that even they themselves did not realize, so that they had no choice but to come to the search for the ginseng fruit as a means to an end. They felt that if they were to say that they had eaten the ginseng fruit, then in time they might be able to cause a change in their energy levels. At that time, with their strength, although it is not to make a fuss in the heavenly court, but at that time also be able to occupy a side of the territory, all under the necessity of doing. However, it was estimated that they themselves hadn't thought that this one ginseng fruit was actually like a poison, and once they ate it, they would fall into the puppet of Qingfeng and Mingyue. Ha! Qingfeng and Mingyue glanced at each other. A trace of appreciation flashed in each other's eyes as they opened their mouths. Your Majesty, you really are still incredibly smart. Once you entered this five vastnesses temple to begin with, you have refreshed our perceptions time and time again. I have to say, to be able to become a 1,000-year-old emperor of this earth and rule this earth, you are considered a talent. Unfortunately, I think you may not quite understand what it means to know what's going on. The two of us can now give you one last chance. If that means you're willing to join our camp, leaving that one ginseng fruit behind, and fall into the role of our puppet, then we can keep a sliver of your consciousness for you without restricting you too much. Qingfeng and Mingyue slowly opened their mouths, with a hint of temptation in their tone. And, are you saying that you don't want to join us in overthrowing this heavenly court and becoming the sole master in this heaven and earth? Now your chance is right in front of you. Boom! With a flick of his sleeve robe, immediately behind him, the black shadow of the emperor erupted with terrifying power, directly throwing the two children away. Enough! I'm going to say this for the last time. I have already seen through your little schemes from the very beginning, and to put it bluntly, from the very beginning, you have already planned to make me fall into your puppet. In this way, the earth will be in your hands. If I guessed correctly, the reason why this 5-trump squan was able to leak energy should have a part in you guys? Buzz! The two children whose bodies were flung away did not show the slightest anger, but instead opened their mouths with a piece of calmness in their eyes. Your Majesty guessed correctly. It was us who actively leaked the energy from the very beginning. While it's true that you've guessed it all, there's one thing you haven't guessed. The you of today, even with the help of the Monkey King, you are simply no match for the two of us. Or rather, the two of you won't be able to fly. Ha! Hearing these words, the Monkey King, who had been thinking in place, flashed a hint of playfulness in his eyes as he brandished the weapon in his hand and erupted into a heck of a ferocious power. The two of you are a bit too wild. Although it was also very clear to Sun Wukong that quite a few demon saint level existences had already gathered here nowadays, and there were also opponents comparable to himself like Qingfeng and Minghua. At the same time, even Yan Hui, an existence, was likewise reduced to a puppet. But as long as the opponent did not reach the level of an ancient god, then there was always a chance that he and this majesty would be able to escape, and it would only be a small price to pay. Yes? As if they had read Sun Wukong's inner thoughts, the two children both wore a teasing smile on their faces, and in that instant their hands closed together. Immediately afterward, their bodies were like bubbles, transforming into shadows in the middle of heaven and earth. Buzz! In Sun Wukong's surprised eyes, the two figures of Qingfeng and Minghua slowly fused together, with an unimaginably terrifying pressure erupting along with them. That is, the demonic energy in heaven and earth. Ever since the sealing of the evil demons in the ancient times, very little demonic chi existed in the heavens and earth, and basically the only thing left behind was spiritual chi as well as immortal chi. Now, just like that, a demonic aura appeared in front of the duo, and it was still climbing, erupting with an unimaginable pressure that directly shocked Ying Zhang and Sun Wukong. Roar! A devilish shadow slowly stepped out from within the mist. The corner of his mouth swept up an evil smile as he airily opened his mouth. Now, you're up against Clear Moon Demon. Chapter 139 Realm of the Devil God. Terrifying as it is. Rumble. At this moment, there was a monstrous demonic aura that erupted with it in this foreign space. The entire foreign space shook with it. Countless demonic chi transformed into demonic shadows, and the surrounding demon saints all began to tremble with it. From ancient times to the present day, the three realms of human beings, immortals and devils, have fought continuously, and at a later time, due to special reasons, the immortal realm finally united the experts of the human realm, eradicating the devil world in this way. The remaining devil cultivators or devil monsters were already extremely rare. After arriving in modern times, to be able to appear a demonic cultivator was already considered an extremely rare existence. And now, what had appeared in front of them was actually an outright demon exalt. Not only was he a demonic cultivator, but he had also cultivated to an extremely high level. No wonder. A flash of surprise flashed through Ying Zhang's eyes as he gazed at this clear moon demon, wearing a look of dawning realization. At this moment he finally reacted. No wonder these two were able to control so many demon saints. I'm afraid that in addition to using a tactic like the ginseng fruit, they also had an additional tactic of relying on their demon exalted strength, a level of strength that had already reached the ancient god level. Although it was said that it was only a mere beginning ancient god, it was not an ordinary enemy. To Ying Zhang and Sun Wukong, such an enemy could be said to be an incomparably dangerous opponent. Now, with a hint of a cold smile, the clear moon demon Zun gazed at the two of them and opened his mouth. Tell me, how will the two of you escape? Ying Zhang, as you are an emperor of the millennia and still in control of the earth, the two of us can give you a chance to be able to retain your consciousness, and even grant you the opportunity to join the demon race. But, Sun Wukong, today you will surely die. The clear moon demon sovereign was very clear about one thing. This Sun Wukong in front of him was just a doppelganger of that one fighting Buddha. If anything, letting Sun Wukong escape out, or them controlling each other wouldn't help. After all, the Monkey King could break away from this one foreign space at any time, after which he would be reclaimed by that one fighting Buddha. Although it was said that they had now reached the level of a demon exalt, but if it was said that once a character of the level of the Buddha of the fighting spirit knew about it, then they were also bound to die. Once the heavenly court found out about this matter and sent in an existence at the level of the four royalty, then they could be said to be unable to resist. At that time, they would either end up escaping beyond the three realms or falling to their deaths. Whichever way it ended, it was beyond miserable for them. Hearing these words, Ying Zhang opened his mouth with a bland smile. Clear moon demon sovereign, what you said is not wrong. With your strength today, the two of us are unable to escape, and if we forcefully resist, I'm afraid that we will only die in your hands. After all, the two of us are only at the half-step ancient god level, and we are still far from being true ancient gods. Sun Wukong nodded, a trace of gravity flashing in his eyes. Although it was said that his original body, Do Shang Buddha, was very powerful, even against an opponent of this level, it was nothing more than a stick. After all, there was still a huge gap between an ancient god and an ancient god, but now it is only a half-step ancient god split, and compared to the other side is simply a world of difference in the general gap. It was simply too difficult for him if he wanted to defeat his opponent. So, the Devil Father revealed a sardonic smile as he gazed at Ying Zhang and opened his mouth. Are you already planning to join us? I can tell you very clearly, the demon race is about to be resurrected, and at that time, no matter whether it is the heavenly court or the earth, it will all be subordinate to the demon race's henchmen. And now it is time to defect. For you, the future is unlimited. The two of us can even make a contract with you, under which the two of us won't dare to violate, and will certainly preserve your consciousness without causing you any harm. Just leave the earth to help us a little in the necessary moments." Hearing these words, Ing Zhang's eyes flashed with a hint of interest, and he spoke with interest. "Your suggestions are very good, but I'm very curious about one thing. Hasn't the demon race been exterminated? There shouldn't be many demons left nowadays, and I'm afraid it's a bit delusional for the current demons in the heavenly realm to want to fight against today's heavenly court, isn't it?" According to Ing Zhang's memory, in the ancient times, the demon race had already been slaughtered cleanly, and it can be said that there are very few demons left in this world. Even if it was in existence like the Clear Moon Demon Sovereign, there were actually very few of them. After all, with the strength of the heavenly court, it was absolutely impossible to accommodate the continued survival of these demonic powerhouses. As for what they said about the demon race making a comeback, in Ing Zhang's opinion, it was just a delusion. After all, no matter what, it's not like the heavenly court is a dry meal, plus it has those people from the Buddhist sect in it. It was simply delusional if one wanted to make a comeback to wipe out the entire heavenly court. The Clear Moon Demon Sovereign revealed a mysterious smile and was just about to open his mouth. Rumble! Sun Wukong had already swung the weapon in his hand to erupt with the power of 10,000 pounds, and in an instant he had transformed into a golden light. He rushed out instantly against the demon Exalt, and then the weapon in his hand suddenly transformed into Xian Iron. Then it smashed down towards the demon lord's head, making a sonic boom sound. Just this one rod going down had caused the void to shatter with it. "Eat my old sun stick." Hearing Sun Wukong shout, a disdainful smile flashed within the eyes of the demon sovereign as he waved his hand and spoke. "Naive. Buzz." At that moment, the bull demon king's figure directly rushed out as if it was being manipulated, holding a large axe in his hand, directly colliding with the weapon. At the moment of collision, when the metals clashed, an instant later, it began to sweep towards the surroundings, forming a wave of sound. And this one area shattered with it. A gully appeared in the ground and began to spread up towards the preparation. "Sun Wukong, I'm afraid you haven't forgotten." The demon sovereign spread his hands and let out a hideous laugh as he looked at the many demon saints behind himself. "I have so many demon saint level characters behind me. It's simply delusional to think of defeating them with just you alone. Why don't you try this group of the most top tier demons on the road to the west and you against each other? Whether you win or they win. Anyway, the state of this doppelganger of yours right now is about the same as the state you were in back then when you were on the road to the west. So I'm curious to see who actually loses and who wins after a big battle. Come on, let this demon lord see what the result is." Chapter 140, The Great Battle. All the demon saints vs the great saints. Ha! After seeing this scene, Ing Zhang then slowly walked over to Qingyu Demon Zun's side, watching a battle that was about to unfold. A hint of interest likewise appeared in his eyes as he slowly opened his mouth. "Your Excellency, Demon Sovereign, I am also quite interested in this battle. In the time since ancient times, this group of goblins on the road to the west has caused a lot of trouble for the Monkey King. Moreover, all of these demons were basically those top-level demons from back then, and each one of them was able to have a great impact on Sun Wukong. That's why I'm afraid it's not a simple thing for Sun Wukong to win this battle now that he's facing these demons." Upon hearing these words, the Clear Moon Demon Sovereign extended his palm burning with demonic flames and gently patted Ing Zhang's shoulder. An icy smile flashed across the hideous face. "Since your majesty wants to see it, then I'll let them put on a good show to cheer your majesty up." The moment the words had just fallen, the many demons present had instantly moved, each one directly using their strongest means. They instantly charged towards the Monkey King, erupting with extremely terrifying energy fluctuations. Moreover, the strength of each of their demonic beasts had already reached the level of a half-step ancient god, which was a very big threat to Sun Wukong. "Ing Zhang, you!" Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, instantly feeling that the other party had mutinied himself, feeling anger burning inside. Waving his weapon in his hand, he charged right out at the group of demons. "This sire is such an asshole. When you see a bad situation, you defect directly to the enemy's gang." For Sun Wukong, this was simply an unimaginable thing, especially now that it was going to lead to him facing this group of demons alone. It should be known that this group of demons had once caused a great obstacle to him on the road to the west, and now that they had converged, they were even more difficult to deal with. This group of demonic beasts, including the powerful Bull Demon King, as well as the Golden Horn and Silver Horn, as well as the three brothers of the Lion Humpridge, as well as demonic saints such as the Centipede Spirit. For example, a group of demonic beasts had joined forces, and each of the means that each of them had performed had left Sun Wukong somewhat defenseless. Rumble! The Bull Demon King wielded his own three-paneled axe and directly came down with an axe, erupting with a tremendous power that was in no way inferior to that of the Monkey King's one weapon. In just an instant, it shook Sun Wukong straight away. before Sun Wukong even landed on the ground. There was a golden horn and silver horn loudly shouting his name from the position in front of him, holding a gourd in his hand. Seeing that Sun Wukong didn't agree, they directly released flames and thunder from the gourd. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and barely tumbled out of the flames and thunder, before he could completely slow down. There were 3 brothers of the lion's hunchback ridge killing over in front of him, each of them holding sharp blades, obviously not wanting to let him go like this, and their strengths were all horrifying. Under the successive attacks, even Sun Wukong's means had already been heard in succession. There was a hint of anger in the eyes of the whole man, but he was also exhausted up. I'm afraid that even the Monkey King himself never imagined that he would actually encounter such a scene one day. The numerous demonic beasts that were once on the westward path actually all came with them at this moment. If it was one of them, I'm afraid that Sun Wukong would still have a way to be able to deal with it. But with so many demon saints gathered together, unless its true self, Do Shang Buddha, personally descended, there was simply no way to face this group of demons. In just a moment's time, Sun Wukong was lifted to the ground by King Bull Demon's axe, spitting out blood from his mouth. With a hint of unwillingness in his eyes, Sun Wukong gazed ahead, at the Clear Moon Demon Exalt who was walking towards him. Ha! The Clear Moon Demon Monarch grinned as he gazed at the Monkey King, directly stretching out his own large claw that burned with demonic flames, grabbing the Monkey King's monkey head and suspending it in midair. Sun Wukong, I'm afraid you yourself didn't expect that you would end up like this today, right? If it is said that it is your main body, that a very terrifying fighting victory Buddha that descends, this father may fear you for 3 times, but just with this 1 millimeter of hair that you have now transformed into a split body. Ha! Better be good and die. It's a pity that you're just a millimeter of hair. If it's the main body that's used for me, then adding you to this group of demonic beasts and being reduced to a puppet in my hands must be a very interesting thing to do. Hearing these words, the Monkey King gritted his teeth and revealed an expression of resignation. The Clear Moon Demon Wielder waved his demonic claw and was just about to claw down and directly end Sun Wukong's life when he suddenly thought of something and looked to Ying Zhang who was silently watching the battle from the side. Come on, Your Majesty. This opportunity to kill the Monkey King is yours. To be able to kill this Qi Tian de Shang, for you, it should also be something worth making a name for yourself, right? He directly threw Sun Wukong directly in front of Ying Zhang like a piece of trash, with a hint of teasing in his eyes as he watched Ying Zhang's movements. Come, kill him and let us fall into demonic cultivation together. To put it bluntly, the Clear Moon Demon Sovereign didn't completely trust Ying Zhang at all, but rather, there was still a hint of skepticism. If Ying Zhang was able to kill the Monkey King in front of him, then this trace of doubt in him would be dispelled, which was why he would let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity go directly to Ying Zhang. The corner of Ying Zhang's mouth curled up as he slowly walked to the front of Sun Wukong. Looking at the blurring of Sun Wukong's chest flesh, his entire face would be able to carry an expression of unwillingness, looking unconvinced. Buzz! At this moment, Ying Zhang's palm clenched towards the void, immediately transforming into a giant black claw, like a black dragon's claw, burning with mysterious flames, about to end Sun Wukong's life towards the bottom. However, the moment the black dragon claw was about to fall, it suddenly stopped in midair. Oh, seeing this scene, the Clear Moon Demon Sovereign flashed a flash of icy coldness and slowly spoke. It seems that your majesty is not planning to defect to my side. Ha! Ying Zhang smiled blandly and didn't agree or deny. Instead, he spoke slowly, with a hint of teasing in his tone. I just suddenly thought of an interesting thing. Instead of killing the Monkey King, it would be even more interesting to just control him and reduce him to a puppet. Saying that, a black thread of energy suddenly emerged from Ying Zhang's palm. Immediately afterward, it transformed into rain and descended directly into the entire foreign space at a thunderous speed. Before the Clear Moon Demon Duke could react, Ying Zhang then spoke with a light smile. Sorry, it seems, I've made a wrong step. Chapter 141, Special Means. Release control. What? At this moment, a trace of incredulity flashed across the face of the Clear Moon Demon Exalt. Immediately after that, he suddenly felt that those demons around him were emitting extremely terrifying hissing sounds. All the control he had over those demon saints in this instant had disappeared. It was as if at this moment, Ying Zhang easily resolved all this control over these demonic beasts. This was a very imaginative thing for the Clear Moon Demon. It was important to know that the control of these demon saints was all due to the unique Devil Dao technique he used to be able to control this group of demon saints. Generally speaking, unless there was an existence even higher than his realm, then I'm afraid it would be very difficult to undo these controls. But this Ying Zhang should not be in existence at the level of an ancient god. So is it possible that in such a short period of time he had already seen through the essence of this secret method? After all, apart from relying on the might of the realm to break it, the other method was to see through the essence of this secret method, thus quickly excising it in a short period of time. However, From the time they entered this alien space until now, it was only a moment's time. The other party had already reached this point, which really made him astonished and uncertain. Flashing a trace of disbelief, Ying Zhang, what exactly are you planning to do? Within the eyes of the clear moon demon, a hint of scorn flashed, and he quickly asked for a distance from Ying Zhang. Then retreating to a safe distance to the side, he could sense that the group of demonic beasts were now slowly awakening. However, the moment he was about to leave, there was suddenly a figure behind him. Suddenly rushing out from behind him, a golden blade transformed by a scroll was thrown directly into his back. It was, indeed, a Confucian holy Tao magic weapon. Confucianism, the Qi of the saints. Accompanied by this low cry from Yan Hui, that golden blade pierced into the clear moon demon in an instant. Although it was said that with his peak orthodox god strength, it wasn't enough to instantly kill the clear moon demon. However, the power of the righteous path contained within it still caused Qin Yu Demon Zun to instantly experience some sort of root instability. The powerful golden power, like a tidal wave, directly swept into his body. A moment's worth of time was then spent pounding away with it. In just a moment, his realm was already rapidly decreasing up, and in just a moment he was already rapidly decreasing his realm. Ultimately, coming to the level of a half-step ancient god was equivalent to dropping the shackles of a great realm. After doing so, Yan Hui quickly fled the area where the other party was. Then he came directly to Ying Zhang's side with a smug smile on his face, holding a golden scroll in his hands that radiated the energy of a saint. As early as the beginning, the moment Yan Hui was reduced to a puppet, Ying Zhang had already discovered a way to break it. After all, in Yan Hui's body, that was the heavenly mandate of Great Qin. As a Great Qin heavenly ordainer, even if the clear moon demon's methods were very unique, but trying to control Yan Hui would only be a mere moment at best. The moment Yan Hui was out of control, Ying Zhang then found a way to crack it. So he had been watching the show as this clear moon demon sovereign revealed his bottom card little by little. The moment he revealed his final card, Ying Zhang finally got tired of playing with his opponent, and so he directly revealed this ace bomb general bottom card that he held in his hand. In an instant, the clear moon demon exalt was blown away and didn't react at all. After all, in the clear moon demon's view, it was simply impossible for anyone to break its control method within a short period of time nowadays. And still, in such a swift time, it had easily lifted the control of the many demon saints. At this moment, there was also a hint of bewilderment in Sun Wukong's eyes. However, they quickly reacted and immediately gripped their weapons and came to Ying Zhang's side. Speaking, Your Majesty, you're really deep in the dark. I really thought you defected when you were just now. I didn't expect that you would actually be able to excise his method of control in a short period of time and quickly resolve this one monster. Ying Zhang slowly nodded his head, still carrying a deep color in his gaze as he watched that one clear moon demon. Although it was said that at this moment, he had already lifted the control of the clear moon demon, the surrounding demon saints had all begun to wake up leisurely, but at this moment he didn't have any intention of letting his guard down. Instead, he still wore a hint of scorn as he looked at that one clear moon demon sovereign, his palms clenched tightly. Great! The clear moon demon sovereign wore a cold smile on top of his face. There wasn't the slightest bit of fear or any scruples because his realm had been reduced to a half-step ancient god. Instead, with ruthlessness in his tone, he gazed at the direction where Ying Zhang was. I can only say that I still underestimated you just now. To be able to make it this far, it seems that you're even more terrifying than I imagined. But, it also means that you gave up the last chance I gave you. In the moment before the words fell, Ying Zhang's eyes changed, and he immediately brought Sun Wukong and Smoke Ashes to instantly rush to the corner position of the alien space at a speed that could be described as very fast. Rumble! The moment they had just rushed out, a violent hissing sound erupted from the clear moon demon exalt in the original area. Immediately after that, he looked up to the sky and laughed, erupting an extremely terrifying demonic aura. A black shroud of light instantly formed, and began to spread out around the area with it at its center. In just a moment's time, the demonic aura shroud centered on him instantly swept through those surrounding demon saints at an extremely fast speed. The moment those demon saint-level existences had not fully awakened, it had already suffused their bodies with it, turning them into fragments that disappeared in mid-air. This group of poor demon saints, up until now, hadn't fully awakened, having just gotten rid of the other party's control, had all been destroyed with it at this moment. When Sun Wukong saw this scene, his eyes instantly changed and flashed with a hint of anger. Though it was said that this group of demon saints had once been his opponents when they were on the road to the west, it also hindered him a lot just now, but no matter what, they were the same opponents he had encountered before, and all of them have now been taken in by the heavenly court, although they are said to have been relegated to the earth. But in any case, such a massacre really made the Monkey King very angry. Before they could even wait for them to react, that black shroud of demonic aura had instantly swept over in their direction. Sun Wukong was startled and was just about to pick up his weapon and start defending. Buzz! At this moment, Ying Zhang directly raised his hands, with a hint of seriousness in his eyes, and black energy immediately began to rapidly sweep through his palms. In just a moment's time, a protective shield had formed in front of him. The shockwave that formed with that one collided with it, and a crack appeared with it. Still, it was barely resisted. Chapter 142 Breakthrough. Second Ancient God. Although it was said to have resisted the opponent's impact, at this moment, Ying Zhang did not relax in the slightest. Instead, with a hint of seriousness in his eyes, he looked towards the one Qingyu demon duke in front of him. He was able to feel that although it was said that just now, the clear moon demon had already descended to the strength of a half-step ancient god. After all, just now, the Chi of Scrolls had released an incomparably terrifying energy that destroyed his realm. This one scroll was a saint's scroll, especially one that was left behind by that one sage Kong. It can be said to have a very powerful restraining effect on the devil's way. However, Ying Zhang did not relax in the slightest, because he knew very well that this clear moon demon sovereign seemed to have another means. For example, this current tactic. There was a rampant smile in the eyes of the clear moon demon, constantly absorbing the energy drawn from the surroundings. There was a hint of incomparable arrogance in his eyes. It's all because you guys forced me into this, and if it weren't for the fact that you guys forced me into this situation, I wouldn't even bother absorbing the power of the ginseng tree, which is now about to be completely absorbed by me. The realm I will be able to reach at that time will be that of an ancient god of the true realm. Don't continue to struggle. If you continue to struggle, you won't have the slightest chance of survival. At this instant, the three Ying Zhangs immediately understood, and all of them flashed a trace of incredulity. This one clear moon demon sovereign had actually taken control of the power of the ginseng fruit tree without even realizing it, and now in this situation, directly to the ginseng fruit tree's power continued to absorb, thus causing the demonic chi in his body to continue to rise. Under such circumstances, he had directly arrived at the level of the ancient god level, and now the level of the ancient god level was even more stable than it had been before. If it was said that when he was before, he had only barely reached the level of an ancient god and was merely a first-time ancient god, and now was the time to truly step into the ancient god, counting as a senior ancient god realm existence. Facing an existence of this level, on the surface, neither Ying Zhang nor Sun Wukong had any chance of winning. After all, they had all used up their bottom cards, and it was completely impossible for them to be a match for a true ancient god on the other side. This also meant that even after lifting the control of those demon saints, they simply couldn't leave this foreign space. Didn't expect that, did you? With a rampant smile on his face, the clear moon demon sovereign directly transformed into a black demonic shadow in an instant and rushed out towards the front. At the same time, a black ball of energy light was birthed in his palm. Give me, die here. The moment the words had just fallen, his figure had instantly rushed out. Boom! Seeing the situation, Sun Wukong directly swung the weapon in his hand at this moment, sweeping out towards the front. Then it came at the black demonic shadow that was transformed into a clear moon demon, and then it had already charged together. It appears that you'd rather die early. The clear moon fiend erupted into an arrogant smile. Directly in this instant, the ball of light possessed by one of the palms was slapped out at Sun Wukong's body in an instant. The moment that black energy ball shot out, there was a terrifying demonic aura that instantly erupted. It was like an ethereal purple demonic chi, directly wrapping Sun Wukong in it at this moment. Then a terrifying impact erupted in an instant, completely imprisoning Sun Wukong's body. What is this? What the hell? Feeling the confinement all over his body, Sun Wukong had a hint of surprise in his eyes and very much wanted to break free. But no matter what, he couldn't break free of some of this black energy. However, Sun Wukong was very clear that he had to break free from these black energies in a short period of time. Otherwise I'm afraid that these black energies will turn into something horrible with the passage of time. Just as he had predicted, in just a moment's time, those black energies had already become even more terrifying in terms of water quality. The clear moon demon sovereign grinned, flashing a hideous smile as he slowly opened his mouth. Blast! Bang! The moment the words had just fallen, those black energies instantly exploded like a bomb. Flashing with a huge impact, it directly blew Sun Wukong's body away. The terrifying impact that erupted from it caused space to tremble with it, and even the Monkey King's weapon fell directly to the ground at this moment. Pust! Sun Wukong directly fell in midair. Fortunately, with Yan Hui's timely intervention to save him. However, it was clear that the injuries were already very serious, and if they continued like this, sooner or later they would dissipate into the heavens and earth. Moreover, Sun Wukong's appearance now had numerous black demonic lines spreading across it. It was clear that these demonic lines were constantly eating away at his life, and even if he injected energy into them now, he would not be able to survive at all. Nowadays, I'm afraid that the time left for Sun Wukong is not much longer, and can only be considered as barely surviving. Oh, a hint of interest flashed within the eyes of the Clear Moon Demon Sovereign, directly picking up that one weapon on the ground. He placed it in his hand and examined it for a moment, and immediately a smile flashed across his face. The Monkey King. No wonder you survived the energy blast just now. You actually used a real weapon. That one fighting Buddha is really willing to give up, actually able to hand over the weapon to the hands of a tiny hairy doppelganger of yours, but it should be that he didn't even think about it. You will, today, fall in a place like this. Immediately after that, the Clear Moon Demon directly absorbed Sun Wukong's weapon into his body and hit it with it, while the aura in his body became even more furious. Next, the Clear Moon Demon Zun looked at Ing Zhang. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he slowly opened his mouth and said, "It's your Majesty's turn. I, the Clear Moon Demon, ask your Majesty to die." Whoosh! The moment the words Jin fell, the Demon Sovereign's figure had already rushed out toward the front, transforming into a black demonic shadow. Directly at this moment another ball of light in his hand was conceived with it. It wanted to break Qin Shi Huang's body directly, so that this 1,000-year-old emperor would fall here. Seeing this scene, Yan Hui gritted his teeth and opened his mouth. "Your Majesty, thank you for your knowledge. Today, Yan will come back to die for you." Immediately after that, Yan Hui's body was about to rush out towards the front to collide with the Demon Lord. However, stretching out his hand with a hint of interest in his eyes, Ing Zhang stopped Yan Hui's body that was about to rush out, while at the same time gazing at the demonic shadow that was about to rush up. Then, the corner of his mouth cracked into a smile as he slowly opened his mouth to that one demonic shadow. "I'm sorry, but I still have a chassis that I haven't revealed. In that instant just now, my realm has broken through to the ancient god level. Now, I have stepped into the ancient god level." Immediately, the Qingyu Demon Exalt's figure stalled in mid-air, flashing a look of disbelief. Chapter 143 Ancient God's Might, Shocking the Heavens and Earth. A hint of doubt flashed in the eyes of the Demon Sovereign as he watched where Ing Zhang was, always observing the energy fluctuations within the other party's body. Although it was said that the other party hadn't reached the level of a true ancient god in terms of energy fluctuations, but it still made the Demon Zun incomparably fearful, because he knew this earthly emperor very well. It could be said that the bottom cards were endless, so it was said that in this situation, he had to be careful and careful again. If you're not careful, you might fall for the other side. This earthly emperor had too many cards, one after another. Even now he wasn't sure that he could completely exhaust his opponent's undercard. For example, just now, originally, the Demon Sovereign intended to rely on those demon saints who were under control, thus coming to win this battle. It could only be in his plan, but it didn't occur to him that he had been broken out of control at a critical moment, thus losing control over those demon saints. This caused his plan to fall completely flat. As a last resort, it was only then that he chose to absorb the power of the ginseng fruit tree, realizing that this one ginseng fruit tree was one of the foundations upon which he had always stood. Moreover, if the energy of this one ginseng fruit tree was absorbed by him, then at that time, even if Xin Yuan de Xian very rarely descended to the earth, in this situation, it was still possible for the other party to detect some clues, and in this situation, the Demon Lord would have to flee. After all, if one were to say that one continued to stay in this heaven and earth, then at that time, the Devil Sovereign would inevitably be subjected to a very large amount of trouble, especially, now that there is a significant risk of exposure. And the culprit for all of this was the Emperor in front of him. It can only be said that in the original time, the most wrong decision made by the Demon Sovereign was to put this Emperor in, and was also forced by the other party to play all his cards. You don't believe me? Ing Zhang's eyes often carried a smirk as he gazed in the direction where this demonic father was and slowly opened his mouth. It seems that you really don't believe me. In that case, then I will perform a hand. The words were not yet spoken. Ing Zhang directly stretched out his palm, in which the Emperor's chi coalesced, transforming into a black ball of light of the Great Qin. Immediately after that, he slowly walked over to Sun Wukong's side and integrated that ball of black light into the other party's body. At the moment of fusion, the Monkey King, who had originally become incomparably agonized, suddenly looked better. No longer as ironic as it was originally. It was clear that the injuries in the body had recovered with it. The injuries weren't the most crucial existence, but rather the other party's body, the demonic curse mark that had just been planted. Seeing this scene, a trace of disbelief immediately flashed through the eyes of the Demon Exalt, who originally still had some suspicion, gazing closely at that one monkey head. Originally, that one demonic spell seal that he had planted was able to eat away at Sun Wukong's life force to a great extent, even making it impossible for him to recover from his injuries at all. This kind of demonic spell seal was so vicious that ordinary people could not break it at all. However, just now, just like the demonic beasts before him. He likewise felt that the spell mark he had just planted seemed to have disappeared in that instant just now. It was as if it had never existed, erased by a large, invisible hand. After sensing this situation, the devil's eyes immediately changed, and the entire person's sweaty hairs stood up, flashing a hint of fear, instantly pulling away towards the back. However, before he had time to leave, Ying Zhang had already taken a slow step. Tread. The moment he took that step, the space around him instantly became different, as if the space around him could be used for this moment, and he was the master of this space. An invisible prohibition spread directly in this foreign space. A hint of fear flashed in the eyes of the devil's father, and he quickly tried to pull away, but his entire body seemed to be fixed in place, and there was no room to move at all. At this moment, it was fixed in place like a statue and did not have the slightest ability to move. See this scene. Sun Wukong slowly stood up, a mocking smile flashing across his cheeks as he directly stroked his palm toward the front. Pust. Immediately, his own weapon broke through the opponent's body in an instant, and there came the sound of blood and flesh breaking through as it charged straight through the opponent's body and landed in Sun Wukong's hands. This weapon, it seemed to have a sense with the Monkey King. Even in today's situation, it was still able to be recalled at any time and manipulated at will, regardless of whether it was within the demon lord's body or not. Pust. The demonic father was once again hurt, although it was said that this kind of damage was harmless to him, but it had already stopped his footsteps for a split second, because now he was unable to escape. If anything, there was still a chance that he would be able to tear through the alien space just now, thus leaving this alien space. Seize the time to leave this 3 realms without the heavenly court sending anyone, thus traveling beyond the 3 realms. And now, if you look at it, it's a completely different story. The moment he paused in his tracks, tread, Ying Zhang slowly stepped forward, and behind him, a magnificent emperor's shadow slowly coalesced, looking practically pitch black. At this moment, the majesty emanating from this imperial majesty caused the demon lords to tremble with it. Buzz. The devil sovereign's body was trembling, feeling a mountain-like pressure that directly shook the top of his head. It made his entire body tremble along with the trembling in his eyes before he flopped down on the ground. Poof! With the demon lord kneeling on the ground, the entire person's pupils shrunk, and with that, he lowered his head. Even something like raising his head could not be done, as if the existence he was now facing was one that made him irresistible. Immediately afterward, the sound of light footsteps slowly echoed in his ears, but they were as loud as the sound of a heartbeat. Tread, accompanied by Ying Zhang step by step. It was only a matter of moments before he had already arrived in front of the demon sovereign, with a touch of coldness in his eyes. The original time, realm breakthrough thing. Intend to wait until the peach extravaganza and then show out, thus giving that group of gods a surprise. And now that you know, you can't live. No! A flash of panic flashed through the eyes of the devil father, and with unimaginable fear, he couldn't help but open his mouth. Spare me, your majesty, spare me. I know I'm wrong, I really know I'm wrong. My master is Jin Yuan de Xian. You can't kill me. No! Pust! The black dragon claw pierced into the chest, crushing that one black demonic heart with it. At this moment, the clear moon demon fell. Chapter 144, Behind the Scenes. Ginseng Tree. Along with the fall of the demon venerable, the demonic chi between this heaven and earth also dissipated, and at the same time, the confinement in this foreign space had also been lifted. Under these circumstances, Sun Wukong and Yin Hui were also relieved. Only Ying Zhang's eyes flashed with a deep color, seemingly thinking about something, staring at the corpse of that one completely mesmerized demon lord, flashing a hint of doubt. Your Majesty. Before Ying Zhang could say anything, Sun Wukong took the lead and assured him, you can feel free to rest assured that if your realm has now reached the ancient god level of things, I definitely won't say half a word to those gods and immortals in the middle of heaven and earth. But if I say a word out, I, Lao Sun, will surely die in my body, and I will not be able to transcend my life for 10,000 lifetimes. Ying Zhang smiled indifferently, patted Sun Wukong's shoulder, and spoke. It doesn't matter. This kind of thing is originally a small matter. I'm not so much that I will always hide it. Anyway, the Peach Festival is not particularly long from now. Speaking of which, when the time comes, I'll have to trouble the great sage and take me forward to see the peach garden in full bloom. Hearing these words, Sun Wukong scratched his head and couldn't help but flash a bitter smile. He had long since ceased to be the monkey king of those days, when he was still ignorant and took it upon himself to break into the peach garden. Only now did he realize that back then the peach garden had merely had its guards removed on purpose. If this is the case now, then by then the peach garden will surely have a lot of so-called heavenly soldiers and generals must be in it to ensure the safety of the peaches. Trying to come back to what happened back then is just hard. Okay. Sun Wukong smiled wryly. His gaze then flickered as he spoke. We've been stuck here for who knows how long. So it's just as well that we're going to take this opportunity to go and find the real ginseng fruit tree first. Eat a few ginseng fruits. Then go and talk to that Jin Yuanzi fellow. And have a good theory about what happened here. And then knock on a few ginseng fruits while you're at it. Nowadays, in this Taoist temple, since Qin Feng and Manhwa had died, there should already be very few people who could guard the temple this time. At the very least, it could be said to be the best chance to get the ginseng fruit at the moment. Yan Hui also nodded, a flash of excitement in his eyes. He was equally interested in the ginseng fruit, just now, except that there was still the palpitation of being in control. Sun Wukong and Yan Hui had just taken 2 steps out when they suddenly thought of something and looked at Ying Zhang very helplessly. That, Your Majesty, we don't know how this one formation can be broken. It was important to realize that this one formation was actually very profound. Normally unless one reached the level of an ancient god, or if one was proficient in formations, otherwise it could be said to be very difficult to break. In today's situation, although it was said that the demonic beasts that were guarding it had basically been exterminated, but it was still possible to get caught in the spatial turbulence if one was not careful. When that happens, it's just a matter of getting lost in hyperspace. It was because of this consideration that the Monkey King stopped and wanted to seek Ying Zhang's help. Ying Zhang smiled faintly, flashing a helpless smile as he slowly took a step. Buzz! In his hands, there were black threads of energy twisting along with it, waving out toward the front. In only a moment's time, the scene in front of the 3 of them had changed again and again, and then they had arrived in a foreign space. In the center of this foreign space, there was a fruit tree that looked like a heavenly tree, emitting an extremely enticing fragrance. Around the fruit tree, a multitude of ginseng fruits hung, looking lifelike. Looks like this is the real ginseng fruit. Immediately after seeing this scene, Sun Wukong flashed a light smile before rising into the air. Your Majesty, Elder Brother Yen, in the aspect of picking fruits, I, Lao Sun, can be said to be very experienced, and wait for me to pick a few fruits for you to taste. The words were not yet spoken. Sun Wukong's entire body had then risen into the air, and the weapons in his hands transformed into specialized tools, just like a child's tool for picking fruits. A few fruits were picked off at random. Gazing at this scene, Yan Hui, who had long been unable to wait, similarly flashed a trace of excitement. Only Ying Zhang gazed at a ginseng fruit tree, and after a few moments of chaotic thinking, flashed a flash of sudden realization, couldn't help but murmur a sound that only he could hear. I see. In that case, then it makes sense. Along with Sun Wukong falling from midair, using his aura to hold 3 ginseng fruits, he held back the desire to eat them in his heart and placed them in front of Ying Zhang, smiling softly as he opened his mouth. Your Majesty, I've picked 3 fine fruits. Eat them quickly. Seeing this scene, Yan Hui also held back the desire in his heart and wanted Ying Zhang to eat first. However, Ying Zhang did not choose to eat the ginseng fruit, but instead looked at this ginseng fruit tree. Great sage, do you know the origin of this ginseng fruit tree? A trace of doubt flashed within Sun Wukong's eyes and he couldn't help but speak. I do know that this ginseng fruit falls when it encounters gold, withers when it encounters wood, transforms when it encounters water, scorches when it encounters fire, and enters when it encounters earth. This was all back in the day, when he asked the old man of the land, purposely, for some information. Other than that, he knew very little about this one ginseng fruit tree. The other information is nothing more than that this ginseng fruit tree was born at the beginning of the divide between the heavens and the earth, when heaven and earth were not yet opened, and it seems to be a spiritual root in heaven and earth, and it seems to be only owned by this Taoist temple. Ying Zhang nodded his head, a flash of depth in his eyes, and spoke with a light smile. The great sage, I'll tell you a secret. If I say you're leaving now, you might still be able to go. If we say we're not leaving now, I'm afraid there's going to be a vicious battle in a while. What do you mean? Sun Wukong was startled and felt a hint of bad vibes. Buzz! Before he could react, at that very instant, the ginseng fruit tree behind him suddenly fluctuated violently. In just a moment's time, violent energy fluctuations were already coming from it. An incomparably terrifying aura shook the heavens and earth at this moment, and the action space had fluctuated with it. At this moment, this piece of space consequently fell into confinement as well, even more terrifying than the previous demonic father remembering confinement. Seeing this scene, Sun Wukong flashed a trace of bad feeling and couldn't help but open his mouth. Your Majesty, what's going on with this one ginseng tree? Alas, Ying Zhang sighed and couldn't help but speak. It's quite a lot of trouble to come here today. If I am not wrong today, this ginseng fruit tree, it should be a demonic spirit root that was transformed. Chapter 145 Devil Spirit Root, Ginseng Fruit Tree. What? The moment he heard these words, a flash of shock immediately flashed through Sun Wukong's eyes. He could hardly imagine that this ginseng fruit tree in front of him, which had been born at the beginning of heaven and earth, at the time of the Hong Meng, was actually a demonic spirit root. If anything, the previous Monkey King probably didn't quite understand the nature of the demon spirit root, but nowadays, he had long since changed from the past, and he knew very well what this demon spirit root really was. The so-called demonic spiritual roots were the 5 elemental spiritual roots that existed at the beginning of the heavens and earth, and outside of the 5 elemental spiritual roots, there were a lot of very peculiar spiritual roots. This kind of spiritual root outside of the 5 elements was very rare, but if anything, if it ever appeared, then it would be an extremely powerful and terrifying spiritual root. Let's take for example this demonic spirit root. It was actually a very terrifying thing that contained a very terrifying demonic energy, so to speak. The moment he felt the aura in it, Sun Wukong's eyes immediately changed, flashing a touch of shock as he gazed at Ing Zhang and opened his mouth. Your Majesty, are you sure this is really a demon spirit root? You should know very well what demon spirit root means, right? Although it was said that Sun Wukong didn't really believe in it, but from the reaction of this one ginseng tree just now, he was able to tell that it was definitely not an ordinary existence. I'm sure, with a deep color in his eyes, Ing Zhang slowly distanced himself from the ginseng fruit tree in front of him while speaking to Sun Wukong. First of all, distance yourself. He has sensed our approach. Always remember to keep a safe distance. You must not be devoured by him. The reason why I was able to judge that he is a demonic spirit root is because at the time before this, I had been speculating about why Qingfeng Mingyue and the others had fallen into the demonic path to become Qingyue demons. At a later time, I suddenly sought to realize something, the reason why the two of them were able to become demon dignitaries. One of the very important points is that there are demonic beings who are able to guide them and then make them fall into the demonic path. But now they have been guarding the 5 village Guan for many years, so it is not possible for them to fall into the devil's way, according to reason. So that's why I suspected that there was something in this one Wuxuangguan that was affecting them, and now it seems, it should be this one ginseng fruit tree, and only it exists possibility. After all, there are quite a lot of rare things in this 5 truths, but the only existence that can reach this step should be this ginseng fruit tree. Hearing this explanation, even the Monkey King had reacted at this moment, and he was now very clear that it was indeed this ginseng fruit tree that had caused the trouble. Immediately afterward, at the sight of this ginseng fruit tree, his eyes immediately turned red, and his fiery eyes then erupted as he quickly began to look toward it. But even though his fiery eyes gazed very hard, he still couldn't see through the essence of it. Well, seeing this scene, Yan Hui couldn't help but open his mouth to look at Sun Wukong, wanting to get a result from it to see if it was really the legendary demonic spirit root. Sun Wukong shook his head. A deep color flashed in his eyes as he spoke. Though I say I can't be sure it's a demon spirit root, because I can't tell what it is at all. But there is one thing I've learned for sure, that a being capable of keeping me from seeing through the essence of its realm must be a very high existence. So that means that this ginseng fruit tree in front of us clearly has the potential to really be a demonic spirit root. Just as your Majesty said. After all, his fiery eyes were able to see through existences of the same realm, right along with existences of a slightly higher realm. He was able to see all of them, such as some beginner ancient god existences, and he was also able to see the essence of it. But this ginseng fruit tree, he was unable to see through it at all, which indicated the level of this ginseng fruit tree. At the very least, he had already stepped into the ancient god level for many years, so that was why he would feel so shocked. You should know that at the time before this, although the Monkey King said that he knew that this one ginseng fruit was pushed down by himself, but he never thought that what he had pushed away back then was actually a demon spirit root. I can only say that your luck, great sage, is just too good. Plus back in the day, this ginseng tree, although it was said that signs of wanting to appear as a demonic spirit root, since the aura in this heaven and earth was still relatively abundant, and the connection with heaven and earth hasn't been broken, so in that situation, he wouldn't even dare to reveal the fact that he's a demon spirit root. Ing Zhang opened his mouth and speculated, while gazing at the demonic spirit root that was about to become violent at that moment. I guess it's due to this reason that I say he's set his sights on Qingfeng and Mingyue, thus transforming these two into demon dignitaries, thus allowing the two to fall into the devil's way and become traitors to their devil's way here among them. The words had just fallen, when the ginseng fruit tree or magic spirit root in front of him. In this instant, an incomparably terrifying devilish aura actually erupted, and the terrifying devilish aura was like covering the heavens and earth, directly filling this foreign space. An incomparably terrifying aura spread up with it. After seeing this scene, the Monkey King also flashed a trace of gravity, and the weapon in his grip trembled slightly. It was no wonder that just now, Ing Zhang had asked him if he wanted to leave early. After all, this one demon spirit root in front of him was really too strong. Just judging from the aura that erupted just now, the level that the other party was at was simply at an unimaginable level, and at the very least, he was an existence that had stepped into the ancient god level. I'm afraid that such a devil spirit root would be impossible to deal with their means. Buzz. In this instant, this ginseng fruit tree slowly ground into a face, in which a demonic aura emerged, followed by a slow opening of the mouth. Pity. If you say that the three of you did not see through this demon lord's secret and ate the ginseng fruit like this, then this demon lord can let you off the hook then. But now that you have done so, then it's impossible for me to continue to let you guys go. You have to stay here today. You have to die in the middle of this area. Knowing that I am a demon spirit root, then you are already bound to die. At this moment, the surrounding area had all been blocked off. Countless spaces were imprisoned with it, and the surrounding energy fluctuations all fell into stagnation at this instant. Seeing this scene, Sun Wukong was startled, a flash of scorn in his eyes. With that, Ying Zhang couldn't help but sigh and spoke. I have to say, this danger is really one wave after another. This time coming to this 1-5 Zhuangguan. C is really coming to the wrong place. Actually so much trouble. And it's obvious that this time, with the trouble of the 5 truths, it seems to be a real mess as far as I'm concerned. Chapter 146, The Way to Break the Situation. Invitation. If it wasn't due to the system quest, then Ying Zhang definitely wouldn't have come to this Wu Zhuangguan and risked so much to appear so many things. After all, at the very beginning, he had already predicted that it must not be peaceful in this 5 Zhuangguan, but he hadn't expected that so many troublesome things had actually appeared in this 5 Zhuangguan. Not only was it the Qingfeng and Mingyue who had suddenly fallen into the demonic path, but a demonic spirit root had also suddenly appeared. This matter was really beyond his imagination. At the time before, even though he had thought that there would be so many troubles in this region, he hadn't thought that there would actually be so many troubles. Now it seemed that this trip would never have been an option for Ying Zhang to come if it wasn't said to be a sign-on mission. Right at this moment, the demonic spirit root had begun to riot, and an incomparably terrifying fluctuation of demonic chi erupted from it. Rumble. A very violent roar emerged, and this heaven and earth were shaken up, followed by the extension of countless demonic chi, which directly swept out towards the Monkey King at this moment. Seeing this scene, Sun Wukong directly gripped the side of the weapon in his own hand and shattered those demonic chi, while quickly starting to escape in the surrounding. I don't believe it. The weapon in my hand can't break the confinement of this space. Boom! The moment the words had just fallen, a tremor ensued in the surrounding space. The weapon in his hand erupted with the force of 10,000 pounds, smashing into the surrounding spatial barriers in an instant. But there was no use at all. The moment it smashed into the space barrier, only a small crack appeared, but it didn't completely shatter. Even if Sun Wukong kept tapping, it was of no use. Seeing this scene, Ying Zhang already understood in his heart that it was obvious that this space had been blocked. Even though he said he had expected it, he sank his heart into it. It is simply impossible to break the blockade in this case. If at all, then it must be broken from the outside world. But today it can be very difficult to break from the outside world. After all, this spatial barrier was so solid that even if it was broken from the outside world, it would require an ancient god level of strength at the very least. And I'm afraid that in the outside world there are no ancient god level existences on Earth today at all. Thinking of this, something suddenly came to Ying Zhang's mind, but he shook his head and decided to continue watching the show to see what would happen next. With that, Yan Hui turned to that one demonic spirit root and opened his mouth. Your Excellency, you and I have no grudge against each other when we were supposed to be, and even if we send help from amongst the heavenly court, it will still take some time, so you still have some time if you leave now. But if it is said that you will kill the three of us, I'm afraid that the impact that you will bring to you at that time will inevitably become very great, right? In particular, both Clear Wind and Bright Moon are now dead. The moment Qingfeng and Mingyue died, it would inevitably cause a corresponding shock. It was just a matter of time. As long as Jin Yuanzi came to check on the situation, he would surely instantly realize that Qingfeng and Mingyue were dead. That's why under such circumstances, Ying Zhang came out with such words, wanting to see what kind of attitude this ginseng tree had. However, the ginseng fruit tree merely revealed a sardonic smile after hearing these words. You're still really stupid humans. Even if you've become a god, you still can't get rid of human stupidity. You probably don't know how terrifying the strength of the devil's way really is. Come out. Buzz. The words had just fallen, and in the middle of this region, there were suddenly two figures slowly walking out. It was certainly Qingfeng and Mingyue, with expressionless faces. The moment they saw Ying Zhang and Sun Wukong, a wry smile appeared, and from it came a voice like that of a demonic spirit root. You may not even realize one thing, that the two of them, even if they are dead, I also have many ways to bring them back to life. So that means that even if the heavenly courtside comes to investigate, they can't investigate me at all. Moreover, that very conceited Jin Yuanzi would never have thought that back then I wasn't completely sealed and bound by him at all, but left behind a remnant soul. By the time he heard this, Ying Zhang had already reacted and understood the general course of events. At the time when the heavens and the earth were not yet divided at the beginning of the divine. At that time, this devil spirit root appeared in the middle of heaven and earth. I'm afraid that it is the best of the devil's way. And in this case, Jin Yuanzi stepped in to defeat it. At the same time, it was sealed and transformed into a ginseng fruit tree, thus becoming a divine tree capable of transforming into ginseng fruit as a means of sealing the demon lord. Only, back then, this one devilish means was very terrifying, leaving a residual soul, so that this residual soul now, not long ago revived. One of the very key reasons for this was still because the aura in the heavens and earth had become thin, so it was said to be cut off from the heavenly court. So it is. Ying Zhang nodded his head, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. Boom! At this moment, Sun Wukong and the once again fused clear moon demon had already fought together. But in just a moment's time, Sun Wukong was directly lifted off the ground, and his entire body landed on the ground in an instant. Seeing this scene, a mocking smile flashed across that humanized face of the devil spirit root. Trying to defeat me with your strength is simply delusional, so why don't I give you a chance to? Although I have to kill this monkey, you, the emperor, and the courtier beside you, I'll let you off the hook, as long as you can submit to my demon and raise your clan to accept my assimilation. Being my subordinate like the clear wind and the bright moon is enough, and after joining the devil's way, you will have unimaginable benefits. At this moment, the devil spirit root was naturally very clear about what had happened earlier. It was also very clear that even though Ying Zhang had not made a move, he had already reached the level of an ancient god. That's why the demon monarch feels that it's very difficult to face such an existence as Ying Zhang, so he tries his best not to clash with the other side head-on. Ying Zhang sighed and spoke. It's a pity. Your means of sealing this space is indeed very good, and the devil race's gong method is also very overbearing, but you seem to have forgotten one thing. The heavenly court. It's even more terrifying than you can imagine. Before the words fell, he pulled out an invitation from his hand, while his fingertips were burning with flames, and in an instant, he had ignited the invitation. Chapter 147 Descending, East Pole Qinghua Emperor. Buzz. At the moment the invitation shattered, there seemed to be some sort of heaven and earth rules that fluctuated along with it at this moment. Immediately afterward, it once again disappeared with it. However, the moment that energy fluctuation appeared, the demon spirit root still felt a hint of intense danger, and a strong sense of fear surfaced within. Looking at Ying Zhang with a scornful look, what did you just do? When Ying Zhang heard such words, he didn't show any expression. His face was bland. Nothing. Just had nothing better to do than try to get a call for help. Except, apparently, it didn't work particularly well. Hearing such words, the demon Lingen gazed at Ying Zhang half-heartedly. However, when he was just now though, he said that he felt a very terrifying energy fluctuation. But it's true that nothing particularly horrible has emerged, so it's really possible that he's scaring himself and no support has shown up at all. After seeing this scene, the face of Sun Wukong, who was originally looking forward to what tricks Ying Zhang could do, instantly turned ugly. He originally thought that he could make some support with his means. At the very least it would have allowed support to arrive, not realizing that there was no support at all. It seemed that, just like what that one demonic spirit root had said, this space had already fallen into confinement a long time ago. That's why I'm afraid it would be very difficult if I wanted to break through this space. The Sun Wukong was holding a real weapon in his hand just now, and it couldn't even break the confinement of this space. From this it was possible to see how hard this space really was, so that if you want to break through you'll be able to find some other way. Thinking about this, a flash of disappointment flashed through Sun Wukong's eyes at the moment. At this moment, the original still in fear of the demonic spirit root has also relaxed. The tone sounds even arrogant, as if humanized General Open Mouth said. This demon sovereign has already said long ago that this space has long been under the control of this demon sovereign, and I'm afraid it's still too difficult to break through with your strength. Your Majesty, if you obediently submit now, I can really let you off the hook, and I can even sign a contract for that. Obviously, this demon spirit root didn't matter if it was just now when it controlled the clear moon demon Zun, or in the present situation. Both have kept an idea of trying to get Ying Zhang to submit to him. After all, this Ying Zhang was an earthly emperor no matter what. So it was simply too important to be able to control him. It was because of this that it was said that this one demonic spirit root had been compelling. Ying Zhang smiled lightly and spoke. Your suggestions are very good, but there is one thing that is really too bad. I just called for backup. I'm afraid, the person to be afraid of has now become you. Hearing this sentence, the devil Lingen, who had long since dispelled the fear in his heart, opened his mouth with a touch of humanized mockery in his eyes. No kidding, Your Majesty. You and I both know in our hearts that this piece of space has been completely blocked off, And I'm afraid that just by virtue of being at the level of a primordial ancient god, I'm afraid that I won't be able to break this blockade at all, right? Trying to deliver a message to the outside is simply an impossible task. Right now, it seemed to the devil Lingen that this Ingzhan was obviously trying to scare him. That's why he said that he was acting so exaggeratedly, obviously wanting to scare him afterward, so as to break through this space and find a way to leave, thus escaping this perilous situation. However, nowadays, the demon Lingen, thinking that he had already seen through this Ingzhang's plan, said that he did not intend to let the other party go at all. Unexpectedly, in the next second, a deep color flashed in Ingzhang's eyes as he held up the just torn off thing in his hand and slowly opened his mouth. I forgot to tell you that what I just tore off was extraordinary. It's an invitation to this peach festival. Except that it's an invitation. It also has the Jade Emperor's handwriting on it. Also, this time, the person who came seems to be that one East Extremity Qin Hua Emperor. That's why he's been watching the show. The moment the words had just fallen, Ingzhang turned towards the sky, the corner of his mouth curling up into a smile. Slowly, he spoke. It's been so long since we've watched the show. Green Emperor, it's time to make a move, isn't it? Immediately, a trace of an unpleasant premonition flashed through the devil spirit root's heart. An invitation to the Peach Fest? Although it is said to be a demon race, but this period of time has also heard a lot of news about the Peach Festival. Even now the Peach Festival is about to be held. It really didn't expect that what Ingzhang tore up just now was actually an invitation to the Peach Festival. Something very important. So I'm afraid, there really will be a heavenly presence arriving. Rumble. In the next moment, this one's face trembled violently. Immediately afterward, a crack appeared from it, turning into a roiling ripple that floated around the spatial confinement. There was a drastic greenish-colored light that then spread out and entered this one area. From it, a figure slowly emerged, dressed in green robes, and below him rode a nine-spirit sage. There was a smirking smile on his face, and a deep color flashed within his gaze. The moment he appeared, it was as if the surrounding space was all directly under his control at that moment, completely losing its original control. The demon spirit root had just said a word. And immediately afterward, he was then banned, as if there was a law of heaven and earth that prevented him from saying the next word at all. Noisy. The Qing Emperor smiled blandly, then immediately gazed at Ingzhang and spoke. It really didn't occur to me that you would actually choose such a method to break the game. Clearly with your current strength, it's enough to defeat this demonic spirit root, but you've chosen to tear up the invitation. Is it for the sake of meeting me? Or is it so that one Jin Yuan de Xian will owe you a favor? Oh yeah, and that one monkey. The East Extreme Qinghua Emperor looked in the direction where Sun Wukong was, smiled faintly, and spoke. Long time no see, great sage. I didn't think that after all these years have passed, the great sage actually still has such a deep bond with this ginseng fruit tree. From the time of the first opening of the Hongmeng, until now, there have only been these two major problems with this ginseng fruit tree. It didn't occur to me that the only two times this happened were related to the great sage. Hearing such words, Ingzhang also nodded his head, the corners of his mouth curling up into a smile. These words of the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor were not wrong. This Sun Wukong did, to a certain extent, have an unbreakable bond with this one ginseng fruit tree. Chapter 148 Exterminating Demons. Jin Yuanzi's Invitation. Ha! Hearing such words, Sun Wukong couldn't help but let out a cold laugh and flashed a color of helplessness. If anything, he didn't want such a destiny at all. After all, for a long time this one ginseng tree had been there for him every time something went wrong. That's a pretty deep bond, if you ask me. Right. The East Extreme Qinghua Emperor suddenly thought of something, looked at Ingzhang with a smile, and spoke. I wasn't joking when I was just there. You actually tore up this invitation when you were just there. Then that means you've lost your eligibility to participate in the Peach Festival. After all, this is no laughing matter. Hearing this sentence, Yan Hui immediately became anxious. This Peach Festival can be said to be very important to them. If one was able to obtain a peach at the Peach Festival, then one's cultivation would definitely be able to progress, so it can be very hard for them to lose this opportunity this time. However, compared to Yan Hui's mood, Ingzhang's gaze carried a hint of indifference as he gazed at the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor, waiting for his next words. As expected, this East Extreme Qinghua Emperor was clearly selling out, and immediately afterward, he opened his mouth. Unless, there are three ancient gods of the heavenly court or the Buddhist sect who are able to apply to you in this situation, in which case you can obtain a new invitation. Otherwise, if you want to enter the Peach Extravaganza, you simply can't enter without an invitation. After all, this Peach Extravaganza has rules that existed from the very beginning. In saying this, Ingzhang very obviously noticed that what the other party had just said. That is, he said that rules actually existed for the Peach Festival. Thinking of this, Ing Zhang suddenly reacted that this peach festival must not be simple. Obviously, he had still underestimated this peach fest when it came to this. Other than that, it was the method of reacquiring invitations that the other party had just mentioned. I'm afraid this method of obtaining invitations is really a bit difficult. After all, it could be said to be extremely difficult to get 3 ancient gods to apply at the same time. After all, the ancient god level would already be considered the top tier of the heavenly court. Even if one looked at the entire heavenly court and the Buddhist sect, they wouldn't be able to find too many ancient gods. Therefore, it could be said to be as difficult as hell to get applications from the 3 ancient gods. Immediately after, the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor continued to speak, a flash of depth in his eyes. Speaking of which, both of you've been watching the show longer than I have. It's been so long, aren't you going to come out yet? If we wait any longer, the yellow flowers will get cold. Buzz. Immediately after saying these words, 2 figures slowly emerged above the sky, each with a different look. The first one, which looks like a monkey but actually has a human form. At the same time, there was a hint of an unruffled look above his face, but there was a touch of contemptuous laughter in his eyes. Behind him appeared dawning Buddhist lights, obviously a big brother level figure. Just by looking at it, one can already understand that this was the Do Shangxi Buddha after he had already become a Buddha. And apart from this one figure was a figure wearing a Taoist robe and looking like an inscrutable figure. The middle-aged man with a smile on his face exuded an extremely terrifying aura that oppressed this heaven and earth, while the 5 Zhuangguan echoed along with it. This one, that's even more needless to say, the ancestor of the earth immortals, Jin Yuanzi. See these two coming? Ing Zhang raised his eyebrows, flashing a flash of shock. Although it was said that he had sensed that there seemed to be 3 terrifying auras in the middle of this region from the very beginning when he tore up the invitation, it fluctuated vaguely along with it, but it didn't occur to me that by the time they actually revealed their figures, it was actually these 3 existences. These were 3 ancient gods, and not just any ancient god level. Even for the current Ing Zhang, I am afraid that he may not be a match for them if he were to fight with them alone. Coming, Jin Yuanzi? The East Extreme Qinghua Emperor glanced at Jin Yuanzi and spoke with a light smile. It's better for you to personally solve the trouble caused by this Wuxuanguan of yours. After all, you've watched the whole thing from the very beginning, right? And His Excellency the Fighting Buddha, that goes without saying, has been in this one sky since the beginning of time. It was only after hearing such words that Ing Zhang reacted. In the scene, only the East Pole Qinghua Di has just arrived, and this Do Shangxi Buddha, and this one Jin Yuanzi all has long been watching the whole process. Buzz. Do Shang Buddha casually waved his hand, and in an instant, that one hairy doppelganger of the Monkey King fell directly into his hands, transformed into a hare, and then placed it on his head, simultaneously gripping his weapon in his hand. A contemptuous smile surfaced on the face of Do Shang Buddha as he opened his mouth. If you ask me, I should have just destroyed this one ginseng fruit tree back in the day. If it weren't for the Bodhisattva's rescue, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to save the soul of the demon ruler in it. Incidentally, obviously, it was due to this reason that it was said to revive the demon lord's soul in it with it. Jin Yuanzi smiled indifferently, not bothering to bother with this monkey, and slowly stepped out. First, he slightly saluted Ing Zhang and spoke with a light smile. I'm really sorry about this whole thing today. This matter was originally my hand in alarming His Majesty, and now, it's up to me, personally, to solve this trouble left from back then. Buzz. The moment the words had just fallen, Jin Yuanzi had already struck out with them, flinging his sleeve robes forward, immediately having a terrifying burst of energy. Immediately afterward, the demonic spirit root in front of them, with panic, had already been obliterated with all of their souls before they could even react, without a single trace of it left behind. Ing Zhang smiled lightly and spoke. Worthy of being the ancestor of the earth immortals, I really didn't expect that there would be such a good tactic, without harming the ginseng fruit tree, exterminating that one demon monarch's soul, just from one point alone. One could already tell that the other party's means were so brilliant. Jin Yuanzi was very modest, smiled bashfully, and opened his mouth. Your Majesty is flattered, but I do have a favor to ask today. I originally wanted to make a good karma with your Majesty, if I am spoiled by these 2 sinful animals, but again, I want to make this good karma with your Majesty, again. Hence, I wonder if your Majesty has any spare time to come to my dojo for an exchange, so that we can make a good karma between each other. Obviously, this Shin Yuanzi just wanted to intercept a good karma. Chapter 149 Order of the Void. Available. With a very flat face, Ing Zhang directly opened his mouth and agreed to the other party's invitation. He now happened to need an invitation to obtain the Peach Festival, and the condition required now was nothing more than being able to have 3 major ancient god-level figures to invite themselves. And now, there were the 3 ancient gods readily available in front of them. so that's why the invitation was one he had to accept. Plus, so far, he hadn't completed his signing mission, which meant that he had to sign in at the ginseng fruit tree, the oldest of the fruits. According to Ying Zhang's estimation, he would need to eat this ginseng fruit at the very least, so it would be best to discuss this kind of thing with the master of this Taoist temple. Otherwise, this could have serious consequences. After all, even the Monkey King had only pushed out this one ginseng fruit tree back in those days, and hadn't completely eaten it. At the very least, it wasn't as heartless as himself, asking for a ginseng fruit. Just directly want the most ancient one, then your majesty will follow my side. A smile flashed across Jin Yuanzi's face, followed by a fling of his sleeve robe. In an instant, a ladder appeared in the sky, a ladder that seemed as if it could lead to the endless sky. Even Ying Zhang couldn't help but marvel at this scene. Good tactics. Jin Yuanzi smiled lightly and spoke. It's just a bit of simple tactics, so I'd like to invite the East Pole Clearance Emperor as well as the Fighting Buddha to come with me. Before the words fell, the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor and Do Shangfu Buddha on one side exchanged glances, and then they also slowly followed the trio's movements. But then the way these two moved was very different from the way they walked the steps. The way chosen by the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor was naturally the one under his command. The Nine-Spirit Yuan Shang. Roar! That Nine-Spirit sage seemed as if it was able to step into the air. It let out a hiss toward the front. In just a moment's time, he had already stepped through countless voids and was steadily walking at the very front. And there's even less to say about the way Du's actions are carried out. Buzz! Do Shangsi Buddha directly a prancing cloud, turned a heel down. It is directly 100,000 80,000 miles away. Today's Fighting Buddha is very different from what it was in the old days. One of the very obvious points lies in the fact that this cloud underneath him has somehow undergone a qualitative change, carrying a radiant golden color. Seeing this scene, Yan Hui couldn't help but flash a flash of surprise with a look of disbelief. Although he said that he knew that their majesty's powers were very vast, he hadn't thought that their majesty would be able to lure three figures at the level of ancient gods to go forward with them. And this wasn't just any ancient god, but an ancient god that already had countless reputations in the legends, while being considered at the top level in both the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect. Whether it was the East Pole Qinghua Emperor, Jin Yuan ZZ, an earthy mortal ancestor, and Do Shang Buddha, who had already stepped into the Buddhist sect, they were not ordinary characters. That was why Yan Hui felt so surprised when he saw this scene. One could only say that this one of their majesties was simply too tactful. After all, I'm afraid that there were not many characters who could make these three ancient gods travel with them. From this, it was able to be seen that the identity as well as status of this 1,000 ancient emperors nowadays was definitely not ordinary. However, Yan Hui suddenly thought of something. Things are very different today than they were originally. If the original time, Ying Zhang hadn't fully stepped into the level of an ancient god, but the current Ying Zhang had already stepped into the level of an ancient god. So there was a big difference from the original time. After all, there was still a big gap between an ancient god and a half-step ancient god. In a way it can even be said to be the difference between the world and the clouds. Therefore, after Ying Zhang stepped into the ancient god level nowadays, he was naturally qualified to stand with these bigwigs while standing on equal footing with each other. As the crowd moved forward, the scene in front of them was already very different. In just a moment's time, they had already reached the highest point of the sky, while already being on the verge of approaching the barrier between the realms. After seeing this boundary barrier, Ying Zhang raised his eyebrows and flashed a look of doubt before looking at the three ancient gods around him and speaking. If I remember correctly, nowadays this earth can only accommodate at most half-step ancient god-level existences to enter. Why are the three of you yet able to enter the middle of this region at will? Even, in a way, it's also capable of exploding into a very terrifying strength. That was something he had wanted to ask when he was before. After all, it had already felt that the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor's strength had already exceeded a half-step ancient god and had instead reached the level of an ancient god. Only at that time he was not answered, though he said he had doubts. And now that he was faced with such a good opportunity at this time, he naturally had to ask these three ancient gods to see what kind of a reason it was. Hearing such a sentence, the three big brothers all flashed a smirk in their eyes at each other's vision, and it was obvious that they felt a bit amused at this question. In the end, it was still the Fighting Buddha who opened his mouth to answer the question. Your Majesty may not be aware that although it is true that there are boundary barriers to this three-world struggle, at the same time, after you unleashed the Great Qin domain, you had completely covered this earthly body with. So if you want to do something in the middle of this earthly body, I'm afraid that it would be extremely inconvenient, and at the very least, if an ancient god level wanted to enter it, it would definitely cause the earth to collapse. But there is a way to avoid that. Immediately afterward, Do Shang Buddha took out a token from his own hand and spoke faintly. This is a token capable of traveling between the three realms. In fact, there are barriers not only on Earth, but also between other realms. That's why in the case of wanting to enter other realms, you must need this token, which is this Order of the Void. Thus, it's true that you can't normally enter, but now with this token in place, you'll be able to enter this realm. This kind of token belongs to the rules of heaven and earth. Unless one day you are able to change the rules of heaven and earth at the level of the Jade Emperor or the Buddha. Otherwise, as long as one is able to hold a token, one is able to enter. However, gods with tokens can be said to be very rare. Even among beings of our level, they are an uncommon existence. The opening of the Doji Buddha's mouth explained. This moment made Yingzheng finally understand at this moment. Chapter 150, Stepping into the Realm of the Heavenly Court. No wonder there were often gods of this level that frequently appeared in the middle of earthly regions during this period of time. It turned out that it wasn't that one's own great Qin domain had lost its effect, but rather due to the fact that all of these gods had such tokens. So what? They were able to enter this one earth. Only this kind of token must have certain limitations. After all, it originally belonged to the rules of heaven and earth. And Yingzheng also reacted. If he could one day reach the level of the Jade Emperor or the Buddha and change the rules of heaven and earth, then at that time, one would be able to subsequently make the rules of heaven and earth to not allow such void tokens to enter at any time. And this kind of void token, according to Yingzheng's guess, should also be just a rule left behind by the gods who created the rules of heaven and earth back in those days. When he said this, Do Xingfu Buddha suddenly thought of something, flipped a somersault, came directly to Jin Yuanzi's face, and opened his mouth. Jin Yuan, we're about to enter the boundaries of the heavenly court. By then Yingzheng will definitely be suppressed by the rules of heaven and earth. Do you have any extra void tokens in your hands? Jin Yuanzi appeared to have a pale face as he slowly opened his mouth. This kind of void token is very rare. Even I only have this one, so it's really not possible to help your majesty. Hearing this sentence, Yingzheng immediately raised his eyebrows. He had already anticipated this. While guessing that this prison he was about to enter had corresponding rules just like his own great Qin domain. Only, the thing that made him a bit puzzled was what kind of trouble these rules of heaven and earth would cause to appear for himself. Do Shengfu then looked to the side of the East Extreme Qing Hua Great Emperor. But the East Extreme Qing Hua Great Emperor similarly shook his head, flashing a color of helplessness. This is bad. Do Shang Buddha, looking a little anxious with a gloating smile on his face at the same time, opened his mouth to Yingzheng. If you hadn't stepped into this kind of level before just now, I'm afraid you'd still be able to casually enter the middle of the heavenly courts area. At most, they'd just be watched by some bigwigs, but not if they were now. After all, you have now stepped into this kind of level, so it is said that if you step into it, it will definitely be suppressed by the heavenly court's heaven and earth rules, and at that time, even though it is said that nothing too big will happen, it should become extremely wretched. Back then, when I didn't integrate into the heavenly court's heaven and earth rules before, I also had the same wretchedness. Hearing such words, Yingzheng also finally reacted. Before he could open his mouth, the picture in front of him had suddenly changed, and he directly followed this ladder and directly entered the heavenly court. Buzz! The moment he entered the confines of the heavenly court, Yingzheng realized that Yen Hui's figure had disappeared. Jin Yuanzi spoke blandly. Your Majesty can rest assured that one of your subjects, I have already arranged for the Dao children under my discipline, to go forward and perform hospitality, and will naturally appear when it is time to leave. Now, please also rest assured that your Majesty is coping with the rules of heaven and earth. Rumble! Before Yingzheng could react, there were endless rules of heaven and earth. It was ushered directly towards him like a tidal wave, like countless mountains, directly pressing down on his body, causing layers of blood marks to appear on the surface of his skin. Only in this instant, his outside clothes were about to be unable to support him and were about to show signs of breaking. Seeing this scene, Do Shang Buddha also revealed a gloating smile and spoke to Yingzheng. Your Majesty, this heaven and earth rule is not easy to carry, so don't show any woeful images. There were waves after waves of rules of the heavens and earth, like a tidal wave coming towards Yingzheng, constantly erupting along with it in this instant. Yingzheng clenched his teeth tightly, feeling that even his physique, which had stepped into the level of an ancient god, was showing signs of shattering along with it at this moment. It appears that Yingzheng raised his eyebrows, flashing a deep color as he slowly spoke. We can't keep hiding like this. It's got to be time to do it. Boom! The moment his words hadn't even fallen, the surrounding area immediately changed with it, as if it didn't belong to the heavenly court in the middle of heaven and earth at this moment. Rather, it belongs to De Qin. An emperor-like silhouette appeared behind Yingzheng, and the black silhouette continued to roar. It was as if he was the only lord in this heaven and earth, directly suppressing the surrounding rules of heaven and earth. It was as if he had become the maker of rules in this heaven and earth in this instant. It was able to affect the surrounding rules of heaven and earth in this heavenly court, causing the surroundings to start trembling. truly worthy of being this earthly emperor. Even the heavenly court's rules of heaven and earth can only oppress him for a mere moment before they are already reversed with him. The three bigwigs couldn't help but open their mouths in admiration, all with a touch of amazement in their eyes. Even at their level, they would still feel very surprised in the face of such a thing, carrying an incomparable shock. It was only in this instant that they finally reacted to the fact that they all seemed to have somewhat underestimated each other in the moments leading up to this. Aside from being gods on the same level as them, there was also the case that the other party was the lord of this earthly body. In a certain way, he had the same level and status as the lord of this heavenly court and the lord of the Buddhist sect. Hence, even the rules of this heavenly court would be reversed with it at this moment, reversing into the legendary heaven and earth rules of the great Qin realm. Yeah, Jin Yuanzi nodded, a deep color flashing in his eyes, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. No wonder it can reach such a point, truly worthy of being the emperor of this earth. It's not known how many times stronger than the average human being's existence. I'm afraid that back in the day, even when Do Shang Buddha first entered the heavenly court, this situation didn't occur. In that case, it's considered to have passed some tests. Whoosh! The moment the words had just fallen, Jin Yuanzi immediately waved his palm, his sleeve robe flinging up with it at that moment, and a token emerged from it. The moment this token flew out, it immediately landed in Ying Zhang's hand. Before Ying Zhang could fully react, the incomparably terrifying rules of the heavens and earth disappeared with it at that very moment, just as they had come. It was like a tidal wave that instantly disappeared, and then there was no longer any oppression or any shock. Ying Zhang gripped the token in his hand tightly, and a flash of black and gold color flashed through his eyes, as if he was watching the flow of energy in it. Even if he had only just gotten his hands on it, he had already sensed that this token was even more terrifying than he had imagined, and he was afraid that the role of this token was not just as simple as it appeared to be. Maybe, there are other aspects to it. Chapter 151, Co-Cast Invitation, Power of the Three Gods. Little friend, Jin Yuanzi smiled faintly and spoke. The rules of heaven and earth just now were merely a test for you, and since you were able to pass, it means that you possess the qualifications to obtain this token. Congratulations to you. From now on, you will also be able to freely enter and exit the three worlds. Hearing this sentence, a smile immediately flashed across Ying Zhang's face. He had originally thought that he would have to rely on this state to hold on until the other party's dojo arrived before he could lift this rule force. However, it was not expected that the power of this rule had already been lifted in such a quick time. It really made him feel that his opponent's speed was simply incomparable. In that case, one wouldn't have to be under so much pressure at the very least, especially compared to the time before, which was just too much better. Although he was also able to press on with this surge, but anyway a little too lousy? And changing the rules of heaven and earth all the time was always a little bit not so good, and it might even bring about some corresponding effects. After all, if he drastically changed the rules of heaven and earth like this, if time went on, I'm afraid that the one master of this heavenly court would hate to come directly to his door. Such things that drastically change the rules of heaven and earth are best done sparingly, or else, if you really let that Jade Emperor know, it would really be a very difficult thing for you to do. In today's situation, at the very least, it's so much better than it would have been. The key thing is that it won't look so lousy. To know that the original time was simply too wretched. Every step down felt oppressed by an incomparably terrifying force. With this kind of horrifying power oppression situation, even at Ying Zhang's level, he would feel extremely wretched. Speaking of which, Ying Zhang glanced at the token in his hand, and suddenly a look of doubt flashed through his eyes. Looking toward the grinning Jin Yuanzi on that side, Ying Zhang couldn't help but speak. This token must not be your own token. The font on this one seems like a name that is incredibly familiar. Genji. The moment Ying Zhang said this name, the duo next to him were both directly stunned at this moment. Jin Yuanzi, you actually gave that one first Heavenly Father's token to him? Crazy? That's the token of the first Heavenly Father, and you actually gave it to him? Only Jin Yuanzi stroked his beard eyes. A touch of depth flashed in the middle of the god. A slight smile, not knowing what kind of things were in his heart, opened his mouth and said, "That's right, just as you thought. This token actually came from that one first Heavenly Father. It is because of the existence of the first Heavenly Father that the three realms are now at peace, and his token was left in my dojo back then. Before he left, it has never been retrieved, so perhaps when the day of his return comes later, this token will then return to his hands again." The moment he heard those words, Ying Zhang immediately reacted, and it seemed to be just as he had imagined. This token was indeed from that one legendary Heavenly Father Yuan Shi. Only the thing that made him somewhat unexpected was that this first Heavenly Father had actually disappeared now. It is important to realize that today's heavenly court is actually a very complicated situation. It was unknown how many powerful people were lurking in the shadows among them, and there might even be a crisis. as this crisis of the ginseng tree is already just one point of it. There are also these countless great crises hidden in the shadows. Only today they have not yet discovered them. If this continues, I'm afraid that there will really be very big trouble. And it's because of this consideration that Ing Zhang feels so surprised. At the same time, a flash of radiant color flashed through his eyes as he opened his mouth slightly. May I ask His Excellency, the First Heavenly Father, where he is now? Hearing this sentence, the faces of the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor as well as the Sun Wukong all became instantly ugly. Immediately after that, the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor nodded his head and spoke. It would be more appropriate for me to answer this question. In fact, back in those days, due to the invasion of the demon race, there were a lot of demonic powerhouses that had entered this side of the three realms, and in order to block them from entering more areas of in this situation, the First Heavenly Father sealed them with his own power. That's why this heavenly court today no longer has the figure of the First Heavenly Father. As he said this, a flash of remembrance seemed to flash through the eyes of the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor. It seemed to be thinking of that one incident of the demonic invasion back in those days. Just thinking about that scene made him feel his heart tremble, and he couldn't help but sweat his hairs standing up with it. After all, that one thing back then, no matter how you think about it, was just too alarming. However, in today's situation, it is relatively good, so it is not necessary to worry too much for the time being. But Ing Zhang knew one thing very well. Things were still very tragic back then. Especially seeing the expressions of the two of them was able to see this. It was due to this reason that it was said that back then, the heavenly court had the problem of heavy losses. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Ing Zhang already understood what he had in mind. In this instant, Jin Yuanzi sighed and slowly spoke. In fact, what the two of them said is not wrong. Back then, a very big thing did happen, but there is one thing that the two of them did not fully explain to you. That is that what happened back then was just beyond anyone's imagination. For example, this one, the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor, lost his original divine position back in the day of. That's why nowadays, even though he said he still had the strength of an ancient god level, he no longer had the god position in the heavenly court. Thus it is more like a loose immortal in the heavenly court, and thus he will not be able to be listed among the 5 royals, and thus the 5 royals at the original time have become only 3. It is for this reason that it is said to be a result. Hearing this sentence, Ing Zhang immediately flashed a deep color. He did not expect that the matter back then was actually such a complicated one. Surprisingly, even the East Pole Qinghua Emperor had already lost his divine position, and since that was the case, then perhaps this Do Sheng Fu Buddha had lost something as well. When he thought of this, Ing Zhang also looked at Do Sheng Buddha, a look of doubt flashing in his eyes. Seeing the look on Ing Zhang's face, and before Do Shengfu could even open his mouth, Jin Yuanzi had slowly opened his mouth at this moment. Chapter 152 Supreme Artifact. Don't look at this one monkey's clumsy head, but it also helped a lot back in those days. It was because of him that such a great catastrophe was stopped in this situation. Back in those days that catastrophe was due to this Dujang Buddha, who, by virtue of his own strength, then turned out countless millimeters of his own hair. Under these circumstances, fighting to the death has been resisting the invasion of the demon clan, so that's why it was able to resist the demon clan. When he heard this, a flash of disbelief immediately flashed across Ing Zhang's eyes. He hadn't thought that actually these two were the ones who had done so many things back in those days, and just thinking about it made him feel really unbelievable. After all, no matter how you look at it, back in the day the duo got very much involved. If it wasn't such a person who took care of so many things back then, I'm afraid that what has been created now is simply too complicated. After thinking about this, Ing Zhang sighed, then slowly spoke. It turns out that so many things happened back then. I didn't even think that such a situation would actually occur. It's really unexpected. It was only now that Ing Zhang realized that one of the things that happened back then was actually so tragic. It seems that when the demons invaded back then, this group of people all lost a lot in that war. Not only did Sun Wukong glean off almost all of his millimeters, but there was also the East Pole Qinghua Dadi who fell from his divine position. I'm afraid that in many places that one doesn't know about, many horrible things have happened along with it that are unbelievable to countless people. And now it is for this reason that the heavenly court is said to have fallen with it. As soon as he thought of this, Ing Zhang sighed and slowly spoke. If anything, it's due to this. Then, it has made it possible to see the ferocity of this demon race. Suddenly, Jin Yuanzi seemed to have thought of something. Right, it's been about that long, and the first thing we're going to do is recast the invitations for you. First of all, to get this invitation to the good, otherwise want to participate in the Peach Festival then not allowed. After all, this Peach Festival is more complicated than you think, and there will be a lot of benefits if you are said to be able to participate. With those words from that true Adam, a look of doubt flashed within the eyes of the Lord. Many people are stating that this upcoming Peach Festival is very scary, and the situation was very complicated. But he had trouble imagining what on earth would make them say something like that. As soon as he thought of this, Ying Zhang couldn't help but ask, to put it bluntly, isn't this Peach Fest just an area? And if you want to enter it, isn't it already possible to casually enter the Yaoqi? Ha! Upon hearing such a sentence, the three people who were originally still wearing a rather grave look, all of them flashed a faint smile at this moment. Then Jin Yuanzi stroked his beard, a deep color flashed in his eyes, then spoke to Ying Zhang. This peach extravaganza is more than just a simple peach extravaganza. It's opened in the Yaoqi. This Yaoqi is not just an area in your imagination. This Yaoqi was in the hands of the Queen Mother in those days. The Queen Mother's tactics can be more skillful than many others. And one very important and obvious point is, the Yaoqi where the Peach Festival is held every time is not actually an area, but a magic device of the rules of heaven and earth capable of accommodating countless gods and goddesses. Therefore, if you want to enter it, only an invitation is allowed. Otherwise, if you want to enter this magic artifact accommodated by the rules of heaven and earth, it's simply an unimaginable thing. So that's why there's always been only one way to get into the Yaoqi Fest. That is, with the consent of the Jade Emperor. Hearing this sentence, a flash of disbelief immediately flashed through Ying Zhang's eyes before he opened his mouth. This group of Yao's extravaganza is actually a phallic artifact. It's really a bit unexpected. I've always thought that this group is actually an area. I didn't think that it's actually really a phallic artifact. Right. As he said this, a deep color flashed in the eyes of all three big men. Then Sun Wukong slowly spoke. Back in those days, I was merely breaking the rules of this Yaoqi Fest. That is why it was able to enter it. To put it bluntly, the rules above this Yaoqi event are really very difficult to break. After all, it is a magic weapon of the rules of heaven and earth, rather than a magic weapon of the rules of heaven and earth. In fact, it's more like a supreme level artifact. As he said this, there was also a flash of seriousness in Sun Wukong's eyes, and his tone sounded very serious. To a high level. Artifacts? The moment he heard this name, Ying Zhang's eyes changed. The level of rules of a supreme level artifact could be much higher than that of a heaven and earth artifact, and it could be said that there was a heavenly difference between them. The difference between the two is just too great. And even in a way there is a big gap, especially supreme divine artifacts. Even if one looked into the three realms, the number of them that could be found was very small. Even now, in Ying Zhang's hands, there are still no supreme level artifacts. That Taiya sword in one's hand was now merely practiced to the level of a divine weapon, and one did not know how much distance there was between it and a true supreme divine weapon. In one's own hands, the only existence that could be considered a supreme divine artifact should be just that one world tree. Other than that, the rest of the artifacts didn't make much of a difference at all. Thinking of this, Ying Zhang nodded secretly in his heart and couldn't help but have a serious look flash across his face. It seems that this Yaoqi is really not simple. To be able to become a supreme divine artifact, I'm afraid that all of them are already considered to be the highest level treasures of this heavenly court. Buzz. Just at this time, he suddenly felt that there were three very terrifying fluctuations that came from his side. In this instant, three incomparably powerful power fluctuations then began to erupt, and in just a moment's time they had already reached a terrifying level. The energy fluctuations in it then began to rise continuously, followed by the power that erupted in this instant. It made even Ying Zhang turn pale and feel a hint of energy fluctuation that was hard to be surprised by. The power of heaven and earth. Please, Jade Emperor, give the invitation. In this instant, the incomparably terrifying energy fluctuations transformed into three fluctuations, and then began to rapidly fluctuate upward toward the sky. Immediately afterward, it transformed into an invitation and slowly landed in front of Ying Zhang. The invitation, condensed by three ancient god-level gods, appeared in front of Ying Zhang. Chapter 153, Heavenly Court Master. Energy Body. Buzz. Looking at this invitation in his hand, Ying Zhang's eyes also changed, flashing a bright color. Although it was said that this invitation looked plain and ordinary, it was just a very ordinary invitation, and there was nothing special about it. But after seeing that signature above, he understood that this invitation, but that type of Jade Emperor's handwriting, there's a big difference. After all, no matter what, this was written by that one Jade Emperor himself, and it contained the power of the rules of heaven and earth to be able to enter a supreme divine artifact. That's why it's so clear that this invitation is not as simple as it seems. At the very least, to be able to enter the supreme artifact. Thanks to the three of you for your help. After seeing this token, Ying Zhang smiled slightly and couldn't help but speak. After all, if it wasn't for these three ancient gods making a move, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to regain this invitation at all. This one invitation is also not at all an invitation that can be obtained in any conventional way. Upon hearing these words, the three bigwigs nodded their heads with a smirk in their eyes. When he said this, Ying Zhang suddenly remembered something, so he couldn't help but open his mouth. I've always had a very deep suspicion. Why does it have to be 3 ancient god-level deities to be able to cast an invitation? As he said this, the 3 great men smiled slightly, a deep color flashing through their eyes, before Jin Yuanzi opened his mouth to explain. In fact, you've been having a misunderstanding. This one invitation is said to be cast, but it's not actually a real cast. It's the equivalent of coming to the celestial sovereign to ask for one. Upon hearing these words, Ying Zhang's eyes immediately flickered with a color of doubt. If you want to see that heavenly courtmaster, isn't it possible to see him whenever you want? No. Jin Yuanzi shook his head, a deep color flashing in his eyes as he spoke. If that's an idea you have, then you're very wrong. In fact, that one heavenly courtmaster, his true energy body, has long since been at the core of this heavenly court. Otherwise it's a very critical question as to how this heavenly court will function. Therefore, the apparent one, the heavenly courtmaster, is merely an avatar. Hearing this, Ying Zhang also reacted. So that's what this is about. No wonder that all along the time, he always felt that there was something wrong. And now these 3 big brothers had really solved a lot of doubts for him. It is for this reason that it is said that the 3 of us need to come out together so that the one true energy body that is in the core of the sensing our aura and thus sending down an invitation. It is due to this reason that the 3 ancient gods are said to be needed. Jin Yuanzi smiled faintly and spoke. Another thing is that this one invitation, which is just a one-time invitation, once you enter it, you are only able to enter it once, and once you exit, you cannot re-enter otherwise. Hearing these words, Ying Zhang also nodded his head, understanding the meaning of these words. It seemed that he really had to make the most of his opportunity this time. After all, as a 1,000-year-old emperor on Earth himself, this Yaoqi Peach Festival could be said to be incredibly important. If it is possible to seize the opportunity, then there are countless benefits for all on Earth. Up ahead is my dojo, please follow me. Your Majesty. Jin Yuanzi smiled indifferently and led Ying Zhang slowly toward the front, along with the 4 of them stepping into a space. The picture in this region immediately turned with it. Today's picture was very different from the original. It looked like a very splendid Taoist temple, revealing a radiant gold color everywhere. Seeing this scene, a flash of surprise immediately flashed across Ying Zhang's eyes. He hadn't even thought that the area that looked like just air would actually be so different once he entered it. Hey, it's been a while since I've been to this dojo of yours. Sun Wukong yawned and stretched, slowly walking forward as if he were walking into his own home without the slightest hint of surprise. Including the east extremity, Qing Hua Great Emperor was not the least bit restrained, as if he had already been here at a previous time. But it was relatively normal to think about it. After all, the relationship between these 3 should be considered relatively good, so it was said that they would often have dealings with each other. Thinking of this, Ying Zhang suddenly realized something. To be able to establish a dojo on top of this celestial court, and one that was still so splendid, was already enough to explain a very significant reason. That is, only people with extremely high status and position, or with enough strength could establish the presence again. As the ancestor of the Earth immortals like Zheng Adam had such qualifications. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid they wouldn't have such qualifications at all. Thinking of this, Ying Zhang's knowledge of Jin Yuanzi immediately reached a new level once again. One could only say that it was truly worthy of this existence to be able to reach this point. Young friend, please come in. Jin Yuanzi smiled indifferently and waved his hand toward Ying Zhang, allowing him to enter. One of the reasons why we haven't been able to come to this dojo of mine just now is actually due to the fact that the strength of the 3 of us could very well have a bad handle on it. It could lead to the subsequent destruction of this dojo, and even the possibility of an existence that would allow that one heavenly sovereign's power to leak out. If that really happened, I'm afraid this area would instantly turn into nothingness. Hearing this sentence, Ying Zhang also instantly reacted to why these 3 big brothers did not directly bring themselves to the field for the invitation cast just now. At the same time, it was also understood why these 3 bigwigs did not teleport Yan Hui along with them. Obviously, there are bound to be a lot of problems if they say they choose to do that. The first thing was that that area would most likely be razed to the ground. And another very important reason was that Yan Hui's hierarchical power was simply too low. If he was in that area, Ying Zhang might be able to resist that force, but Yan Hui would probably be vaporized by that force. Thinking about this, Ying Zhang also understood the level of sophistication of these 3 bigwigs. I am afraid that it is because these 3 bigwigs are so cautious that a lot of risks are said to have been avoided. Chapter 154 3 Kinds of Fruits, corresponding to levels. Master, just after entering the interior of this Taoist temple, there were numerous disciples with a touch of respect in their eyes. Then as they arrived, they bent downward with it, and it was clear that several of them had shown a very great deal of respect for this one master. Seeing this scene, Ying Zhang also reacted to the fact that this one Jin Yuanzi, I'm afraid, was very much loved by this group of disciples. or else this wouldn't have happened at all. After thinking of this, Ying Zhang also nodded deeply. Seeing this one earthy mortal ancestor's status, it was clear that it was even higher than one would have imagined. After thinking of this, Ying Zhang also flashed a deep color and couldn't help but flirt with the words. Indeed, it is worthy of being Jin Yuanzi Sr. Actually has such status position. Just one into the matter. It is able to make these people so. Before he could finish, the Monkey King opened his mouth to tease from the side. You don't know how strict this Taoist temple of his is if you want to enter. Just take a look around and you'll know. This group of disciples around them have all reached the level of half-step ancient gods, and they are already only one step away from being ancient gods. For this dojo of his, a half-step ancient god is only the threshold to enter it. And this dojo of his looks like it's all a bunch of disciples. But in reality any one of them will be able to serve as a party of bigwigs after they're taken out. Many people even kept opening their mouths to the Jade Emperor to report that they wanted to cancel Jin Yuanzi's dojo. When he said this, the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor also couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, a smile flashing in his eyes as he opened his mouth to flirt. Exactly. After all, having raised so many sharp forces of half-step ancient gods, many people feel that this one earthy mortal ancestor is afraid of revolting. But after so many years there has been nothing that has happened. So it is said that it has existed peacefully like this. Hearing these words, Ying Zhang also deeply agreed. He just casually glanced at the time, and was able to find that the identity of the surrounding group of disciples were all not simple. If you pull out any one of them and put them in the outside world, they are all big brothers. After all, the level of a half-step ancient god was simply ridiculously high. Even the 365 Zhangshun, of which that one Qingfu Zhangshun, Bo Jian, was merely a half-step ancient god in terms of power level. Therefore, it is no wonder that there are so many gods and goddesses, all want to participate in a sum of money, and now it seems to be a very normal thing. After all, no matter who saw this matter would feel that this ancestor of the earth immortals, I'm afraid that he was raising a co to prove himself. After all, he had raised so many disciples, each one of them was at the half-step ancient god level. Such a threshold was simply too high. Along with the slow entry of several people, they entered the center area of this dojo. Just as he entered it, he saw Yan Hui taking small bites of a fruit, the surface of his entire body constantly rising with fluctuations of aura. The continuous eruption of this energy fluctuation caused Yan Hui's internal energy to rise with it, and in just a moment's time, it had already caused the level of energy in his body to become incomparably terrifying. This is only the surface, and some of the energy fluctuations contained in the inner as well as some of the effects brought about by the words, is really unimaginable. And that is the benefit of this one ginseng fruit. It brings very many effects and it brings very many benefits. Upon seeing Ying Zhang's arrival, Yan Hui was startled and directly swallowed the fruit in one gulp. Take it easy. Seeing this scene, before Ying Zhang could even open his mouth, Jin Yuanzi had already smiled faintly, walked forward, and opened his mouth to Yan Hui. This one ginseng fruit of mine is a 10,000-year-old ginseng fruit. How is it effective? Great. That one fruit melted in the mouth and instantly turned into a thick liquid, causing the energy fluctuations within Yan Hui's body to become even more terrifying. With a touch of embarrassment on his face, he somewhat cautiously glanced at Ying Zhang, and then spoke immediately afterward. I feel that my energy level seems to have the fluctuation of a breakthrough. I'm afraid that it won't be long before I break through to the half-step ancient god level. Nice! When he heard these words, a smile of appreciation flashed across Jin Yuanzi's face as he spoke. The effect of this one fruit should be okay, but this is just some superficial effects. In reality the deeper effects need to be deeply experienced by yourself. The wonders of the ginseng fruit are not as simple as they seem. When Ying Zhang heard these words, he thought about them in general, and a deep color flashed in his eyes, so he couldn't help but ask, Seniors, there is one thing I don't understand. What is the difference between this ginseng fruit being 10,000 years old and 100,000 years old and 1,000,000 years old? Hearing these words, Jin Yuanzi looked deeply at Ying Zhang and opened his mouth to explain. At this point, you may not know, this ginseng fruit 10,000 years, 100,000 years and millions of years between the natural energy is different. Beyond that, there's a very important difference. That's fruits that are 10,000 years old, suitable for the level of a positive god, can be absorbed for them, and the fruits that are collected at a higher level can't be absorbed for them, and if they forcefully eat them, they will only explode and die. 100,000-year-old fruit, suitable for the level of a half-step ancient god, and this 1,000,000-year-old fruit, that's fit for the ancient stock god level. As for the fruit of millions of years, the quantity can be said to be very rare, and from the time the ginseng fruit tree was planted, only a very small portion of people, such as characters like the three pristine ones, have been able to eat this kind of fruit. This kind of fruit, If we're talking about an ordinary ancient god, although it won't lead to a violent death after eating it, it will also result in the energy not being fully absorbed. One more. Jin Yuanzi spoke faintly, a deep color flashing through his eyes. It is this one ginseng fruit tree, the most primitive one, that has existed since the beginning of the first division of heaven and earth. And it's always been there. It's been growing for I don't know how many years. When he said this, Jin Yuanzi seemed to have thought of something, as if he was recalling the time when this momentous number of people had just been planted. Hearing these words, Ying Zhang immediately raised his eyebrows, a deep color flashing in his eyes. A possibility occurred to him, so he gazed closely into Jin Yuanzi's eyes, and after a moment's hesitation, he still spoke. Senior Jin Yuanzi, I have a favor to ask. If I want this most primitive fruit and thus eat it, so, may I ask, is it possible? Chapter 155 Ying Zhang's request, shocking everyone. At this moment, inside the dojo, after Ying Zhang uttered these words, the many disciples around him who had originally been kind and compassionate now had their eyes instantly become incomparably cold. At the same time, they all carried a look of shock in their eyes. If it wasn't for Jin Yuanzi stopping it, I'm afraid that this group of disciples would have already chosen to make a move at this moment. After all, they actually dared to bring up one of the most primitive ginseng fruits. This Ying Zhang, is it possible that he wants to eat that one ginseng fruit? At the thought of this, these disciples couldn't help but want to make a move, and they all carried an icy coldness amongst each other. Your Majesty, Jin Yuanzi sighed, and with a touch of shock in his eyes, he couldn't help but speak. I have treated you well and even lowered an invitation for you, and yet you want to touch the root of the ginseng fruit tree. I really can't understand what on earth your Majesty means by wanting that one primal fruit. Next to him, the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor and the Sun Wukong were similarly shocked. It is really hard for them to imagine that Ying Zhang would even say something like this, which is not clear that he is trying to bully this Jin Yuanzi. That is, the fundamental fruit of the ginseng tree, the most primitive one. The value of it naturally went without saying, containing a very large amount of energy, and the fact that not even someone at the level of the three pristine ones would be able to obtain this one fruit. After all, the value of this one fruit was just too high, and it could be said to be the root of this ginseng fruit tree. And it's not just based on so simple. It contains incomparable energy and can even be of very high use in a way. And this is only the speculation of the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor and the Sun Wukong. It is estimated that in their imagination, this one ginseng fruit, I'm afraid that this time has a deeper level. Sure enough, Jin Yuanzi sighed and then spoke. Your Majesty doesn't look like any kind of outlaw, or bad person, either, so I'll just talk to you about one thing. Right, this one ginseng fruit is actually now considered the centerpiece of this dojo. And just because of this one ginseng fruit, that's why it's possible to maintain the core of this dojo, so that the energy of this dojo can provide a cultivation site for many disciples. The energy contained within it is simply too vast. After all, it is a spirit fruit that was birthed from the beginning of heaven and earth. At a time before this, that friend of mine, the first heavenly father, once came to see this one fruit. One of the conclusions given out at that time was that the energy contained in this ginseng fruit was just too huge. If anything, it would be eaten. Then the energy that will erupt at that time will not be able to be absorbed at all, even at the level of the best amongst the ancient gods. I'm afraid, that's why the energy in this is just too huge for many people to absorb. So under these circumstances, I think it's best for your Majesty to give up on this idea. After all, the energy of this one fruit has all reached such a point that if you are unable to absorb it, you will burst into flames along with it when the time comes, even if you absorb it. And just because the fruit also contains a lot of rules of heaven and earth, it's not as simple as you might think. It's not like other ginseng fruits, which can be absorbed whenever they want to, and even a hint of spiritual intelligence is born in them. If you say that you want to absorb it, I'm afraid that you'll encounter very much trouble when the time comes. So, this thing I want to talk to you about is that you'd better give up the idea that, of course, if that means you won't give up on the idea, then I'll be able to bet against you then. Immediately, this one sentence attracted the interest of the protagonist. Jin Yuanzi smiled faintly and spoke. If it is said that you can successfully absorb the energy of this ginseng fruit as your own, and completely absorb the energy in it, then I can give you a fruit completely. But if that means you can't absorb it completely, you have to return this one fruit to me, and at the same time, other than that, a certain amount of compensation must be made. I observed the aura of the world tree on your body. I suppose you have the remnants of the world tree in your body? Take this world tree remnant and use it as a wager. What does your Majesty think? Of course, when he said this, a mysterious and unpredictable smile flashed across Jin Yuanzi's face as well, and then he looked at Ying Zhang for a moment and slowly opened his mouth. I need to make one thing clear in advance. If it is true that your Majesty is not willing to gamble with this remnant of the world tree, then this fruit will naturally not be taken out. After all, this one ginseng fruit serves as the core of this dojo of mine. If it were to be taken out now, it would have very many repercussions for this dojo of ours, so the idea would have to be abandoned. Remnants of the World Tree? The moment he heard this one name, Ying Zhang had instantly reacted. It seemed that this guy had already set his eyes on the World Tree on his body a long time ago. Only, he didn't realize that what he was carrying was a seedling of the World Tree. It was actually very normal. After all, the other party as the legendary ancestor of the Earth Immortals, possessing an incomparably high power as well as a very terrifying strength, it was therefore a very normal thing to be able to detect the World Tree's aura on one's body. It was due to this reason. I'm afraid that his opponent was able to detect that he had the World Tree's aura on him. It was due to this reason. That's why he said he took out the ginseng fruit and wanted to use it as a bet. Moreover, if it was said that he won, then he would obtain a remnant of the World Tree at that time. And at that time, this bet could be said to be a sure thing for him. After all, just the risk of taking out a ginseng fruit and bringing it in exchange for a World Tree remnant, then it really was a sure thing. That is why this Xin Yuanzi, I am afraid, has come up with such an idea, with the aim of being able to pull out such a thing from Ying Zhang. However, for Ying Zhang, this one World Tree he was indeed able to take out. Buzz. So after thinking for a moment, he directly clasped his palm towards the void, and in this instant, his palm penetrated through countless voids, sending a wave of spatial fluctuations. At this moment, MT, Tai, which was far away in the middle of the earth, suddenly experienced violent energy fluctuations. Immediately after that, the energy of space erupted from it, and then the World Tree, as if a wave of energy had erupted with it, formed a seedling and appeared in the hands of Ying Zhang, who was far away from the heavenly court. The moment this World Tree seedling appeared, a smile appeared on Ying Zhang's face as he slowly spoke. Your Excellency, what I have in my hands is merely a seedling of the World Tree. Do you still have the option to bet? Chapter 156, World Tree Sapling. Bet established. Upon hearing this sentence, Xin Yuanzi, who was originally still wearing a mysterious and unpredictable smile, immediately had a flash of shock on his face and couldn't help but open his mouth. I can't believe it's not a seedling of the World Tree. I didn't think you actually had a World Tree. Even if it's just a seedling, that's something incomparably precious. I originally thought that you were just tainted with some of the remnants of the World Tree. I didn't expect it to actually be a complete World Tree sapling. This is too precious. Originally, in Xin Yuanzi's thoughts, this Ying Zhang should have been tainted with some items left behind only by certain World Trees. That's why it was able to have the breath of the World Tree on its body. As for the real World Tree, then don't even dare to think about it. And it didn't occur to me that the other party actually did have this kind of World Tree. This kind of World Book. And just casually holding it in your hand looks like if you don't care about it. Seeing this scene, Xin Yuanzi couldn't help but sigh and spoke. It's no wonder that His Majesty has been able to grow to this point. Having something of the level of the World Tree in his hands is a very normal thing. As he said this, a flash of hesitation passed through Xin Yuanzi's eyes before he slowly spoke. Your Majesty, in that case you will have to think about it. This World Tree, even if it is only a seedling, but its preciousness is far beyond this one primordial fruit of ginseng that I have. That's why you'd better think about it. If you say you'll lose by then, what you can lose is not something relatively trashy, but this legendary seedling of the World Tree. As the ancestor of the Earth Immortals, he was naturally very clear about the preciousness of this kind of World Tree seedling, and if the other party really lost, then the loss would simply be too great at that time. After all, no matter what, the seedling of the World Tree was many times more precious than the ginseng fruit in his hand. In contrast to the two are simply not on a level, and even said to have a very precious special place. To know that the seedling of the World Tree could actually be said to be a very precious thing, even when looking at this three worlds, the seedling of the World Tree was considered to be an extremely rare thing. To obtain a World Tree sapling could be said to be as difficult as climbing up to heaven, and it was an unimaginable thing for many people. And as for this ginseng fruit, although it was said to be very precious as well, even the most primitive one on it was able to serve as the centerpiece of this huge dojo. It was able to supply a group of half-step ancient god existences to cultivate, but it was only that, something that contained a huge amount of energy. If you really compare the value, this one fruit has a very large number of pints. So in this case, this ginseng fruit is far less precious than the World Tree. Knowing that the World Tree is still able to forge a world in a certain way, if it could really grow, then it could completely serve as the foundation of a god realm. And it's a real god realm, like the three realms at this level, not that tiny god realm. So the value of this one ginseng fruit was completely incomparable to the value of this World Tree. The gap between them was too great. It was for this reason that Xin Yuanzi needed to give Ying Zhang a good reminder to prevent him from really making this a bet. Well, immediately, a flash of hesitation flashed through Ying Zhang's eyes as he began to think. One of the very important reasons why he dared to bet with the other party that he would be able to quickly absorb the energy of that one of the most primitive ginseng fruit was due to the fact that he believed in the system. It was because of the system that he said he believed he would be able to absorb the energy of the ginseng fruit quickly. It was due to said reason then that he dared to take out that one seedling of the human world tree that he was carrying. Otherwise, with his current degree of strength, he really didn't dare to take out this seedling of the world tree. After thinking about it for a while, Zhang nodded his head, and with a flash of seriousness in his eyes, he opened his mouth in a very serious manner. I confirm and can guarantee that I will follow the corresponding agreement, and if it is said that I lose, this world tree seedling is at the disposal of immortal Jin Yuan. After all, the protagonist knew very well that the difficulty of obtaining this one ginseng fruit this time could be said to be very great, so that he believed that the system's rewards this time would be very high. Hearing this sentence, a flash of surprise had flashed through Jin Yuanzi's eyes, and he couldn't help but sigh as he opened his mouth. Your Majesty is truly worthy of being the Emperor of the Earth. Really good courage. Such a precious world tree sapling. To actually say take it back is really unexpected. In that case, then I'll also modify the rules slightly. Suppose that your Majesty is able to successfully absorb it, then you will be able to take this ginseng fruit, and if it does not succeed in absorbing it, then you will also be able to take this ginseng fruit. The only problem lies in the fact that if say you lose, then this seedling of the world tree belongs to me. After the protagonist heard these words and hesitated for a moment, he didn't choose to reject the other party's goodwill, but instead nodded his head and opened his mouth. Could be. After the duo reached a bet, they quickly found a spot. At the same time, Sun Wukong, who had shock as well as curiosity in his eyes, as well as the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor, all came with him at this moment. When they heard about the remnants of the world tree earlier in the day, they only felt very surprised, but they hadn't thought that this one world tree seedling actually did exist. To know that this kind of world tree seedlings, in fact, only exists in the legend of things. Look at the whole three worlds can find out the world tree seedlings. All are just a handful of things. The world trees that once existed have now basically been transformed into the core of the third order of the race, serving as the scaffolding as well as the foundation of the world, and are generally very difficult to obtain. And this Zhang actually had a seedling of the world tree in his hands, which was really unimaginable. But such a picture, right in front of them, even if they very much didn't want to imagine it, just appeared. Come, Your Majesty, since we're going to gamble, let's make an oath of heaven and earth, and once either side loses the bet, they need to follow the oath of heaven and earth. Jin Yuanzi slowly opened his mouth, followed by a casual grip, immediately erupting a golden scroll in the sky. Buzz! The golden scroll slowly landed in front of the two of them, and in the instant that the scroll landed, there was immediately a stream of heaven and earth rules, binding the two of them completely in it, as if controlling them in this moment. Chapter 157 Foreign Space, Terrifying Spatial Way. Jin Yuanzi's face was calm as he took the lead in writing his name on it, and then handed it to Zhang on the opposite side of the room, a rare flash of excitement on his face. Your Majesty, please. Zhang slowly nodded his head and accepted the quill, then roughly scanned the contents of the golden scroll, followed by writing his name on it. The moment he wrote down his name, the contract between the two of them came into effect. Boom! The moment the contract came into effect, there was immediately a very terrifying rule energy that instantly bound the two of them. Then immediately afterward, it seemed to have left a terrifying brand within both of them. If it was said that the two of them violated the oath of heaven and earth, then they would definitely suffer unimaginable consequences and would be punished very greatly in time. It was due to this reason that it was said that this heaven and earth contract had such a high degree of utility. Buzz! The moment this bet was established between the two parties, the picture in front of them suddenly changed with it, entering a foreign space like at this moment. At the same time, along with the people who were pulled in this instant into this space, there were also the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor as well as the Sun Wukong, as well as Yan Hui and the others. As for those disciples, they didn't enter this foreign space, but were in the outside space. Seeing this scene, a deep color also flashed in Zhang's eyes, and then after thinking for a moment, he already understood. It seemed that this dojo was not constructed by just one space, as one might have imagined, but rather by two spaces, which came together to construct one space. Seeing the look on Zhang's face, Jin Yuanzi also understood that this Zhang had already understood his tactics, so he opened his mouth with a slight smile and said, "It seems that your Majesty has understood the means that I have used to do this to the place. That's right, there is an outer space and an inner space in this dojo, and the dojo we were in just now is nothing more than the outer space. From now on, only just entered the innermost space." Upon hearing this sentence, a flash of surprise immediately flashed across Zhang's eyes, including the East Pole Changhua Great Emperor and Sun Wukong. None of them had thought that this earthy mortal ancestor's tactics were actually so brilliant. The fact that a full 2 spaces were actually created to serve as the foundation of this Tao field was really a bit unexpected to them. Just thinking about it made them feel very incredulous. No wonder all along, this earthy mortal ancestor had not been worried that this one ginseng fruit would be snatched away. It turned out that one of the very important safeguards was that he had divided this space into an inner space and an outer space. Under these circumstances, even if someone wanted to come and steal the ginseng fruit from this dojo, the first and foremost people who would need to break through would be the many disciples of the half-step ancient gods outside. Even after successfully breaking through those disciples, what needed to be faced then was this alien space in front of them. And this one foreign space was very obviously not a space that could be easily broken through. And I'm afraid that if you want to enter this space, you'll need special means. Gentlemen, please. After entering this space, Jin Yuanzi's face then flashed a color of confidence as he smiled faintly and spoke. Let's be clear with everyone first. After entering this foreign space, it's very normal to say that everyone feels constrained, because this space is under my control, and in this space my strength will rise much higher than in the outside world, and everyone's strength in the middle of this one alien space will drop a lot accordingly. Hearing this sentence, the surrounding crowd all flashed a look of disbelief. None of them had thought that this Jin Yuanzi's spatial way was actually superior to this extent. Once inside this alien space, it was under his control. It wasn't so bad that they would fall a realm, but no matter what, it was too much worse than it was originally. Obviously, it was due to the fact that they were within this one alien space that caused this situation. Right. On Jin Yuanzi's face, a mysterious and unpredictable smile flashed, and he looked at Ying Zhang for a moment and slowly opened his mouth. What about one thing? I must make it clear to your majesty that your majesty's power will also be weakened when you enter this space, so I'm afraid that it won't be easy for you to absorb that one ginseng fruit energy. After all, that one ginseng fruit requires a very strong strength to support it, and if an ordinary person wants to absorb this one ginseng fruit, it's not an easy thing anymore. Plus you are now physically debilitated to a very large degree, which is something you need to take care of. Of course, if it is said that your majesty is willing to give up now, then naturally I have no problem with that. It's just a matter of bringing you all to see the marvelousness of this arrival of mine, which is also a blessing. Hearing Jin Yuanzi's words, Ying Zhang couldn't help but smile slightly as he realized that Jin Yuanzi was clearly provoking him. But there was one thing to say, and Ying Zhang just wasn't going to give up, although it was said that he understood that his strength would be very greatly weakened here. From the very beginning, he did not intend to rely on his own strength. From the very beginning, the real power he relied on was that terrifying system within his body. If it was possible to rely on the terrifying system, then he would casually come to absorb the energy of this one ginseng fruit. Great! Ying Zhang smiled blandly, again looking inscrutable and with a very confident smile, and spoke to Jin Yuanzi. I've already decided that I'm going to accept this challenge, and it's all been wagered. Hearing these words, a flash of appreciation flashed within Jin Yuanzi's eyes. One can only say that it is indeed worthy of being this emperor on earth and is also considered the owner of the world tree to actually have such vigor. Even in the face of this, a very unfavorable situation for himself, he still has this level of vigor. At the same time, this also shows that Ying Zhang is determined to get this ginseng fruit tree. As soon as he thought of this, Jin Yuanzi, who originally still had very ample self-confidence, felt a pang of fear. This Ying Zhang has too many things on his mind. If he really lets this Ying Zhang break through, then when the time comes, his loss will simply be too great. After all, not only did he help the other party cast the invitation, but he also gave the core of his dojo, this one ginseng fruit, to Ying Zhang. However, since the bet had already been set, there was no going back on it, so we can only see what this 1,000-year-old emperor can do next. Chapter 158 Preparation. Absorbing the ginseng fruit. Tread. Along with the crowd's forward movement, only a moment's time, in front of them became brighter and brighter, with a bright light slowly emerging in front of them. The moment that bright light surfaced, all of the people present flashed a look of surprise in their eyes. Obviously, the very soft-looking light in front of them, the thing wrapped in it was that one legendary ginseng fruit. And it is this one ginseng tree, the most pristine fruit, the energy contained within it. I'm afraid it's very terrifying. After all, just a million-year-old fruit would already make it very difficult for an ancient god level like them to absorb it. And a 10-million-year-old fruit would be extremely difficult to absorb even for an existence of the level of the 3 pristine ones. Not to mention this one, this kind of fruit born at the time of the heaven and earth divide. Then it is even more difficult for people to absorb. That's why when they saw this ginseng fruit, they instantly looked at Ying Zhang, wanting to see what kind of means this Ying Zhang had. Tread. Ying Zhang gazed at this ball of light. He saw that there was a very ordinary looking ginseng fruit in it, but this ginseng fruit looked more lifelike compared to the others. and it seemed to carry a mesmerizing aroma. And just by smelling it for a moment, Ing Zhang felt the energy in his body begin to stir at that instant. I can only say that this one ginseng fruit really lives up to its name, as the top ginseng fruit and one of the most original. Just by smelling it, I'm afraid that it will be able to make Yin Hui's kind of level breakthrough, and as for himself, he will also be able to have a trace of energy fluctuation. This one, it's the ginseng fruit, right? Hearing Ing Zhang's words, Jin Yuanzi nodded his head, a flash of reminiscence in his eyes as he sighed and spoke. This one is that one most primordial fruit. This one most primordial fruit that, back in the day since it had been maintained as the centerpiece of this dojo for I don't know how many years, and throughout these countless hours, the existence of this dojo has been maintained, and there has been no depletion of energy. Hence, one thing that has to be said is that the energy in it is simply enormous. Hearing this sentence, Ing Zhang nodded his head with a touch of indifference in his eyes and did not show any surprise. After all, he had already anticipated the level of energy of this ginseng fruit. However, as he approached this ginseng fruit, he realized that it was even more terrifying than he had imagined. This one of the topmost ginseng fruits was simply able to cause energy fluctuations at the level of the three pristine ones. I'm afraid that it's simply impossible for the average person to absorb it. However, due to the system, so Ing Zhang wanted to try and see if he could absorb this ginseng fruit today. Please, Jin Yuanzi smiled and opened his mouth, then waved his hand and spoke. Let's set a time. It's about a day in heaven, or a year on the ground. That is to say, based on a year's time on Earth, if it can be said to be completely absorbed, you will be considered to have one by then. Jin Yuanzi felt that it was generally not at all excessive to take a year to absorb a ginseng fruit of this level, and whether or not he could finish absorbing the ginseng fruit within a year's time was really a very big question, but he still gave Ing Zhang a very long deadline, just to see whether or not he could successfully absorb it. Immediately afterward, Jin Yuanzi was about to lead the people away and spoke to the crowd. Everyone leave for the time being, stay in my residence for a day, and when His Majesty is finished, everyone will be able to enter this space at that time. Hearing this sentence, Ing Zhang slightly smiled face then flashed, a smile opened his mouth and said, don't be in a hurry. I think that absorbing this one fruit will be enough for me to burn incense for an hour. Hearing these words, everyone present had a look in their eyes. All of them flashed a color of surprise. A flash of shock flashed across all of Jin Yuanzi's faces. At this moment, Jin Yuanzi gazed at Ing Zhang and couldn't help but speak. An incense stick of time? Your Majesty, you must think carefully. An incense burner's time is not a simple matter. Not to mention an incense burner's time, even a day's worth of time on Earth. It's impossible for you to absorb this one ginseng fruit. At this moment, Jin Yuanzi was really a bit skeptical as to what kind of tactics this Ing Zhang was planning to use to be able to absorb it all within the time it took to burn incense. Ing Zhang smiled lightly and spoke. One incense stick of time will be enough, but I need to release an energy shield, and there are some means that are inconvenient to reveal. Hearing these words, the surrounding crowd all nodded their heads while pulling away for a distance. Jin Yuanzi also nodded his head helplessly. He could only let Ing Zhang do it, and at the same time, the incense that was lit around him, looking at the slowly lit incense, as well as the protective shield that had suddenly appeared in front of him, Jin Yuanzi sighed and spoke. Let's hope that this one, Your Majesty, really does have the upper hand. After all, one incense stick of time was relatively too short. Buzz, along with Ing Zhang releasing a protective shield, immediately the images in front of him had begun to change vertically. After these images changed, everything in front of them had changed. Obviously, after Ing Zhang had created a protective shield of space, he had already isolated this alien space from the original space, so that the light around this one ginseng fruit had dimmed. However, Ing Zhang knew very well that this ginseng fruit was the most primitive ginseng fruit in the legend, and it was also this ginseng fruit tree, the ginseng fruit from the time of the opening of the heavens and the flood, and as he watched this ginseng fruit fall into his hands, a flash of anticipation flashed through Ing Zhang's eyes. Immediately afterward, Ing Zhang sighed and began to mutter under his breath. Hope. This time, the system will be able to give it a go. Ing Zhang held this ginseng fruit in his hands, but no matter how long he held it or even went straight to gnawing on it, it did nothing. Even because he had nibbled a little bit, he directly almost caused the energy in his body to rapidly fluctuate, almost bursting himself. If it wasn't for the protagonist stopping it in time, I'm afraid that small bite going down would directly cause himself to be directly burst. The energy of this ginseng fruit was just too high. If one were to say that one would eat this ginseng fruit completely, I'm afraid that one's entire being would directly explode with it at that time. Immediately in Ing Zhang's heart, a flash of doubt flashed through. What the hell is going on with this system? Obviously have been half a day. There is no reaction. Is it really to rely on themselves to absorb this one legendary ginseng fruit? Chapter 159 Reward. Bronze key. Buzz. At this very moment, Ying Zhang seemed to have a sense, and suddenly felt that the energy in his body seemed to be mobilized instantly at this moment, and immediately after that, a system light screen appeared in front of him. Immediately afterward, there was a beep. Detected. The host is close to the signing goal. Please swallow the ginseng fruit. The moment he heard those words, Ying Zhang's face immediately changed. A flash of joy flashed across his face. He hadn't thought that this system would actually be so powerful that it had already detected that he had arrived in the vicinity of his target so quickly. He had originally thought that this system had gotten stuck, but now it did seem to have been able to devour this ginseng fruit just as he had imagined. One of the main means is to be able to rely on this system to devour this ginseng fruit. If you rely on yourself, you will be able to enrich yourself a little bit, but if one wanted to completely absorb this one ginseng fruit, then it was simply an impossible thing. After all, it was just too huge. Following the system's prompts, Ying Zhang slowly picked up that one ginseng fruit after hesitating for a while, and then placed that one ginseng fruit into his mouth. Buzz. In the next moment, Ying Zhang swallowed this ginseng fruit completely, and it really just melted in his mouth, instantly turning into an incomparably sweet liquid into his stomach. Just at that moment of entry, the incomparably pure energy instantly exploded to the outside. Like a volcanic eruption, the energy that erupted was simply unimaginable, and one after another began to impact. In this instant, Ying Zhang felt as if his entire body was about to split apart. Buzz. Yet in the very next second, suddenly, in this moment the whole man was thrown into relief as he felt that the system had begun to power up. At this moment, a beep came from the system with a cold mechanical feeling. Absorption has taken place. Absorption level 70%. Absorption level 80%. Ying Zhang originally had a touch of celebration in his eyes. After all, that energy just now was simply like a volcanic eruption. The constant onslaught of energy brought about was simply like destroying his entirety. Fortunately, it was only thanks to this system's timely intervention that it was able to suppress this wave of energy. But all of a sudden, Ying Zhang realized something. If this one system had absorbed all the energy of the ginseng fruit, then the amount of energy one would be able to absorb by then should be too little. As soon as he thought of this, Ying Zhang felt his heartache and immediately spoke to the system. I order you. Stop it. No more absorption. If he really let this system absorb it, he wouldn't be able to get nothing, and at most, he would just get a reward, especially now that Ying Zhang is not quite sure what this one reward is. However, upon hearing Ying Zhang's command, the system didn't respond at all, as if it was mute. The system was still running, showing no signs of stopping at all. Seeing the energy in his body becoming more and more scarce, Ying Zhang really couldn't hold back any longer, so he directly began to carry out the absorption up, running his gongfu to rapidly carry out the absorption. In just a few moments, he began to compete with the system for the many internal energies, and the system also seemed to sense this, and quickly proceeded to absorb them as well. The two continued to enhance each other, and it was only a matter of moments before the energy had been depleted. Eventually, the display on that system, which stopped at just 90%, began to stop and did not continue with the absorption. After all the energy in it had been absorbed. Ying Zhang thought for a moment, then expecting a reward from the system, he slowly spoke in his mind. Where's the reward? Ding! Sure enough, at this very moment, there was suddenly a rewarding beep. Due to the host interfering with the system for absorption, only 90% of the energy was absorbed by the system. Therefore the reward is attenuated. Reward changed to a key to a gate. Hearing this reward, Ying Zhang was immediately startled to see that the one reward slowly fell into his hand, transforming into a bronze-like key. This one key appeared to be made of bronze and was cold to the touch when it was in his hand, so it didn't seem too simple. Just by touching this key, Ying Zhang understood that this one was clearly not an ordinary key, but it's a key anyway. It's not like it can be used as some kind of heavenly treasure. For yourself at the moment, it's not particularly useful, and there aren't any doors that you can open for yourself at the moment. When he thought of this, Ying Zhang couldn't help but sigh. He didn't think that this reward would be so bad. Fortunately, he had absorbed a portion of the energy in advance. Otherwise, it would be a bit too much of a loss to give up all that much energy to the ginseng fruit. After absorbing the ginseng fruit energy, Ying Zhang could clearly feel that the energy fluctuations in his body had, at that instant, surged violently along with it. Then, the level of energy in the body rose at that moment. In just a few moments' time, his energy level had begun to break through with it, entering the ancient god realm for the first time from when he was originally there, and now that it had turned into stabilizing the realm of an ancient god. At the very least, the realm was stabilized, and it was equivalent to stepping into this ancient god-level realm completely. It can be said to be completely different from the time before. At the very least, this is a very big difference at this energy level. After finishing this, Ing Zhang was just about to leave when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Then a mysterious and unpredictable smile appeared on his cheeks as he spoke into the void. Want to leave so soon? Aren't you going to stay and have a nice chat with me, my dear demon lord? Buzz. Immediately after saying this, there was a buzzing sound in the air. Immediately after that, it slowly transformed into a black demonic aura, from which a humanoid silhouette walked out, looking as if it carried a monstrous demonic aura. The entire person's face was very gloomy as he gazed at Ing Zhang's figure and slowly raised a smile and opened his mouth. I have to say your intuition. It's simply too sharp. Killing my doppelganger and then finding my main body, and also managed to detect my main body's presence. I originally thought that you would be lost in this one ginseng fruit. I didn't think that you had actually been paying attention to my movements. Ing Zhang, I've heard rumors about you. To be able to become an emperor for the ages, you do have some skills. You let me off the hook today. In the future, after I return from the demon realm, I will definitely help your human realm break the rule of the heavenly court. From there, it's us, the human and demon realms, jointly controlling this heaven and earth. What do you think? Chapter 160 Ancient Demon Lord. Destroy. Hearing these words, a deep color flashed in Ing Zhang's eyes, then the corner of his mouth raised a smile as he slowly spoke. Your offer is a good one, but the very unfortunate thing is that I don't intend to take you up on it. Buzz. The moment his voice fell, a black longsword immediately appeared in his hand, gripped in his hand, erupting with a very violent aura. At this moment, Ing Zhang slowly opened his mouth, saying with a touch of indifference in his tone, "A little. I must make it clear to you that your means in this regard are very good indeed. To be able to stay hidden on the ginseng fruit and to confuse with split energy and to make people think that your body is inside that one tree. That way, no one will even suspect you're still in this one fruit. It's just right to take advantage of this one opportunity. When I finish absorbing the ginseng fruit, this space will naturally be broken open, and then you'll be able to go out at any time. Unfortunately, I'm not going to let you have your way." When he said this, Ing Zhang's tone became more and more ice-cold as he gazed at this demon lord in front of him. This one demon lord's tactics were really too high, staying hidden within the ginseng fruit, making it impossible for anyone to discover him. If it wasn't for Ing Zhang's time, he heard Jin Yuanzi say that this ginseng fruit had already given birth to a spirit. Then I am afraid that Ing Zhang will not even realize that this demon lord's original body has actually been hiding in this ginseng fruit. That doppelganger, on the other hand, had only constructed a weak connection with him, lurking within the ginseng tree at that moment. It was not a particularly deep connection with each other. That's why, after realizing this, Ing Zhang immediately reacted. It was only in this instant that he finally understood that no wonder the Xin Yuan de Xian had never completely eradicated this demon monarch. So it turned out that this demon monarch's methods were just too bizarre and brilliant. It's simply too hard for the average person to catch him or to destroy him. Even after having had countless bodies destroyed, with only a divine soul left, he was still able to conjure up so many tricks. Ing Zhang had already realized that if anything, letting this one demon lord go, then in the future, it will certainly cause some great chaos, not daring to say that it will definitely destroy the three realms, but it will certainly cause very many subsequent effects. It was with this in mind that Ing Zhang had to kill the soul of this one demon lord to prevent the other party from continuing to jeopardize heaven and earth here. It was for this reason that Ing Zhang did not intend to let the other party go. Otherwise, if it was such a demonic soul, Ing Zhang would simply not bother with it. Yes, the demon monarch sighed and gazed at Ing Zhang, who was about to make his move, a touch of blandness in his tone. While I'm dying, I want to tell you something. Ing Zhang immediately raised his eyebrows, and with a flash of displeasure in his eyes, he slowly opened his mouth. Let me make it clear to you up front that I'm not going to let you go, even after you've told me the news. So that means you don't have to hold anything in your mind, and that this space isn't unlocked right now, so that means you can't escape at all, even if you leave. There's still the Sun Wukong as well as the three existences of the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor as well as Jin Yuanzi waiting for you outside, so you won't be able to escape at all. Hearing these words, the demon monarch also nodded his head, and the corners of his mouth flashed with a bland color as he slowly opened his mouth and said to Ing Zhang, to be able to fall into your majesty's hands, this demon lord is not wronged, but I also think there's one thing you need to be aware of. We're the same kind of people in a way. Nothing but. It's just that the paths to each other and the camps to each other aren't the same. And one of the messages I wanted to talk to you about before that is the location of the first heavenly father that you, the two realms of man and God, have been searching for. The location where he is located is at the core of the demon race, the same location where the demon race was sealed back then. And now that the seal of the demon race is about to be lifted, I'm afraid that one first heavenly father is coming back. Therefore, this demon lord is very much looking forward to a situation where there will be a great chaos in your heavenly court and on earth at that time. After saying these words, An explosive sound came out from the demon monarch's body directly, and then in this next instant, the entire person's divine soul was all destroyed at any time. The protagonist didn't choose to relax, but kept his guard up, feeling the aura of that one demon lord, and only finally reacted when he realized that the other party had indeed disappeared into thin air. Obviously, the other party chose to self-destruct at that moment just now, using this suicidal method to personally end himself. Thus, he did not die at the hands of Ying Zhang. However, Ying Zhang was also very clear that the message he had just left behind was the single most important thing. It hadn't occurred to me that one demon race that had been sealed in the ancient era would be returning so soon. Just thinking about this matter, Ying Zhang's eyes carried a touch of surprise. He couldn't imagine that if said demon race really returned, then when the time came, it would surely cause an unimaginably great upheaval. Another thing was that when the first Heavenly Father returned, I was afraid that he would have a fight with that one Heavenly Court sovereign. After all, at a time long ago, the first Heavenly Father was the one in control of the Heavenly Court, and there was a great conflict with the original Master. And once the confrontation between these two comes over, then when the time comes, coupled with external worries coupled with internal turmoil, I'm afraid that the three worlds will definitely cause some turmoil. As soon as he thought of this, Ying Zhang's heart immediately sank in this instant. There is also now some uncertainty as to how one will resolve or deal with this matter for oneself, if such a thing does happen. After all, no matter how you put it, it was just too much for people to imagine. And once something like that happened, the three realms would all be in turmoil with it. With that, he slowly stepped out of the alien space, deciding to squash the matter for now. On the outside, Jin Yuanzi and the four of them, who were waiting, all had a deep look in their eyes, wondering if Ying Zhang could succeed this time. Just at this time, Jin Yuanzi seemed to have sensed something, and suddenly his face changed as he spoke to the three people next to him. Bad. Your Majesty really seems to have absorbed that one ginseng fruit. Just now I could already feel it. The dojo outside seems to be showing signs of collapse, including the fact that this space has now begun to collapse. This already represents that Your Majesty has successfully absorbed the ginseng fruit. That's why it's said that such a collapse has occurred. Everyone get ready, before the space collapses. Seize the time to teleport. As soon as we wait for His Majesty to come out, we'll leave immediately. Chapter 161 Ying Zhang, Terrifying Spatial Attainment. Buzz. At the moment when his words just fell, the space around here instead suddenly collapsed violently at that instant. Countless fluctuations began to erupt at this instant. Buzz. Immediately afterward, there was a figure wearing a black dragon robe that slowly walked out from it, carrying a terrifying aura. The moment that figure stepped out, the three bigwigs present all clearly sensed that the other party's aura was completely different from what it had been before. If before, Ying Zhang's aura was one that was very strong and carried incomparably terrifying energy, then the current aura felt more introverted. Compared to the original realm where he had just stepped into the realm of an ancient god, perhaps this current majesty had already stabilized this ancient god-level realm. As soon as he thought of this, Jin Yuanzi felt very surprised, this way not thinking that Ying Zhang would achieve such an effect after absorbing it. For a moment, the strength of the other party, it is possible that they have been and their three big brother level, has not been too much difference, and may even belong to the same level with them. In this situation, at the thought of this, Jin Yuanzi couldn't help but sigh. It didn't occur to me that I had really looked the other way this time, originally thinking that this Your Majesty should not be able to absorb this ginseng fruit. It hadn't occurred to me that this one ginseng fruit would actually be absorbed so easily. Now it seems that you have really lost a lot of money. Simply lost a lot of money. And it had been done in just less than an incense stick of time. At the same time, I'm afraid that this dojo will just collapse. After seeing His Majesty come out, Yan Hui immediately greeted him. With a tinge of worry in his eyes, he couldn't help but ask, Your Majesty, that one most primitive ginseng fruit, did you really absorb it? Hearing this sentence, it also asked out the doubts of the three bigwigs present in the room. They were all very curious as to what this Ying Zhang had done. Why would that cause this space, all of a sudden, to collapse? Is it hard to really take that one ginseng fruit and absorb it? You have to know that ginseng fruit could not even be absorbed by a figure of the level of the three pristine ones, the first Heavenly Father. After all, it was the ginseng fruit from the time when the heavens and earth were first opened in the heavens and the earth, and the energy that was nurtured in it was simply unimaginable. It could even reach the energy of a small world on one side in a way. Hearing this sentence, Ying Zhang smiled blandly, then slowly spoke. That's right, just as you all imagined. That one ginseng fruit has indeed been absorbed by me, but there is one thing you need to take note of. I'm afraid this one space will collapse with it. I'm afraid. Rumble. Before the words fell, it was like what Jin Yuanzi had said before. In this instant, space fluctuated violently, and the surrounding space immediately collapsed at any time. a crack appearing at any time. Seeing this scene, all the people present all changed in color. If this one space collapsed, then at that time, once caught in the spatial turbulence, one would not know what world to be randomly transported to. Even if they were able to survive by then, there would definitely be some kind of crisis. That's why after seeing this scene, Jin Yuanzi was also immediately ready to take action. However, in this situation, Ying Zhang had not waited for Jin Yuanzi to make his move, but had already taken the lead himself. Buzz! From behind him, a Black Emperor's shadow appeared. And now this Black Emperor's shadow, it was even more condensed than the original time, and at the moment of its appearance, it immediately caused this space to tremble even more violently. Then, Ying Zhang's palm stretched out towards the front, a touch of indifference in his tone. Slowly, he opened his mouth to the few people around him. Don't worry, I will use a means to teleport you out. Everyone let go of your mind. Immediately, it will teleport. Buzz! The moment Ying Zhang's voice fell, a terrifying energy fluctuation immediately came out, directly teleporting all the people around him at that instant. At that instant, the spatial fluctuations that erupted from Ying Zhang's body caused everyone's expression to change, and a flash of surprise flashed across their faces. Previously, they hadn't expected that Ying Zhang would actually be so terrifying that he had already teleported them outside of this foreign space in just an instant. Especially Jin Yuanzi would be even more difficult to imagine, knowing that this one foreign space was originally a space set up by Jin Yuanzi himself. Therefore, he naturally knew very well just how terrifying an existence this foreign space had. It was due to the fact that this foreign space, which had been under their own control, and this Ying Zhang were able to teleport them all out in an instant. This alone showed that Ying Zhang already had very deep attainments in this spatial path. Even, it had surpassed Jin Yuanzi. Ying Zhang was also very clear about this. If the original time he had just stepped into the realm of the ancient god level, he hadn't yet reached this current level. And now after he had stepped into this ancient god realm and stabilized it, the level of spatial energy that Ying Zhang possessed was even more terrifying than it had been originally. Not to mention this one space under Jin Yuanzi's control. Even if it was the three realms and the regions outside of them, he could carry out teleportation at will and not be subjected to the slightest bit of rule suppression. That is to say that the one that Jin Yuanzi had sent him earlier, the Origin Heavenly Father token, was no longer of much use to him today, because he could completely create a space of his own, in the midst of this three worlds and isolated from them. In a way, he had now reached an unimaginable level in the way of space, which was an unimaginable thing for many people. Even Jin Yuanzi and also Sun Wukong as well as the East Pole Qinghua Emperor, a great man of this level. After seeing this scene, their eyes all then changed, and a trace of disbelief flashed across their faces. They didn't expect Ying Zhang's strength to be so fierce. Just after absorbing that ginseng fruit, he had already exploded into such a terrifying strength. After being teleported out, that surrounding dojo had quickly begun to crumble. Before Jin Yuanzi could flash a sigh, at this very moment, Ying Zhang had already made a move, and at this moment, a black ball of light was condensed directly from his hand. Buzz! In this black ball of light, the moment it appeared, it directly enveloped the surrounding area completely. In that instant, the dojo that was about to collapse was directly stabilized at that moment. At the same time, this Jin Yuanzi's dojo suddenly fluctuated violently, and there were violent energy fluctuations. Chapter 162 Core of the Devil World. Destroyed World Tree. Upon seeing this scene, Jin Yuanzi, who originally still wore a tinge of sadness, immediately flashed a look of surprise. He had originally thought that after taking out that one ginseng fruit, it would cause the area to collapse with it, thus causing the dojo to be destroyed with it. But the thing that he did not expect was that instead of collapsing iron, this one area was retained along with it in this instant. Such a scene was like a miracle. Not only did he retain the dojo, but he also took away a fruit. This was really a bit hard for him to imagine. When he thought of this, Jin Yuanzi couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, "Your Majesty, what exactly have you done? Why has the collapse of this dojo been stabilized?" It's reasonable to say that after losing the help of that one ginseng fruit, I'm afraid that this dojo will directly be destroyed at any time. I've already prepared for it, but I'm actually stopped by you. Immediately after hearing this sentence, Ying Zhang smiled blandly, a deep color flashed through his eyes, and then slowly opened his mouth. About this you may have misunderstood, although it is said that the ginseng fruit was taken away, but in fact the original time that one ginseng fruit that, the biggest help for this dojo is to be able to provide some heaven and earth aura. In addition to that, one of the even better helps is to be able to stabilize the space of this dojo. In fact, back in the day, the reason why this one ginseng fruit was needed to stabilize space, I'm afraid that the most important reason is that the spatial way that Senior Jin Yuanzi you were in before was not particularly good at, and hadn't quite reached a point where you were out of your depth. And just now, I utilized the power of my spatial way to stabilize this dojo. So that's why this has led to this dojo, which is now able to be stabilized like this. And in this way, the collapse of this dojo has then stopped. Hearing this, the crowd behind them were all dumbfounded. None of them had thought that this could actually be solidified. And in that case, it would be comparatively better if they didn't need anything with particularly horrible energy to, in the future, replace the ginseng fruit? When he heard this, a look of gratitude flashed across Jin Yuanzi's face, and he immediately spoke to Ying Zhang. Thank you so much. I originally thought that after taking away that one ginseng fruit, all of this space would collapse with it, but I didn't think that it would actually be able to hold on now. There's one more thing. I didn't realize the bet was actually won by His Majesty. I originally thought that you shouldn't be able to absorb the energy in it, but it seems that His Majesty really does have very many tricks up his sleeve. Regarding the specific means, Jin Yuanzi did not choose to pursue the matter. After all, they were very clear that those who were able to reach their level would have a lot of secrets on their bodies, and many of their means were inconvenient to reveal. If it was said to be revealed, then when the time came, it would, on the contrary, lead to something not so good. Hearing this sentence, the eyes of the two surrounding bigwigs all changed. They also didn't expect that Ying Zhang would be able to reach the bet, and they had originally thought that he wouldn't be able to make it this far. It didn't occur to me that Ying Zhang had already won the bet so easily, and had also stabilized the collapse of this dojo while directly absorbing all of the energy from the ginseng fruit. It was really a bit unexpected, and when they thought about it, they felt a bit incredulous about the protagonist. Ying Zhang smiled indifferently and immediately spoke to Yan Hui. Come on, it's about time we got back. When the right time comes, naturally I will come over for the Peach Festival. Hearing this sentence, Yan Hui then nodded his head and was just about to leave with Ying Zhang. Before he was about to leave, Ying Zhang glanced at Jin Yuanzi, then suddenly thought of something and slowly spoke. Elder, I feel as if you are very knowledgeable about this world tree, and I would like to ask you a question regarding how to cultivate and grow the seedling of this world tree. At the time before this, although I said that I had tried many kinds of methods, but it hasn't been working particularly well, so I wonder what should be done to fix this? It should be known that at the time before this, although Ying Zhang said that he had tried many kinds of methods that could replenish the energy of the world tree, but there's been nothing particularly good about it, so it's just been sitting there. Hearing this sentence, a flash of remembrance flashed across Jin Yuanzi's face, then he took a deep breath and spoke. You should know very well that my identity is that of the ancestor of the earth immortals, and at a time before this, I once came across the remnants of a world tree, only the remnants of that one world tree, now destroyed with it. After all, that has been something left over from what was once a divine realm, and that divine realm was actually very simply, the demon world. Upon hearing this name, including Sun Wukong, as well as the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor, all of them flashed an icy color in their eyes as they gazed closely into Jin Yuanzi's eyes. Ying Zhang also flashed a deep color. He didn't think that this matter actually really had something to do with the demon race. Although it was said that he had already thought of some possibilities, he did not think that it was actually really related to the demon race, but it was normal to think about it carefully. After all, the existence of a world tree that could be found in this three worlds should be very few, and this one world tree of his own was only rewarded by the system. Generally speaking, puffing world tree, this kind of extremely precious treasure, once discovered, I'm afraid that it will already be used as the foundation of a certain side of the Great World, and nowadays, among the three worlds area, the Great World that can exist is none other than the Heavenly Court. Other than that is the Devil World. Only the thing he hadn't thought of was that the demon realm was actually a side of the world that had been destroyed and transformed into a world, and the thing that was left behind was actually the remnants of that one world tree. Jin Yuanzi slowly opened his mouth, speaking with a touch of seriousness in his tone. Back in those days, I was battling with that one demon ruler, and in the middle of the battle I happened to arrive at the core area of the demon race. It was a chaotic time, and in the middle of the core area of that one demon race, I saw a sky-high ancient tree that one ancient tree has long since lost its vitality, though it is said to have lost its vitality, but there is actually a certain residue, which I can feel. Among other things, is that legendary world tree, and in it I found some corresponding accounts. There are very many records about this world tree, and it is said that the reason why the demon race was able to rule that side of the world back in the days of, it's the one that completely destroyed the once one-sided god realm and then left behind that one world, and that one world lost its vitality in that way, thus losing the world tree. It seems to me that that side of the world may have been the earth once upon a time. Chapter 163 Once Upon a Time on Earth. The old world tree. Once upon a time on Earth? Upon hearing these words, Ying Zhang's pupils contracted and a flash of surprise flashed across his face. At the same time with a touch of disbelief. At the time before this, He had never pondered that there would actually be something that once existed at this level on Earth. If that were true, it would mean that the present Earth is merely an illusion, and the real Earth would have been destroyed long ago. Is there any evidence of this? There was a look of skepticism in Ying Zhang's eyes. If only a record is left behind, then Ying Zhang does not think it is necessarily true, and there may be falsehoods in it. After all, it was possible that it could be an illusion or a trap for the demons. Jin Yuanzi took a deep breath, seemingly thinking of some kind of not-so-good experience, and spoke faintly. I have a very strong impression of this incident. I can assure you, what I saw back then was definitely not some kind of illusion, or a false record deliberately left behind by the demon race. I know very well that all that happened back then was true. Hearing such words, everyone present was shocked at this moment. If it was according to what Jin Yuanzi had said, then it meant that there had been an earthly existence during the time of the ancient times. Only later in time was this earth destroyed, and after this earth was destroyed, what was left behind was the demon realm, which is why that world tree was said to have been destroyed back then. After thinking about this, Ying Zhang couldn't help but shiver. It was really a bit hard for him to imagine that there was actually another earthly existence, and it would have actually been destroyed back in those days, without thinking that the earth of today could just be a remnant of the earth of those days. This, Jin Yuanzi sighed and spoke faintly. I've never told anyone that. Has always been a secret kept within me. It's only today's time and His Majesty suddenly talked about this world tree. So that's why I said I thought about it. If those records and what happened back then are true, then it's simply horrible. Hearing this, Ying Zhang also nodded his head. He knew very well what a horrible thing it would be to say that all these accounts were true. That would mean that the strength of the demon race had reached an unprecedented level. After all, if there is an earthly existence, then that means there is still an undiscovered heavenly existence. And the more crucial problem was that even an earthy mortal ancestor of Jin Yuanzi's status had never heard of such a rumor. That's enough to imagine just how long ago that period back then must have been. And it's safe to say it must have been a very long time ago. After all, even the ancient gods, who had never heard of the rumors at the time before this, were already enough to prove the age of it as well as just how far back in history it had gone. After thinking about this, Ying Zhang took in a deep breath of cool air, not expecting to merely ask about the world tree. It actually involved so many things. He had never imagined that there were actually so many things behind the world tree, and the situation in it could be said to be intricate. After all, there's still the demonic world involved behind this, and in addition to Ragnarok, there's the earth that once existed, though it is said that there is not particularly much evidence to prove that this earthly being ever existed. But maybe there is such a possibility, and if that is the case, then it would be an unimaginable thing for Ying Zhang. Forget it. When Jin Yuanzi saw the expressions of everyone around him and realized that they were all a bit ugly, a smile immediately flashed across his face. Don't take this too personally, everyone. I'm merely telling of the possibility, and there is a very strong possibility, that once upon a time the earth didn't actually exist. After all, that's just an account, not necessarily what really happened. Hearing such words, many people around them all nodded their heads thoughtfully. Only Ying Zhang had reacted in his mind. If one's guess is correct, that one once earthly, perhaps. After thinking about this, Ying Zhang's brows were also slightly furrowed at this moment, but for the moment he wasn't going to care so much. After all, for him, the most important thing right now was to seize the time to improve his strength, and this once earthly thing was not in the cards for him. To put it bluntly, it's just a possibility, not necessarily an actual occurrence. But if it was actually happening, it was just as he had imagined it would be. I'm afraid that there will be a very big crisis after the future, representing the emergence of a parallel world. If there really were parallel worlds, then in Ying Zhang's thoughts, it was possible that he himself had come from the area of one of the parallel worlds. That would explain what happened when he crossed over. Right. What about us? Back to business. Jin Yuanzi smiled and opened his mouth, putting all the thoughts and speculations he had just had behind him. Then with a slight smile, he suddenly opened his mouth and said, if one wants to cultivate this world tree, though, I don't have any particularly good way to do it, but perhaps you could travel to the core of that one demon one day with enough time to see the. Although it was said that a certain number of demonic powerhouses still existed during the sealing of that one demonic core, but it is no longer enough to worry about. At least with your current strength it won't be a problem at all. After all, in general, the stronger ones with more terrifying strength had basically been sealed. Ying Zhang nodded, but a bitter smile spread within him. If it was really as that one demon lord had said, then there was a possibility that the possibility of the demon race about to break the seal might actually exist. Once the seal was broken, then at that time, if one wanted to deal with the demon race, it would not be a possible thing at all. After all, the peak period of the demon race, but can be close to overthrowing the entire three worlds' general existence. At that time, with one's luck, in case one accidentally came across the demon race unsealing the seal. Oh, if this happens, I'm afraid that Ing Zhang, the Emperor of the Ages, will soon fall into the demonic frenzy. Therefore, although it was said that this method might be able to obtain the means to cultivate the world tree, Ing Zhang did not intend to use it as a last resort. After all, the risk factor in this is too high for one's own good. Chapter 164, The Bell Rings. The Rhyme of the Tao. Tread. Ing Zhang glanced at the time, then stepped out and spoke to Yan Hui as well. It's getting late. We should go back. There are still a lot of things to deal with on Earth. Understood. Looking at the silhouettes of the two who were about to leave, the three Sunmukons also flashed a deep color in their eyes and immediately opened their mouths to bid farewell. Your Majesty, if you encounter any trouble on Earth, do your best to call upon the three of us. Jin Yuanzi smiled faintly. It was very clear that this time Jin Yuanzi wanted to make a good relationship with the other party, even if this 1,000-year-old emperor had already absorbed one of his most precious ginseng fruits. But for him, he still wanted to be able to make a friend. After all, this His Majesty was not an ordinary existence. Just from the other party's previous tactics one could tell that the other party's strength was definitely not below his own. It may even be more terrifying. An existence of this level, if one were to be able to make acquaintances, it would definitely be a good thing for oneself. And in a sense, it can also have a very good effect on you. It was because of this consideration that Jin Yuanzi said that he wanted to befriend the other party, just as he had befriended the Monkey King back in those days. Only back then, he and Sun Wukong were due to that one Bodhi old man behind Sun Wukong. And I'm afraid there's a big difference between him and this one sire simply because of this one sire's own strength. In Jin Yuanzi's estimation, if it was said that this majesty would be able to not fall in this next period of time in the situation, then acquiring a future time, it would become a giant on one side, and would inevitably make an existence that one would be able to look up to at that time. It would even be more terrifying than himself in a way. Thank you, Senpai. Ing Zhang smiled blandly, with a hint of relief on his face. He was also able to see that this Jin Yuanzi very much want to make a good relationship with himself, only for the time being has not been completely befriended. But no matter what, one could say that one had endured a very great favor from the other side this time, especially that one extremely primitive ginseng fruit was definitely a great tonic for himself. Although the amount of energy that he had absorbed was only 10%, it still meant a wave of energy that was not small. Just at the moment when the two of them were about to leave, suddenly the surrounding heaven and earth instantly fluctuated. There was an invisible energy fluctuation that swept towards their location from the distant center in this instant. It swept through in an instant, immediately covering the entire heavenly court. It was as if, at this moment, the entire heavenly court was located within his control, and he could be said to be a well-deserved master. At that moment, the eyes of the three bigwigs present all changed with them, and immediately a flash of shock flashed across their eyes. Then with that, he knelt down on one knee and bowed down towards the very center of this heavenly court. All at the same time looked very respectful, as if they were facing their supreme master. Seeing this scene, Ing Zhang had also realized something in his heart, but he didn't go down on one knee. After all, even the lord of this heavenly court was of equal rank as far as he was concerned. No matter what, he himself was an emperor for the ages, especially now that he was already considered the lord of the earth. Dang! At that very instant, it was as if a great bell had suddenly rung out at the very center of the heavenly court. There was an extremely terrifying sound that fluctuated with it at this moment. The sound of that one bell seemed to contain some kind of special energy. The moment the sound of the bell came, the three bigwigs amongst them, the respect in their eyes became even more intense. It was as if it contained some special energy that made them even more respectful. At the same time, as it swept in, Yan Hui's eyes changed, and then at that moment, as if he was pulled by some kind of tug, he slowly knelt down towards the bottom. Just at the moment when he was about to kneel down, Ing Zhang raised an eyebrow, and all of a sudden, his black sleeve robe was flung out. Buzz! Accompanying this flinging out of his sleeve robe, there seemed to be some sort of very peculiar energy that likewise fluctuated along with it at this instant. Then at this moment it swept over Yan Hui's body, causing Yan Hui, who originally still had a somewhat respectful look on his face. In this instant, he directly retracted his knees and slowly stood up, not intending to kneel down to this heavenly court sovereign. Seeing this scene, a trace of satisfaction flashed in Ing Zhang's eyes. As for the effect on himself, that one bell seemed to have deliberately avoided himself as if it had not had any effect on him. It seemed that I'm afraid that one heavenly court sovereign had already anticipated this. That's interesting. Ing Zhang faintly smiled, while with a deep color in his eyes, he opened his mouth towards the three bigwigs kneeling on the ground and asked, "Three of you. I wonder what is the meaning of this sudden ringing of the bell?" The three looked at each other's eyes and saw the color of surprise in each other's eyes. No one expected that this Ying Zhang would not be the least bit intimidated by such a situation. And instead, he was still able to stand firmly on his feet. This was really beyond their expectations and made them feel incredulous. After thinking for a moment, Jin Yuanzi slowly opened his mouth, a touch of seriousness in his tone. This is the bell opened by His Majesty himself. If you know anything about it, you might understand that it's the legendary Eastern Emperor's bell, with the power to destroy the heavens and earth and devour the heavens. Once the energy in it is fully opened, the consequences will be unimaginable. Only nowadays it merely serves as a reminder. The ringing of the Eastern Emperor's bell means that something big is happening. Buzz. Remembering the moment his voice had just fallen, the sound of the bell suddenly disappeared, followed by the sound of a zither once again. The sound of this zither seemed to be very rich in regularity, and whenever the sound of the zither sounded, it seemed as if an incomparable Tao rhythm came along with it at that instant. At this moment, the Jin Yuanzi trio's faces changed once again as they quickly opened their mouths. Your Majesty, let go of your mind and listen attentively to the sound of this lyre. Before they could finish their words, immediately afterward, they had already disappeared into a golden light, obviously having been teleported to an unknown place. Ying Zhang inwardly guessed a little and could only sigh and spoke to Yan Hui on the side. I'm afraid that so-called Peach Festival has already opened. You cultivate well in this one dojo. I will return later after I head to go there. Wait for me here. Before the words left his mouth, Ying Zhang had already let go of his mind to listen to the sound of the zither. Chapter 165 Bean Pear Fest. Kai. Buzz. The moment Ying Zhang listened attentively to the sound of that zither, an incomparably horrifying image instantly surfaced in his mind. It seemed to be an extremely terrifying back figure of what appeared to be a woman playing the guqin, along with every sound of the zither. The moment the sound of the zither rang out, all of them directly swept across the entire heavenly court in that instant. The entire heavenly court was enveloped under the sound of this zither, and countless terrifying existences even at the level of ancient gods had already listened to this zither sound in earnest. Obviously the owner of this zither playing was the Western Queen Mother, one of the masters of that heavenly court, the legendary Queen Mother. At the same time, in Ying Zhang's speculation, it was also the convener of this Peach Festival. At the thought of this, Ying Zhang couldn't help but tremble a little as he earnestly went to listen to the sound of that zither. The moment he seriously went to listen to the sound of that one zither was immediately followed by his figure. It seemed to be wrapped in some kind of heaven and earth rules, slowly disappearing at this moment, transforming into a ray of light, just like the three big brothers earlier. Seeing this scene, a touch of envy flashed through Yan Hui's eyes, but he was very aware of that, for the reason that he didn't have an invitation, so it should be an impossible thing to get into the Peach Festival. After all, if one wanted to enter the Peach Festival, then the most basic requirement was to have an invitation. Wanting to enter the Peach Festival without an invitation, then it was simply an impossible thing to do. Now he only hoped that when His Majesty returned, he would be safe and sound. After all, this Peach Festival had gathered gods from the heavenly court, and there were even gods from the Buddhist sect among them. Under such circumstances, I'm afraid it would be a very difficult thing for ordinary people to gain a foothold in this Peach Festival, even if it was in existence at the level of an ancient god. If they wanted to gain a foothold in this Peach Festival, it wasn't a very simple thing either. And for Ying Zhang, even though it was said that he had now stepped into an ancient god, the same was true. Buzz. The moment Ying Zhang disappeared into thin air, he felt the invitation on his body. It seemed to be slowly burned by a golden flame at this moment, turning into a fragment of energy that merged into one's mind. Immediately after that, a golden brand appeared above his forehead, and the moment that golden brand appeared, Ying Zhang slowly opened his eyes. Everything in front of him had changed, and when he opened his eyes again, in front of him was already an immortal, incomparably luxurious-looking square. Instead of a plaza, this was the legendary one of the Yao Pond. After seeing this scene, Ying Zhang was also startled. He hadn't thought that the Peach Festival had already been opened so soon and that such an event was now being held in the Yao Qi. The moment he thought of this he felt very shocked, not thinking that that one Western Queen Mother and also the Jade Emperor had actually organized this event so quickly already. Your Majesty, it seems that you have already adapted to this environment, now that we are all within the divine artifact Yao Qi. At this time, the voice coming from the ear he was the voice of the Monkey King, with a touch of excitement in his tone, as if he had remembered the past events of that year. It's been a long time since I've held a peach extravaganza, and I don't know how many exciting things will happen in this peach extravaganza. Your Majesty, do you want to steal peaches with me? When he thought of the time he went to steal peaches inside the peach garden, the Monkey King felt very excited and couldn't help but want to drag His Majesty forward to steal the peaches. Hearing such words, Ying Zhang let out a faint smile. Before he refused, the East Pole Qinghua Emperor on one side, and Jin Yuanzi looked at each other. eyes are then flooded with a trace of helplessness, faintly opened his mouth and said, "Great sage, you were able to enter the peach garden back then because the guards in it were purposely removed. Otherwise, with heavenly soldiers and generals guarding it, wanting to enter it is definitely not an easy task. After all, it is guarded by a number of ancient gods, and in that area, it's not an area where ordinary people can set foot." Sun Wukong very obviously understood this, only touching his head flashed a smile, obviously with a touch of anticipation. At the same time, his eyes gurgled and flashed a very excited smile as he opened his mouth. "It may be that this time, as in those days, a setup has been purposely laid for your majesty. By then, if your majesty is able to enter it, you will be able to bring me to steal the peach from it. And what's more, I don't want to do this fighting Buddha, so I might as well go to earth and be a fastidious demon saint." Ing Zhang couldn't help but hold his forehead and smile bitterly. He was really helpless towards this Sun Wukong. It had to be said that even after the other party had become the Do Shang Buddha, he already had a Buddhist aura about him. But the banditry of that year still couldn't be completely covered up. With that bandit aura on his body, it's almost as if it's all natural, and in this current situation, it still maintains its original nature. "Guys, we should get going." Jin Yuanzi smiled blandly, a tinge of anticipation in his eyes as he slowly opened his mouth. It has been many years since the Peach Festival was held, and this Peach Festival can be said to be on a very grand scale. And among them, I don't know how many ancient gods have been invited, and in the end, even the Buddhist sect will personally converge here this time. That's why it's better for us to seize the time to head to Yaoqi and arrive at its main center before it opens. I'm afraid that quite a number of gods have already converged there. Ing Zhang also nodded, very much looking forward to this, noting that he was surrounded by only a few sparse presences, not particularly many gods. Obviously, the many gods had all converged at the most central Yaoqi location. Only if one entered it would one be able to see the many gods in it. According to Ing Zhang's estimation, I'm afraid that many gods will converge in this region, and the number of them should be beyond his imagination. Even in the middle of it, one would encounter very many horrible guys, and then it would be unavoidable to have some fights. However, for Ing Zhang, he, the Emperor of the Earth, had come this time in order to be able to take a look at the situation in this heavenly court. At the same time, he wouldn't mind an impulse if it were possible. After all, at that time it was the heavenly court that had personally sent down the gods to try to decapitate this demonic creature of theirs, only at that time due to his own strong strength, so that did not succeed in beheading himself. This revenge he still remembered in his heart. Just as the four were about to get up, a dog barked from behind them all of a sudden. Chapter 166, Roaring Dog. Erlang Shun. Roar. The moment a dog barked, a flash of surprise flashed through the eyes of the three surrounding bigwigs, followed by a change of expression, grasping for time to cover their ears. But still, at this moment, all of their faces couldn't help but produce a pale color, and it was obvious that they had suffered some damage. However, for an existence of their level, this kind of damage wasn't of any particularly serious degree, but they still suffered a certain amount of damage. Seeing this scene, Ing Zhang was in the moment before that one dog's laughter came. A black shadow had risen up in the air behind him, directly defending against the sound of that barking dog. At the same time, Ing Zhang fixed his eyes and a flash of surprise immediately flashed across his eyes. In front of him, there was a young man with an extremely young face who looked handsome, and there was an eye on his forehead. At the same time a very terrifying aura erupted throughout his life, very obviously about the same level as the Monkey King, and even a little more terrifying in a way. And in this young man's arms, there was a small fluffy black dog that looked very cute, but with a scarlet color in its eyes. After sensing Ing Zhang's line of sight, this young man and the little black dog looked at Ing Zhang at the same time, suddenly erupting with extremely terrifying pressure. Rumble, a very terrifying pressure, just like a mountain, had pressed down on Ing Zhang's body in an instant, and the moment he felt the oppressive force, the corner of Ing Zhang's mouth flashed a cold smile. Immediately after that, the Black Emperor's shadow, which had become even more dense at this moment, easily resisted in this instant. At the same time, the pressure from the other side did not appear to be any threat, and it was clear that Ing Zhang was in existence on the same level as the other side. In a split second, the energy around Ing Zhang fluctuated, releasing a pressure towards his opponent while cancelling out all of his pressure. That pressure, obviously, was even more terrifying than this one young man. Buzz. The young man very obviously did not anticipate such a thing, and the moment he felt the favor of that one energy, his face instantly changed. At the same time the knee bent downward a bit, then grabbed a very scary burst of energy. He directly suppressed his tendency to kneel down, while a flash of surprise flooded his eyes. You are. In that instant, the young man seemed to have a submissive feeling, wanting to submit to this one black-robed man as if it was a feeling he had never had before. Unless, That one was a true heavenly court sovereign. Only then would he be able to make him kneel. Erlang Shun. Sun Wukong exclaimed with a provocative look in his eyes as he slowly opened his mouth. How does it feel? Seeing as how you even almost fell to your knees just now. Hearing this sentence, a flash of embarrassment immediately flashed through Erlang Shun's eyes, although Erlang Shun didn't want to admit it, but just now when he, himself, did almost kneel down directly towards the black-robed man in front of him, it was a pressure from the emperor. Three of you. I wonder who this black-robed man is. Erlang Shun had a deep gaze in his eyes as he gazed closely at Ying Zhang, and he could feel that this Ying Zhang seemed to carry an air of an emperor in his body. Moreover, the black dragon robe that the other party was wearing, and the aura among the namelessness, made him feel that this one black-robed person could possibly be one of the emperors on Earth. As he thought of this, he suddenly remembered the recent rumors, and as soon as he thought of this, a guess instantly surfaced in his mind, even if he was still a little less than sure. Seeing Erlang Shun's expression, Jin Yuanzi also flashed a smile and slowly spoke. You should have already guessed, right, that this is that one earthly emperor, the lord of the great Qin realm, that 1,000-year-old emperor Qin Shi Huang. As he said this, Jin Yuanzi also deliberately aggravated his tone a bit, while carrying a touch of a very serious look. Speaking to this Erlang Shun, and the roaring dog in his arms, he said. Immediately, Erlang Shun's eyes flashed with a flash of surprise as he gazed closely at Ying Zhang, very clearly carrying a look of shock, while at the same time flashing a flash of violent wariness along with the shock. Great! It seems that this year this Peach Festival is really wonderful. If you have the opportunity, why don't you and I have a great battle? Ying Zhang, of course I'm very much looking forward to fighting you, preferably for 300 rounds. Obviously, the moment Erlang Shun heard this name, his eyes immediately rose with the will to fight, and at the same time, he wanted to fight with Ying Zhang very much. Even that one little black dog in his arms erupted with a very fierce battle intent at that instant. Gazing closely at Ying Zhang, its scarlet color becoming even more intense, the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor smiled helplessly and couldn't help but speak slowly. Erlang Shun, after all the fighting, after all the trouble, you still look after this little black dog of yours, this roaring dog of yours. If you don't see it well and go to the middle of the earth to plague the earth, you'll be in trouble. And there aren't many gods in this heavenly court that can withstand his roar, so it'll be troublesome if there's an accident. Regarding this point, the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor could be a deep understanding, and back in those days that one of his mounts, the Nine-Spirit Sage, was the one that had traveled to the earth. It left a very big mess, and thankfully, the Monkey King found out about this end of the story at a later time. That is why it was said that he was purposely approached to take this one Nine-Spirit Yuan Shang. Otherwise, there would definitely be out very big soul breaks at that time. Erlang Shun smiled bashfully and opened his mouth to explain. Roaring dogs are very spiritual, and can be said to be not particularly different from humans. When you are inside on a normal day you would never yell and let out a roar that drastically affects your soul. It's just that he was more excited to see the three of you when he was just there, so that's why he said he was yelling. I'm really sorry to have startled you all. When Ying Zhang saw this scene, a deep color then flashed in his eyes. He was able to feel the roar of that snarling dog even though he said that he hadn't been harmed during the time just now. It seems to be able to directly affect the soul and make direct attacks on it. If he had said that he had directly hit himself just now, I'm afraid that he would have been subjected to a very violent shock related to his soul just now. I'm afraid it's going to be very problematic when it gets to that level. After all, being able to directly affect the divine soul was bound to cause very great damage. Ha! Ying Zhang smiled blandly, with a touch of anticipation in his eyes, and slowly spoke. I have long already heard of the name of Erlang Zhenjuan, and now it seems that it is really extraordinary. And this time when I saw it I indeed felt that it exceeded my expectations. If there's a chance, you can have a big fight afterwards. I'm also very much looking forward to being able to fight strong people, and a strong person like you is even more so. Chapter 167 Yao Qi. The Gods Gather. Yes, Erlang Shun smiled blandly, and even the one eye on his forehead flashed with a touch of depth in this instant. Obviously, even the heavens eye had already erupted with incomparably terrifying fluctuations. Very much looking forward to this battle, from which an incomparable battle intent had also erupted along with it. Right. Jin Yuanzi smiled faintly, glanced at the sky, and slowly spoke. It's long past time now. We must hurry and head to the center of the Yao Qi. Otherwise if it's too late, I'm afraid that both the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother will be chastised along with it. Upon hearing these words, all the people present nodded their heads at this moment. At this moment, the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor seemed to have thought of something and spoke with a light smile. Exactly. And I'm afraid that all of us who are here today for this Yaoji event are already here. If he doesn't go, I'm afraid this Yao Qi event won't open. As he uttered these words, the several gods present looked at each other. and the corners of their mouths all curled up into a smile with them. At the same time, their eyes all converged on Yin Zhang's body, very obviously having realized something. After all, for this Yao Qi event today, if we were talking about other gods, I'm afraid it would be a simple invitation. But for this Yin Zhang, it was more than just a simple invitation. After all, nowadays he was already considered to be the master of this earthly body, and in a way, in terms of position, he was on the same level of existence as the Jade Emperor. That's why it's natural that this level of status is a bit unusual, and the reason why this event has invited this majesty has a special meaning in it. In a sense, the most crucial point of this event lies with His Majesty. Yin Zhang felt the eyes of the surrounding gods. This instant also then understood something. The corner of his mouth hooked up a smile, deriving this kind of flooded with a color of anticipation. He was also very much looking forward to the opening of this Yaoshi event next, and at that time, if anything, he would be able to find some good opponents in it. So it's also a very happy thing for yourself. After all, you're very short of some opponents to hone your strength a bit right now, especially since he hadn't fully honed his strength after first entering the ancient gods. He was just looking for a good opponent, to let themselves test their own strength today to the bottom to a what kind of point. Otherwise words for their own strength, cognition is not too clear. After figuring this out, the many gods then pupil up, each exercising their divine abilities and moving swiftly forward towards the front in this instant. In just the blink of an eye, they had quickly arrived at the exact center of this Yaoqi, which actually had a very large domain range. It was better to merely reach the center than to have reached the core of this one area. This core in front of us can be said to be a very large area, and as Yin Zhang looked around, he was able to realize that this area was simply like the size of a large country on Earth. This size was just the size of a divine artifact, and it was able to be seen just how terrifying a range this divine artifact held, which could be said to be incomparably huge. As soon as he thought of this, Yin Zhang couldn't help but sigh. If it was said that one day the Taishan space under his control would be able to reach such a range, then it would be simply terrifying. Today's Taishan space was still very tiny, and although it was said to be relatively large, it was still too small compared to this one. Check out. Sun Wukong patted Yin Zhang's shoulder, a smirk flashed through his eyes, his gaze looked around, and with a look of eagerness, he slowly opened his mouth. There's a lot of old friends here, and a lot of very raw faces, but there are some guys with good reputations among them. Yin Zhan was also secretly shocked. With just a glance, he was able to make out the many gods around here. Basically all of them were existences that had already reached the level of ancient gods, and were very high on each other's levels, as well as in terms of energy. As soon as he thought of this, Yin Zhang was incredulous, feeling that the strength of this heavenly court was really beyond his imagination. However, there were some of them, existences that hadn't stepped into the ancient god level. However, none of these existences entered the center of the Yao Pond, but rather were at the boundary position of the Yao Pond, with a touch of respect in their eyes, very obviously not daring to integrate into the surrounding. The reason for this is very simple, and that is because they are not qualified enough. Among these gods who had not met the qualifications, Yin Zhang was able to see very clearly that they included 365 positive gods, as well as those figures that he was very familiar with at the time. In addition to these existences, there were also existences of the level of the four heavenly kings. However, just like Qingfu Zhangshan Bojian and the others, because of their strength and status enough to qualify, they said that they still stepped into the most central position. Yin Zhang smiled slightly and couldn't help but sigh as he opened his mouth. It seems that the most central location of this Yaoqi has really brought together a multitude of terrifying deities, and just the deities that look like they're there today have reached, well, nearly 100. Just thinking about this, Yin Zhang felt very alarmed to be able to reach nearly 100 ancient gods. It was already enough to show just how strong this heavenly court was. However, this also included a portion of the Buddhist sect's existence. Not all of them were from the heavenly court, but this already showed that the joint strength of the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect was terrifying. When Jin Yuanzi noticed Yin Zhang's surprise, the corner of his mouth curled up into a smile as he slowly spoke. It's normal. The heavenly court covers a very large area. Although it is said that during the weekdays these gods may not necessarily be able to serve inside the heavenly court or in the departments, but among them all hung some idol posts. Plus now this is the incomparably horrible Peach Fest. Possessing a very high level of fame, even an idol existence will generally come with it. Moreover, besides the heavenly courts and the Buddhist sect's deities, there are also some deities all from other realms. As he said this, Jin Yuanzi smiled faintly, and a deep color flashed through his eyes. Immediately afterward, Jin Yuanzi patted Yin Zhang's shoulder, the corner of his mouth messaging a smile as he spoke. Look there. Following the other party's line of sight, there was an existence that was instantly reflected in Yin Zhang's eyes. At the same time, Jin Yuanzi's voice also sounded out with it at this moment. That's a demonic presence. A demon god. Chapter 168 Demon God emerges. Energy storm. Demon gods? The moment he heard this name, Ing Zhang's eyes instantly changed. And he didn't expect that in this Yaoqi nowadays, to actually bring together such an existence. One must know that a demon god level existence would mean that the other party had stepped into the ancient god level. This level of hierarchy could be said to be considered a top-tier powerhouse in both heaven and earth. According to normal circumstances, in this heaven and earth, the demon race should be a bit weaker. After all, this level of existence of the demon race, generally speaking, there would not be any great power level existence. However, this one in front of him was a great power of the demon race and had stepped into the ancient god level. It is? Ing Zhang looked at Jin Yuanzi to the side with a trace of doubt in his eyes, his intuition telling him that the other party seemed to know a little bit of the inside story, and he was able to obtain an answer from the other party's mouth. After all, just now, it was originally Jin Yuanzi who had pointed at that demon god, and from the other party's meaning, it seemed to mean something. Hearing these words, Jin Yuanzi, who had already had some thoughts in his mind, stroked his beard and slowly opened his mouth. Although your majesty has already stepped into the ancient gods, I'm afraid that your majesty is still a bit unclear about the realms involved. For example, just how many levels this ancient god realm is divided into should still be a mystery to your majesty right now, right? Ing Zhang nodded, the corner of his mouth curling up into a smile. What the other party said was indeed not wrong. He himself had merely made a breakthrough to ancient god on the verge of a breakthrough, the realm of which was actually not considered to be particularly clear. Even though he seemed to have broken through a layer of shackles now, Ing Zhang still didn't quite understand the levels of the realm division therein. Jin Yuanzi smiled faintly and spoke slowly. In reality, the so-called ancient gods are merely because the gods of this realm are basically beings that have always existed in the ancient times. So they are all ancient beings in terms of their identity and status, but from the time of the sealing of the gods, this rule has been broken since Sifoku Masamune Kashiwagani. Although Park Jian is in the ancient god realm, he is not actually a god that has been passed down from the ancient period, so that means he is not particularly compatible with this realm. Thus, a new realm was delineated, called the Lord God. When he heard this, Ing Zhang also instantly reacted. So it turned out that the realm he was in today should not be able to become an ancient god realm due to the fact that he was not an ancient god. Rather, another new realm, the Master God realm. Seeing that Ing Zhang seemed to have understood his meaning, Jin Yuanzi stroked his beard, a flash of appreciation flashing through his eyes, before slowly speaking. And there are different levels of the Lord God realm, depending on the degree of their respective energies. For example, early Lord God, middle Lord God, late Lord God, peak Lord God, half step. When it came to the last realm, the other party intentionally sold out for a bit. A mysterious and unpredictable smile flashed across his face, and did not directly say this realm. This last realm. In Ing Zhang's eyes, there was a flash of doubt and he couldn't help but ask, why don't you state it explicitly? According to what the other party had said, he already had some understanding of the division levels of this one Lord God realm, but for some reason, the other party hadn't deliberately come to illustrate the realm above this Lord God. On one side, the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor. A playful smile flashed across his face as he slowly opened his mouth at this moment, because, even an Earth Immortal Ancestor at the peak realm of the Lord God would not dare to directly illustrate that supreme realm under these circumstances. After all, as in the case of gods like us, once we speak of that realm, there is bound to be something in our minds. Then the rules of the heaven and earth struggle will be invoked with it, and then an existence of this realm will feel it with it. And, guess how many existences of this realm there are in this third realm? When Ing Zhang heard this, a flash of doubt had flashed across his heart. If one were to say that according to what the other party had said, even the ancestor of the Earth Immortals was only the peak of a Lord God, and was still far from reaching that level of hierarchy in terms of realm, it was already enough to see from this that the realm must be frighteningly high and existed in a certain outrageous way. Ing Zhang swallowed a bit, and after slowly pondering in his mind for a moment, he spoke out a name, Master of Heaven. Exactly. Jin Yuanzi nodded and spoke. In fact, an existence of the level of a heavenly court sovereign has already completely stepped into that realm. In addition to this one being, there is also that one-time lord of the demon realm, as well as the lord of the Buddhist sect, all of which have already reached this level of existence. These three, they can also be called the strongest amongst the three realms of this one, each representing a side of the realm. As he said this, the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor interjected at the right time and spoke with a slight smile. In addition to these three powerhouses, there is another being, this demon god of the demon race. It is also the supreme lord of the demon race, and unlike the other three, his realm is still far from stepping out of that step. Except that, relatively speaking, It's also just a step behind. As he said this, Ying Zhang also understood, while there was a look of shock in his eyes. Even if the other party was still one step short of being able to step into that realm, it was already incomparably terrifying. After all, that side of the realm, according to what the other party had said, was a realm that only existences of the level of the Heavenly Courtmaster and the Demon Realm Lord as well as the Lord of the Buddhist sect were able to step into. This was already enough to see how terrifying all of this realm was, so that was able to be imagined. Actually, Sun Wukong seemed to know quite a bit about this aspect in general. The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile as he slowly opened his mouth. This demon god, on weekdays, lives deeply inside, and most of the time has been in seclusion in his own cave. It is very rarely able to be seen inside a normal day. From the ancient times to now, the figure of the other party can be said to have been absent since then. The other party in order to be able to step out that step. But with the strength of the other party right now, it can also show that the reason why this demon clan is able to exist is due to the fact that the other party's strength is simply too terrifying. Plus back then, the demon race didn't join forces with the demon race. Otherwise the heavenly court would have already stepped in. Upon hearing this, Ying Zhang also reacted and understood the reason for all this. After all, even if the heavenly court strength was extremely terrifying, it was absolutely impossible to casually mess with an existence of this level. Chapter 169, Supreme God, Peak of the Three Realms. Otherwise, once a demon god of this level went crazy. At that time, once it produced an indiscriminate attack. I'm afraid that even in the three realms there is no one who can be his opponent. After all, the people who could become his opponents in this three worlds should also be incomparably rare. Under such circumstances, it was natural that one would not dare to mess with this demon god. At such a time, Sun Wukong obviously noticed Ying Zhang's expression, and a smirk flashed across his face as he slowly opened his mouth. They may be afraid to speak up at that level, but I'm still really kind of daring. As he said these words, the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor next to him, as well as Jin Yuanzi, all had their complexions changed at this instant, as if some sort of horrifying thing they realized was about to happen. All of them, including Erlang Shen, quickly pulled away from the two of them in this instant, as if they were hiding from something very terrifying. Immediately after that, the Monkey King slowly opened his mouth, a flash of playfulness immediately flashing through his eyes. The realm above that, named Supreme God Realm, Rumble. At this moment, even though he was in this divine artifact, he still seemed to feel something, and there was an extremely terrifying thunderstorm that erupted at this moment. A thunderbolt took on an ethereal purple color, carrying unimaginable rules to the extreme, tearing apart countless spaces at this moment, as if it was capable of shattering a divine artifact in an instant. An incomparably terrifying might suddenly erupted. Ying Zhang's eyes changed and he immediately pulled away. However, at that moment his footsteps immediately stopped in place with a look of horror. It was only because just now, that one Jin Yuanzi, at this moment, quickly opened his mouth. Don't be in a hurry to get out of it, Your Majesty. That supreme divine thunder will most likely change its locking target when you leave. That's why when he heard those words, Ying Zhang immediately stopped in his tracks and didn't continue to choose to move. Instead, with a look of scorn in his eyes, he looked towards that one thunderbolt that was about to fall in the sky. He could be said to know very little information about this thunderbolt. However, just from the reaction of the other party just now, one could tell that this so-called supreme being should be extremely terrifying right now. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to pull away so quickly. After all, even an existence of Air Langshan's level had already pulled away quickly. This already illustrated the terror of this supreme thunder. Rumble. However, the moment the divine might landed, an incomparably terrifying aura instantly erupted as purple thunder spilled down like rain. This level of terrifying thunder was simply unimaginable. But in this instant it landed on Sun Wukong's body and immediately erupted with unimaginable might. In the moment when he was hit by the thunder, Sun Wukong's entire body immediately split open, with a trail of blood marks appearing. It was very obvious that the power of this thunder was very terrifying. Even though there was a certain distance between them, and the target was not himself, Ying Zhang still felt that a terrifying power was coming with him. That kind of palpitating aura really surprised Ying Zhang beyond measure. One could only say that it was fortunate that this thunderbolt was not locked onto himself. Otherwise, even with his own defense, I'm afraid that the moment this thunderbolt landed, it was still a very serious question as to whether or not one could live. After all, if one looked purely from the strength of this thunderbolt, it was already extremely terrifying. So that's why Ying Zhang's face had changed in this instant. If Jin Yuanzi hadn't already warned him, I'm afraid that Ying Zhang would have already distanced himself from the other party, preventing the energy of this thunderbolt from crashing onto his body. And now Ying Zhang had understood that to rashly speak of this realm's punishment would be to have the supreme divine thunderbolt land with it. This kind of power was so terrifying to the senses that even Ing Zheng wore a scornful look. However, awesome. Just awesome. In the midst of the terrifying thunderstorm, even though Sun Wukong was beaten to the point of having his skin split open, bloodstains continued to appear throughout his entire body. But the faceplate carried a touch of excitement from the bottom of his heart, constantly feeling the thunder that was about to land. As if he was taking a hot bath, the whole person was simply too excited. Seeing this scene, Ing Zheng couldn't even help but twitch the corners of his mouth, a look of helplessness in his eyes. This Monkey King is so abstract, but from this point on, it was already able to show the strength of the other party. After all, even he was incomparably afraid of the thunder. But in the eyes of the Monkey King it was like scratching an itch, and it made him feel very comfortable too. The surrounding Jin Yuanzi and the others, seeing this scene, also flashed a trace of helplessness as they slowly moved over. However, Ing Zheng had already noticed that due to the reason that incomparably terrifying thunder had suddenly descended in their direction, that was why many of the surrounding gods had already distanced themselves from them. But many of them had already gazed in the direction they were in, with a teasing look in their eyes. Meanwhile, in Ing Zheng's ears, the voices of the surrounding gods were constantly heard. As expected of an existence at this level of a great saint, his favorite thing to do every day is to use these thunders as something to help him cultivate. Ha ha ha, to be able to use the supreme divine lightning as a cultivation tool, one can only say that he truly deserves it. Too terrifying, even amongst the ancient gods. I'm afraid that existences that can reach this level are already rare. After all, existences of this level are simply too rare. There's nothing wrong with that. After all, even though today's great sage is said to be only in the middle stage of the Lord God level, his true strength is already able to be compared to the late stage of a Lord God, along with Jin Yuanzi and the others gathering over. Ing Zheng also then heard about Sun Wukong's realm, and a flash of admiration immediately flashed across his eyes as he couldn't help but open his mouth. Mid-Lord God? Exactly. Jin Yuanzi nodded and spoke slowly. The great sage's level has indeed reached the mid-master god stage, except that his true strength is actually far more than that, and is already able to be compared to a late master god. That is, Erlang True Lord's realm, the late stage of Lord God. When he said this, Jin Yuanzi felt Ing Zheng's curious expression and immediately smiled slightly and opened his mouth to explain. As for your majesty's realm today, it should have already reached the mid-Lord God realm, and as with me, and the East Pole Qinghua Emperor, the two of us are now in the realm of. In reality, all of them are at the peak level of Lord God. Chapter 170, Demon God, East Emperor Tai Chi. Ha! As he said this, no matter if it was the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor or Jin Yuanzi, a teasing look flashed by their faces before they couldn't help but sigh and open their mouths. However, the two of us are still too far from entering the realm of a half-step supreme god. If we say that we want to step into that realm, I don't know how many more years of cultivation will be needed. The Lord God realm, every further step requires incomparably terrifying energy. It can be said that it's a heavenly difference in general, and it's very difficult for ordinary people to break through to that step. Upon hearing this, Ing Zheng also nodded his head, flashing a serious look. After all, the existence that could truly step into the supreme god realm, nowadays, when looking at this three worlds, it was only the heavenly court master, and the lord of the Buddhist sect. Other than that, it was that one sealed demon lord. From this, it was possible to see just how difficult it was to reach the true supreme god realm, and even a half-step supreme god realm was incomparably terrifying. After all, just now, when Ing Zheng saw that one demon god, he had already guessed the identity of the other party at last. That's exactly. Jin Yuanzi smiled faintly, as if he was able to penetrate Ing Zheng's heart at this moment, and slowly spoke. That one being is the demon god, East Emperor Tai Chi. Boom! Immediately, in an instant, that incomparably terrifying demon god, as if it seemed to have felt something at that moment, slowly raised its head, its incomparably terrifying eyes gazing at the direction where Ing Zheng was. It was certainly an incomparably terrifying realm, the half-step supreme god realm, the demon god, the emperor of the East. Who's that? In the next moment, Dong Huang Taiyi's body suddenly transformed into a thunderous one, at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the location where the crowd was, his icy eyes scrutinizing Ing Zheng and the others. In his hands, there was already an incomparably blazing, extremely terrifying divine power of the sun that erupted with it. Only, the moment it was about to erupt it was controlled by the other party's palm and didn't fully erupt. But this terrifying might was still hardened, causing the crowd's complexion to change at this moment. One could only say that the strength of this demon god was really particularly terrifying, and when one thought of the other party's name, then it felt even more terrifying. After all, the other party was the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi. At this instant, Ing Zheng also instantly realized why the other party had not been liquidated. One of the very important reasons for this was due to the other party, being the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi. The simple name is already enough to say everything. This East Emperor Tai Chi was the supreme god at the beginning of heaven and earth. In a sense, the other party was even a lord among the gods back in the ancient times, and could be said to be the supreme existence in this heaven and earth. Even among Ying Zhang's speculations, it was possible that the other party was still a former heavenly court master. The two of them, Jin Yuanzi and the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor, slowly walked out at this moment, and the auras that erupted from their bodies were surprisingly not weaker than each other at all at this instant. Even the energy fluctuations between the two sides, in this instant as if they could be separated, intertwined together for a moment to form a certain confrontational might. Even the energy of the Eastern Emperor Tai was still blocked in this instant. Your Excellency. Jin Yuanzi smiled faintly with a smirk in his eyes as he slowly opened his mouth. Please don't misunderstand. We were merely discussing your deeds just now, so we said that we triggered the rules of heaven and earth by chance. Please don't be too concerned. I am very sorry that we will not be reading your honorable name after this. Good. The Eastern Emperor Tai nodded his head with a touch of disdain in his eyes as he casually swept a glance over the crowd. At the same time, it had slowly disappeared after staying on Ying Zhang's body for a second. By the time the other party reappeared, they were already at a great distance away. Seeing this scene, Jin Yuanzi was also relieved and opened his mouth to explain. Your Majesty should have heard many legends about this one, and the reason why this one's honored name was recited after the. One of the very important reasons why he had already been sensed along with it was due to the fact that, in addition to his strength having reached the half-step Supreme God realm, he is the one who once held power over this heavenly court of mine. Upon hearing this, Ying Zhang also reacted instantly and immediately spoke in surprise, saying, it's hard not to. If it is said that if one wants to step into the Supreme God realm, must one control the authority in this heaven and earth, otherwise one cannot step in? As he said this, the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor nodded, a deep color flashing in his eyes. Your Majesty is really very cerebral, and in such a short period of time you have already realized where this problem lies. Just as you thought, if one wants to step into the level of a Supreme God, then the most important thing is to be able to control authority. This level of authority has very high requirements, such as the authority of this heavenly court. When he heard this, Ying Zhang also reacted and instantly understood it all. It was no wonder that as soon as he read the honorable name, this one, the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi, seemed to have sensed something. It turned out that it was due to the fact that the other party had once controlled the authority of the heavenly court, and had once reached the realm of the Supreme God during the ancient times. When he thought of this, Ying Zhang's expression changed, and he suddenly reacted to something. In that case, does that mean that no matter if it's a half-step Supreme God or the Supreme God realm, one would need to at least control authority to be able to step into that realm? Speaking of which, at this time, the thunder and lightning around Sun Wukong had disappeared and slowly walked over. With a touch of relief in his eyes, he smiled and opened his mouth. Back in those days, the two masters of the demon race, those were both once figures who controlled authority, both once stepping into the Supreme God realm. It was that one, Emperor Jun, who even later on, without relying on authority, forced his way into that step and achieved the position of Supreme God. Only the very unfortunate thing is that Di Jun has stayed in the core of the demon race. Nowadays, I'm afraid that Emperor Jun, whose life and death are unknown, whether he can live or not is still a very big question. Just like the missing Yuan Shi Tianzun. As he heard this, Ying Zhang also understood, and a flash of admiration flashed across his eyes. It seemed that in that demonic war back then, both Emperor Jun and the first Heavenly Father had lived and died. Arguably, it may even have fallen. Chapter 171, The King's Mother's Arrival and the King's Majesty. So it is. Upon hearing this, Ying Zhang's eyes then changed, and he instantly understood what happened back then. It seems that in that demon world war back then, in addition to the first Heavenly Father, the same people disappeared. There was also that one demon god, Emperor Jun, and was one of the few gods who had stepped into the Supreme God realm. At the same time, he gradually realized a problem. The gods that disappeared back then might not just be these. This may include, among other things, many unprecedented presences that are just not clear to today's self. Buzz. Just at this time, a violent energy fluctuation suddenly came from the distance. A very violent energy fluctuation. It was as if he was able to collapse heaven and earth for it, completely controlling this space. Immediately afterward, there were 8 figures slowly arriving, and extremely terrifying fluctuations erupted from each of them. Among them, the leader, the whole person transmits a stream of light and color, with a motherly majesty in her look. It was, indeed, that one of the heavenly sovereigns, Queen Mother, who was also the owner of this magic weapon. The moment they saw the other party arrive, all the gods present knelt down at that moment. Each other's eyes carried a touch of respect as they looked towards that figure, and behind the Queen Mother, there were 7 figures dancing, just like the 7 most beautiful women in this world. Heck, the 7 fairies. Ying Zhang was able to feel very clearly that the energy fluctuations that erupted from the 7 immortals were not the least bit weaker than the level of a Lord God. Judging from this one aspect then, the fluctuations around the other party had most likely reached the level of a Lord God as well. Although it was said that it was only the early stage of Lord God, the fact that the 7 immortals by the Queen Mother's side were all able to reach such a level was enough to illustrate some very terrifying things. In the case of kneeling as one of the many gods, Ying Zhang's face was bland and he did not make the slightest move of wanting to kneel. Instead, he gazed closely at the figure of that one Queen Mother, with a teasing look flashing in his eyes. At the same time, the corner of his mouth, in this instant, curled up into a playful smile. It was as if they did not place this one Queen Mother completely in their eyes. Your Majesty. When Jin Yuanzi saw this scene, he was just about to open his mouth to remind Ying Zhang, but he hesitated for a moment after thinking of the other party's identity, and then closed his mouth and didn't remind the other party. After all, with this Ying Zhang's status, he was the master of the earth. Even if he met the true master in the heavenly court, that is, the one Jade Emperor, he was qualified not to kneel. Not to mention the fact that the one who arrived today was only the Queen Mother who had collaborated to carry out the domination, only holding a portion of the authority in her hands, and was barely considered one of the controllers of the heavenly court. Tread. Queen Mother stepped in the void, with a touch of majesty in her entire countenance, and slowly walked to a chair next to the most center chair. Just as he was about to sit down, his afterglow suddenly scanned the direction where Ying Zhang was, and then his face instantly became incredibly cold as he watched Ying Zhang's position. Mainly because of this situation today, all the gods all knelt down at this instant. Only the direction where Ying Zhang was didn't kneel down. This kind of scene was really unimaginable. After all, no matter how you look at it, there's a bit of a crane in there. Ha! Just a short distance away, the demon emperor Dong Huangtai, who saw this scene, couldn't help but curl up a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, and with a touch of disdain, he slowly opened his mouth and said, to actually not kneel in front of the Queen Mother, this one, His Majesty from the earth, really does have a lot of guts. Long before this incident, Dong Huangtai had already discovered the true identity of this Ying Zhang, which is why he didn't intentionally make a move at that time. Otherwise, with the strength and status of the Eastern Emperor Tai, he would have already made his move. To know, facing this one Queen Mother, even if it was the very arrogant and domineering East Emperor Tai Chi inside the usual time. In this situation, neither of them even chose to kneel, although it was said that it was only a mere half kneeling. But it was already enough to illustrate the extent to which the Eastern Emperor Tai was afraid of this one Queen Mother. Tread. The Queen Mother, who was about to sit on top of the throne, slowly walked in this direction with a touch of coldness in her eyes as she faintly opened her mouth. Why don't you kneel in the face of this Queen Mother? Rumble. The moment the Queen Mother arrived, there was immediately an incomparably terrifying thunder that was like rain constantly landing, as if it was even more terrifying than the supreme thunder just now. In only a moment's time it had already pierced through the void, directly shattering everything with it, carrying an extremely terrifying aura. This suffocating sense of oppression, which was only completely manifested in this instant, came from this Queen Mother, or one of the heavenly sovereigns. Feeling this wave of oppression, Jin Yuanzi on one side, forcibly endured this very terrifying pressure, slowly stood up, accompanied by a smile and opened his mouth to say, Queen Mother may not know, but this one is His Majesty from the earth, the one who is the 1,000-year-old Emperor of the earth. Qin Shi Huang Ying Zhang. On the bit, before he could find a reason for Ying Zhang, he was suddenly interrupted by an icy voice. Ha! The Queen Mother sneered, her tone carrying a touch of disdain, not putting Ying Zhang in her eyes in the slightest. What 1,000 ancient emperors? What lords of the earth? To put it bluntly, this fellow is nothing more than a demonic creature that has luckily cultivated to its current realm and has no strengths at all. East Emperor Tai Chi. Where is he? In. At this moment, Emperor Tai slowly stepped out, with a touch of coldness in his eyes, and looked at Ying Zhang, with the divine power of the sun condensing in his hands. A terrifying aura spread continuously at this moment, as if it was capable of destroying heaven and earth. My lord, the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi, is here. Queen Mother nodded her head indifferently, her gaze pointing at Ying Zhang as if she was looking at a mole cricket. Perish, accompanied by the utterance of this one word. At this moment, the face of the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi, all of them then flashed with a touch of playfulness, and the divine power of the sun in his hands became incomparably radiant. Obviously, Dong Huangtai had gotten up a murderous streak and was ready to take action against Ying Zhang, and now this statement from the Queen Mother had clearly given the East Emperor Tai a reason to do so. Stepping, accompanied by Dong Huangtai's step-by-step. Each step caused the void to shatter with it. That was the pressure from the half-step Supreme God realm, as if it could shatter everything, destroying everything in the world. In the face of the terrifying energy fluctuations of the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi, even Ing Zhang felt a slight tremor at this moment. Chapter 172 Heavenly Emperor's Might. Projection. Rumble. The extremely terrifying divine power of the sun erupted with it at this moment, and the temperature of the surroundings rose with it. At this moment, it suddenly came to Ing Zhang's mind that this Dong Huangtai's original body, if he remembered correctly, was the legendary three-legged golden crow. The three-legged golden crow can be said to be a first-class divine beast in heaven and earth, but also an incomparably terrifying demon emperor. As the original body of this East Emperor Tai, just from this alone, one would be able to see just how terrifying in existence the other party was. Coupled with the other party's realm, which had now reached the half-step Supreme God realm, it was simply just one step away from being able to step into that kind of ground. Moreover, according to what they said just now, at one time, the other party had also stepped into the Supreme God realm. However, the corner of Ing Zhang's mouth curled up, facing the terrifying divine power of the sun instead without the slightest fear. With a touch of teasing in his eyes, he faintly opened his mouth. The divine power of the sun. I can only say that it really deserves to be a three-legged golden crow. It really does have a few skills, but the very unfortunate thing is that I have expected that you wouldn't dare to kill me here today. Ha! Hearing this sentence, the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi, who was approaching step by step, at this moment, suddenly changed his face, a look of uncertainty flashing in his eyes. However, it was still quickly concealed, and then immediately afterward, the blazing energy in his hands became even more terrifying as he continued to start approaching towards Ing Zhang. What makes you conclude that I wouldn't dare kill you? Not to mention a party of the Earth's master. Even if you really have that level of the realm, East Emperor Tai Chi can also chop you. Before the words fell, two golden wings had already surfaced behind him. It was like a blazing sun, burning the surrounding space, making the space collapse under the high temperature. Seeing this scene, Sun Wukong and the others, who were already worried about Ing Zhang's danger, could no longer hold back at this moment. Several gods, including Erlangchen, stood up at that instant and directly blocked in front of Ing Zhang, with a look of determination in their eyes. Even though they were all very clear about the strength of the East Emperor Tai, but now they had so many gods here if they were here. They believed that with the strength of the Eastern Emperor Tai wouldn't dare to move them easily. Very good. The corners of his mouth hooked up into a smile as the East Emperor Tai took a look at the deity in front of him who was blocking his way, while there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. It seems that Do Shang Buddha, the East Pole Qinghua Emperor, the ancestor of the Earth Immortals, and our dear Erlangchen Jun all want to hold back this one demonic creature, right? Queen Mother, what do you think should happen? As he said these words, Dong Huangtai's eyes were crimson, as if he might strike at any moment. At the same time, he stared straight at the Queen Mother in the distance, as if he was waiting for the Queen Mother to give an order. As long as the Queen Mother gave the order, he would immediately get rid of these people. The Queen Mother scanned the circle, glanced at Jin Yuanzi and the others, and couldn't help but sigh. Finally, with a slow wave of his hand, he spoke, "Kill them all. If you dare to resist, then you will immediately be on the Three Realms Most Wanted list and be considered an enemy of the Three Realms." Nowadays, although the Earth is said to be out of control, the Heavenly Court is still in control of the Three Realms, which are ultimately the Heavenly Court, as well as the Buddhist sect, and the Sealed Demon Realm. So that once on the Three Realms Wanted, then at that time will face the pursuit of the Three Realms, which is definitely an incomparable terrible thing. After all, that was a wanted notice from the Three Realms, arguably the highest level. As expected, at this instant, the color of Sun Wukong and the others changed, but they still stood firmly in front of Ing Zhang, and did not take the slightest step back. Obviously, at this time, they still chose to stand with Ing Zhang. "Your Majesty." Jin Yuanzi opened his mouth quietly, a touch of panic in his tone as he slowly spoke. This Dong Huangtai, usually inside the categorically impossible to listen to the orders of the Queen Mother. Today may be the two to reach some kind of deal, or maybe it's this East Emperor Tai Chi, who wants to take us and the others after this outing, as a means of establishing authority now. The strength of the East Emperor Tai who really strikes is so terrifying that even if we were to join forces, it would be absolutely impossible for us to be his opponent, not to mention the presence of the Queen Mother, so we can only run for now. In a moment, I will use a special means to take us and teleport us immediately, although it is said that we don't know where we will be randomly teleported to, but it will be better than dying here. When he heard these words, a trace of emotion flashed through Ing Zhang's heart, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. I didn't expect these guys to be so righteous. Just meeting him for a while and forming a good relationship. the other party would dare to defend themselves so much, especially when they were facing the two existences of the Eastern Emperor Tai as well as the Queen Mother. It was important to realize that these two were already considered to be the highest rank in this heavenly court of listening, unless, at this time, there was a slight possibility with the hand of that one heavenly court's true master, being able to allow them to escape the dangers of such a situation is otherwise not at all possible. Tread. At this moment, the East Emperor Tai Chi was stepping forward, and it could be said that he had already displayed his full strength at this moment. It didn't matter if it was the incomparably blazing wings behind him or the golden orbs that had already erupted from his hands. All of them were manifestations of the divine power of the sun, and it was very clear that they wanted to go all out against them. No hurry. Just at this time, there was a sudden arrival of a bright laughter, which seemed to have the dashing gesture of being able to treat this heaven and earth as a chess game. There was an old man with white hair and a crane-haired face with a bright smile stepping in. Heck, it's, Tai Bai Jinxing. This one can be said to be the Jade Emperor's messenger. Weekdays inside the time has been serving the Jade Emperors left and right. At the moment of his arrival, all of the gods present all changed in color. Understanding that the one heavenly sovereign, that is, that Jade Emperor, was about to arrive, Queen Mother let out a cold snort, her tone filled with icy coldness as she opened her mouth. The great white star arrives. I wonder why. Although she had already expected it, the Queen Mother still deliberately went to ask, deliberately coming to inquire about what Tai Bai Jinxing had come for. Buzz. Tai Bai Jinxing smiled faintly, and there was a core of energy in his hands that coalesced with it at this moment, suddenly floating in his hand, followed by a very terrifying energy fluctuation erupting from it. Then in the next instant, there was suddenly a projection that descended on this one area. The moment that projection appeared, in the legend, everyone's faces all changed. It was, indeed, that one true heavenly court sovereign, the legendary Jade Emperor. Chapter 173, a word, a furor, buzz. At the moment that a projection appeared, immediately present at the disappearance of a number of gods all changed in color. At the same time with respect in the eyes instantly kneeled down, including the Dong Huang Tai who had previously knelt halfway down on his knees. He now wore an undisguised look of respect as his entire body completely knelt down on the ground, while his expression held respect. Obviously, all the gods present were incomparably afraid of this one sire, and of all the gods present, just 3 did not kneel. One of them was the Jade Emperor's messenger, Tai Bai Jinxing, and the reason he didn't kneel down was because he needed to hold the energy core in his hands, the need to maintain the stability of this projection, so that did not choose to kneel down, otherwise the stability of this projection would be affected to some extent. And other than that, the people who didn't kneel down were the Queen Mother and this Xinjiang. Ha! The Queen Mother sneered when she saw this scene, with a touch of disdain in her countenance, as if she didn't have a very good relationship with this Jade Emperor. Don't waste your time, East Emperor Tai. Seize the time to do it. The words were not yet spoken. Tread. Dong Huang Tai had already stepped out of his footsteps once more, and the divine power of the sun in his hand then erupted with a terrifying aura. The temperature around them all rose a few points with it, becoming even hotter and scorching. This scene, falling in the eyes of everyone around them, had flashed a flash of surprise. However, this was actually very normal. After all, the East Emperor Tai's strength was already infinitely close to the Supreme God realm, and once upon a time, it was also the legendary Supreme God realm, only due to the loss of power at that time. That's why today's time has fallen to this current state. In Xinjiang's projections, if the other party could once again take control of the power, he would certainly be able to quickly return to that realm, and there was no doubt about it. And wait, unexpectedly, at that very instant, a smirk flashed through the eyes of that one Jade Emperor's projection and gently raised his hand. Gazing in the direction where Xinjiang was, he slowly opened his mouth and said, I don't know why the Queen Mother would move such a big fire, whether it's Sun Wukong and the others, or this one from the earth, Your Majesty, all of them are the mainstay of the heavenly court, or my honored guest. Would it be a bit inappropriate if you treat it with such an attitude? However, upon hearing this sentence, the Queen Mother's complexion was ice cold as she spoke faintly. This demonic creature from the earth, facing my father but not kneeling down, is really damaging to my father's face. With numerous heavenly court powerhouses here, if he doesn't kneel down, wouldn't he be failing to place me in his eyes? It is very obvious that this Queen Mother has not put Xinjiang in her eyes at all. After all, this Xinjiang is just a devil in his eyes. It was a completely disdainful look, especially since this Xinjiang's identity and status was practically a demon on earth, plus his strength was between him and the Queen Mother. It was really too much of a difference, even if he had already stepped into the ancient god level, but compared to this level of existence, it was still too far off, not even on the same level. Knowing that this Queen Mother's realm had already reached the half-step Supreme God realm, It was clear that they were not on the same level as each other anymore. Ha! Hearing the Queen Mother's words, a light smile flashed across the Heavenly Court Sovereign's complexion. Without putting the other party's words in the slightest bit in his eyes, he glanced at the direction where Zhang was and slowly spoke to the crowd. As you may not know, this majesty from the earth, who carries the destiny of the earth in his body, coupled with the fact that nowadays he is the Lord of the earth. So that even in the face of an existence of the level of the Queen Mother, there is a corresponding reason and a corresponding qualification not to kneel down. Otherwise, wouldn't this earth lag behind my heavenly court? As he said this, the Heavenly Court Sovereign clearly revealed a smile. At the same time, he began to laugh up in the air at the surroundings, and in the tone of his voice, seemed to put this one majesty on an equal footing with himself. The numerous gods in the surroundings, hearing this sentence, immediately understood what this Heavenly Court Sovereign meant. It is very obvious that this Heavenly Court Master has a very good attitude towards this Zhang, and it's very clear from the current risks that there is a corresponding relationship between them. Even in front of so many gods, the fact that the other party didn't kneel to the Queen Mother didn't have the slightest effect. Queen Mother didn't open her mouth to argue anymore. After realizing what the Jade Emperor meant, even with her status and position, she didn't dare to stop it. At this moment, one could only snort coldly and speak faintly. In that case, so, let's leave it at that. Ha! Hearing this sentence, the East Emperor Tai Chi, who was just about to make his move, also flashed a cold smile. At the same time, with a tinge of disappointment in his eyes, he withdrew the blazing solar energy in his hand, slowly walking back in that moment, not choosing to continue his hand, or make any moves. After all, the Heavenly Court Sovereign had already spoken out personally, and even the Eastern Emperor Tai, who was the former Heavenly Court Sovereign, wouldn't dare to confront him along with him under these circumstances. Upon hearing these words, Sun Wukong and the others, who originally had tension in their expressions, were now relieved and slowly walked back. In that instant just now, they even felt that their lives were on the line. After all, the gap between them and this one East Emperor Tai Chi was just too great. If they really moved, they weren't even sure that they would be able to get more than 3 rounds in the hands of the other party. This premise was still, if the other party didn't go all out. Zhang nodded his head, his expression still maintaining a blandness, still gazing at that one Heavenly Court Sovereign. His intuition and reason told him that this Heavenly Court Sovereign very clearly did not intend to stop like this, although what the other party had just said sounded as if he had great respect for himself. In reality, Zhang felt a sense of mockery in it. The other party seemed to have a certain amount of malice towards him, though it was said to be if nothing else, but Zhang still felt it. Sure enough, right after the Queen Mother finished speaking, that one Jade Emperor's projection, instead, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile, and in his complexion, with a touch of playfulness, he faintly opened his mouth and said, "Forget it? Oh, it can't just be that. Although it is said that from the position and status you cannot kneel to the Queen Mother, there is a question I need to ask you. When Your Excellency first entered the Heavenly Court, why change the rules of heaven and earth?" Chapter 174, Pak Cam. Ask for an order. Buzz. At this moment, quite a few of the surrounding gods all set off an uproar. They suddenly realized that in their original thoughts this Heavenly Court Master seemed to want to protect this Zhang, but now it seems that this is not the case, and the idea of this Heavenly Court Master seems to be to deal with this Zhang. Especially after uttering those words just now, many people had already set off an uproar. To know that changing the rules of heaven and earth in the Heavenly Court then would mean an unforgivable sin. In fact, if one were to say that changing the rules of heaven and earth rashly, then it would mean that one was nakedly provoking this one Heavenly Court Sovereign. Sure enough, after this Heavenly Court Sovereign had spoken such words, the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi, who had already flashed a look of disappointment, immediately flashed a smile in this instant. Originally, he had thought that there was no chance to kill this Zhang, but now it seems that there is a very new chance, especially since this Heavenly Court Master has already spoken. It was important to know that this one Heavenly Court Lord could be said to be the Lord of the 3 realms nowadays. Even the other party has already said such words, so even if Zhang has a great status and position, with how great aptitude, even with an earthly lord, such a bit must die. Zhang also didn't expect that all of this actually didn't deviate particularly much from what he had expected, and the corners of his mouth spread a cold smile as he couldn't help but open his mouth. I was in and out of this Heavenly Court at that time, and due to the suppression of the rules of heaven and earth around me, so to speak, under these circumstances, having no choice but to come and change the rules of the surrounding heaven and earth so as to gain a way out. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the rules of heaven and earth in this Heavenly Court will directly suppress me. Although Zhang knew very well that there were other directions or other paths to enter this Heavenly Court, he still chose that path at that time. The surrounding Jin Yuanzi and the others also had their complexions changed. Had he ever thought that this heavenly court sovereign would actually come to strike against them at such a critical moment? It was important to know that in general, even if one changed the rules of the heavens and earth around this one, but that only nominally belonged to being in a provocation. But if it was said that this heavenly court sovereign did not choose to pursue the matter, then there was nothing at all. According to normal circumstances, this heavenly court sovereign would not pursue this matter at all. But it also didn't occur to me that not only does the other side now very much want to pursue this matter, there was also a hint of coldness in his tone, and it was very clear that he wanted to kill Ing Zhang. Yes? That one heavenly court sovereign had an icy coldness within his face as he slowly spoke. Although it is true that you had your reasons first, but according to the laws of the heavenly court, it is a capital offense to change the rules of heaven and earth in a rash manner. What do you think I should do with you after you commit a capital offense? At this moment, the eyes of all the gods present converged on Ing Zhang, waiting for an answer, to see exactly how the other side is supposed to respond to such a scene. After all, no matter how you look at it, this scene can be said to be an unimaginable dead end for Ing Zhang, and if you don't get it right, you'll probably die right here, especially, now that it's totally a capital offense. It doesn't look like there's any wiggle room at all. Ing Zhang's face was calm, not at all becoming a bit flustered by the current situation, but instead, facing the heavenly sovereign's reply, he opened his mouth indifferently. Just change your rules of heaven and earth. So what? Now that Great Qin has been transformed into the earth, there is no place under the sky that is not the king's land, and there is no place that is not the king's subject, even if it's the rules of the heavenly court. So what? All of a sudden, these words directly caused an uproar around them, and countless gods all flashed a flash of surprise at this instant. This time, he didn't expect this Ing Zhang to be so rigid. In the face of this heavenly court sovereign and the other party's rebuke, there was not the slightest hint of an apology. Instead, they were not humble, and even spoke the words that there is no king's land under the sky. These words, in a sense, could be said to be treasonous in the face of this heavenly court sovereign. What a universal land! At this instant, the Eastern Emperor Taichi could no longer hold back his killing aura, and the divine power of the sun in his hands had erupted with it. The incomparably blazing sun energy converged and slowly stepped forward. Each step seemed to be able to burn space, converging the incomparably terrifying three-legged golden crow energy. Today, the Eastern Emperor Taichi, it's about to behead this devil here. However, just at the moment when East Emperor Taichi was about to strike, there was no thought. The heavenly court sovereign unexpectedly changed his face in this instant, flashing a light smile, and instead of getting angry, he revealed a smile. The thing that made everyone unexpected was that the heavenly court sovereign actually smiled gently, with a completely different attitude from when he was originally there. You are very right. Under the sky, there is no one who is not a king, and there is no one who is not a king in the rate of the land. In that case, the death penalty is waived. But this living sin is hard to escape, although there was still a living sin in it. This one exemption from the death penalty really made the surrounding gods all incredibly surprised. They were very clear about this heavenly court sovereign, who could be said to be cold and unrelenting inside normally, and could even be said to be iron-blooded in his methods to a certain extent. Anyone who dared to defy or disrespect him would simply be destroyed with it without him having to do anything. There is no wiggle room and no way to survive. Thanks a lot. Ing Zhang still had a nonchalant attitude and a bland expression on his face. After all, he had predicted from the very beginning that this heavenly court sovereign would not be able to actually make a move against himself. Otherwise in his position. Then true, it's a bit of a big bully. As for this living sin, the heavenly court sovereign smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping toward the many gods as he spoke with a light smile. Why don't we just take advantage of the opening of this peach festival and have a match to help with the fun? I wonder which of the gods is able to help out at this moment for my father. Hearing this sentence, quite a few of the surrounding gods, all of them were whispering. Buzz. East Emperor Taichi's eyes flashed with a flash of anticipation, clenching his palms tightly, and at this instant there was immediately a very hot aura that erupted along with it. It was very clear that he wanted this moment to strike. The moment he was about to strike. Suddenly, a light laughter came from the surroundings, and it was definitely Qingfu Zhangshan Bo Jian, who was kneeling on the ground at the moment and opened his mouth. My lord, Bakan, please. Chapter 175 Battle Against Seal of Gods, Yao Qi. At the moment when Bo Jian asked for orders, the whispering voices in the room came to an abrupt end. Quite a few people, all of them changed their complexion, seemingly realizing a certain point of things. I'm afraid this whole thing today was no accident. Rather, from the very beginning, it had been under the control of this heavenly court sovereign. After all, there were many people who knew very well that Pekin belonged to His Majesty's faction. So at this moment, since this Bo Jian has already opened his mouth, It means that this Bo Jian has been on Ing Zhang's side from the very beginning. It seemed that all of this, from the very beginning, was most likely the layout of this heavenly court sovereign. In this regard, Ing Zhang can also be said to have some guesses, and there is a lot of evidence that can prove it, only that he did not expect. The thing is, I can't believe it was Kashiwagi who made the move. I'm afraid that the other party hadn't thought of one thing, and that was that he had not only broken through to a Lord God in such a short period of time, but had also reached the middle stage of Lord God, with a strength of his level, not to mention Park Jian. Even if it was an existence of a higher level, he wouldn't be afraid in the slightest, and he would dare to fight even an opponent at the late stage of Lord God. Yoon. Regarding the layout he had already laid down long ago, this heavenly court sovereign could be said to be quite satisfied, and at this moment, with a bashful smile, he faintly opened his mouth and said, "If that's the case, then let the Qing Fu Zhengshan, Bo Jian, come and compete with this earthly emperor, and give a good boost to this peach extravaganza in the north and south today." It's not very damaging, but it's extremely insulting to have an earthly emperor come to cheer him up for the Peach Fest. In a sense, there was no regard for Ing Zhang at all. However, Ing Zhang didn't care about that at the moment. He knew very well that a single Bo Jian was not his opponent at all. Even if it was, the gods in the god sealing list, with all of them in action, were not his opponent at all. After all, he still held the god striking whip in his hand. As soon as he thought of this, Ing Zhang suddenly brightened up and thought of a good idea. If anything, he hadn't realized it at the time before this. Now he was perfectly capable of coming in and making a fool of his opponent by taking him in about to cheer him up. Anyway, with the god striking whip in his hands, even if the 365 righteous gods were to strike together, with the god striking whip in his hands, they would definitely be no match for him. For this, Ing Zhang can be said to be very confident. So, at this moment, he smiled slightly and then spoke. "I think that if only Qing Fu Zhengshan alone, then it's a bit too little, and in the face of this Peach Fest, and if you have to cheer for the Celestial Master, I think the words of the Golden Crystal Artist are a bit too few, so how about adding a little more?" Hearing this sentence, quite a few of the surrounding gods all changed their complexion, although they were able to perceive that Ing Zhang's strength level had reached the middle stage of Lord God. But even if he had reached this level of strength, facing a single Park Jian was already quite stressful. After all, Qing Fu Zhengshan Bo Jian's level of strength had likewise reached the mid-stage of Lord God. They were at the same level as Ing Zhang, and were not particularly different from each other. It was even a little bit more solid than Ing Zhang's realm, so it was a little bit more terrifying on the surface. It was because of this consideration that the many gods felt so confident in Pekan, and therefore felt very arrogant about Ing Zhang's words later on. Oh, within the eyes of the heavenly court sovereign, a flash of interest flashed through his eyes as he opened his mouth with a slight smile. "I wonder how much your excellency intends to add. Is it difficult to add just one?" The moment. Ing Zhang smiled indifferently and spoke slowly. "Not much. I have always heard that the strength of the gods on the list of sealed gods is horrible. Is the mainstay of this heavenly court, has an extremely significant responsibility. Not long ago, also had the chance to fight with the Lord of the 8 Departments. So, I want to, today, challenge the God Sealer." When these words came out, in a flash, the surrounding gods created a furor. A little bit. Is that really a little bit? Challenging the gods of the entire God Sealing list, that was 365 positive gods, even if the main god existence among them was just one person, Park Jian. But a god of this level was far from an existence that Ing Zhang alone could deal with. After all, more ants could bite an elephant, especially since the gap between a proper god and a main god was very large though. However, it hadn't reached this level of disparity either. So to say that under these circumstances, Ing Zhang was dealing with 365 righteous gods on his own was simply delusional, not to mention whether or not he could defeat Park Jian. Simply taking on 365 positive gods was already enough for him to drink a pot of water. Therefore, many people think that this Ing Zhang is clearly arrogant. We can't say that he alone can still win against the righteous gods of our God Seal list, right? If that was true, at the very least, his strength should have reached the later stages of the Lord God level. Otherwise, I'm afraid that by that time, the divine power, all of it, would have been consumed to nothing. Bo Jian snorted coldly, a touch of disdain in his eyes as he spoke faintly. "Your Excellency, you are not too wild. 365 positive gods of the sealed god list. This level of formation is not an existence that you, a tiny demonic creature, can defeat. I advise you to die. Don't make a fool of yourself in front of the heavenly court master." However, the distant heavenly court sovereign, after hearing these words, instead of blaming them, flashed a light smile and spoke faintly. "Pachinko, since the emperor from this one on earth has made such a request, then you might as well agree to it. Anyway, even if you win, It's not a loss for you, right? And it's not like you guys are outnumbering each other when he's the one who initiated things. Obviously, this Jade Emperor very much approved of Ing Zhang's idea of challenging the god sealing list. Bakken gritted his teeth and finally sighed as he opened his mouth. In that case, then don't blame us for bullying the few with the many. Your Excellency, we, the gods of the sealed god list, are offended. At that moment, everyone wore a tinge of anticipation as they waited for the sealed god list gods to make their move. After all, they could be said to be very clear about what a grand scene would occur in the event that so many gods of the god sealers list were to work together. Chapter 176 One Finger. Dueling Arena. Yao Qi. Yes. The corners of the heavenly court sovereign's mouth curled up as a smile of excitement surfaced on his face and he slowly spoke. It's been many years since we've seen such a spectacle. Challenging the god sealers list. It's really something that's never happened before. Truly worthy of being an emperor from the earth. He has really done what no one has done before or since. And that alone is very good. If that's the case, then this honored one will offer you a condition accordingly. Buzz. Before the words fell, that one heavenly court sovereign, at this moment, the corner of his mouth hooked, followed by his palms slowly lifting toward the front. The moment he raised his palm, there seemed to be energy patterns that began to emerge out of thin air, one after another, in the void. The Queen Mother in the distance, after seeing this scene, her complexion then turned cold. Although it was said that he was the master of the heavenly court, no matter what, this Yao Qi today was still in the hands of the Queen Mother. But this Jade Emperor was so blatantly changing the rules of heaven and earth, and right in the middle of this divine artifact of the Queen Mother, changing the rules of this heaven and earth under his control. This type of behavior, for him, is nothing short of naked provocation. Only the Queen Mother knew very well that even in the case of her own intervention, she could not change the situation. After all, one's own strength compared to this heavenly court sovereign was just too far off. That is, the supreme god realm. The gap between a half-step supreme deity and a supreme deity was, in a sense, a heavenly difference in general. Although it was said that there was only one step, that step could be said to be a heavenly rift. Wanting to step out of that step, even if it is as the Queen Mother who holds some of the power, there is little possibility. Unless, the Queen Mother will one day be able to wield total authority. If at all, even a loser would be able to step into that realm with ease. It is for this reason that it is said that for so many years there has been an antagonistic situation between the two sides. Existences such as Pai Jian basically belonged to the Jade Emperor school, and as in the case of the Eastern Emperor Tai, there are some fewer gods that belong to the Queen Mother school. There can be a very deep difference between these two factions, while being completely different. Just as the Queen Mother was thinking, the surroundings had changed dramatically, as building after building rose out of thin air. Rumble. In just a moment's time, there was this incomparably luxurious-looking dueling arena that followed. At the same time, there was one building after another inside this dueling arena, covering a very large area. It could be said to have directly wrapped half of the entire Yao Qi. Such a large distance could be said to have been enough to accommodate a very intense battle. Moreover, it was due to the Jade Emperor himself casting it, so it was said that this dueling arena had a very high degree of hardness and the associated energy tolerance. Countless gods looked at this scene with a look of awe in their eyes, and many of them had already opened their mouths in admiration, all with disbelief. After all, it was the equivalent of building a dueling arena out of thin air. This kind of miracle-like existence, even if one looked at the many Lord gods present, those who were able to do this were very rare, and could even be said to be few and far between. In a way, this even meant that a small world had been constructed out of thin air. Tread. As Ing Zhang and Bo Jian slowly stepped into the dueling arena, all the gods appeared to move at that moment and came to the audience of the dueling arena. Many gods had a look of anticipation in their eyes, looking forward to the next outcome of this battle. Only for the thing that they hadn't expected to happen was, all of this, it's just beginning. Accompanied by the duo stepping into the arena, the battle between the two sides had already touched off at this moment as well. Bo Jian's complexion was ice cold, with a touch of disdain in his eyes, and in this instant, he exploded his full strength. A very terrifying energy fluctuation, one after another, was released with it. Buzz. The moment his energy fluctuation was released, it immediately destroyed the numerous buildings around him, an extremely terrifying fluctuation that made everyone's complexion change. Mid-Lord God, and even to a certain extent, were close to the strength of a late Lord God. This was the strength of this Qing Fu Zhengxian Bo Jian, as well as a manifestation of his very terrifying combat power. It was important to realize that on weekdays inside, he possessed a very terrifying combat power, and at one time, his fighting strength, too, had once already reached a very terrifying point. Many people are very clear. He once followed Emperor Xianyuan to conquer the four directions, And even at that time in Qi Yu had a battle. It was clear to many that back then, that great battle was actually a human realm encounter, but it actually had numerous gods intervening in it as well. One of the most obvious is that one demon god, Qi Yu. This demon god, Qi, had once displayed very terrifying strength, but in this case, Bo Jian was still able to serve as a general under Xian Yuan, and this demon god Qi Yu once had a very fierce battle. Such a thing was really shocking to many people, and at the same time, they also understood that the combat power of this Qingfu Zhengxian Bo Jian was in a way not the least bit weaker than that of an ordinary lord god. Plus, Bo Jian sneered and opened his mouth while displaying his very terrifying strength. Since you wanted to fight with the gods among our sealed god list when you were just now, I'll fulfill your wish now. The moment his words had not yet fallen, a trail of silhouettes appeared in the surroundings, each of them erupting with extremely terrifying energy fluctuations. The moment these figures appeared, the energy fluctuations around them all galvanized with them. Among them, the leader was clearly the lord of the 8 ministries, and besides them, there were numerous gods left, all of which were in the god sealing list, including Qingfu Zhengxian Bo Jian. There were a total of 365 gods, all of whom were already among them, and each of them was a very terrifying existence. Demons from the earth. Bo Jian smiled icily, with a touch of playfulness in his eyes as he gazed at Ying Zhang, who was bland in the distance. Now that the entirety of the gods on the god sealing list have arrived, how should you respond at a time like this? Don't tell me to just kneel down and surrender now. Now, it's long overdue, though it is true that in the presence of the Jade Emperor, and so many of the gods of the heavenly court, I can't just kill you directly here outright, but I can torture you guys to the extreme. Chapter 177 God Enclosure List Gods, Gathering, Dueling Grounds. The surrounding people, such as Jin Yuanzi, all had a tense look in their eyes as they closely watched the interior of the dueling arena. While being very worried about Ying Zhang's safety and concerned about this battle, they were all very worried about the outcome of this battle. Although it is said that in this battle, no matter what, the probability is that Ying Zhang will not die, but he will definitely be tortured and suffer very great humiliation. The key problem was that the opponent that Ying Zhang was facing now was the entire God Sealer. The group of gods in the sealed god list were highly cooperative with each other, while having extremely terrifying strength. As in the case of an existence of the level of the Lord of the 8 divisions, it was already close to the Lord God level in terms of the level of strength, and aside from them, there was also the existence of a mid-lord god of the level of Park Jian. Such a configuration of strength can be said to be very difficult to match in the case of an average person. Wait! Suddenly, Erlangshan's eyes changed as he looked towards the sealed god list gods. There were some characters that suddenly appeared, immediately causing a flash of surprise to cross his face. Those people are. He had this look on his face, as if there were some terror-level existences among the many gods on the god sealing list that made him feel very surprised. Jin Yuanzi nodded inside, a tinge of sadness in his eyes. Just as you suspected. This time when the god sealers gather, naturally they won't be missing. It's clear that this time, Kashiwa Kan, is clearly planning to turn this one thing into a very big thing. When the surrounding crowd heard this sentence, their complexions all changed with it, becoming extremely ugly. It seems that this time, facing this battle, Ying Zhang is really in a bad way. Dueling grounds. Ying Zhang looked at the distance, where several unfamiliar figures had suddenly appeared, the corner of his mouth curling up into a playful smile. It seems that this time, in order to deal with me, you guys really did play your cards right. Even the gods of the sealing list who have not been out in the world for a long time. Surprisingly, it's all converged already. Even Ying Zhang had already keenly sensed that amongst these groups of gods, there was very obviously a very terrifying aura coming from them. These auras in which there were only a few of them. Sure, Ying Zhang had never felt the aura before this time. At the same time, he had already guessed what was going on. Bo Jian let out a cold smile, a look of confidence in his eyes as he spread his palms toward the back. That's right. The Lord of the 8 ministries I sent out before this was indeed very powerful in terms of strength, but in that situation at that time, it was merely the stronger ones under the Lord God, whereas what's unfolding in front of you today is the entire sealed god list. Among them, naturally, are some strong people you can hardly imagine. E.g., everyone, release the breath. The moment his words hadn't even fallen, the surroundings immediately possessed several figures that slowly stepped forward. Along with this step of theirs, an instant later, the surrounding energy fluctuated. Tread. With each step, it was as if they were able to shatter space, causing countless spaces to shatter with them. Immediately after that, there were 6 figures that stepped out in this instant, and it was very obvious that these 6 figures, every single one of them was not an ordinary person, and on their bodies, they all exuded very terrifying energy fluctuations. This level of energy fluctuation made even the surrounding gods look and feel extremely surprised, Because, heck, they were all at the early stages of Lord God. There was even an existence amongst them that had actually reached the middle stage of Lord God, just like Bo Jian. Come on. Bai Jian smiled slightly, with a touch of confidence in his countenance, spreading his palms toward the back, pointing at these 6 of his men, and speaking very proudly. This is the depth of my God Sealer, and the terrifying gods of my God Sealer. First, there's the god of the 5 mountains, Eastern Yutai Shan Tian Qi Rin Sheng Emperor, Huang Fei Hu, Nanhua Hangshan City and Jiaosheng Emperor, Chong He Hu, Zhong Yue Sonsan Zhongtian Chongsheng Emperor, 1 higher, Northern Yu Hangshan and Tian Xiansheng Emperor, Chui Ying, Western Yu Washan Golden Sky Wishing Saint Emperor, Jiang Xiong, Tread. At this moment, there were 5 figures, stepping out in front, with a touch of respect in their faces, kneeling down to Bo Jian at this moment. God of the 5 mountains, greet the Qing Fu Zhangshen. Each figure on their bodies had a very terrifying energy erupting along with it, and at the same time, they all had a mountainous figure on their bodies. That was all the incomparably terrifying energy given to them by the divine mountain they represented. Ying Zhang could clearly feel that their energy fluctuations were all extremely terrifying, and to a certain extent, they had already stepped into the mid-Lord God level. This level of hierarchy, even if it was placed in this heavenly court, it was already considered a top-level existence in the heavenly court. If it was placed in a small world, it would have been able to become the overlord of that small world. This kind of level of existence was only a god in the god ceiling list, and from this, one could see the horror of it. However, it is clear that it is not over yet, especially with a touch of arrogance in Bo Jian's eyes. He spoke faintly. Next, that's right, the leader of the 3 mountains, the righteous god Bing Linggong, Huang Tianhua. Rumble. The words did not fall. There is a handsome young man slowly stepped out, holding 2 handles of 8-pronged bright silver hammer. Erupted a terrifying energy fluctuations. Randomly a hammer went down surprisingly 10,000 pounds of weight. The energy fluctuations that erupted from him were even more terrifying than all the gods before him. Although it was still a little bit worse than Bo Jian, purely from the energy level, his strength had already stepped into the middle stage of Lord God. At this level of strength, he was on the same level and status as Ying Zhang. Many people had been surprised when they saw this figure, and at the same time, they had all remembered the identity of this one Huang Tianhua. He was originally the son of King Wucheng Huang Feihu, as well as the first disciple of the Hierophant Qingshu Dao Tianzuan, one of the 4 great vanguards under Jiang Zia. Since young, he has been following his master's cultivation. A force then horrible, can be said to have the courage of 10,000 people. In terms of strength can be said to be incomparable horror. Seeing this scene, Jin Yuanzi sighed as if he had thought of something. With that, Jin Yuanzi smiled faintly and spoke blandly. Pity. Back then, after the battle of sealing the gods, Zhang Taigong traveled around the heavenly court for a few days before the Demon Realm War broke out, and in the midst of one of the Demon Realm Wars back then, he disappeared with it. If he's still alive, he will definitely not let Bo Jian take control of the god sealing list and lead so many gods at the same time. Chapter 178 Beating God Whip, Out of This World. Exactly. Erlangshan clasped his hands in his arms. His eyes flashed with a touch of depth as he spoke faintly. Just by virtue of a paikan. If not for the absence of Jiang Taigong, it would have been impossible for a person of his stature to rule over the gods. And, to put it bluntly, nothing more than a traitor to the Lord. Even the son Wukong on one side nodded his head, a flash of disdain in his eyes. It was very clear that they were both very unfavorable towards Bo Jian. If Jiang Taigong hadn't been absent, such a god as the seal of the gods wouldn't have been under his command at all. This would have been an established fact as well as a thought in the minds of many. Only after that demon world war back then, Jiang Taigong had disappeared, while never being seen again, just like the disappeared Yuan Shi Tianzun and the others, so that in this case, the gods were unable to find any traces of them, so they could only temporarily have the Qingfu Jingxin Bo Jian to lead the gods on the sealing list. However, in reality, many gods really didn't have any good feelings towards this Pai Jian. After all, this Pai Jian, no matter whether it was in terms of talent or ability, compared to Jiang Taigong, it was far too poor. This Paikan is merely a villain who relies on luck to get to the top, and Paikan realizes this very clearly. So it was in this case that it became the Jade Emperor's faction that did not stand with the Queen Mother, because he knew very well that he could not take the side of the Queen Mother, and a being such as the Jade Emperor could just fulfill his needs. On the contrary, instead of being able to satisfy his needs, an existence like the Queen Mother would even pose a certain obstacle to him, and he would be ostracized to a certain extent when the time came. And now in this dueling arena, the Woyue Zhangxin and also Huang Tianhua surfaced. His eyes immediately flashed with a touch of self-confidence, just like a small man's triumph, and he slowly spoke to Ying Zhang. You didn't expect it either, did you? That I was actually able to gather out so many gods. This is the depth of the seal god ranking as well as the strength of the seal god ranking, which I'm afraid ordinary people don't have at all. A mere Huang Tianhua is enough to give you a good fight. Even you may not be a match for Huang Tianhua, plus one of this god and so many gods behind this god. Under these circumstances, you are simply no match for us. I advise you to surrender earlier. In this way I can still give you a face if you follow up. Otherwise the majesty of this so-called earthly emperor of yours will be lost. On the bright side, there is naturally nothing wrong with what he said. After all, whether it was Huang Tianhua, whose strength was very close to that of Bo Jian, and the Wuyuai Zhang Shen behind him, all of them were at the Lord God level of strength hierarchy. Now, Ying Zhang has only just entered the middle stage of the Lord God's strength, so there is a very big gap between them in this situation. Even for an existence like Ying Zhang, I'm afraid it would be very difficult to bridge this gap. All the gods, at this moment, had realized this. Even that one heavenly court sovereign flashed a deep color, very clearly having judged this point. Many of the surrounding gods were watching this scene with a touch of mockery in their eyes. They were very much looking forward to seeing the next scene where Ying Zhang lost this battle. And just now, Ying Zhang was too arrogant. Plus he had arguably angered the Queen Mother as well as the Jade Emperor at the same time. It could be said to have offended two major factions in the heavenly court at once. With the exception of some free faction gods, all the remaining gods had become hostile to Ying Zhang at this moment. Ying Zhang gazed at this scene with a deep color in his eyes, while the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile as he opened his mouth. It seems that it's really as I expected, that after Zhang Taigong disappeared into thin air, he actually allowed a fellow like you to take control of the God Sealers list. If you put it this way, it really makes people feel very ironic, just by virtue of a character like you still being able to control the God Sealing list. It's really just a big joke. Even if you were to replace Huang Tianhua to take control it would be too much better than you. Long before this time, Ying Zhang knew very well that after the end of the God Sealer, Zhang Taigong has disappeared and there is no Zhang Taigong's name among the names on the list of gods. Ying Zhang had actually already guessed about this point, and now he understood it when he saw this scene. It turns out that Zhang Taigong disappeared that year, and the list of gods naturally fell into the hands of this Qingfu Zhangshan Bo Jian, and he could be said to be the highest level of existence among the 365 positive gods, but in reality he had no qualifications for command. Except that it was due to the disappearance of Zhang Taigong's disappearance that he was said to have such qualifications for command. If Zhang Taigong came back, then if a character like him wanted to command qualifications, it would definitely be an impossible thing. Moreover, Ying Zhang knew very well that the most important things in the so-called God Sealing list were the God Striking Whip and the God Sealing list. Now that the God Striking Whip is in his own hands, the God Sealing list has disappeared. In a sense, he himself was even more qualified than this Paijian to rule over these deities in the God Sealing list. Comparatively speaking, on the contrary, it is this Paikan who is a bit of a misnomer. Hearing these humiliating words from Ying Zhang, it was a great shame for Bo Jian, who felt as angry as ever. This was the first time that someone had directly exposed such an unqualified thing about him in front of so many people, under a public forum. Although it was said that he was very clear that he really didn't have any qualifications to be able to control these gods, but he was also very clear that he had to take control. Otherwise, he would not be able to climb to an even more terrifying realm at all. For him to be in control of these sealed gods nowadays was simply something he could not give up. Even if time Zhang Taigong came back by then, he wasn't going to give up on sealing the gods anymore. It was only that he had always had a fear within him, a great fear that others would mention this matter in front of many people, which would also make him feel that he had lost face. And now that Ying Zhang had directly brought it up in front of so many people, this matter instantly caused him to burst into a rage, feeling incomparably angry. At this moment, Bo Jian snorted coldly, a touch of anger in his tone. Do it! All the gods on the God Sealing list, line up! While he was giving orders, Ying Zhang was not idle, and had a playful look in his eyes. At the same time, with a touch of coldness in his countenance, he slowly pulled out that one God Striking Whip from his bosom. Since it was a very long distance away, it was said that Bo Jian and the others didn't even see this weapon of his. Even if you see it, I'm afraid you'll feel incredulous. After all, the God Striking Whip has all but disappeared for a long time. Chapter 179, Pak Kan. Kneel down for me. Buzz. In Ying Zhang's hand, a cool whip-like existence was glowing. At this moment, this one was releasing an unparalleled radiance as it struck the God Whip in its hands. This one striking God's Whip used to be Zhang Taigong's weapon back in those days, and the main function of the God Beating Whip is that it can command many gods, especially the many gods on the God Feuding list. With one whip, all the gods in the God Sealing list needed to kneel down. Even to a certain extent, they didn't dare to give birth to any resistance at all. As long as the god striking whip appeared, then they would have to obediently submit. This was the rule from the god striking whip, and it was also the rule in this heaven and earth. This rule was something that was simply impossible to remove unless an existence at the level of a supreme god made a move. That is to say, unless an existence of the heavenly court sovereign's level stepped in. Otherwise it would simply be impossible to eliminate the rules therein. After all, this one striking god's whip came from Taoism back in the day. A god seal, a god striking whip. Between these two, they were capable of exerting unimaginable power when they cooperated with each other. Only today's time, along with the disappearance of Zhang Taigong, this set of sealing list has disappeared. Now in the hands of Bo Jian, that list of gods is just a virtual list, and actually does not have much of a role to play. It is only able to play a part of the role, and as such an existence as the whip of the god, but the real whip of the god. Under such circumstances, it can be said that Ying Zhang is supposed to be the ruler of this group of gods. As long as the god striking whip appeared, then all the beings present would need to kneel down with it at that moment. This was from the rules of heaven and earth within it, and from the highest command. The moment the god striking whip appeared, a deep color flashed in the eyes of everyone present. With their eyes, they were naturally able to see that it was a whip-like shape. After all, with their deity-level eyesight, if they wanted to see this god striking whip, then it would simply be a breeze. But they didn't know exactly what kind of weapon this whip was. If I remember correctly, within Shen Yuanzi's eyes, a deep color flashed with a touch of doubt. According to the information gathered during the battle, the weapon used by Ying Zhang should be the Taiye sword. Why does the present time actually appear to have changed and become a whip? Is this whip also said to be a divine weapon? They said that they could feel that this whip didn't seem too ordinary though. However, it was found that this whip did not seem to emit any energy fluctuations at all like a divine weapon. After all, very terrifying artifacts would normally erupt with very terrifying energy fluctuations. There were even some divine artifacts that would carry some Tao rhythms, but this divine artifact didn't have a rhythm in it, and it didn't erupt with the slightest fluctuation of energy. It looked just like an ordinary whip. There was nothing unusual about it. A deep color flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes. For some reason, he felt that this whip seemed somewhat familiar, but didn't think of it. This is also a very normal thing. After all, back in the day, although Zhang Taigong said that he had once used this one to beat the god whip, but very few of them should have been seen, and all have been so long apart. That's why it's said that many people can no longer remember exactly what this beatific whip looks like. Therefore they didn't quite understand this one striking God's whip, exactly what it was like. And back in those days when that demon world war, although it was said that Sun Wukong had once participated in it, that's why it says remember some details, and that's why it looks more familiar to this beatific whip. But he also didn't remember that this one was the one that Zhang Taigong had used to beat the god's whip back in those days. There is also a very critical issue that lies in the fact that many people don't associate this one whip with ginger. After all, it was able to conjure up the idea that in Ying Zhang's hands there would actually be that magic weapon of Zhang Taigong. This is simply unbelievable. After all, the whip of beating God will generally only be used by Zhang Taigong. Other people simply cannot use. This is the characteristic of the god striking whip and has always been the rule of this god striking whip. It is because of this very crucial reason that it is said that normally this beatific whip is not used by other people. So that means they don't even associate that aspect anymore. Ha! With a touch of mockery in his eyes, Bo Jian looked towards the whip in Ying Zhang's hands, and couldn't help but shake his head as he spoke faintly. What is that one broken whip of yours? Is it hard to believe that this one broken whip is your weapon? Not too long ago, he had personally seen this Ying Zhang and the Lord of the Eight Ministries fight. At that time, the weapon that I saw with my own eyes was a sword, and now of all times this one master sword seemed to have disappeared, and with it was actually replaced by a whip. It puzzled him a bit, but still with a touch of mockery. After all, it seemed to him that this whip wasn't anything particularly terrifying, and didn't emit any terrifying energy fluctuations. Ying Zhang smiled blandly, a touch of blandness flashing through his eyes, and did not react to the other party's words. It looked like it didn't even bother to explain. Where this whip came from. After all, in his eyes, the moment he had taken out this god-striking whip, this one Pai Jian and the gods on the god seal list present in the room were already like henchmen in his eyes. In a way, this god-striking whip possessed absolute dominance, and even those of them did not have any room for resistance. As long as he used this whip, then they would obediently submit with it. Hey! Bo Jian's eyes were ice cold, and when he saw that Ying Zhang didn't pay any attention to him, a flash of displeasure immediately flashed across his eyes, and then he couldn't help but open his mouth and say, I asked you a question. What the hell was that whip? There was a touch of impatience in his eyes, and he very desperately wanted to know what kind of thing that braid in Ying Zhang's hand was, and why it looked so peculiar. Ying Zhang smiled faintly, with a touch of indifference in his eyes, and then he swung the whip in his hand. In this instant there was a wave of energy that began to be injected into it along with this one whip. Park View. Give me. Kneel down at once. Chapter 180. When the whip of the beating god comes out, all the gods kneel down. Buzz. While Ing Zhang spoke out such words, all the gods around him flashed a flash of shock. They even wondered if Ing Zhang was out of his mind, actually asking Bo Jian to kneel down for him, which was simply unimaginable. It was important to realize that the two of them were now rivals, and even if they weren't rivals, there was no way that Bo Jian would kneel. After all they honored was the heavenly sovereign, not this one earthly sovereign, even if, in a certain way, each and every realm lord in the three realms were all existences of equal caliber. But to them, this one earthly lord was like a mole cricket. At this moment, in the distance, a flash of disdain flashed through the eyes of the East Emperor Tai, and immediately afterward, he opened his mouth to the middle of the dueling arena. Are you out of your mind? What kind of status do you think you are, to make Paikin kneel down to you? It's simply an impossible thing to do, and in a way, just by you, you're not even a match for them at all. Right. In saying that, the Queen Mother, who gently sipped a mouthful of tea on one side, also flashed a touch of cold color in her eyes, and looked squarely at the middle of the dueling arena and opened her mouth to say, if you feel like you're going to fail, then hurry up and surrender, lest you suffer some physical pain when the time comes. It was very obvious to the Queen Mother that this Ing Zhang was obviously bluffing, thinking that he could no longer defeat this Bo Jian. That's why such a strategy of getting the other party to kneel down under such circumstances was simply a joke in their eyes. After all, the gods of the god ceiling list are not little cuties. How could they suddenly kneel down? Even the many seal god ranking deities in the rear, especially the 5 Yuezhing deities, and Huang Tianhua, similarly wore a touch of mockery on their faces at this moment as they opened their mouths. Exactly. If you say you think you're about to lose, then grab your ass and surrender. We can still let you suffer a little less when the time comes, or else you'll suffer a lot when the time comes. Don't you cry your eyes out. You don't think of this place as the kind of backward place you have on earth. What a joke. You don't think Sifuku Masami and Kashiwagi would kneel down for you, do you? When he said this, all of the seal god ranking deities present all flashed a loud laughter. It was very obvious that, in their opinion, Ing Zhang's words were simply unrealistic. It was due to this reason that it was said that they had already opened their mouths to taunt Ing Zhang. However, no one in the room noticed that Park Jin's knees were already slightly bent, as if he was under some kind of very great pressure. It was very likely that he would directly kneel down in this instant. And the most crucial thing was that from just now he could be said to have not said a single word. Right at this moment, Ing Zhang's face was bland, and he didn't pay any attention to the taunts of the people around him, but continued to slowly speak to the gods on the god sealing list. Here is the whip of the beating god. All the gods of the god sealer list listened to the order. On your knees. At this moment, the gods on the god sealing list all closed their mouths, all under very great pressure at this moment, while their knees began to bend downwards, just like Park Jian in front of them. The root cause of all this is the whip in Ing Zhang's hand, but from the beginning just now, you, Berser, only injected a tiny bit of energy, not a very large amount of energy to oppress this group of gods, and among the surrounding stands, many people's eyes still flashed with a touch of mockery. It was very obvious that they had heard and understood what Ing Zhang had said just now. Whiplash? Oh, this is still a big joke. At this moment, the Eastern Emperor Tai couldn't help but open his mouth, shaking his head and opening his mouth to mock. You devil of a head. Shouldn't think he's the reincarnation of Jiang Taigong, right? What a big joke. It's a broken whip. It's got to be some kind of whip. Is it hard to really think that just because you find a whip at random, it's really the legendary god striking whip? Legends have it that the ability to strike the god's whip, once used in a situation, will cause all of the sealed god list gods present to all kneel down. And with this level of strength, you simply don't have it. When he said this, he couldn't help the laughter that erupted from the room. And everyone in the room started laughing along with him. Only Sun Wukong and the others, who had been sitting quietly in the distance, saw the scene and then their eyes narrowed slightly, all of them flashing a color of surprise. Since they trusted Ing Zhang so much, they had been following his movements since just now, as well as the movements in this dueling arena. At a time when many gods were focusing on Ing Zhang, they were already very keenly aware of it. The existences of the gods of the sealed god list, including Bo Jian, all slowly knelt downward at that instant. Meanwhile the knees were already showing signs of buckling, threatening to drop downward at any moment. It seems that Your Excellency, the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi, doesn't believe in this whip in my hand? A smile flashed across the corners of Ing Zhang's mouth, facing the taunts of the many gods around him, facing the taunts of the East Emperor Tai and the others, but none of them were the least bit worried. After all, just now, he had merely injected a tiny bit of energy, and hadn't actually put in a particularly large amount of energy, so that in this case, It merely caused their knees to buckle, but it already made them submit. If he said that he continued to increase his energy, then I'm afraid that by then, these gods would kneel to themselves on the spot. Such a thing is also a very simple thing to do, and one that is about to happen for yourself. Yeah. Within the eyes of the Eastern Emperor Tai, a touch of mockery flashed before he slowly opened his mouth. If you're capable, you'll rely on that god-beating whip in your hand to make all the surrounding gods of the seal list all kneel down, and I'm afraid that handful of whips in your hand. I'm afraid it's not the real god-striking whip? The moment. The corners of Ing Zhang's mouth smiled slightly with a very confident smile, facing the mockery of the Eastern Emperor Tai, although he did not open a rebuttal. Instead, he merely injected a little bit of energy. Immediately afterward, in his hand, that one of the god-striking whips erupted with a future astonishing radiance, an extremely dazzling light directly covering the entire dueling arena. The fluctuations of the divine artifacts that erupted caused all the gods to turn pale, before they could wait for them to be surprised. The many seal god-ranking gods in front of them, including Bo Jian. At this moment, boom, kneel down. Chapter 181 Gods, Submission, Puff. At this moment, before the crowd could react, all the gods in the god sealing list all knelt down at this moment. It was as if they had encountered some kind of heavenly enemy, and they directly knelt down, and the color of devotion came from within the eyes of every one of them from the bottom of their hearts. What's going on? What the hell is going on here? After seeing this scene, the Eastern Emperor Tai flashed a color of surprise and couldn't help but open his mouth in shock. Even at this instant, aside from the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi, many of the surrounding gods all wore a look of disbelief. Looking closely at that whip, they felt a hint of familiarity from the energy fluctuations that erupted from that whip. In this instant there were already some sharp people who had already recognized it, and at the same time they had already recognized the origin of this whip from the energy fluctuation just now. It was very obvious that this whip was the one they had just guessed, also known as, back in the day, the whip that beat the gods in the hands of Zhang Taigong. After thinking about this, quite a few people all flashed a flash of surprise. You know that they all know very well that back in those days that god-striking whip had long since disappeared. And now that this god-striking whip has appeared in front of them, it really makes them somewhat unable to believe that this god-striking whip is actually a real thing. You should know that originally, this god-striking whip should have accompanied the demonic war and disappeared along with Zhang Taigong in the War of the Demonic Realm. And nowadays, this one god-striking whip not only appeared in front of them, but was also in the hands of this demonic creature, and it was used by him to make the gods of the Seal God list kneel down. And it was very clear that all the gods of the Seal God list had already submitted to him, and their faces all wore a strong look of respect. This was something that was really unimaginable to them, and everyone had disbelief in their eyes. This god-beating whip, how can it be the real thing? Especially originally, in the opinion of many people, this Ing Zhang was just bluffing. But nowadays, this Ing Zhang not only proved what he had originally said, but also led to the fact that this whip was really the same whip. It's hard not to. Jin Yuanzi stroked his chin at this moment, and a deep color flashed through his eyes, as if he was thinking about all of this. This sire has some relationship with Zhang Taigong. Otherwise, how could he have the relics of Zhang Taigong in his hands? By all rights then, the god-striking whip should have already disappeared into the void with the demon war. It's simply impossible. The surrounding Sun Wukong, as well as Erlang Shen and the others, at this point in time, all had a touch of thought in their eyes, and were likewise very puzzled by this one thing. After all, it was very difficult for them to imagine that the god-striking whip, which had long since disappeared, was now actually appearing here, and it is in the hands of this Ing Zhang, and with this whip, he controls the gods in the palm of his hand. It was important to know that among this group of gods, not only were there a large number of positive gods, but there were also existences such as Huang Tianhua, the Wuyu positive god, and the Qingfu positive god, Bo Jian. In a sense, this group of people together has been considered a heavenly court, cannot be underestimated. A force, can be said to be the mainstay of the heavenly court general existence. The moment, when the heavenly court sovereign saw this scene, his entire palm was slightly clenched, and a deep color flashed through his eyes in this instant as he gazed closely at the direction where Ing Zhang was, and spoke faintly. Kind of. Back then, Zhang Taigong lost that relic, and now the wind and water have turned, accompanied by the realm of the years, and it has actually appeared in the hands of this Ing Zhang. It appears that Zhang Taigong's will still exists in this world, in the middle of a dueling arena. Ing Zhang's face was indifferent as he held the god-striking whip in his hand and walked towards Bo Jian and the others step by step. When he walked up to Bo Jian, Ing Zhang slowly took up the whip in his hand and gently lashed it against his torso. Just a very simple whip. In this instant it was as if it was able to penetrate his soul, penetrate his flesh, and cause his origin to be harmed. At this moment, Bo Jian let out a hiss of pain, and his entire person seemed to have suffered a very serious injury at this instant. His face had all instantly turned incomparably pale, and a low voice came out of his mouth as he clutched onto the ground in front of him, even leaving a trail of blood in it. This level of damage seems like just a normal whip, even in a way. This whip didn't do any particular damage at all. At most it would only cause him a little bit of trauma. And the thing that people didn't expect was that this whip without leaving any external skin wounds actually made Bo Jian let out such a miserable scream. At this moment, to many people, it was an unimaginable thing. Only Pai Jian himself, as well as the god sealer gods present, understood what kind of reason this one thing was. That was because this one god striking whip could be said to have unimaginable destructive abilities for them. A light whip would go down, and it would directly cause them to suffer heavy injuries. If it was said to be slightly exerted to a certain extent, then the injuries sustained at that time, to a certain extent, could even cause them to directly lose their gods and souls. At this moment, Bo Jian finally felt a feeling that could be said to be long lost. Ying Zhang's face was indifferent, as if he didn't care about any of this. Immediately afterward, he continued to swing the whip, eyeing an even harder lash down than he had just done. The sealed god-ranking deities amongst those present all knew very well that if this whip were to fall, then at that time, even if one had the strength of a mid-lord god like Bo Jian, I'm afraid that they would directly fall on the spot. By then, Kasha Wagi will be directly dead. Wait, I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Seeing that a whip was about to fall, Bo Jian's face was instantly fearful and he hurriedly opened his mouth to beg for mercy. However, Ying Zhang was indifferent to all this and still let the whip slowly fall. At this moment, seeing that a life and death situation was about to come, Bo Jian gritted his teeth and opened his mouth. I Parkview, willing to submit to your majesty. Hearing this sentence, Ying Zhang smiled with satisfaction, and immediately afterward waved his whip and spoke to the many sealed god list gods below. So where are you all? Is it willing to submit to me? At this moment, faced with the extreme threat of life and death, under such circumstances, all the gods on the god seal list in the room gritted their teeth and bowed down to Ying Zhang. I'll wait for, willing to submit to your majesty. Chapter 182 God Sealing List, Recognizing the Lord. The moment after they had recognized their masters, quite a few of the surrounding gods all set off an uproar at this moment, feeling very incredulous. They really didn't want to believe that this Ying Zhang actually had Zhang Taigong's whip in his hands, and that it was the real thing at first glance. Mostly, I didn't expect that it would actually recognize the owner directly like that, after the sealing of the gods and goddesses to recognize their masters. With a bland look in his eyes, Ying Zhang didn't seem to feel complacent about all of this, but instead felt as if it was all a matter of course. Immediately after that, Ying Zhang slowly raised his head and looked towards the heavenly court lord who was sitting in the sky. A cold color flashed in his eyes, and then he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Any comments on that? If just a moment ago it had merely caused an uproar, now these words were simply shocking to the gods present. To actually speak to the lord of the heavenly court like this, does it mean that this fellow was tired of living?" However, the thing that made everyone unexpected was that the lord of the heavenly court didn't blame, but instead opened his mouth with a look of interest in his eyes. Yes, back in those days, this group of gods was originally the gods brought up by Zhang Taigong, and at that time it was merely to defend against the demon world war. At the same time, in order to fill the vacancies of the gods in the heavenly court, and now after so many years have passed, the energy in the heavenly court has become weaker and weaker, and now it is eager to have fewer gods. So yeah, your excellency can take this group of gods away from you though, and from now on they belong to you. However, there is one thing, this honored one only hopes that when the time comes, if a large-scale war breaks out or if the demon realm sweeps in, I hope that at that time, your excellency will be able to step in and help. Hearing such words, many of the surrounding gods flashed a look of surprise. It didn't occur to me that this one heavenly court lord had actually agreed to such a thing, which was simply unimaginable. It left many people with disbelief and feeling unimaginable. I can't believe. Just like that, a straight yes? Thanks a lot. Ying Zhang's face was calm, as if he had already anticipated all of this at the time before this, while he opened his mouth indifferently, agreeing to the request that the other party had just made, and did not reject it. And the request you just made. Originally the three realms were working together to defend against the demon realm. As long as there isn't too much damage to my earth, then I will definitely come to my aid when the time comes. In the beginning, this was one of the duties of being a member of the three worlds. After all, Ying Zhang knew very well that if something of that level really happened, then when the time comes, he will surely understand the reasoning behind the death of lips and teeth. So it is said that he must strike in this situation, and he also has to strike. Otherwise at that time once the demonic realm was invaded, then at that time they on earth would also suffer, and at that time there would definitely be a very big trouble. It was because of this consideration that Ing Zhang said he would agree to this Lord of Heaven's request, as well as a request in his own mind. Great! After hearing such words, a deep color flashed in the eyes of the Heavenly Court Lord, who seemed to be very satisfied with Ing Zhang's answer. Immediately afterward, the Heavenly Court Lord flexed his fingers toward the front, and a playful smile flashed across his face. Since you have agreed to this one thing, then as a symbol of your command over the seal god ranking gods, then this seal god ranking will naturally be handed over to you. Buzz! Immediately after that, a golden stream of light flashed, and in the next instant, it turned into an arc and landed in Ing Zhang's hand, which was a token. Before Ing Zhang could even ask a question, that one Heavenly Court Lord had already taken the lead and started to explain. This token is the legendary God Sealing Tablet, and back in those days, Zhang Taigon left this one in my hands before he left. So, even though the God Striking Whip has disappeared into the void, the real God Sealing List has been in the hands of my father for so many years. Upon hearing such words, a flash of shock flashed through the eyes of Bo Jian and the others. They had been searching for the God Sealer and the God Striker's Whip for so many years, and had even gone so far as to forge a God Sealer under these circumstances. As a result, they now realized that this God Sealing List, which had been in the hands of this Lord of Heaven all along, could be said to be a fine point, and it was a little hard for them to accept and understand the reasoning behind it. Seemingly understanding the doubts of Bo Jian and the others, the Heavenly Court Lord sighed and spoke faintly. For so many years, it is not that I did not hand over your seal of the gods, but because this seal of the gods must be tamed with a God Beater's Whip. At the same time there must be someone of terrifying strength who can subdue it, or else it can only be suppressed with mere energy, as I did. But it's just suppression, while not being able to utilize the efficacy of it, and it can't release the true power of the God Sealing List at all. And now, it's the appearance of this Ing Zhang that has given the God Sealer a hope. When they heard this, Ing Zhang and many other gods around them reacted to the fact that it wasn't the Lord of the Heavenly Court. It has always been in control of the God Sealer and does not hand over the God Sealer, but it is due to this reason. Understood. Ing Zhang nodded, a deep color flashing in his eyes before he tightly gripped the God Sealer in his hand. Just now he was able to feel that one token seemed to be releasing some kind of strange energy. It was constantly impacting his palm, emitting extremely terrifying energy fluctuations. Obviously, this God Sealer did not have the intention of submitting to himself, but instead had a rebellious heart. If he did not use energy to suppress words, I am afraid that just a moment ago, this one sealing God list will quickly escape. I am afraid that which has been born a spirit. Unfortunately, you won't be able to escape me when you meet me today. Ing Zhang opened his mouth indifferently, and then tightened his grip on the God Sealer, while at the same time tightening his grip on the God Striking Whip in this instant. Immediately, in this instant, an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation erupted. There was an Emperor's shadow that floated behind him, constantly rendering energy and erupting into extremely terrifying ripples that were very clearly extraordinary. Buzz! The moment Ing Zhang erupted with energy, the God Seal Tablet immediately submitted, and in that instant, it was directly bound to Ing Zhang, recognizing him as its master at the same time. Immediately afterward, it transformed into a radiant golden list in midair, which was clearly the legendary one that sealed the gods. Obviously, just in this instant, this seal of gods had already submitted. Chapter 183 Faction. The Informer. Buzz. Ing Zhang gazed at the God Seal Tablet and gently raised his hand, and in the next instant, the God Seal Tablet transformed into a token and once again landed in his hand. Compared to the previous time, there was already a big difference between this token and the original time. At least there was no energy or will to resist. In its place was a sense of submission, and a joy that came from this one token, as if it had found its former master. Looking at this token, a deep color flashed through Ing Zhang's eyes as he tightly gripped this token while holding the God Striking Whip in the palm of his other hand. In that instant, all the gods around him were subjugated, and at that moment he was like the reincarnation of the legendary Zhang Taigong. Very good. Ing Zhang nodded his head, a flash of satisfaction in his eyes. Just now, he was able to clearly feel that after he took control of this token, he seemed to have some sort of sensation with all of the Seal God list gods present. At this moment, as long as he randomly injected energy, then at that time, he would be able to summon this group of gods and come directly to his side, coupled with his own control over space. In a sense, he could summon this group of gods to his side at any time in the middle of a battle. It can be considered a spatial summon, able to add help directly to yourself, or face some guys you don't care to fight. There would also be the option of using this one token to summon their arrival. One could only say that it was worthy of being a God Sealer. It really did have some sort of special heaven and earth effect, and I'm afraid that it already contains some sort of special heaven and earth rules. Immediately after, instead of choosing to directly walk down this dueling arena, Ing Zhang teleported many of the surrounding seal god-ranking deities all the way out. And then in the next instant, he looked at the heavenly court lord. In a situation that was unexpected by everyone, he spoke faintly. Go on. Weren't you already prepared at the beginning? In that case, it would be better to let him catch the fight before it's too late. And if it's over sooner, you can still open this peach feast sooner. And what point can there be in continuing to pretend like this? On this point, I should be quite right. The East Pole Qinghua Emperor? Before the words fell, all of the gods present were shocked with them, feeling incredulous. Originally, in their eyes, this Ing Zhang would have left the dueling arena in a hurry after finishing the battle. It didn't occur to him that instead of leaving this dueling arena, he had challenged like the East Extremity Qinghua Emperor and had already issued a finger order for a general presence. Oh, a flash of interest flashed through the heavenly court lord's expression, and he spoke immediately afterward. I wonder what exactly your excellency means, and why do you specify the East Pole Qinghua Emperor? Listen to the words. Ing Zhang smiled slightly inside, then slowly spoke immediately afterward. Your layout is indeed very comprehensive and there are no particular omissions, and the only omission, and the one that shows me the problem of. It was at that time that you sent out Paikan and Emperor Qinghua of the East Pole to send me an invitation. At that time I already suspected that this East Extreme Qinghua Emperor was standing in your faction. And following up, I also realized through constant observation that he seemed to have been resonating with the rules of heaven and earth. And it was times like these that I reacted to the rules of heaven and earth and the heavenly court are all under your control. And the reason why this East Pole, Changhua Dadi, constantly resonates with the rules of heaven and earth. One of the very important reasons for this would be to be in communication with you, right? So he's not even in the free faction. He's been in your faction from the very beginning and has been working for you. In fact, when he said this, Ing Zhang was a bit secretly surprised in his heart, because he was very clear that the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor, back in those days, was also considered to be in existence amongst the 5 Imperials, regardless of his identity, and also his status was very high, and he also had a very terrifying strength. In terms of the level of strength, it had already reached the level of a peak Lord God, and even when compared to an existence of the level of the Eastern Emperor Tai, there was only a difference of 1 realm, and such a character was actually willing to come under the command of this heavenly court lord in this situation, and it was very clear that the relationship between the two parties was very good. All along, this East Pole Emperor Qinghua has been reporting information about Ing Zhang. Basically all the information on this side has been reported out by him. It was for this reason that the Lord of Heaven felt so familiar with Ing Zhang, and had already grasped some relevant information in advance. In Ing Zhang's speculation, perhaps the reason why this East Extreme Qinghua Emperor had submitted was because this heavenly court lord had given some kind of conditions that could not be refused. So it was for this reason that he had submitted. Otherwise it would have been impossible for him to submit with his strength and existence. For example, rejoining the 5 Imperials. Upon hearing this, no matter if it was the heavenly court lord or the East Extremity Qinghua Emperor, or many of the surrounding gods, all changed in color. For the lord of the heavenly court as well as the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor, they were shocked that Ing Zhang would actually guess this and directly see through what was going on between the two of them. As for the surrounding gods, it was mind-boggling to them. One must know that all along in their impression, this East Pole Changhua Di was a free faction, and even, in a way, a big presence among the liberal factions. It is important to realize that the Freedom faction, which has always stayed out of the struggle between the two, the Queen Mother and the Lord of Heaven, maintains a neutral faction. And one of the very important key figures that made it possible to maintain it was this East Extreme Qinghua Emperor, while now the other party had entered the other party's faction. Thinking about this, they then felt very shocked. Before waiting for the heavenly court lord to reply, the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor had already opened his mouth with a cold smile at this moment, a touch of indifference in his tone. There is indeed nothing wrong with what you say. I have been watching you and constantly informing myself about you. The purpose is to be able to ventilate. And the conditions promised to me by the Lord of Heaven are very simple. If I can do a good job, when the time comes, I'll be able to regain my position as one of the 5 Imperials, and repair the damage to my divine soul for me. By then I'll be able to step back into the half-step Supreme God realm. That's something that the so-called neutral faction has never even given the benefit of the doubt. Chapter 184, Defeat. 9-headed Yuan Shang. Jin Yuanzi looked furious and felt very incredulous, and at this moment, he couldn't wait to directly kill this East Extreme Qinghua Emperor. It was important to know that all along, they had acted as the two bigwigs of the neutral faction, always maintaining the status of the neutral faction, and maintaining the stability of this heavenly court. Now, once this one East Extreme Qinghua Emperor had broken away, then by then the stability of the heavenly court would have collapsed, and the neutral factions would have had certain problems with it. Especially today in front of so many people to say out such a paragraph. It can be said that the neutral faction, from today onwards will do very big damage. Sorry. The East Extreme Qinghua Emperor also had a look of guilt in his eyes as he glanced at Jin Yuanzi and spoke in a tone with a touch of intense helplessness. That demon realm war back then was simply too damaging to me, and I couldn't bear the thought of me falling down to the half-step Supreme God realm. I want to get back to where I was back then, so that's why it's something that I have to do and a choice that I have to make. On that note, I'm terribly sorry to the neutral faction and to you. At this moment, before Jin Yuanzi could even open his mouth to curse angrily, Ying Zhang below had already flashed a smile. Don't apologize in a hurry. Ying Zhang opened his mouth indifferently, with a touch of playfulness in his tone. Perhaps in a moment when I beat you to a blossom, the ones who need to apologize will still be us. As long as you want to recover your realm, then I will beat you down another realm. Let you understand one of the consequences of daring to be a traitor. Buzz. In the instant before his words had even fallen, a black emperor's shadow had appeared behind him like the lord of this heaven and earth. At the same time there began to be some sort of contact with the rules in heaven and earth, directly changing the rules of the surrounding heaven and earth at this instant, continuously weakening the surrounding energy, seemingly reversing it, taking the domain of the Great Qin and taking it away from the middle of this one region. Rumble. Immediately afterward, along with the surrounding rules of heaven and earth changing, it was also accompanied by the surrounding domains disappearing a little bit, losing the control that originally belonged to the Lord of the Heavenly Court. This dueling arena had begun to crumble bit by bit, as if it was going to be completely destroyed with it in this instant. The moment. In the face of Ying Zhang's provocation, without the slightest hesitation, the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor directly rushed out abruptly toward the front at that instant. In the next instant, his figure had appeared above the dueling arena, and at the same time, with a tight grip, there was immediately a nine-headed Yuan Shang that appeared under his banner. Roar! This nine-headed Yuan Shang, erupting with a hefty ferocious might, very obviously, possessing an extremely terrifying power, directly raised its head to the sky and let out a furious roar, and the air around it shattered with it. The space was destroyed a little bit, and for this dueling arena, some kind of irreversible damage was likewise caused. At the moment when this dueling arena was about to collapse, the battle between the two of them did not even have the slightest intention of greeting each other, and had directly begun to inspire. Roar! The nine-headed Yuan Shang charged forward, violent hissing sounds erupting from his bloody mouth, and a pair of large golden claws directly slashed through the void. In this instant, it slowly fell in the direction of Ying Zhang, as if it had the strength of 10,000 pounds, capable of destroying everything and turning it into nothingness. Seeing this scene, Ying Zhang's face was calm, and he just slowly raised his hand. He didn't make a particularly strong move, and just the moment he raised his hand, there was a huge black dragon slowly rushing out from behind him. Roar! The moment that one black dragon rushed out, an even more terrifying hissing sound instantly erupted. It was very obviously even more terrifying than the hissing sound of the nine-headed Yuan Shang, and the sound was even more explosive, directly forming a ripple in the surrounding void that began to fluctuate in the direction of the surroundings. There were numerous waves of sound that erupted with it at this moment, rushing out towards the nine-headed Yuan Shang. In an instant, the shockwaves caused by the two giant beasts collided in midair. At the moment of collision, the surrounding void shattered with it. The nine-headed Yuan Shang was directly lifted out of the air by this huge shockwave, and blood was already spilling out of his mouth, and it was very clear that he had been injured in some way. In the first collision between the two, it was clear that it was the Black Dragon, which represented the Great Qin's Qi, that had gained this first victory and was still riding on it, constantly advancing along with it. Roar! A flash of defiance flashed through the eyes of the nine-headed Yuan Shang, and immediately afterward, he waved his golden claws once again, as if he was able to shatter the emptiness of the sky, and in the next instant, he directly rushed out towards the Black Dragon. At the same time, in this instant, it transformed into 9 heads, each of which opened its bloody mouth. Buzz! The Black Dragon then rushed out, while a streak of golden thunder light was wrapped around his body. The moment the golden thunder light burst out, the surrounding heaven and earth seemed to be flickering with electric light, as if they were able to manipulate the power of the electric attribute. In this instant, all of Dr. Zhou's scales had turned black and gold, erupting with unimaginable might. Immediately afterward, the two directly collided together under the surge of violent energy. Rumble! At the moment of collision, a violent ripple was immediately created, and energy fluctuations began to sweep toward the surroundings, and little by little, it began to spread toward the surroundings. Seeing this scene, many of the surrounding gods all gripped their hearts, closely observing the battle, with a tense look in their eyes, very curious about the outcome of this battle. Even existences of their level had to admit that the collision as well as the power of the attacks that erupted from these two giant beasts just now had long since reached the level of a lord god. And this was only the two giant beasts unleashed by Ying Zhang and the East Extreme Qin Hua Emperor, not their true full strength, and still far from their peak state. Pust. Suddenly, after the collision, that nine-spirit sage erupted with a miserable hissing sound, and the entire beast directly smashed down towards the back, landing on the ground. At the same time, all 9 heads were overflowing with blood, very obviously suffering from a great degree of heavy injuries. In a way, it could be said to be a drastic injury, very difficult to resist anymore. Obviously, the result of this battle had already appeared, and that was that this battle had already been a defeat for the 9-spirit sage, even to a certain extent, if Ying Zhang hadn't deliberately kept his hands off. Nowadays, this 9-spirit elemental saint, I'm afraid that it would really die outright. And whether or not it would be alive at that time would still be a very serious matter. After all, the might that this black dragon had erupted was beyond imagination. Even a mid-stage lord god would not necessarily be a match for this black dragon. Chapter 185 Battle. East Pole Qinghua Emperor. Very good. The East Extreme Qinghua Emperor had a deep color in his eyes, very surprised by the performance of Ying Zhang's black dragon just now, and couldn't help but smile and nod his head as he spoke. Truly worthy of his majesty's strength. And it is a black dragon that represents the great Qin's Qi. Even this head of mine that I have been raising for many years is no longer a match. Since that's the case, then it's me who lost this first round of the fight instead. Buzz. Before the words fell, the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor had already flung out his sleeve robe, which immediately transformed into a huge suction force. As if it was able to mobilize space, the green light directly swept that head of 9-spirit Yuan Shang. Immediately after that, in the next second, the 9-spirit Yuan Shang had disappeared with it. Seeing this scene, Jin Yuanzi, who was in the distance, instantly flashed a look of shock. The way of space? None of them had thought at the time before this that this East Extreme Qinghua Emperor actually mastered the way of space and looked so familiar with it. And in a way, it could be said to have been cultivated to a certain point, a little more intensified than Jin Yuanzi's intensity. Even as he thought of this, Jin Yuanzi couldn't help but take a deep breath, flashing a serious look. He really couldn't imagine that this one who had once been a close friend by his own side, and also the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor who had always upheld the concept of neutrality, in today's situation, it actually chose to betray and has thrown itself into other camps. And now it was very clear that the ability displayed by the other party was also an unheard of ability that could be said to have gone beyond coming to one's own knowledge before this. Ha! The corner of Ying Zhang's mouth also raised a cold smile, and with a deep color in his eyes, he gazed at the distant East Extremity Qinghua Emperor, and immediately opened his mouth. No wonder at the time before this, I felt the world around me. There has been a spatial fluctuation appeared. This spatial fluctuation does not belong to me nor does it belong to Jin Yuanzi. At that time I wasn't too clear about the origin of that spatial fluctuation, but nowadays, it's already very clear about the origin of this spatial fluctuation. It didn't occur to me that the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor, who was supposed to be mastering the elemental winds just now, was actually an adept of the spatial way. As he said this, the corners of Ying Zhang's mouth all lifted up in a cold smile, while his eyes also held a look of shock. It was really a bit hard for him to imagine that a situation like the current one would actually occur, which was very different from what he had imagined. Although it was said that at the time before this, he had already thought that this East Extreme Qinghua Emperor held a very special kind of power in his hands, but originally it had seemed to him to be merely nothing more than the power of the elemental winds, which was a very common power after all. Coupled with the strength that the other party had originally displayed, as well as the corresponding means, all of them were at the level of the elemental wind aspect, whereas a great difference had already appeared at the present time. If it was originally said that this one East Extreme Qinghua Emperor had mastered the elemental winds, coupled with the other party's peak Lord God strength, merely one reached a very high degree, then the present time the other party mastered the way of space. Coupled with this very peculiar force, then I'm afraid that the opponent's combat power had already reached the level of a half-step Supreme God Realm. To a certain extent, they were able to fight against each other with half-step Supreme God Realm powerhouses. Although it was said that they couldn't reach the true half-step Supreme Deity Realm, there were certain similarities, and they looked very close to each other. That's right, you guessed it perfectly. When I'm inside on weekdays, the elemental winds are just the surface of my strength, and my spatial way has now reached a very high point, relatively speaking, which is my true strength. But against an existence of your level, the elemental wind, it's more than enough. As he said this, the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor had taken a step out with a touch of coldness in his eyes, and then slowly spoke immediately afterward. Ying Zhang, it is actually not too late for you to surrender now. Otherwise, I am afraid that by the time I can't stop my hand, you'll be staying here today. Rumble. Before the words fell, the East Extreme Qin Hua Emperor had already raised his palms, the first of which was his own right palm, on top of which was engraved a green-colored brand. It seemed to emit an extremely peculiar energy, with a green-colored whirlwind slowly forming behind him, which seemed to have a very terrifying power. It was very clear that this green-colored brand, represented by the elemental wind in his hand, contained energy that was very different. Phew! Immediately afterward, along with the rich cyan light emerging from his hands, there was a cyan cyclone wild lion that suddenly formed in midair. A furious roar was emitted towards the front, and the sound waves formed a ripple that surged through this region like waves. Go! The East Extreme Qin Hua Emperor smiled indifferently, and immediately pointed his finger in the direction where Zhang was, and immediately a very dense green energy erupted. In the next instant, the cyan-colored berserk lion that stood in the void took a step directly toward the front. In the blink of an eye, it had disappeared from its original position, and the entire green-colored berserk lion opened its bloody mouth, aiming at the area where Zhang was. There were also green-colored sharp claws, which at this moment erupted with ferocious power and came out boldly at Zhang. In the blink of an eye, it had pierced through the void, leaving a crack in mid-air, as if it had the power to shock the heavens and the earth. This was the power of the East Extreme Qin Hua Emperor, which was also the energy level of the peak level of a Lord God. Buzz. When he saw the green-colored lion running towards him, Zhang didn't have any vigilance in his eyes. Instead, his face was very relaxed. Immediately afterward, aiming at the green-colored wild lion, he gently raised his palm, and energy fluctuations quickly surfaced. A channel of energy then converged, and immediately there was a berserk black dragon that suddenly formed in mid-air, roaming in the void. The moment this berserk black dragon formed, the entire void changed color, as if it was a terrifying existence in the middle of heaven and earth. In just a moment's time, it had already cut through countless ranges of emptiness, leaving behind a trail of shattered fragments. Roar! In that instant, this black dragon directly rushed up into the sky, a black and golden dragon scale, as well as extremely terrifying energy fluctuations, all causing countless gods to turn pale. This is the black dragon that represents the Qi of Great Qin, which can be said to have a relevant iconicity, and in a way, it could be said to have an unimaginable power that exploded at this moment. The black dragon swung into the sky, shattering the void. Chapter 186 Silver Lotus, Devouring Black Hole. Buzz. That black dragon hovered in the void, and every time the black dragon swayed a bit, the energy in the void had begun to fluctuate with it. A wave-shaped ripple appeared, as if it was the overlord of this void. This is the legendary Great Qin Shi Huang, with a power that is inferior to that of ordinary people, and just every swing has already shaken the hearts and minds of many people. Many people's eyes flashed with a look of surprise after seeing this scene, and it was really a bit hard for them to imagine. This black dragon actually had such a terrifying power. Every swing just now alone had shattered the void, erupting with unimaginable strength. If this continued to be the case, I'm afraid that this East Extreme Qin Hua Emperor would lose this battle. It sounds a bit ridiculous to say that, but it's a perfectly normal thing to do. After all, although it was said that the strength of this East Pole Qin Hua Dadi was extremely terrifying, Zhang was likewise considered to be an earthly lord, even if this was not the main ground of the earth, but as an existence that could control a side of the realm, it was bound to have its special features. In particular, the earth under Zhang's control belonged to one of the three realms, of which in terms of rank it was already considered to be on par with an existence of the level of the heavenly sovereign, so it can be considered an extremely scary fighting force. Nice! A flash of appreciation flashed through the eyes of the East Extreme Qin Hua Emperor, followed by a smile curling up at the corner of his mouth as he slowly spoke. Your strength in this aspect is indeed very good, more terrifying than I had imagined. You are indeed qualified to make me use my other palm. If you are the one who can defuse it, then it would be an inexcusable thing to count this battle as my loss. Your Excellency. Catch. The words were not yet spoken. Rumble. There was a terrifying roar, a deafening sound that came from this instant. The sound of a large strand of energy that was about to start mobilizing. In the surrounding sky, as well as the energy in the surrounding void, all of it had begun to converge at this instant. Even in this instant, directly in midair, a terrifying energy vortex was formed. The East Extreme Qin Hua Emperor's left hand slowly lifted up, and above his left hand was inscribed with a pattern that looked even more terrifying than the one before it, which was rendered in very brilliant colors, colors that represented the way of space, in nothing more than a blink of an eye. It had then formed an incomparably brilliant silver lotus that floated in midair, constantly absorbing the surrounding void power. At the sight of this silver lotus flower, quite a few of the surrounding gods were able to change their colors, and a look of shock flashed through their eyes. Terror! Jin Yuanzi raised his eyebrows. a flash of surprise flashing through his eyes as he muttered and couldn't help but open his mouth. His spatial way has actually reached such a level. It's even more terrifying than I thought it would be. I originally thought that his spatial way was merely slightly stronger than mine, but now I see that his spatial way has also reached a point where it is out of this world. This one means of his is very obviously converging the surrounding spatial power completely in his hands, forming a core of energy that, then with that, it begins to erupt, and I'm afraid that the spatial power that erupts from it will form an extremely terrifying devouring energy. No wonder. It seems that his strength is even more terrifying than I had imagined. Many of the gods around them had likewise already seen this. This kind of means can be said to require very strong control. Not only for the way of space requires a certain degree of control, and in a way, it also requires an extremely terrifying energy base. If the degree of energy is not enough, then I'm afraid it's very difficult to explode out directly. After all, this means could be said to require a very large amount of energy, and it could be said to be a very inconceivable thing to say that it would not be able to explode at all if there was not enough energy. Interesting. Looking at this scene, Ying Zhang did not look the slightest bit flustered, but instead had a bland look in his eyes. Even the corners of his mouth hooked into a smile at this moment, very obviously generating interest. For this means of the other party, it could be said that he was very interested. Buzz, along with that silver lotus flower slowly moving forward. Immediately after that everything around was swallowed up, turning into an extremely terrifying devouring black hole. The terrifying devouring power then erupted, devouring everything around it at this moment. Seeing this terrifying force, Ying Zhang gently raised his palms while yawning with a lazy look in his eyes. Immediately after that, in the next instant, a black dragon silhouette emerged behind the entire person, and with it, began to hover in midair. At this moment, that terrifying devouring black hole was already approaching Ying Zhang's location in this instant, and everyone was seizing their hearts at this moment. After all, in the face of this terrifying black hole, Ying Zhang did not move at all, but instead stood in place as if it was not a matter of concern. Without the slightest regard for the fact that this black hole had gotten closer and closer to the area he was in, he looked extremely dashing. It was as if that one black hole was simply a molehill in his eyes. Ha! Seeing this scene, the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor also flashed a cold smile and couldn't help but open his mouth. Your Majesty, you may have thought wrongly. What you are facing is not the same level of opponent that you faced in the previous times, and my realm is also 2 realms higher than yours. The gap between each other is very large. If we say that you're just going to resist like this, I'm afraid that you'll also die directly next. However, after hearing these words from the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor, Ying Zhang turned a deaf ear to them, looking as if he didn't care about what he said at all. Rumble. Right at this instant, the extremely terrifying devouring black hole had already approached Ying Zhang's location at this moment. However, the moment this black hole was about to touch Ying Zhang, it suddenly stopped in mid-air, unable to impact the slightest bit. The East Extreme Qinghua Emperor raised an eyebrow, his palm once again gripping forward. However, no matter what kind of manipulation power he exerted, he was simply unable to manipulate this black hole forward. It was as if there was an invisible force that was blocking this black hole of his. Waste. Ying Zhang spoke faintly, a touch of indifference in his tone. Previously, in front of Senior Jing Yuanzi, in order to take into account his face, I didn't point out the particularly terrifying way of space, and now I'm facing a waste like you. I'll show you what the true way of space is. Chapter 187 Red Scorch, Black Flare Streaming Shadow, Buzz. At this moment, in Ying Zhang's hands, he had slowly begun to make a seal, and silver-colored ripples were directly inscribed in the void, erupting with a hefty and ferocious might. The way of space? This unfolds. If he had faced an opponent like the true Adam at the time just now, then he wouldn't have displayed such a spatial way at all, because for the other party, even if the other party's spatial way was very terrifying, for himself, it was a complete crushing existence. Before self-heating, Ying Zhang was elaborate just due to the fact that the degree of energy was not yet enough, so it was said to be slightly worse in terms of intensity. But in terms of spatial attainments, it could be said to have very terrifying attainments, and in a way, it was even more terrifying than the other party. Even the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor was no match for him. Therefore, that devouring black hole released by the other party had stopped moving the moment it approached him, since the other party's spatial fluctuation had already clashed with his spatial fluctuation, so to speak. Ying Zhang can be said to know all about this. Therefore, from the time he started just now, he had been standing still and had not made any movements, because he was very clear about it. With the other party's spatial power they simply couldn't inch forward the slightest bit, and as they approached in front of themselves, it was like approaching an invisible wall, being repelled by the spatial power within himself. One could only say that whether it was Jin Yuanzi or the East Pole Qinghua Emperor's spatial power was very strong, but compared to himself, it was still too far behind. Moreover, one's own spatial power, in a way, had already reached a certain very out-of-this-world level. For example, rumble. Silver-colored ripples swept across the entire dueling arena in an instant, as if covering the entire arena in its entirety. Endless spatial forces surfaced within it, and one spatial crack after another followed, displaying unrivaled power. Seeing this scene, no matter if it was the Jade Emperor or the Queen Mother, or even say, the Eastern Emperor Tai and other deities, all of them had a flash of shock in their eyes, feeling incredulous. It was really no wonder that they were so surprised, because before this, they had never thought that this Zhang's spatial power would actually reach such a point. Although it was said that the dueling arena was very small in scope, and wanting to make spatial cracks and also spatial power to fill this dueling arena would be for any of the gods present. It was all a very easy thing to do, but now this dueling arena was under the Jade Emperor's control, and that was the existence of the Supreme God Realm. Even an existence of the level of the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor had already reached the peak level of Lord God. His spatial rift was also only able to fill a quarter of the dueling arena. Not even half of it. Much worse than Zhang. The more crucial issue was that the spatial power displayed by Zhang was only due to the upper limit of this dueling arena. If anything, going beyond this dueling arena would sweep all the surrounding gods into this battle. So that being said, in this situation, he didn't unleash an even wider range of spatial power, but instead chose to point it out. This also showed that his spatial power could potentially go beyond the dueling arena. Terrible. The pupils of the Eastern Emperor Tai shrank, and even an existence of his level flashed a flash of shock in his eyes at this moment. Mainly, he really couldn't imagine that the other party's combat power had actually reached such a level, especially on the way of space. It had reached such an out-of-this-world level. In a way, if Zhang wanted to escape now, he only needed to release a spatial channel. Then I'm afraid that the only person among all those present who could stop him would be an existence of the Jade Emperor's caliber. Therefore, Zhang's strength had really reached a very terrifying point. Phew! At this moment, after seeing this scene, a flash of surprise also flashed across the eyes of the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor, and then the corner of his mouth curled up as he spoke immediately afterward. I didn't expect your spatial way to be far above me, but in a way mud crystallization value is a little more terrifying than me in terms of attainment. But in terms of energy level, I'm a full 2 realms higher than you, and you're way behind me on that. Hence, you're not trying to run away, are you? Upon hearing these highly mocking words, the corner of Zhang's mouth curled up, and a bland look emerged in his eyes. Not the slightest bit of reaction appeared because of these words spoken by the other party, as if the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor was simply disdainful in his eyes at this instant. After seeing this scene, a wave of annoyance flashed through the eyes of the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor, followed by using his energy at full power in the next instant. Rumble. Although it was said that it was not able to completely cover the entire gladiatorial arena as Zhang did, but the spatial cracks he unleashed similarly covered a large portion of the gladiatorial arena. Coupled with a very terrifying level of energy, his combat power in this instant was surprisingly not inferior to Zhang's. In a way, it was many times stronger than Zhang in terms of energy intensity. This was a very normal phenomenon. After all, he was a full 2 realms higher than Zhang, to the level of a Lord God. The gap between their realms was countless for every realm higher, and they could be said to have a very high energy gap between each other. Even the many gods present all realized this. Even though they knew very well that Zhang's talent in this area was terrifying, they also knew very well that the strength of Zhang's ability was far lower than that of the East Pole Qinghua Emperor, so that this battle in the end who wins and who loses is really some not too certain, has a very high unknown, so that it is impossible to judge out the specific results of the battle. Buzz. Seeing the energy fluctuations that erupted from the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor, Zhang did not have the slightest reaction, and his eyes remained indifferent. Only, his voice rang out directly to the entire room in this instant. If up until now, you would have merely adapted the power of space as the power of space, then it is as rumored. You gods of the heavenly court, merely have only an empty set of divine power, but don't know how to utilize it concretely. Before the words fell out of his mouth, Zhang's hand was suddenly tinted with a reddish color. In this moment directly rendering the silver color fluctuation in the hand. Have not waited. Are such people reacted to? In the next instant and immediately followed by a touch of black coloring. At this moment, Zhang spoke faintly. Red scorch. Obsidian streaming shadow. Chapter 188 Shocking the heaven and earth. Defeat in one battle. Buzz. At that moment, the energy fluctuations in midair surged. It was as if there had been some sort of qualitative change. Many of the surrounding gods were able to sense that this energy fluctuation seemed to have some sort of very peculiar change. Many of them had already felt it, only that they couldn't tell exactly what kind of reaction this energy fluctuation had caused. But they all knew very well that the center of this fluctuation was on this Xinjiang. Oh, after seeing this scene, a deep color flashed through the Jade Emperor's eyes. After reaching his realm, he seemed to be able to see a little bit, but only just a little. Just as Xinjiang had said, this group of gods had all the power of a god, but in reality, their control of that power and its utilization was not particularly terrifying. Although it was said that it was already considered good, compared to those cultivators on Earth, they were just too far behind in terms of utilizing their skills. This fluctuation, although it was said that as far as gods like Sun Wukong and the others who did not specialize in spatial attribute energies were concerned, they did not see anything. But for a deity like Jin Yuanzi, who was very good at spatial attribute energies, he had long since seen at a glance a certain quality that existed within this one energy. Apply, Jin Yuanzi muttered. The whole person seemed to be inspired in this instant, generally a flash of light in his mind, instantly having countless images flashing along with it. At that moment, it instantly dawned on him, and the energy fluctuations of his entire being changed in that instant, taking on a different quality, as if his entire being had undergone a qualitative change. It was only that none of the surrounding gods were paying attention to this. Their attention was all on the Yingzheng duo. Buzz. As Yingzheng's voice slowly fell, the surrounding spatial cracks all dissipated at that moment, looking as if they were out of control. If it was an ordinary god, I'm afraid that they would really think that Yingzheng has lost his original level of energy, so they would directly dissipate these spatial cracks with him. However, only the East Pole Emperor Qinghua and the others were able to see that this Yingzheng was far more than that. He was merely taking the initiative to eliminate these spatial cracks. It was as if the time just now was merely a display of his spatial attainments, rather than a complete display of his strength. Now in this situation, the other party was very obviously preparing some kind of very scary move that looked very scary. Just from this point alone, it could be seen that this Yingzheng's methods were definitely not simple, and even the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor had already realized this. The East Extreme Qinghua Emperor then set up a means of defense, and also had been possessed of wearing a touch of vigilance, closely watching the direction where Yingzheng was. At this moment, he was able to feel very clearly that the other party's energy fluctuations seemed to have changed in some way, but he wasn't quite sure what kind of change it was. It seemed to be different to a very great extent, but then again it didn't seem to make much difference. The only thing that could be ascertained was that the other party seemed to have withdrawn the power of space in this instant, and then appeared to change again in this instant. What the hell did you do? At this instant, the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor, who couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, is it a trick or is it something real? However, he didn't wait for any answer. Rumble. In the next instant, the surrounding space then tore apart, and a spatial crack reappeared, but it didn't seem to be quite the same as when it was originally. These spatial cracks were interspersed with black and crimson colors. At the same time as the color appeared to change, the energy fluctuation also had a difference that was originally very different. Immediately afterward, Yingzheng spoke faintly, with a touch of indifference in his tone. Blast! In the next moment, a violent explosion immediately appeared in the range where the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor was located. In that instant it was as if a black hole that could rival that one of the Eastern Extremity Qinghua Emperor appeared with it, and it was also an explosion formed by a black hole, and in an instant, it had created a violent energy fluctuation, and the sound of the explosion roared out. After seeing this scene, the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor dodged in an instant, wanting to avoid the other party's explosion in that instant. However, the moment he was about to unleash his spatial power to dodge, he suddenly realized that he could no longer move. It was as if they were imprisoned by some kind of confining force at this moment, and the entire person stayed in place. Rumble. He could only let the explosion sweep through his entire body at this instant, and directly at this moment, the entire human body all appeared to be damaged in some way with it. If it wasn't for the wind elemental that he had transformed into in time to elementalize, I'm afraid that momentary explosion would have directly shattered his body. After seeing this scene, Yingzheng's face remained calm and nonchalant. Instead, he became calmer and calmer, as if this moment wasn't even an attack he had sent out. Pust. In the next moment, fresh blood was directly spat out from the mouth of the East Extreme Qinghua Great Emperor, and his entire complexion instantly became incomparably pale. It was very clear that it had been very damaged in the explosion just now, and that he was unable to defend himself against that strange energy just now. It was a very peculiar power of confinement that directly confined his entire person completely in a moment just now. Cannot move at all. The whole person completely stayed in place, just like a sculpture. Cannot move the slightest. What did you do? The East Extreme Qinghua Emperor had a touch of disbelief in his eyes as he let out a muttering sound under his breath, gazing closely at the direction where Yingzheng was. Why was I suddenly confined just now? Yingzheng smiled indifferently and didn't say anything. In this instant, the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor was instantly annoyed. He couldn't understand this attitude of the other party who didn't say a word. Just as he was about to open his mouth, he suddenly realized a very serious problem. The surroundings had become silent from the moment it had started moments ago, and the sounds around them had disappeared. According to reason, even if the surrounding gods looked at it more seriously, there would be some whispering voices appearing, but now there wasn't the slightest sound. It was like silence. At this moment, the East Extreme Qin Huang Emperor finally realized a very crucial issue. He seemed to have been thrown into a certain realm at this moment. It was due to the fact that he was thrown into some kind of field, so to speak, that he could not hear any sound at all in this moment. Moreover, the most crucial issue was this domain, which seemed to be undetected by all the gods present in the midst of the scene, and in this instant, the East Extreme Qin Huang Emperor finally realized it. Ying Zhang's ability, and his means, was to form a field. In the realm, this Ying Zhang is in complete control. Chapter 189 Domain Dominator. Ha! Seeing the panicked expression of the East Extreme Qin Huang Emperor, a smile appeared at the corner of Ying Zhang's mouth as he spoke faintly. Now, only just realizing it? So is it not a little too late to suddenly realize this already at such a time as now? Our dear East Pole Qin Huang Emperor, from just now when he started, he had already released that terrifying field of space that had surrounded the dueling arena. Towards the interior it began to spread, and the most terrifying thing was that this one area, nowadays only he and the East Extreme Qin Huang Emperor, the two of them, were able to realize it. Even in existence of the Jade Emperor's level merely perceived it, and did not fully notice the appearance of this field. This was also a very normal thing. After all, this one move of his own could be said to be godless and very difficult to discover, possessing a very terrifying concealment. It seems that in the midst of this realm, you are the master of this realm. As long as this field keeps shrinking inward, once it shrinks to my interior then I will die with it. The East Extreme Qin Huang Great Emperor spoke with a touch of coldness in his tone, while his eyes held a touch of surprise in them, and immediately afterward, he faintly opened his mouth. It's really good tactics. He was also unable to realize that this Ying Zhang's means had reached such a horrifying point though, having advanced to this extent in just a moment. If he hadn't noticed it in time, I'm afraid that once this field contracted to where he was just now, then he would have died with it by then. When the time comes, it's definitely a very scary thing. I just don't believe it. At this moment, the East Extreme Qin Huang Emperor took a deep breath with a deep color in his eyes, and immediately afterward, within his palm, there was a rapid green pattern. There was also a silver pattern that began to fluctuate, with two very different attribute energies. In this instant it then began to meld into a very terrifying energy, forming a brilliant energy core. Not bad. There's still this kind of coping tactic, taking the fusion of two attribute energies, using flowing wind with deep space. Ying Zhang opened his mouth indifferently, with a touch of indifference in his tone, as if he didn't place this one tactic of the other party in his eyes in the slightest. But alas, your means are still too weak. I've already said this a long time ago. In this one domain, I'm the one who deserves to be in control, and you don't have any qualifications to be in control at all. Buzz. Before the words fell, in this space, it instantly began to fluctuate, with one energy after another surging. In the next instant, it directly absorbed the wind attribute energy, as well as the space attribute energy in the hands of the East Extreme Qin Huang Emperor completely, as if it was able to control the energy fluctuations within it. At this moment, before the East Extreme Qin Huang Emperor even had the chance to release this move of his own, the energy core that had just coalesced in his hand had already been completely absorbed. Obviously, as Ying Zhang said, in this space, he is the controller of this space. Whether it was the energy or the enemies in this space, it was already completely under his control, without any presence of his own at all. At this moment, in Ying Zhang's view, a claim is just like a mole cricket in his own domain, simply a lamb to be slaughtered. Even if the other party's energy realm was a full 2 small realms higher than his own, but it doesn't help at all in this case either. After all, the energy level was even higher, but if he couldn't crack this one field, then there wasn't any good way at all. Great! The East Extreme Qin Huang Emperor had a deep color in his eyes, and his eyes carried an endless coldness. Gazing closely at the direction where Ying Zhang was, he squeezed out a sentence from inside his teeth immediately afterward. This set of means of yours is indeed very good, and you are not wrong in saying that within this domain, you are the controller of this space. But that doesn't mean I'm going to sit back and wait. The words were not yet spoken. In the hands of the East Extreme Qin Huang Emperor had emerged a green-colored blade, engraved with a very unique pattern, with dots of whirlwind fluctuating within it. If one were to take a closer look, one would notice that there seemed to be a 9-headed lion attached to the surface of this one blade that had been circling continuously. Seeing this scene, Ying Zhang's pupils also shrunk, and a deep color flashed in his eyes. Seeing this scene, Ying Zhang also reacted. even though he said that he had already unfolded his domain, but it hadn't completely defeated this one East Extremity Cyanide Emperor. After all, he had all reached this level of hierarchy, and in the past, all of them had once reached the level of the half-step Supreme God realm. That's why it's said that his means, and the strength associated with it, are endless in existence. It would be too simple to say that he could defeat him with just a domain, and then it wouldn't be an existence of the opponent's level. Immediately after, buzz, accompanied by a buzzing sound, a green-colored whirlwind then swept through this region, forming an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation. It was released with it in this instant, forming a green-colored nine-headed lion in midair and roaring forward. When this blade went down, it was a green-colored nine-headed lion. However, this was only just the beginning. As his blade continued to swing, one after another green-colored whirlwind then appeared in midair. Along with these green-colored whirlwinds, at the same time, green-colored nine-headed lions also appeared, and began to make roaring noises around them. Each of the nine-headed lions possessed an extremely terrifying fighting strength, very clearly no less than the strength of the previous 9 spirit sage. Nice, Ying Zhang commented indifferently, and did not choose to use his dominant power to absorb the energy of his opponent as well as these whirlwinds. It was because he knew very well that these means of his own, though said to have been very useful in the old days. However, in the face of the origin energy that the other party had exerted nowadays, it simply did not have much effect. However, Ying Zhang was also very clear that if he said that he would continue to wear out, then sooner or later, the origin energy stored in his opponent's body would be exhausted at any time. In particular, each cyclone nine-headed lion that was unleashed needed to consume an enormous amount of energy from the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor. Under these circumstances, according to Ying Zhang's estimation, the other party wanted to use the power of these whirlwinds to destroy his domain. Not only would it be a matter of seeing if the other's energy held out longer or if his own field held out longer, but, at this moment, a smile appeared at the corner of Ying Zhang's mouth. Chapter 190, Killing Move. Black Scorch Extinction. Buzz. Berserk whirlwinds then appeared, continuously sweeping through this heaven and earth. These violent whirlwinds possessed a very terrifying energy fluctuation, as well as a very terrifying power. In just a split second the field around them had appeared in place after place. It was very clear that these violent whirlwinds had started destroying these fields up along with them. However, nowadays it would still take a lot of effort if they wanted to completely destroy it, and all these whirlwinds used were basically the origin energy of the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor, along with the East Extremity Cyanide Emperor continuously using these origin energies. There were beads of sweat continuously dripping down his forehead. It was very obvious that having been using these origin energies, his own strength had all become fatigued in this instant along with it. However, this was also a very normal thing. After all, if one wanted to utilize origin energy, it was originally a very consuming thing. It was due to this reason that it was said that nowadays he was unable to keep it up so quickly, and this whirlwind's power carried on. Whether it was Ying Zhang or the East Pole Emperor Cheng Hua, or those gods around them, all of them knew this very well. They all understood very well that if they wanted to break through the domain in this situation, it should be a very difficult thing to do. Now it was just a matter of whether the energy of this month would run out first, or whether this one field would be broken first. However, many of the gods present thought that Ying Zhang's level of energy to maintain this one domain shouldn't last particularly long, so it was said that in the eyes of many gods, this East Extreme Qinghua Emperor would break through this one domain sooner or later. It was because of this thought that the next situation began to change, and crack after crack appeared in the surrounding field of light. Click! Finally, with a clicking sound, this field finally cracked with it, and at the same time, this crack also appeared. This also meant that now this East Extreme Qinghua Emperor had finally broken through this field, and at the same time, there was sound and energy spreading in again. At this moment, the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor finally broke through the scope of this domain. The East Extreme Qinghua Emperor smiled faintly and spoke to Ying Zhang. Your set of domain confirmations is very good, but there's one thing you need to be aware of. Your energy level is still too low. If you are at the same level of energy as me today, I'm afraid that this battle will be my undoing today. But it's a shame that you lost this battle. After all, the degree of energy you maintain is just too weak. Even this one energy field you can't maintain in the case of. And to want to continue, then it's simply delusional. Admit defeat. This one domain has been broken. Now you've lost. There was a touch of mockery in the tone of the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor as he slowly walked towards the location where the crack was located. At the same time, he watched as the field around him began to turn into a crack and subsequently break. Just as he had imagined, this one field had been completely cracked and completely turned into pieces. At the moment, he had completely cracked the domain and didn't have the slightest problem with it. This was also a very normal thing. After all, the attack that was unleashed just now was completely enough to destroy this one domain. stepping. But the thing that he didn't expect was that the very moment he had just stepped out, the surrounding gods didn't have any divine reactions. Instead they still carried calmness, and some even carried a touch of sigh. Rumble. At this instant, the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor finally realized, but it was already too late. From behind him, an extremely terrifying black dragon suddenly erupted. That black dragon was as if it was able to cover the entire heaven and earth, erupting with an extremely terrifying combat power. Just in an instant it had already penetrated his body like obsidian, leaving a huge hollow, directly destroying his body completely in that instant. Even though he tried his best to resist, this one obsidian-like black dragon, this moment erupted with an incomparably terrifying destructive force and impact, and the energy contained within it was even more terrifying than him. In this instant, he finally realized that this one field was not the real reason. One of the very important reasons why this field would be so easy to crack was the energy that was released within this field, including one's own origin energy has finally been absorbed by the field itself, thereby creating an unprecedented presence of combat power, which was this obsidian-like dragon. Pust. If it wasn't for Ying Zhang's timely withdrawal, I'm afraid that in that instant, the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor would have been destroyed directly along with it. With that, the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor collapsed to the ground, spitting out blood from his mouth with a look of disbelief in his eyes. Gazing closely at the direction where Ying Zhang was, he couldn't help but speak. So that's how it is. From the very beginning you've already set up this game, just to try and lure me into constantly making energy thereby raising the energy in this one field ever higher. As I unleashed those whirlwinds, it has already fallen for your scheme, thus cultivating this giant dragon for you. Pity. I've made a bad move after all. This battle is yours to win. Buzz. Before the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor could continue to speak, he suddenly felt a huge energy erupt from the surrounding heaven and earth. At this moment he finally reacted to the fact that many of the gods around him, as well as Ying Zhang's eyes were not on him. Instead, all eyes had converged on one of the gods around the dueling arena. It was, of course, Jin Yuanzi. Buzz. At this moment, along with his body, there was a fluctuation of spatial attribute energy, followed by a silver pattern that completely wrapped his body. Then the terrifying energy then erupted. There is a layer of the existence of the shackles of heaven and earth. At this moment was directly broken. The moment this heaven and earth shackle was broken, his energy from then on also appeared to change. It was even more terrifying than when it had originally changed, as if it had somehow undergone a qualitative change. In this instant, he finally reacted, and with a look of incredulity in his eyes, the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor muttered and couldn't help but open his mouth. A breakthrough? A flash of jealousy even flashed through the eyes of the Eastern Extremity Qinghua Emperor, as he could not imagine this moment. Jin Yuanzi had actually experienced a breakthrough, and the other party had stepped into an entirely new realm right after the breakthrough. It was also the half-step Supreme God realm that he had always dreamed of and wanted to return to. This realm that he himself had dreamed of for I don't know how many years had already been reached by the other party in this instant. And himself, just a loser. Chapter 191 Neutrals. New leaders. Buzz. One energy fluctuation after another formed a ripple that began to surge up around them. Above this one sky, an energy core was formed with it. An extremely terrifying amount of energy was constantly gathering in it. And in just a moment's time, a very large amount of energy had already been gathered. Moreover, the most crucial issue was that this energy core was only just beginning, and there was still a lot of energy in it that was beginning to converge. The key point of these energies, or where they converge, it was, of course, Jin Yuanzi. The moment, a deep color flashed in Erlangshan's eyes, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile as he slowly opened his mouth. It really didn't occur to me that one wave is yet to come. The East Extremity Qinghua Emperor was only just defeated, and I didn't expect such a thing to happen now. It seems that this one neutral sect is bound to be plagued with many disasters. Hearing this sentence, the Sun Wukong on one side had a flash of puzzlement in his eyes and couldn't help but open his mouth. What does that mean? Jin Yuanzi. If it is said to be able to break through to a new realm and reach the legendary half-step Supreme God realm, then shouldn't this neutral sect become very solid? This was because Sun Wukong knew very well that if the neutral sect wanted to stabilize, then it would need a half-step Supreme God realm deity to be the leader of it. At the time before this, there were no half-step Supreme God realm existences in the neutral sect, and today's time was completely different from the original. If Jin Yuanzi was able to break through to the half-step Supreme God realm nowadays, then it would mean that this neutral sect at the very least possessed the means to arm wrestle with the other two sects against each other. This also means that this neutral party, which was very weak at the time before, has completely changed the situation. At the time before this, both the Queen Mother sect and the Jade Emperor sect actually possessed very terrifying strength. It didn't matter if it was the Jade Emperor who had already stepped into the Supreme God realm, or the Queen Mother's faction that possessed 2 half-steps into the Supreme God realm. All of them can be considered very scary in terms of strength and possess a certain amount of power of speech. After all, in the middle of this region of the Heavenly Court, strength was already the best discourse. It was for this reason that the Monkey King was said to think so. However, it was very clear that in Erlangshan's eyes, this breakthrough had a different significance, or rather he had realized the impact that this breakthrough would bring. Erlangshan spoke indifferently, while above his forehead, that one eye had slowly opened, erupting with a hefty divine might, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. There may be a fight later, so I suggest you summon your weapon ahead of time, or you may not make it in time later. Before the words fell, one of his classic 3-pointed, 2-bladed blades had already appeared in his hand, releasing energy fluctuations in mid-air. Sun Wukong had realized something at this moment, and immediately after that, he had already made a grip towards the void, and immediately after that, the Rui weapon appeared in his hand. Immediately afterward, a flash of excitement also flashed across Sun Wukong's face as he slowly opened his mouth. It seems that next, it's really possible to properly move your muscles. It's been a long time since you've properly moved your muscles. Say, didn't you guys always stay out of any factions? And even if you join a faction, you should join the Jade Emperor's side of the faction. After all, that's your uncle. Hearing this sentence, a deep color flashed through Erlangshan's eyes, followed by a slight smile as he opened his mouth. There is nothing wrong with what you say. In normal times the faction that I, Erlangshan, am in, is my faction alone, never joining any faction. But now this situation, I would prefer to join a neutral faction rather than my uncle's one, the Jade Emperor faction. And it is only by joining the Zhengdi faction that there is a glimmer of possibility that I can maintain the stability of the Heavenly Court. Plus, a couple of you and I have a very good relationship. With such an explanation, the Monkey King also understood and couldn't help but smile slightly. Immediately grasping his weapon, he looked at the many gods around him, all of whom had already released their weapons, and couldn't help but open his mouth at this moment. Then, I'm afraid, we must be careful next. The moment. In the shattered dueling arena, the entirety of the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor spat out blood from his mouth, but he didn't have any feeling of defeat at the moment. Instead, he had a deep color in his eyes, and then the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile as he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Ha ha ha, this is fate. This is your destiny. In this heavenly court, not joining any faction would have meant death." Jin Yuanzi, this fool, thought that he could maintain the stability of this heavenly court by joining a neutral faction, but from the very beginning, neither the Jade Emperor nor the Queen Mother had him in their sights. And now, the moment he breaks through the half-step Supreme God realm is already the moment of his death. The Heavenly Court will no longer allow another neutral faction leader to appear. Ying Zhang's face was bland, but he had to admit that there was indeed nothing wrong with what this East Extreme Qinghua Emperor said. At the time before this, due to this neutral faction having this East Extreme Qinghua Emperor as an undercover agent, it could be used as a time bomb detonation at critical moments. Meanwhile, besides this East Pole Qinghua Emperor, the so-called strongest fighting force of this neutral faction, it was none other than this Xin Yuanzi. And now in this situation, once Xin Yuanzi did not have a breakthrough, it wasn't a particularly big deal, but if Xin Yuanzi were to break through, then it would inevitably cause a tremor in the Heavenly Court. Therefore, people in power like the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother must now kill this one Xin Yuanzi who was about to make a breakthrough. Otherwise, after breaking through to that level of hierarchy, it would inevitably lead to the neutral sect occupying an important position in the Heavenly Court. Buzz. At this very moment, along with the fluctuations in space, which then slowly dispersed, the figure that was originally still sitting in place, at this moment slowly stood up, as a very level-headed Jing Yuanzi. Naturally, he was also very clear about all this in front of him. At this moment, Jin Yuanzi spoke faintly with a deepness in his eyes. From this day forward, I am the new leader of the neutral faction, East Pole Changhua Dadi. Due to the betrayal of the neutral faction, it is said that from today onwards, the neutral faction is officially expelled from the neutral faction. Chapter 192 Suppression. Rebellion in the Heavenly Court. Buzz. After hearing these words from Jin Yuanzi, quite a few of the surrounding gods all shook with them. None of them had expected this Jin Yuanzi's tactics to be so tough. At the same time that he himself had just broken through to the half-step Supreme God realm, he had already directly announced this order, as well as announcing that the East Extremity Cyanide Emperor had withdrawn. One should know that in the previous times, the two people, the East Pole Qinghua Emperor and Jin Yuanzi, could be said to have worked together as the leaders of the neutral faction. Even to a certain extent this East Extreme Qinghua Emperor could be said to be the master of the neutral sect. It did not occur to me that nowadays this East Extreme Qinghua Emperor had withdrawn from the neutral sect, and under these circumstances, Jin Yuanzi then broke through to the half-step Supreme God realm, thus becoming the new masters of this one neutral faction. It is fair to say that such a thing seemed very absurd to them, but it happened right in front of them, and many of the gods had noticed the atmosphere in the presence. It had instantly become incomparably serious, and many of the surrounding gods had all begun to take out their weapons with it. A strife can be said to be on the verge of breaking out in general. Ha! The smile of the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor looked very bright, and with a deep color in his eyes, he immediately opened his mouth to Ying Zhang. It seems that, just as I had imagined, this heavenly court accompanied Jin Yuanzi's breakthrough. There has been some kind of change, and now I'm afraid that a fierce showdown is bound to break out among the three factions. When the time comes, an outcome like that. Before he could finish speaking, Ying Zhang already had an icy look on his face and slowly opened his mouth. Shut up, Buzz. Along with the two have ended the battle, the Jade Emperor has also lost control of the dueling arena, and put all of his focus on this Jin Yuanzi's body, so that at this moment this Jade Emperor constructed this dueling arena, has collapsed with it. I'm afraid it won't be long before it turns into a completely new area. Immediately after that, Ying Zhang glanced at the bar, like a dead dog. The East Extreme Qinghua Emperor casually raised his palm. Immediately after that, there was a burst of energy that blasted the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor directly out and landed outside the dueling arena. Although it was said that this East Pole Qinghua Dadi was very detestable, to put it bluntly, Ying Zhang did not intend to kill this East Extreme Qinghua Emperor. After all, the other party was not exactly on the opposite level. Moreover, for Ying Zhang, the most crucial issue now lies in the battle that is about to break out, not in the East Pole Qinghua Dadi. Whoosh! In the next moment, Ying Zhang directly rushed out of this dueling arena with a deep color in his eyes as he looked towards that heavenly emperor. In fact, of all the gods present, the only one who could face the heavenly emperor's pressure directly was probably Ying Zhang. Even Dong Huang Tai-yi and the Queen Mother, although it was said that they were on the opposite side of the relationship with the heavenly emperor, they never dared to face the heavenly emperor's pressure directly. Tread. As expected, the moment Ying Zhang looked at the heavenly emperor, the heavenly emperor's figure had slowly stood up from among the seats. With a touch of coldness in his eyes, he watched Ying Zhang closely, and then slowly opened his mouth in the next moment. Somewhat over the top, the heavenly court is supposed to exist as one, and now that this heavenly court is divided into three factions, there is supposed to be some strife. From now on, the heavenly court can be divided into two factions at most. Neutrals. Dismissed at this point. All of the people in the room had not expected the heavenly emperor to actually use such thunderous means. Just in this instant alone, he already wanted to resolve the neutral faction, obviously due to this Jin Yuanzi's breakthrough. So this neutral faction has created a very big threat to heaven and earth. If it was before, I'm afraid the heavenly emperor wouldn't be too interested in this neutral faction. And now this neutral faction had appeared in a situation where a half-step supreme god realm, very close to his realm, had appeared. Then there is bound to be some threat, which is why he said he wanted to disband the neutral faction. Oh, at this moment, Jin Yuanzi, who had just stabilized his energy fluctuations, had a deep color in his eyes as he gazed closely at the heavenly emperor and slowly spoke. Heavenly Emperor, are you really not going to think about it anymore? Personally, I don't think disbanding the neutrals will do you much good, but rather, it will have too many disadvantages when the time comes. This heavenly court will inevitably fall apart at that time if certain problems arise minute by minute, and the impact and consequences at that time will definitely be very great. His words were not empty words, but naked threats, and they were also said to be a very understandable thing. After all, once something like that happened, I'm afraid that this heavenly court would really be thrown into chaos, causing a struggle between the three major factions, which would result in a chaotic war. Okay, the heavenly emperor's complexion was ice cold, and his tone carried a touch of non-refusal as he spoke faintly to Jin Yuanzi in the distance. Today I can stay for the sake of past love, and one of your lives will merely dissolve your faction, and will not exterminate all of you. But if it is said that you will not follow orders, then I will have no choice but to step in when the time comes. Before heaven and earth finished speaking, the distant Queen Mother also slowly opened her mouth at this instant, with a touch of excitement in her tone. That's right, if you don't comply, then, the neutral faction will be more than just disbanded, and then it will be out of control if a fight breaks out. For the Queen Mother's faction, this battle could be very much to their gain a lot of benefits. That's why in this situation, they very much hope that a battle can break out, or that they can dissolve the neutral faction and allow many gods to join the faction they are in. Good. Jin Yuanzi sighed with a deep color in his eyes, and immediately after glancing at the sky, he spoke. Heavenly Emperor, when you rose to power back then, I already sensed that you weren't something ordinary. It didn't occur to me that at a later time you succeeded the first Heavenly Father and arrived at such a position as you are now. If it is said that he will live, then he will certainly regret giving this position to you when the time comes. After that demon realm war, you have simply disturbed the heavenly court. Today, since you're going to make a move, then the neutral faction will definitely not fold its hands. Buzz. At that moment, in Jin Yuanzi's hand there was a silver-colored ball of light that coalesced with it, and a sharp color erupted from his eyes. Come on, let this heavenly court, on this occasion, begin to be in chaos. Chapter 193 Detonation. Might of the Heavenly Emperor. Rumble. Along with Jin Yuanzi's words, immediately after this Peach Festival, it had begun to turn into a battlefield in general. There were countless gods that had all exploded their respective energies in this instant. At the same time has taken out the hands of weapons. Very obviously at this moment has broken out the conflict. A conflict of this caliber is very clearly not a simple one. After all, nowadays, in this area, it could be said that most of the gods in the heavenly court were gathered. Even apart from some hidden existences, there were quite a few of them, all of which were the top gods in this heavenly court. So it was said that in this instant, the conflict that erupted from them was bound to be very intense, and that there would definitely be an unprecedented battle when the time came. Buzz. Jin Yuanzi's face was serious as he gazed closely at the heavenly emperor and spoke faintly. From now on, I'm a neutral party. Make your own. The moment the words fell, the neutral faction gods at the back hesitated for a moment before subsequently all had raised their weapons in their hands. It represented that they had agreed to this statement of the large. After all, they did not want to submit to the heavenly emperor or to the Queen Mother's faction. They all have their own minds as well as their own ideas, so that doesn't make them willing to submit. At that moment, vast energy erupted in this heaven and earth, and even many of the surrounding gods all changed their faces with it. Great! The heavenly emperor's face was bland, as if he didn't even put this in his eyes. In his eyes perhaps this Jin Yuanzi was just like a slightly stronger mole cricket, even if this Jin Yuanzi had now reached the realm of enacting the supreme god realm. But in his eyes there was also no particularly terrifying power at all. This was the pressure of the supreme god realm, that is, the status of the supreme god realm as well as the corresponding strength. At that moment, the heavenly emperor spoke faintly, his tone carrying an endless coldness. Give me, perish. Whoever destroys Jin Yuanzi will be rewarded with a half-step to the supreme god realm. Buzz. The moment the words fell, all the gods of the remaining two factions present in the room all rose up into the air with them. Each of them erupted a very terrifying energy, all of them converging their gazes on Jin Yuanzi's body, and it was very obvious that they all wanted to kill this Jin Yuanzi. No one would doubt these words of the heavenly emperor. After all, with the strength of the heavenly emperor's supreme god realm wanting to cast out a half-step supreme god realm, it was simply a breeze for him. Especially with the reserves accumulated by the heavenly court as well as the heavenly treasures in the heavenly court wanting to pile out a half-step supreme god realm, then it's simply too easy. As for the gods of the Queen Mother sect, it was even more so for them. If it was possible to destroy this Jin Yuanzi, then they also had certain benefits when the time came. Rumble. Rushing at the forefront was a three-legged golden crow, with a speed like thunder, and the blazing temperature it brought with it. Directly in this instant burning the surrounding space appeared a dark crack. Very obviously the strength of the outbreak, so that everyone was shocked. This was also a very normal thing. After all, with the strength of the East Emperor Tai and the energy of the three-legged golden crow that he had at his disposal, this would have been a very easy thing to do, even to a certain extent. If it was said that if he exploded with all his might, it would be a very easy thing to kill Jin Yuanzi. At this moment, the entire heavenly court had detonated. When Jin Yuanzi saw this scene, there was a deep color in his eyes, and at the same time, he sighed. Though that said, he knew that he had created a very big back end, so to speak. With this move, it could be said to have caused chaos in this heavenly court, but he knew very well that no matter what, the moment he himself made this breakthrough he was already on the opposite side of the fence from the other side, and he also had to take this group of gods to leave the heavenly court to make his own way. Otherwise when this heavenly court fell into the hands of the heavenly emperor, then it would definitely cause some turmoil. It was the separation of the three factions that forged the stability of the heavenly court. And now, if the master of this heavenly court, that one heavenly emperor, wanted to exterminate the neutral faction, at that time, once the two major factions were left, it would inevitably lead to fights between each other. So, nowadays, for Jin Yuanzi, this was the best thing to do. Die. Just as Jin Yuanzi was pondering all this, there was already a blazing light blinking with the ensuing onslaught. In an instant, it had reached him, and the three-legged golden crow erupted with an extremely terrifying strength. East Emperor Tai Chi directly at this moment manifested his figure, holding two golden sun-like existences in his hands. It directly snapped down in this instant in the direction where Jin Yuanzi was, and in an instant, it was like a bomb exploding, making a very violent ringing sound. Buzz. Although Jin Yuanzi said that he had just made a breakthrough, as the ancestor of the Earth Immortals, plus possessing a very terrifying base, that was why he had quickly dodged the moment those two sun-like existences erupted. In the blink of an eye, he had quickly dodged away, while with a deep color in his eyes, he kept releasing his spatial power, and a silver light quickly flashed. In the blink of an eye, the silver glow raced rapidly in all directions. In this situation, he had to dodge his opponent's attacks with swift spatial movement. But this is only a stopgap measure. After all, in any case, under the present circumstances, he had to find a way to defeat this East Emperor Tai Chi. Otherwise then he would definitely face very many dangers at that time. Furthermore, Jin Yuanzi was able to visibly see that many of the gods around him were now at war, and the gods of the neutral faction were very clearly at a disadvantage. In this case, it is important to get a grip on the issue. Otherwise, the situation that will be faced then is bound to shake out with it. Pust. Just at this time, suddenly the figure of the three-legged golden crow arrived behind him in the blink of an eye. Immediately after that, there was a small golden sun, directly aimed at his back, and after a blow was slapped down it was immediately bloody, leaving behind a constant stream of blood. In an instant, Jin Yuanzi was directly hit hard. Although it was said that he had already reached the same realm as the Eastern Emperor Tai, the Eastern Emperor Tai had once reached the Supreme God realm at a previous time. So it is said that this kind of combat power is naturally not able to be compared to each other. There is a very big gap. Just as East Emperor Tai Chi was about to strike again, there was suddenly a figure. It was like a black stream of light blocking in front of the East Emperor Tai, with a touch of coldness in his eyes, while an incomparably terrifying energy erupted from his hands. It is, of course, Ying Zhang. Chapter 194, Battle Against East Emperor Tai Chi. Rumble. The Black Dragon, which directly erupted in this instant, hovered in mid-air, and in the blink of an eye, it had collided with the small golden sun, and with that, a shockwave erupted. So the degree of energy between the two was so terrifying that just this one collision had already caused the surrounding space to shatter with it. The middle heavenly court had all shaken with it, as if the divine artifacts carried by this peach banquet had all begun to tremble. A dark crack appeared, very obviously possessing an extremely powerful strength. Ha! Donghuang Tai stopped his stance, and with a touch of coldness in his eyes, he gazed at Ying Zhang in front of him, and then slowly opened his mouth and said, "You're a very good fellow. I didn't think that you were actually hiding your strength when you were fighting against the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor. It seems that this East Extreme Qinghua Emperor and you had thought wrongly when you created a confrontation at that time. An existence of your level of strength doesn't even bother to make a move. So I'm sure you just made a move just for Jin Yuanzi, right? Am I right?" Has silently broken through to the late stage of Lord God. Qin Shi Huang, Ying Zhang. Hearing these words, in an instant, quite a few of the gods had all stopped in their tracks, with a look of shock in their eyes. All of them had not thought that this Ying Zhang had actually reached such a stage silently. It was important to realize that at the time before this Ying Zhang had not yet reached the level of a Lord God, and now it had reached the level of the Lord God level, and had silently reached the level of the Lord God post level. One must realize that as in a realm of the level of a Lord God, every realm one advances into can be said to be extremely difficult. And now that this Ying Zhang has directly reached such a level, it can be said that this Ying Zhang is simply incomparably terrifying. If it wasn't due to the civil unrest that had erupted in the heavenly court, if it wasn't due to the fact that just now, Dong Huangtai had struck Jin Yuanzi, if he wanted to lay hands on Jin Yuanzi, I'm afraid that this Ying Zhang would not be able to break out his true strength at this moment. Knowing that the late stage of a Lord God and the mid stage of a Lord God could be said to be a heavenly difference in general, the gap between them was simply too great. It could be said to be crushing in general, and even in a way, it could be destroyed with a wave of the hand. Nice. Blood was still spilling out of Jin Yuanzi's mouth. It was very obvious that he had suffered a serious injury just now, and that was why he said that he had suffered the heavy injuries that he was suffering from now. It seems that this battle today will have a reversal due to your breakthrough. Buzz. At this moment, the smoke is slowly dispersing, from which the figure of Ying Zhang has been revealed, with his eyes firmly fixed on the East Emperor Tai Chi. It didn't look like there was particularly much tension in his eyes, and he didn't show any panic because of the other party's words, and he opened his mouth at this moment. You guessed very well at the time. Ever since I entered this Lord God realm, I have felt as if I have been subjected to some sort of qualitative change within heaven and earth. That level of energy keeps my realm rising. It even says I can break through again if I want to. Perhaps it is the earth that gives me strength. Hearing these words, the East Emperor Tai had a deep color in his eyes, and immediately after, he couldn't help but open his mouth to flirt. You have a very good idea, but do you think that just because you were able to break through to the late stage of Lord God, you'll be able to continue to break through? At a realm at the level of a main god, even an existence at my level can't just break through a realm. So if you have the ability, you can keep breaking through. You fellow, if you can continue to make a breakthrough today, so what if I call you father? Hearing these words of flirtation with a hint of threatening meaning, many of the surrounding gods all smiled with the corners of their mouths. After all, it is impossible for Ying Zheng to make a breakthrough again. If Ying Zheng makes a breakthrough again, then it is simply unimaginable, and it would really be as Ying Zheng said, that he has now reached a kind of existence that is in community with the earth, and the earth, in general, kept transferring energy to him. Since you don't believe, with a bland expression, Ying Zheng casually raised his palm around the sea, as if he was condensing some kind of very terrifying energy. Immediately afterward, a brilliant orb appeared in his hand, in which an extremely terrifying energy had already appeared, and it was actually the world tree from before. Then let's show you all. What a gift! Before the words left his mouth, at that very moment, it was as if an ocean of vast energy suddenly erupted from the world's numbers, directly surging into Ying Zheng's body. It was as if it had broken some kind of shackle within him in this instant. It allowed his energy level and the corresponding realm to continuously rise, and in the blink of an eye, he had already broken through to the next level. Hurrah! The peak of the Lord God. At this moment, the East Emperor Taiyi's eyes changed with a tinge of surprise. No, what's wrong with you? You've already broken through to this level in a matter of moments? At this instant, Dong Huang Taiyi could be said to be incomparably shocked. He hadn't even thought that this Ying Zheng would actually break through when he said he would. Although that world tree looked very familiar, he understood that no matter what kind of means this Ying Zheng had used, but to be able to break through would already be considered a very terrifying existence. At the peak level of a Lord God, this was enough to shock people. After all, this level of hierarchy could be said to have a very terrifying influence on them. Regardless of the degree of energy in it or the level of energy in it, it could be said to be incomparably terrifying, possessing an extremely large degree. Before they could even wait for them to react, Zhuan had already smiled faintly once again, gazing at the East Emperor Taiyi and speaking. His Excellency the Eastern Emperor Taichi, I don't think you should be in a hurry to call me daddy just yet. This is only just the beginning. The breakthrough isn't quite complete yet. Before Dong Huang Taiyi and the others could react, a horrifying energy fluctuation erupted from Ying Zheng's body again. Rumble. At this moment, everyone was shocked by the energy fluctuations that erupted from Ying Zheng, and just in this instant, people were already astonished. This was because the energy that Ying Zheng had erupted had reached a level equal to that of Jin Yuanzi and Dong Huang Taiyi and the others at this moment. Even the Celestial Emperor was shocked at this moment. His eyes were filled with a touch of incredulity as he gazed closely at the direction where Ying Zheng was. The reason was very simple. It was due to the fact that the energy fluctuation that Ying Zheng had erupted in this instant had shocked them deeply. After all, the energy fluctuations erupted from Ying Zheng at this very moment. It had already reached half a step to the Supreme God Realm. Chapter 195 Strong Men Collide. The sky collapses. Buzz. At the moment of Ying Zheng's breakthrough, the surrounding energy environment also changed, and the area of this heavenly court had trembled with it. After breaking through to the half-step Supreme God Realm, the extent of Ying Zheng's energy nowadays was already different to a very large extent from what it was originally. If it was the original time, Ying Zheng's level of energy was slightly inferior compared to these gods. At the very least, it was a bit too poor compared to an existence of the level of the Eastern Emperor Taiyi, whereas nowadays, it would be completely different. The half-step Supreme God Realm was definitely a realm that could allow him to reach the peak position of this heavenly court, and was sufficient to shock the surrounding gods. How can? East Emperor Taichi had a look of surprise in his eyes as he gazed at this Ying Zheng in front of him. Confirmation that what was in front of you was not an illusion, but something that was really happening. But this instead made him incredibly surprised, not thinking that Ying Zheng had already broken through to this level in a quiet manner. Now, after Ying Zheng had broken through to this level, it was very clear that the threat of this neutral faction was even greater. After all, originally, it was already a terrifying thing for the neutral sect to have a Jin Yuanzi. Only at that time there was still the East Pole Qing Huadadi as a tiebreaker, so it wouldn't have a particularly horrific effect in this case. Whereas in this case today, things have changed dramatically. Not only was it the breakthrough of the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor, but there was also a very important reason due to the fact that this Ying Zheng had already broken through to the equivalent realm. If just one half-step Supreme God Realm was just enough to make the Heavenly Emperor feel a hint of alarm, then by the time there were two, this would already be extremely terrifying. One must know that even the Queen Mother's faction only possess two half-step Supreme God Realms today, namely the Queen Mother, and this East Emperor Taiyi. So, at this moment, the Jade Emperor had closed his eyes and slowly opened them, with a touch of depth in his eyes, staring intently in Ying Zheng's direction, his fingers gently tapping on the chair at the bottom of the hill. His eyes very obviously carried a touch of blood in them. Obviously, At this moment, this Jade Emperor had already moved to kill. If this continues, I'm afraid that he'll just go ahead and choose to kill this Ing Zhang next. After all, this Ing Zhang has become a very big threat to him. Very good. Dong Huang Taiyi's eyes were ice cold as he gazed at Ing Zhang and spoke faintly. At the time before, I didn't have such a strong killing intent towards you, but now after having broken through to such a realm, then I'm bound to kill you. Today, this will already be your death. There was nothing wrong with what he said. After all, this Xin Yuanzi had already broken through to the equivalent realm at the time before this. But even after Xin Yuanzi had broken through to this realm, he was still able to be easily injured by this Dong Huang Tai, even directly suffering heavy injuries. It was very clear that even though he had already stepped into this realm, due to the fact that he had just stepped into it, it was said that he did not have a particularly terrifying combat power. Therefore, under normal circumstances, if this Dong Huang Tai wanted to make a move against Ing Zhang, it would simply be a very easy thing to do. After all, he had once stepped into the Supreme God realm. After hearing these words, Ing Zhang spoke faintly with a touch of disdain in his eyes. If you have the ability, you'll try your hand, and I'll just test how my combat power after the breakthrough has already been now. Although he said that he felt as if he still had signs of an impending breakthrough, he was very clear. If one wanted to break through to the Supreme God realm, it was definitely not a very simple matter. The energy that had accumulated in the world tree was now completely gone. I'm afraid it's not that simple a thing to continue to use the energy of the world tree if at all. Perhaps, if there is a desire to break through, there is a relationship between the cause and the opportunity and the earth. Try. Just try it. The moment the words had just fallen, East Emperor Tai Chi had instantly struck out. In the twinkling of an eye, he had already rushed out towards the front, and in his hands, there were two golden suns that directly landed down at this instant. A blazing temperature erupted, and the surrounding space had shaken with it. Rumble. In the instant that East Emperor Tai Chi struck out, the surrounding heaven and earth had shaken with it, and a dark spatial crack had appeared. It was very obvious that with this level of energy from him, once he struck out, it was bound to be a heavenly collapse in general, and that's just the extent to which he hadn't reached his original power. If we're talking about the kind of realm he was in back then, I'm afraid that even an existence of the Heavenly Emperor's level wouldn't necessarily be his opponent now. After all, back then the Heavenly Emperor's rank wasn't as high as his. Just the power of the three-legged golden crow that he had erupted, as well as the extremely blazing temperature and energy, was enough to shock people. Rumble. In the next second, Ing Zhang similarly struck out at that instant, and in his hand was a black dragon wrapped around it. The energy representing the great Qin world's fortune exploded at this moment, colliding with the other party with unimaginable trembling energy. The moment the two collided together, a violent shockwave was immediately formed, creating a crack towards the surroundings. After seeing this scene, many of the surrounding very brights all sucked in a breath of cool air. None of them had expected that the clash between these two had actually reached such a level, and the most crucial issue was that Ing Zhang was not even the slightest bit disadvantaged in this clash. To be able to reach such a level is enough to show that Ing Zhang's strength has very likely reached an extreme level. If this Ing Zhang was able to go one step further, then by that time, his energy level would still have a considerable realm, and it would just not be that simple of a level. At that time, not only would they be equal to the Heavenly Emperor in terms of rank, but in terms of strength in this realm, they would most likely be able to suppress the Heavenly Emperor. Even to a certain extent, this had represented Ing Zhang's combat power. All of the gods present were holding their breath and watching the battle between the two closely, and even the gods in the middle of the battle had stopped moving. It was very clear that in this instant, the combat power displayed by Ing Zhang and Dong Huang Tai had already surpassed their imagination. Even, in a way, it has reached a very scary point. That's why they are watching so much and have used a lot of their minds. Chapter 196, Three-Legged Golden Crow. Chop. Interesting. At this moment, the eyes of Dong Huang Tai, who was evenly matched with Ing Zhang's energy, carried a look of interest. I originally thought that your energy level was already very high, but I didn't think that you've now exceeded my imagination and are actually able to compete with me on an even footing. Now it looks like it's time to return to its original fighting form. Rumble. The moment the words hadn't even fallen, his entire body had changed with it, and at the same time, he had already transformed into his battle form. In that instant of assuming his battle form, his entire human body had turned into a three-legged golden crow. This three-legged golden crow had a golden radiance, and the moment it appeared, the temperature of the surroundings had risen with it. It was very obvious that after the East Emperor Tai Chi had completely unleashed his full strength into battle form, it was also the time of the three-legged golden crow, and the combat power he had erupted from had exceeded the imagination of those around him. In a way, his combat power was now straight up to the Supreme God realm. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that even if he didn't get the complete authority right now, Just the words of the Queen Mother's kind of authority. He would be able to directly step into the Supreme God realm. Buzz. The moment the three-legged golden crow appeared, Ing Zhang's Wild Mountain chapter also changed, and he did not choose to sit back and wait for death. Instead, a terrifying black dragon directly erupted at this instant. Black streams of light directly erupted at this instant, with a black dragon rising into the air. Black streams of light swept through an entire heaven and earth in an instant. At the moment when the golden color swept through the heaven and earth, the black color also erupted in the heaven and earth, which was separated from the golden light. It was very clear that this level of explosive power could be said to shock everyone. Whoosh! The three-legged golden crow accelerated its speed in this instant, as swift as thunder. It only took a moment to flash behind Ing Zhang. Then there were already two groups of golden suns in his hands that erupted with it. These two groups of golden sun lessons. It was also one of his most powerful killing moves, which contained an extremely terrifying divine power of the sun, which could be described as the ultimate sun energy. The moment this energy erupted, Ing Zhang had already made his move, and his entire arm had a black dragon wrapped around it at that instant. That one black dragon was lifelike, as if it was real, and an extremely horrifying bloody aura directly erupted with it. Immediately after that, a tight grip toward the back erupted with the force of 1,000 pounds. This very terrifying force directly collided with the three-legged golden crow that attacked from behind, forming a shockwave the moment it collided. Seeing this scene, the three-legged golden crow was instantly shocked, and a flash of shock flashed across the entirety of his eyes as he gazed closely at Ing Zhang. He hadn't even thought that this Ing Zhang's physical ability had reached such a level. If it was that the other party's energy level had only just already reached this half-step Supreme God realm, but if one were to evaluate the opponent's physical ability, then the opponent's physical ability had already reached the Supreme God realm. It could be said that the opponent's physical ability had reached a very terrifying point. Physical fitness. One that was enough to rival the physique of the Supreme God realm. What exactly this kind of physique meant, the three-footed golden crow could be said to know very well. That meant that if Ing Zhang was able to step into that realm one day, then his physical body and his energy level had all reached the double realm. After the dual realm was reached, then it was bound to be an unimaginable ground. Perhaps, being able to step out, that step above the Supreme God realm, could be said to be that step of nothingness. What's wrong? It's only just this fast, and you're already shocked by my physique? Ing Zhang's face was bland and he did not look the least bit surprised, merely clenching his fists once again as the black dragon in his hands became incomparably terrifying. He had already had an understanding of all this in front of him for a long time. After all, he was very clear about the extent of his physique, which had long since reached this level. In a certain way, he was now able to rival Supreme God realm existences with each other in terms of his physical degree alone. That's not. East Emperor Taichi pushed down the shock in his body and gently wiped away the blood in his mouth with a touch of ice coldness in his eyes, gazing at Ing Zhang. At the same time in this instant his arm had also been wrapped in a golden light. He faintly opened his mouth and said, though it's the extent of my physique that may be slightly worse than yours, but with the energy side of the supplement, I don't think you're necessarily my match in that department. Before the words fell, he also wrapped his arm in a golden glow, and in the next instant, he rushed out directly toward the front. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Ing Zhang, directly colliding with him from the front. It was very clear that he didn't want to just give in. After all, at the time before this, he could be said to be the master of this heavenly court, and could be said to be the holder of authority within this heavenly court. If it wasn't due to that demonic war, then under the current situation, as long as Emperor Jun was still alive, then this situation would definitely not happen now. At the very least he would not have lost his authority and fallen into this situation now. Roar! As he thought of this, Dong Huangtai had hissed and collided with Ing Zhang, continuously venting the anger as well as energy in his body. Ing Zhang did not let go of the water in the slightest. Directly clasping his palm, he condensed a blade entwined with a black dragon out of the void, and chopped out towards the front in this instant. Rumble! The moment this black dragon blade chopped out towards the front, the void had then shattered, and a dark crack appeared. It was very clear that at this moment, the might of this sword blade had been unimaginable, and even reached an unimaginable point in a certain way. This level of energy level could be said to be incomparably terrifying. The two directly collided together at this instant, and the moment they collided together, the golden energy and black energy trembled with it. Pust. However, at this instant, there was blood, which suddenly flowed out from around the golden energy body. It was golden blood that continuously flowed with golden streams of light. It was very obvious that in this instant, the three-legged golden crow had been injured. I beg for mercy. East Emperor Taichi could no longer suppress his inner fear and begged for mercy from Ing Zhang, hoping to leave a chance of survival. However, Ing Zhang didn't even bother with this fellow, and from the very beginning, he didn't put this Dong Huang Tai in his eyes. After all, back in those days, Ying Zheng had heard the myth of this guy from within the 9 songs. With that, a sword, chopping the 3-legged golden crow. Chapter 197 Heavenly Emperor, the true target. Buzz. In the instant that the blade entwined with the black dragon fell, the 3-legged golden crow was destroyed with it, and everyone around was shocked by it. All of them did not expect that this Ying Zheng's tactics would be so ruthless and not leave the slightest bit of life behind. At this moment, the Eastern Emperor Tai directly died. And it looks like it's almost as if God's soul is falling apart. In front of so many gods, and in front of such a situation today, there was such an existence as heaven and earth fighting for what could be described as an incomparably terrifying scene. And under the watchful eyes of so many people, he then directly beheaded this one Eastern Emperor Tai directly. It was important to realize that before this battle began, everyone did not expect that this Dong Huang Tai would actually die at the hands of Ying Zheng. Many people did not expect this Ying Zheng to not only break through again and again, and directly after the breakthrough, this East Emperor Tai was decapitated. Such a tactic was really shocking to everyone. Good tactics. Sun Wukong and Erlang Shen, who had just been engaged in battle with the surrounding gods, both changed their complexion at this moment with a tinge of shock. They really hadn't imagined that this Ying Zheng's tactics had actually reached such a level, and that what happened just now had only happened in the blink of an eye. He had already decapitated this one East Emperor Tai, knowing that the East Emperor Tai's level was very high, and at one point in time, he had stepped into the Supreme God realm, meaning that the other party was not an ordinary half-step Supreme God realm. The fact that an existence of this caliber could be easily killed by Ying Zheng was enough to illustrate the terrifying combat power of this Ying Zheng. Buzz. After resolving this Dong Huang Tai, Ying Zheng had a deep color in his face, merely gazing at the heavenly emperor in front of him, who was about to step towards himself from just now. This celestial emperor then stopped moving closer to himself. Only for each step he took, the other party would stop with it. Obviously, even an existence of his realm was in this divine artifact. It would still be suppressed by the corresponding rules of heaven and earth, and there existed a certain amount of energy weakening, which came from the weakening of that divine weapon of the Queen Mother. If it was possible to remove this layer of restriction, perhaps the Heavenly Emperor would be able to explode his original power, which would be completely different in today's time. After all, the current Heavenly Emperor was still being suppressed accordingly, and hadn't exploded out his full power. Otherwise, with his means he would have already stepped over in one step. At this moment, after the death of the Eastern Emperor Tai, the only person above this battlefield who could stop Ying Zheng was this one Heavenly Emperor. Even the Queen Mother might not be able to stop this Ying Zheng's attack. After all, this Ying Zheng's fighting strength, there were also some corresponding means that could be said to be extremely terrifying, and even an existence at the level of the Queen Mother would not necessarily be able to withstand this level of terrifying strength. Immediately, the Heavenly Emperor and the Queen Mother very obviously realized this. And the Heavenly Emperor looked directly at the Queen Mother with a deep color in his eyes as he slowly opened his mouth. If you continue to restrict and bind me in this way, I'm afraid that this kid is going to run amok. If anything, you don't catch the disarming, then there's only the option to leave today. Once we let go of this group of people from the neutral faction today, then there's bound to be a lot of trouble in the future when the time comes. Moreover, the Eastern Emperor Tai has already fallen. Is it hard for you not to want to help your ally take revenge? Hearing these lustful words, Queen Mother instantly reacted, knowing very well that what this one Heavenly Emperor had said was indeed not wrong. As the Jade Emperor said, if anything, he continues to limit the Jade Emperor's energy today, then I'm afraid that the only person in this space who can suppress the Ying Zheng no longer exists. Therefore, under such circumstances, Ying Zheng was bound to be able to escape with this group of neutral faction deities along with him. Once this group of neutral faction gods had escaped, it would inevitably have a very great impact on the Jade Emperor. Moreover, by that time, these deities of the land acquisition faction would inevitably become a party to the climate, and by then even the Western Queen Mother faction would not be able to stop the other party from continuing to grow. Immediately, the Queen Mother of the West took a deep breath, a deep color flashed in her eyes, and then immediately turned to Ying Zheng, slowly speaking, this one thing, don't blame me, since you killed the East Emperor Tai, then I from the beginning of the time you have done wrong. The East Emperor Tai can be said to be the pillar of our side of the faction. Now it is your turn to die. The words were not yet spoken. Rumble. Immediately afterward, an extremely terrifying golden energy then erupted, sweeping out from the Jade Emperor's body in this instant. It was very clear that the Jade Emperor had already displayed his full power compared to a moment ago, and the energy that erupted in this instant had reached an unimaginable level, even enough to cause this heaven and earth to shatter with it. This was the strength of the Supreme God realm, and in a way, this was the only Supreme God realm in the 3 realms at the moment. especially after that one supreme in the demon realm was sealed. As for the one supreme being of the Buddhist sect, now in this situation, he had not shown his full strength at all, and it could be said that his strength had been greatly weakened. Even from the beginning to the end of the time, that one Buddha did not appear. Do it! The Queen Mother of the West had a deep color in her eyes, and then the corner of her mouth curled up into a smile as she slowly spoke to Ing Zhang. Your death. The moment the words had not yet fallen, suddenly the voice of the Western Queen Mother had come to an abrupt end, with a palm that was suffused with golden light, directly her his back through, and then penetrated the Queen Mother of the West's chest flowed down a large amount of blood. Directly in this moment will be her heart strangled. This moment could be said to possess a very terrifying power. Everyone had a touch of shock in their countenance, including of course this Queen Mother of the West, all of whom maintained an unimaginable expression. The Queen Mother of the West slowly turned her head, looking at the expressionless figure behind her, and spoke incredulously. You're actually going to kill me? The words were not yet spoken. The Jade Emperor had nodded his head lightly, as if all of this was simply an inconsequential matter to him, and the radiant golden light in his hands directly exploded. At this moment, this one Western Queen Mother, the leader of another faction, fell with it and died with it in a way that no one had imagined. And with that, the Jade Emperor's true goal emerges. That was the half-step Supreme God Realm, Queen Mother of the West. Chapter 198 Jade Emperor's True Form, the Demon Emperor. What? Sun Wukong couldn't help but open his mouth with a touch of surprise in his eyes. Crazy? He actually killed the Queen Mother. It was really no wonder that he was so surprised. Even the Erlang beside him all became incomparably surprised. None of them had thought that this Jade Emperor had actually done something like this, and in this situation, directly killed the Queen Mother straight away. No wonder. At the time before this, he had been compelling the Queen Mother to remove the control of this artifact, and one of the very important reasons was to be able to kill it with one blow. After all, in this situation, once a single strike could be accomplished, then these gods of the Queen Mother's sect would inevitably be in turmoil with it. If it was not possible to accomplish a one-strike kill, then all of the gods of the Queen Mother's faction would follow suit and would definitely swarm in such a situation. Obviously, such a situation was not a situation that the Jade Emperor wanted to see. That's why he said that he chose to let this Shi Huangmu lose the control of the artifact, and then thus accomplished a 1-2 punch on this Shi Huangmu. In that case, it would be indirectly equivalent to this Jade Emperor's threat having been eliminated. Good tactics. Jin Yuanzi's eyes narrowed with a hint of surprise as he gazed at the Queen Mother's corpse. Immediately afterward, he vaguely sensed a hint of something wrong, but exactly where it was, even if it was Jin Yuanzi himself, also did not see clearly where the key point in this, can only say that this one thing is absolutely not simple, and said that this Jade Emperor and the time before this has a big difference. Suddenly at this instant there was a very horrible idea floating in Jin Yuanzi's mind, and then the moment this idea appeared, Jin Yuanzi immediately changed his expression. If it was really what he thought it was, then this matter was too horrible. The moment after slaying the Queen Mother, the Jade Emperor's face was bland, with a touch of coldness in his expression. Guys, you should all be very clear about what has just happened, and now that this Queen Mother is dead, and this Queen Mother faction is henceforth disbanded, so if there is anything that you all are not convinced of, then feel free to come and confront me. Such words could be said to have a naked threat. After all, no matter what, anyone is not what enough guts dare in this one Jade Emperor confrontation. After all, in this situation, even the Queen Mother and the East Emperor Tai had already died one after another, so the only master left in this heavenly court was this Jade Emperor. In a way, the Jade Emperor had changed nowadays, and he was the strongest person in this region, and could be said to possess supreme power. Even looking at the entire 3 realms, he could be said to be the Supreme Lord. Therefore, after this Jade Emperor spoke such words, many of the surrounding gods all had a touch of fear in their eyes. He didn't want to start a tradition with this Jade Emperor head-on, especially since this Jade Emperor, nowadays, could be said to be incomparably terrifying in terms of his fighting strength and his status. Once they clashed with him head-on, I'm afraid that with their strength, they would simply be no match for this Lord of the 3 realms. Ing Zhang's face was bland, and after seeing this scene, he was pondering, as if he, like Jin Yuanzi, had already guessed a certain point, but he still didn't choose to open his mouth. After all, Ing Zhang knew very well that it was possible that this was just a guess of his own, but if anything, once this guess was confirmed, then when the time comes, it will definitely cause a very big shock, and even in a certain way, it can be said that it will make the whole heaven and earth fluctuate for it. Right at this moment, Jin Yuanzi, who had already understood this speculation in his heart, had a deep color in his eyes. He was just about to open his mouth, but in that instant, the heavenly emperor above him then spoke faintly. I forgot to mention it when I was just here, As for the original neutral faction, from now on they can move freely without the constraints and regulations of the heavenly court. Of course, if it is said that one is able to join my faction, then at that time, as a god under my command, one will certainly be rewarded with very many good things as well. After hearing such words, many of the surrounding gods all glanced at each other. They knew very well what this Jade Emperor meant. After all, this Jade Emperor had already killed the Queen Mother now. I am afraid that if this neutral party is still responded to under such circumstances, it is bound to cause public anger. That is why it is said that in the face of the implications of such a situation, the mere choice is to kill the Queen Mother alone, and sparing the neutrals would have been a very good choice instead. And from the very beginning, this Jade Emperor's goal is very obviously this Queen Mother. So that is why it is not going to choose to make a move against the neutral faction in this situation. Otherwise, the repercussions of this one thing are bound to be very great. However, after hearing such words, Jin Yuanzi, who had already had some guesses in his heart, could be even more guesses, so that at this moment Jin Yuanzi direct face, with a touch of seriousness, to the Jade Emperor in the uppermost, faintly opened his mouth and said, "Jade Emperor? I don't think you're the Jade Emperor. Who in the world is your true identity? What kind of person are you? I advise you that you'd better hurry up and reveal your true self." Before Jin Yuanzi finished speaking, Jin Yuanzi, who had just finished recovering from his injuries on one side, had already raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth. "What do you mean by that? You can't be slandering the Jade Emperor, who is the common lord among the three realms. And do you think it's hard to really be able to fool us with such a poor claim? It's simply impossible." After seeing this scene, Ing Zheng thought for a moment and was just about to open his mouth, but suddenly the sound of blood gushing out once again appeared in front of everyone. Buzz! There was a glow of gold mixed with black, or a glow that was transforming into black, directly penetrating Jin Yuanzi's body in this instant. This sudden change was just like what had just happened, causing Jin Yuanzi to also feel incomparably surprised. However, he didn't wait until he completely reacted. His body had collapsed with him. Buzz! In the middle of the rear area, the Jade Emperor, who originally carried a colorful haze on his body, had changed his appearance, and was very much different from his original time. The existence of this one today could be said to possess a very monstrous devilish aura while exuding a bloody aura. After only appearing for a moment, it had already caused countless people to change color, all with a tinge of surprise, feeling incredulous. "Ha!" That being spoke faintly, his tone carrying an endless coldness. "You guessed it. This father, for the Lord of the Demon Realm, the Demon Emperor." Chapter 199, Supreme God. Demon Emperor, Rumble, the monstrous and generally terrifying demonic Qi, extremely arrogant, generally swept through this heaven and earth. This battle of heaven and earth had swept away countless demonic Qi, becoming pitch black in a moment. At the same time there was an unimaginable aura in it, as well as the smell of blood, which was beginning to spread out in all directions. Many of the surrounding gods had been instantly alert the moment they smelled this odor. They really didn't think, at such a critical moment, the Jade Emperor they had always respected was actually the Demon Emperor. Moreover, according to the appearance of the other party, and the aura that the other party displayed then, it was very likely that it was that sealed Demon Emperor back then. It really hasn't occurred to me that that Demon Emperor from back then has actually survived today. Ing Zhang opened his mouth lightly with a touch of indifference in reality, watching the Demon Emperor in front of him without the slightest bit of surprise, because he had anticipated all of this from the very beginning. He just hadn't exactly dismantled it at the time. Now, I'm afraid the other side's goal is very obvious. After the other party had successively mastered the Demon Realm, and after killing the Queen Mother of the West just now, that meant that the heavenly court authority held in his hands was already very complete. After all, the last line of authority was in the hands of the Queen Mother of the West. So the other side needs to set up such a trap to kill the Queen Mother of the West. As long as after killing the Queen Mother of the West, then he will be able to holding so much of today's road authority. And now there is only one authority left for the unification of the three worlds. That is, the authority of the earth, which is now in the hands of Ing Zhang. If he is allowed to continue to hold the authority on this earth, then it means that he has become the controller of all authority in this three worlds. Ing Zhang can be said to be very clear about this. So at this moment, he already understands that the remaining target of this Demon Emperor should be himself. Although he said he didn't want it to happen, it was very clear and it was just about to happen right in front of his eyes. Do it! After seeing this scene, a flash of icy coldness instantly flashed through Jin Yuanzi's eyes. Immediately after, in the next instant, emerged a flash of silver light directly toward the sky above. The Devil Emperor instantly rushed out. The hands of the weapon also followed the outbreak. At that moment, many of the surrounding gods all swarmed up. It was very obvious that after the current Heavenly Emperor appeared to be his true identity, which was the identity of this current Demon Emperor, The only person in power in the heavenly court is just this Qin Yuanzi. After all, this Qin Yuanzi is already considered to be the only existence. That's why it was natural for the surrounding gods to go and follow suit now after Qin Yuanzi had spoken such words. Otherwise, one could not just sit back and watch this demon emperor destroy this one heavenly court. Ha! After seeing this scene, the demon emperor, who already held 2 complete portions of authority in his hands, couldn't help but have a smile gently emerge from the corner of his mouth. Too weak. If that's all you guys are just this strong, then it's simply too weak. This heavenly court is simply too much for me to handle. Destroy. The words were not yet spoken. In the hands of this demon emperor, there were already 2 purple-black rays of light coalescing along with it, carrying a bloody aura that was enough to destroy heaven and earth. As soon as he made his move, he directly used his full strength. In an instant, this heaven and earth all became pitch black at any time, and then it was being filled with endless magical power, as well as a terrifying aura, directly into an incomparable horror area. Endless magic chi and also magic power directly converge. Those gods who swarmed up to the scene had a look of surprise in their eyes. The moment they had just come into contact with the demonic aura, their bodies were as if they had suffered erosion, and in this case, it was very clear that they had all been seriously injured. In the blink of an eye, a little crack had appeared along with it, and it was very clear that this wave of demonic aura and magical power had coalesced together. It will be so intensely destructive and erosive that it will already destroy them physically in just such a quick time. At that moment, there were a large number of gods, all of them falling to the ground in an instant, looking like they were carrying endless pain in their expressions. And in addition to these gods, there were numerous other gods, such as the Monkey King, as well as more powerful beings like Erlangshan, being able to barely resist this kind of demonic chi to advance with difficulty. In this situation, he quickly traveled to the side of the demon emperor and raised the weapon in his hand to strike at this demon emperor. Before he even waited to hit, the demon emperor had already changed his expression, and in that instant an incomparably terrifying aura erupted along with it. 9 blood-colored demonic dragons suddenly appeared behind him, suddenly rushing out in nothing more than a moment's time. The gods around them had then been defeated in droves, landing on the ground looking very obviously severely injured. Even an existence of the level of Sun Wukong was swiftly defeated under the attack of one of these demonic dragons. This level of power was really beyond their ability to resist. Even if this demon emperor hadn't used his full power at all, it had reached this level. Pity. Qin Yuanzi, the only one who was still able to maintain his safety under this kind of magic, spoke with a deep color in his eyes, unable to hold back a sigh. With so many gods working together to carry out an attack, it's actually still not a match for one of his moves. It seems that back then, we shouldn't have given that missing soldier to the Heavenly Emperor. I'm afraid that the Heavenly Emperor was already possessed by this demon emperor back then. Nowadays, I'm afraid this 3 realms is going to be in big trouble. His words were not exaggerated in the slightest. After all, with the strength of the demon emperor this time, I'm afraid that no one in the 3 realms would be able to withstand him at all. So there is no hope at all of victory in this situation, and they are in despair. Ying Zhang's face was bland, with a calmness in his expression, and he immediately opened his mouth to the surroundings. It's gotten to the point where many of the gods around us have been injured. Even many of them are already going to be close to death. If we don't bring out a shot now, do we want to just watch? I don't think it would be a good thing for you to say that you're following and continuing to look at it like that, would it? Before the words fell, in the void, a figure had already appeared with it. In this instant, many of the surrounding gods were all astonished and felt incredulous. I didn't realize that this is a critical time, a time of life and death. I can't believe. This one being appeared. Chapter 200, The First Heavenly Father. Descend. Buzz. The moment this figure appeared, the surrounding immortal chi fluttered with it, and an endless amount of energy erupted with it. At the same time, the moment this figure appeared, the surrounding heaven and earth energies began to mobilize with it, and began to converge towards him as the center. In this instant, he was like the center of this heaven and earth, and could be said to be the collection of energy in this heaven and earth. After all, he could be said to be the former lord of this heavenly court, and could be said to be the once deserved master of this heavenly court. It was not even too much to say that he was the founder of this heavenly court. He was the first master of this heavenly court, and the most respected existence in this heavenly court, the highest level of existence, the first heavenly father. Buzz. The moment the first heavenly father appeared, there was immediately a golden light that swept out with it, sweeping through many of the surrounding gods in that instant, directly healing the injuries on their bodies and teleporting them to a safe location in an instant. This scene could be said to have directly shocked countless people. Unexpectedly, this one origin heavenly father's methods were actually so brilliant that in a single instant, he had already healed the injuries on their bodies and teleported them. Greetings, first heavenly father. At this moment, all the gods present, with Jin Yuanzi at the center, knelt down with unimaginable respect in their eyes. If they were to say that they were merely respectful towards the sovereign in this heavenly court, the heavenly emperor before his identity was revealed, then for the founder of this heavenly court, for the first master of this heavenly court, that is, this first heavenly father, they have a respect that comes from the heart, if it exists at all. I'm afraid that this heavenly court wouldn't be divided into so many factions at all, nor would such a situation arise at all. After all, the existence of the first heavenly father originally represented the supremacy of this heavenly court. No need to be polite. With a look of sighing in his eyes, the first heavenly father gazed closely at the demon emperor in the distance and opened his mouth. I started all these things, and I should be the one to fix them this time as well. Back then, after the end of that demon world war, this one had already been sealed in, and at the cost of all my energy. It did not occur to me that at that time, I actually passed on the authority to the Jade Emperor at that time, and at a later time the Jade Emperor, in order to be able to reach the legendary Master Realm. That's why it's said to travel among the core locations of the demon realm, wanting to gain the authority of the demon realm. So, at such a critical moment, the Jade Emperor actually fell under the spell of the demon emperor, and the two bodies fused into one, jointly holding the two powers. If it weren't for the Queen Mother's delay, I'm afraid he would have already gathered the two great powers and had supreme power in his hands. Upon hearing these words, the many gods below all changed in color with them. Even Ying Zhang had sighed, with a touch of surprise in his eyes. He hadn't expected that what happened back then would actually be so outrageous. I'm afraid that the reason for all of this came from the lure of the legendary dominator realm for this heavenly emperor. If the Jade Emperor did not fuse with this one demon emperor back then, I am afraid that such an incident would not have happened at all, and such a very embarrassing situation would not have arisen at that time. All of this today comes from the cause of Yizun Ud back in the day. Otherwise, all of this, it's simply not going to happen. So, Ying Zhang's face was bland as he gazed at Yuan Shi Tianzuan and spoke faintly. Heavenly Father, how in the world did you survive? Just now if it wasn't for the fact that the token Jin Yuanzi had given him had somehow vibrated, then I am afraid that Ying Zhang would not have realized the arrival of the first heavenly father, who has been hiding in the void and has not appeared. Hearing these words, the first heavenly father sighed and spoke. It seems that you, this fellow, are really very sharp. One very important reason why I was able to survive to break through the original seal was due to the dedication of Dao Tianzuan and Lingbao Tianzuan. The reason they, over the years, have disappeared into thin air is because they've been trying to find a way to break through this seal with their own energy. Now they have exchanged the price of falling for my rebirth. Hearing these words, Ying Zhang was instantly overwhelmed with astonishment, and it was only in this instant that he finally realized what had happened back then. It seems that the reason why Dao de Tianzun and Lingbao Tianzun disappeared in later times, I'm afraid that one very important reason for this is that they paid for it with their own fall. In this case, thus releasing the first heavenly father, who had been under seal, achieved this very important goal. If it wasn't due to their sacrifice and fall, I'm afraid that this wouldn't have happened at all, and they would only be facing this demon emperor single-handedly right now. Anyway, don't worry. With a piece of indifference in his countenance, the primordial heavenly father gazed at the distant demon Zun, and then immediately spoke to the demon Zun. If there's no mistake, you're the leader of that one demon world, the demon Exalt who should have fallen that year. I advise you to be good and hand over the authority that belongs to the heavenly court. Otherwise, this way, then, has no choice but to do it. Before the words fell, there was already a golden light that converged in the hands of the first heavenly father, erupting with endless Dao rhythms. The aura that erupted in this instant could be said to be extremely terrifying, causing everyone around to be surprised. They could clearly feel that even after years of sealing, and has used up most of its own energy as well as the cost of the situation. Even now, without even controlling the authority of the heavenly court, he had already reached the point of the supreme god realm, which was already enough to illustrate the extent of his terror. At this point, this origin heavenly father could be said to be incomparably terrifying. One could only say that back in those days, it wasn't something that this generation of existences was able to become the master of the heavenly court for no reason anymore. I'm afraid, in this battle, they really had a certain hope of being able to obtain this victory, and it was also their last hope. If even the first heavenly father had already lost in the midst of this battle, then the hope that they had just built up would have collapsed with it. It was for this reason that they were all incredibly nervous at the moment and could only look forward to the outcome of the battle. For a while, the atmosphere became incredibly tense. Chapter 201 Defeat. Last card. Ha! The Devil Emperor laughed coldly, his eyes carrying scorn at the moment as he gazed at the primordial heavenly father. Although it was said that he displayed a disinterested attitude on the surface, he was actually very clear about what kind of strength this origin heavenly father actually had. If it wasn't due to that one Jade Emperor's foolishness, I'm afraid that at this day and age, the Demon Emperor would still be under seal. Therefore, this situation could be said to be very terrifying, and there was also a great deal of pressure for this one demon dignitary too. But for the Demon Lord, the opportunity he had been waiting for so long was now right in front of him, so it was said that in his opinion, one of the best things to do nowadays was to seize the time to defeat this origin Heavenly Father, thus taking control of this heavenly court. At that time, once the power of the three worlds had been gathered, then, his ability to do so will reach a point of no return. Once he is able to reach that level of hierarchy, I will reach an unprecedented level for him, which is a building of the strongest person in the three worlds, namely, that legendary Master Realm. It could be said that from the beginning of the birth of the three realms since the opening of the heavens and the beginning of the earth, there were legends of the sovereign realm appearing at any time, but no one, for a long time, had been able to break through to the level of the sovereign realm. If it was possible to break through to that level, then it would mean having an extremely powerful force. In a way, this terrifying level was enough to locate these three realms, all within one's control. At that level of hierarchy, one could be said to be the strongest in the three realms, enough to reach an unimaginable point, that is, the realm of the Lord. Rumble. Thinking of this, the Demon Emperor, who had erupted a monstrous demonic aura, had clenched his fists in this instant. Suddenly black energy erupted, rushing out toward the front, and then to the moment of rushing out, the surrounding heaven and earth had collapsed with it, and a crack appeared. It was very obvious that this attack had contained all of his magic power, and it could be said to be very terrifying. After seeing this scene, a flash of icy coldness flashed through the eyes of the first Heavenly Father, followed by the same golden light beginning to erupt in his hands. He was very clear that nowadays, he had to behead this demon head here, otherwise wait until this demon dignity had grown to some very terrifying extent. By then it would become very difficult to say in trying to decapitate it. So in this situation now, it is necessary to seize the time to decapitate it. After all, this demon sovereign had now grasped two of the three realms of power and authority, and under such circumstances, it could be said to possess a very high degree of threat. Buzz! The golden light and the black light collided together in this instant. The moment of collision, a very intense shockwave then erupted, forming a ripple that began to spread up towards the surroundings. It was very clear that this shockwave had a very terrifying energy. Directly the surrounding space, all have been shattered up with it. It can be said that this level of shockwave has a very strong threat level, even for an existence of Yin Zhang's level. The moment they saw this shockwave, they all subconsciously retreated, and it was very obvious that this shockwave was a very strong threat to Yin Zhang. Bang! The two constantly collided together, and it could be said that every collision between them caused the surrounding space to vibrate. This level of collision could be said to be very terrifying for them in this situation. Many of the surrounding gods all wore tense expressions as they kept watching the battle. They all knew very well that at their level, they were quite capable of wanting to join the battle if they wanted to. Then it's simply delusional, so to speak. In this case, the only thing they could do was to form silent speculations to see who the final victor of the battle would actually be. In many people's eyes, the victor of this war might possibly be the Demon Lord. After all, this one Demon Lord had already grasped the power of the two paths. However, in reality, apart from this Demon Sovereign, there are also many people who are supporting this one Yuan Shi Tianzun. After all, it was clear to many that at one time, the first Heavenly Father might have been a heavenly court dominator, possessing very terrifying abilities. There was also an extremely terrifying combat power, so it was possible that in this situation, his combat power would exceed that of this demon elder. There is a big difference between the two in this respect, and it can be said that they are not at all at the same level of existence. Rumble! The ghostly black light erupted and collided with the dazzling golden light, and in the instant of collision, the surrounding area once again erupted with spatial cracks. It's great! The corners of the devil's mouth, all of which had spilled a trace of blood, cocked a smile and opened his mouth. It seems that I have somewhat underestimated your strength, having thought that your strength, under this level has fallen with it. I didn't think that your strength is still as strong as it was back then. It seems that the sacrifices of your two good brothers are still really very useful. It can be said that this is completely naked and provocative. It was very clear that at this moment, he had keenly captured the weakness of the first Heavenly Father, namely his two Heavenly Father brothers who had already sacrificed themselves. That was why this demon sovereign would purposely carry out a provocation in this situation, the purpose of which could be said to be very simple. It was to be able to make the Heavenly Father lose in this situation. After all, in the middle of a battle, if there was a little mood swing, it can be said to be very influential, even in a way that relates to the course of the battle. Sure enough, after hearing these words, the Heavenly Father who had originally maintained his mental state, in that instant, The look had changed with it, and it was very clear that he had been provoked by what the other party had just done. The energy that erupted in this instant had fluctuated. Such was obviously due to the emotional impact. However, at this moment, the heavenly dignitary, by virtue of the imminent danger to his life of being injured, this moment erupted with unimaginable strength, directly rushing towards that one demon dignitary at this instant. The moment the two collided, a violent golden light suddenly erupted. These golden rays of light looked terrifying, and when they were about to be completely enveloped, they suddenly shattered with them. Whoosh! The devil sovereign looked horrified, and under this golden light, he quickly chose to leave, not choosing to continue pestering any longer. After all, he knew very well that those very bright golden rays of light had almost killed him just now. The heavenly dignitary looked at the demon dignitary's departing figure, sighed, and opened his mouth. It seems that fate is sealed. Now in this situation, only the last card is left. Chapter 202 Last Hope. Ying Zhang. Seeing this scene, Ying Zhang wore a thoughtful look, and immediately after looking at this scene, he faintly opened his mouth. It appears that, now this kind of situation is beyond the control of the beginning. Just now, after seeing this scene, Ying Zhang had already reacted. The situation at this moment was already very unfavorable for their side. Just now, Ying Zhang had already reacted to the fact that this heavenly father was afraid that the number of times that he could use his power was running out. The reason why he is still able to have the same level of energy as he did back then should be due to the fact that he has released all of his energy already. This was also the price that those two heavenly dignitaries, who had made this sacrifice, had paid for it. Pity. Ying Zhang sighed and looked at the first heavenly father who was walking step by step towards him, and then immediately asked in a low voice, "Do we need a different, secluded place to talk about something?" Hearing these words, the first heavenly father understood that Ying Zhang had understood what he meant, so he said, nodding his head and speaking, "Guys, now that one demon sovereign has been repelled by us, and now that the heavenly court has been returned to our rule, you all should first maintain order in the heavenly court. I'll give the appropriate orders when it's time to follow up, and I hope everyone maintains the relevant heavenly court." As these words were said, the surrounding gods all nodded their heads, and it was very clear that these words were said with great vigor due to them being spoken by the heavenly father. And all the gods in the room believed in his words, too. In this instant, the heavenly father looked at Ying Zhang as well as Jin Yuanzi, sighed, and immediately afterward flashed a deep color as he spoke. "Then the rest is up to us to discuss." Buzz. After saying these words, there was a silver-colored light that directly converged on the two of them. In the blink of an eye the duo had been teleported away, and then the scene that appeared in front of them in the next instant startled them. It hadn't occurred to me that this scene in front of me was actually monstrous with blood chi, possessing an endless amount of demons. Both of them felt incomparably surprised at this instant, while not expecting that the region they were teleported to this time was actually a region of the demon race. It could be said to be the territory of that demon race, and it was likely to be that one sealed demon world back then. And now, this demon realm had appeared in front of the duo. This is the same demonic world from back then, isn't it? The moment he saw this one area, Ying Zhang had already guessed it and instantly opened his mouth. Jin Yuanzi on one side nodded and spoke to Ying Zhang. "That's right, this is the demon realm that I used to come to back then. And it's also the demon realm where we used to have endless wars back then. I didn't think that after so many years have passed, this demon realm still possesses a very terrifying blood aura as well as a demonic aura within it. I'm afraid that if this goes on, the strongest of the demons will break the seal with them, and then it will be troublesome. It's very clear that this is now a very bad situation for us." Hearing these words, the heavenly father on the side also nodded his head once and immediately began to explain. Under that situation back then, although it is said that the demon lord had already lifted the seal, at that time he did not choose to lift the seal of this demon realm. Instead, they chose nature to lift the seal of this demon realm, so that with the passage of time, the seal of this demon realm continued to break. I'm afraid that it won't be long before the seal of this demon realm completely dissipates. Once that situation arrives, it will be very unfavorable for us, and in that case, the three realms will be devastated and everyone will be destroyed. Hearing these words, the two looked at each other, and both flashed a look of surprise. They hadn't thought about the seriousness of this one matter that. It's amazing that it's gotten to the point where it's so serious and arguably close to being unstoppable. Then, Jin Yuanzi's eyes carried a tinge of despair in them, and immediately afterward, turning to the heavenly father, he couldn't help but open his mouth. "Is there any hope for us to be able to survive? Can this three realms still be preserved?" Hearing these words, the heavenly father was silent for a moment, and then spoke immediately afterward. "You have to understand a very serious problem, which is that this devil world today is actually the human world back then. Or rather, a world of cultivators, which back in those days could be higher in rank than even our heavenly court. One can only say that the reason for this lies in the fact that the level of human cultivation can be described as infinite possibilities, much higher than us gods, except that back then, due to a very horrible reason, it was said that the human population here had all fallen into the demonic realm, and it was due to this that's why it's said that the humans here have undergone such a mutation so as to become demon race, and then immediately after that, they've already begun to invade. Hearing this narration from Heavenly Father, the two of them also flashed a look of surprise. It seemed that what happened back then was even more horrifying than they had imagined, and they hadn't thought that so many things had actually happened back then. It can be very obvious to see that those things back then had a very big impact on them. If it wasn't for this reason, back then, those demonic clans wouldn't have appeared. Now such a situation, it can be said that it was the demon race back then that led to the emergence of such a situation now, and the impact was very great. So, Ing Zhang glanced at Yuanshi Tianzun and spoke immediately afterward. Is there any hope for us to survive? Or is there any hope for this world? The heavenly dignitary nodded, and with a deep color in his eyes, he spoke. The reason I am bringing you together here is to tell you a very important thing. And apart from this one thing, another very important thing is that I'm about to dissipate. And the price those two heavenly beings paid for all their lives was to be able to bring me back to my peak state. But only for a few moments. And now under this situation, once my energy dissipates, then at that time this heaven and earth will collapse with it. When the time comes, it will be a good opportunity for this one demon lord. That's why in that moment just now, he wouldn't fight with me for his life, because he knew very well that I was about to die. Hearing these words, a flash of surprise flashed through the eyes of both of them, not thinking that just like what they had guessed, this heavenly father was now about to dissipate. At this moment, the heavenly father gazed at Ing Zhang and spoke faintly. And you, Qin Shi Huang, Ing Zhang, you, already, are the only hope for this world.